struck by lightning, and turned into a blue-scale monster, and encountered the crab monster from One Punch Man. Qin Feng was picking up a food delivery when he was struck by lightning on the way. When he woke up, the sky was clear, and everything around him was unfamiliar. He walked in front of a large mirror and was stunned. His belly fat was gone, and his neck and arms were covered in blue scales, shining under the sun, while his entire body was smooth and not awkward at all. He screamed, "Where on earth is this?" Before he could react, a 4-meter-tall crab monster approached him with strange patterns on its crab shell. "Hey kid, what are you staring at?" Qin Feng immediately recognized this was the first boss that the protagonist defeated in One Punch Man. "Roar, you're a monster too?" The crab monster laughed. "Since we're the same kind, I'll let you go this time. I'm looking for a brat with a split chin. When I find him, I'll tear him apart." After saying that, it casually killed 2 fleeing pedestrians and walked away. Qin Feng quickly ran in the opposite direction, reaching a small park where he saw a little boy playing soccer. The boy noticed him and had an annoying expression. "What are you looking at, freak? What did you do to that big crab?" Qin Feng asked. The boy picked up the ball. "I drew 2 on it while it was sleeping with a permanent marker." Qin Feng's heart sank. Had some recollection of his plot. The protagonist should be appearing soon, right? Where's he? The crab monster was about to arrive, and the protagonist hadn't shown up yet. Would Qin Feng remind this annoying little brat? He had scales and was treated as a monster. Would he be dealt with by the protagonist next? Qin Feng thought to himself, "Should I remind this kid? If he gets caught, it would be a disaster." But just as he was about to speak, he heard a familiar laugh. Behind him, the crab monster was coming. However, Qin Feng decided not to meddle. The kid had the protagonist to protect him, and his current main task was to find a suitable outfit. Jia, I found you." Qin Feng thought it was bad and quickly pulled the little boy to his side. The next second, debris from the crab claw colliding with the ground hit Qin Feng's face, but it was blocked by his scales. "Hey, you guys, just a kid's prank. There's no need to kill him, right?" Qin Feng tried to reason. "I've killed many. I'm not missing this one." The crab monster was angrier and slapped Qin Feng in the face with its claw, sending him crashing into a shop. As Qin Feng got up, he saw several corpses nearby and floating souls. He reached out and touched one. The soul was absorbed in his body instantly. He felt stronger, and his wounds stopped bleeding. "Is it a monster with high defense?" Jia, I'll send you on your way." The crab monster charged at him again. Qin Feng instinctively dodged and grabbed a wooden stick to strike at its eyes. "Oh!" The crab monster's eyeball exploded in its panic. It poked the other eye, flailing its claws wildly and smashing the shop to pieces. Qin Feng circled behind it, jamming the stick into its eye socket and stirring it. The crab monster lost its strength and collapsed, its body landing right on top of Qin Feng, causing him to spit blood and faint. After an unknown period, Qin Feng woke up to find his hands and feet shackled to a hospital bed, surrounded by many people. "What have you done to me?" He panicked. Looking like this, had been treated as a monster. "I am Argani. May I ask how to address you, benefactor?" A middle-aged man with a split chin stepped forward, followed by that annoying little boy. "Qin Feng, let me go." Once the chains were removed, as Qin Feng began to move his limbs, he suddenly heard the crab monster's voice in his head. "You dare to lock me up? What trick did you use?" He felt a headache and nearly fell over. Mr. "Qin Feng, are you okay?" Argani quickly signaled for his bodyguards to support him. "I am fine. I may need to rest a bit." Qin Feng understood that wasn't a hallucination. It was the crab monster's voice. What would happen if the crab monster's soul entered his body? With scales like a monster, would he be treated as a threat next? Would Argani discover his secret? Qin Feng was very clear that the voice he just heard was not a hallucination. That annoying voice indeed belonged to that stinky crab. As he rubbed his temples, he suddenly felt a tumult in his stomach, as if something was about to burst out of him. Was he about to be possessed by the crab monster? "Sorry, Mr. Qin Feng. Please rest. Lunch is ready, and you can eat any time." Argani saw his pale face and quickly led everyone away. Who knew if this half-human, half-monster guy would suddenly go berserk? Once the area was clear, the crab monster's voice echoed in his mind again. "Let me out, and I'll forget the past." A few seconds later, it went silent, and the headache disappeared. Qin Feng instead felt a surge of strength, but he was very hungry. He put on a hospital gown and stepped out. The nurse pointed at a table that took up half the hallway. "Prepared for you by Mr. Argani. This is a private hospital, only serving his family and friends," the nurse explained. Qin Feng sat down to eat, habitually tossing the crab aside. After all, he had just killed one, and it made him sick to look at. After filling his stomach, he was taken to a luxurious office where Argani was smoking a cigar. "Monsters are causing chaos outside, and the public is suffering. I've joined forces with the higher-ups to establish an organization specifically to eliminate monsters and help civilians." "Are you asking me to eliminate monsters?" Qin Feng felt guilty. He was just slightly stronger than an average person, and it was pure luck that he survived. "No, I want to invite you." Argani hadn't finished speaking when the big-nosed Mackay interjected. Just pay him for his services. What does he know about management as a monster? Qin Feng didn't sense anything wrong and happily accepted a check could fill in any amount. It was awesome. After the meeting, Shichi chased after Mackay, scolding. Why did you say that about Mr. Qin Feng? He's just a rational monster. He got lucky and killed a freak. How could he stand on equal footing with me? Mackay huffed and walked away. Qin Feng wandered the streets with his check, but passers-by avoided him. He tried to scrape off the scales on his arm, but it hurt like electric shocks, so he quickly gave up. Hey dude, which anime is your cosplay from? A handsome guy with long yellow hair approached. This isn't cosplay, Qin Feng began to explain, but the guy jumped back 3 meters. You're a monster, and took off running. Surrounding pedestrians also screamed and scattered. Qin Feng was furious to save people, so why was he treated like a monster? With an unlimited check, could Qin Feng thrive in this world? Would Mackay look down on him and create trouble in the organization? Who was that yellow-haired guy? Would he come back to cause him trouble? The surrounding crowd started yelling and running away, making Qin Feng extremely unhappy. As he stood there fuming, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. Something was watching him. Was it a monster or had that yellow-haired guy returned? Stop! And not a monster! Qin Feng shouted until his voice was hoarse, but the crowd ran even faster, and in the blink of an eye, the street was empty. He was so angry he stomped his feet and decided to retaliate. He slipped into a clothing store, found something to cover his scales, and ran off without paying. Will the owner cry? He felt a bit guilty, but the police were coming, so he could only blend into another commercial street. Squatting in front of the advertisement screen, Qin Feng saw 2 messages. House prices in City Z have plummeted. Many places have become no man's land. No need to spend money to live. Not bad. The Hero Association will be established next Saturday, recruiting heroes with generous benefits. Isn't this the organization that Al Genie mentioned? While happily contemplating this, he checked his pocket. Oh no. The blank check he had filled in was left in the patient uniform he changed out of. Qin Feng ran back frantically, not noticing an old man on the roof watching him. Pretty fast. Either a weirdo or a genius. When he got back to that street, the police were shouting with his patient uniform. This is left by the weirdo. Strengthen the alert. Qin Feng quickly dashed into a small hot pot restaurant, covering the owner's mouth. Don't shout. I'm hiding from the police. The owner was terrified. Please spare me, weirdo. I have old and young to take care of. I am not a weirdo. I haven't harmed anyone. Qin Feng helplessly sat down. Just as he wanted to catch his breath, a chill ran down his neck, the feeling of death. Suddenly turning his head, he saw an old man with white hair in the corner, eating meatballs. He really is a weirdo. What a wasted trip. When did you come in? Qin Feng was startled. He hadn't noticed at all. The owner suddenly shouted, Mr. Bongu, save me. The police outside heard the commotion and rushed in, immediately saluting the old man. Mr. Bongu, sorry to disturb you. It's fine. There's no weirdo here. You can leave. The old man waved his hand, and the police obediently retreated. Qin Feng peeked out from behind the cupboard and sat next to Bongu. Why are you helping me? I've never seen a weirdo who can communicate like this. It's quite interesting. Bongu put down his teacup. Want to come to my martial arts school as a disciple? No one will dare to catch you. Will Qin Feng agree to Bongu? Once he enters the martial arts school, can he learn to control his power? The most crucial question is, can he get that unlimited check back? Are you interested in coming to my martial arts school? Be my disciple, and no one will catch you again. Qin Feng stared at Bongu, suddenly remembering the scales on his body following this mysterious old man might help him figure out if he is really a weirdo. Just as he was about to speak, a shadow flashed outside the window. Was it the police coming back? Or another weirdo? Qin Feng fell silent, unsure if the seemingly frail old man in front of him was deceiving him to leave and take him to the police station for a bounty. I've paid for his bill. The old man Bongu placed some money on the table, smiling at Qin Feng. After climbing who knows how many steps, Qin Feng was already panting, while Bongu in front showed no signs of fatigue. Is this all you can do? Looks like I need to consider whether to take you as a disciple, Bongu said slowly. Mr. Bang. Bongu, why do you want to take me as a disciple? Qin Feng gasped, asking. I've never seen a weirdo who can chat so calmly. Teaching you might lead to great achievements, and I can pass on my unique skills to you, Bongu replied. When they arrived at the place, a young man with orange-yellow hair came up. Master, did you not buy any ingredients? Kalanzi, in bringing you a little junior brother, Bongu pointed at Qin Feng. Dizzy, Qin Feng called out. Senior brother. That night, Qin Feng went to bed without dinner and had a nightmare. A giant standing 100 meters tall loomed before him, its dry body exuding danger. You didn't follow my guidance, but accepted my power. I will take everything from you. I didn't. Qin Feng shouted. Hey Qin Feng, wake up. Kalanzi pulled him up. You're going to be late for morning training. Qin Feng's eyes were blank, mumbling, "Take away. What are you taking away?" Master values privacy highly. Kalanzi pulled him into the main hall. In the main hall, dozens of disciples were seated, and Bongu sat above. First looking at Qin Feng with disappointment, this kid's mindset was too chaotic, more restless than the most troublesome disciple. Today, we'll talk about something more important than boxing techniques, the mindset. Just as Bongu began, a disciple scoffed disdainfully. Qin Feng didn't hear a word, feeling his soul drifting, his palms and soles losing sensation, his life slipping away. Why did Qin Feng have that nightmare about the giant? Is it related to the scales on his body and the power of the crab monster? Will Bongu give up on him if he sees his chaotic mindset? Is he feeling life slipping away due to the nightmare's influence, or is it really a sign that everything will be taken away? Qin Feng suddenly clutched his chest. The scales on his body became scalding hot. He struggled to stay upright, but his vision began to blur what was happening. His throat was dry and painful, wanting to call for help but unable to make a sound. His body paralyzed, he could only watch Banga's figure grow increasingly blurry. "Hey kid, can't you hear me talking?" After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng woke up, finding only a provocatively smirking guy left in the dojo. "Hey, hungry wolf, don't bully the newcomer." Kalanzi stood in front of him. "Senior brother, what just happened to me?" Qin Feng's mind was foggy. He had almost died. How could it feel like an illusion? Hungry Wolf pushed Kalanzi aside and leaned in close to Qin Feng. "Have we met before?" His eyes full of confusion, but quickly losing patience. "Whatever, I've never seen a freak like you." With that, he walked away. "Qin Feng, stay away from that guy. He's not a good person." Kalanzi climbed up to warn him. "Maybe he has his reasons. There are no purely bad people." Qin Feng defended Hungry Wolf. Kalanzi was shocked. He had never seen anyone speak up for Hungry Wolf. "I understand why Master brought you back." "I'm starving." Qin Feng rubbed his stomach, having just brushed against death. Now all he wanted was to eat. "If we don't go, breakfast will be gone." The two of them walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders, while Hungry Wolf on the beam scratched his head. What kind of person could there be in this world? He jumped down, smashing a few floorboards. Just as he was about to leave, Banga's voice rang out. "Hungry Wolf, fix the floor before class." Got it, got it." Hungry Wolf replied impatiently, but still agreed. In the dining hall, Kalanzi chewed on a rice ball. "Master won't give up on any disciple. It was he who forcibly brought me here," Qin Feng said helplessly, but he knew it was better than going to the police station. He glanced at the burly men around, quietly asking, "What can Bongu do? Why are all the disciples so strong?" "Hey Kalanzi, are you teaching the new junior brother how to clean the floor?" A big guy walked over. It was Budworm, one of Banga's first disciples, who loved to tease the junior brothers but wasn't bad. Kalanzi's face turned red as he lowered his head. "New guy, you're not human, right? Those scales look cool. Hope you don't get worn out," Budworm said before walking away. Qin Feng looked at the almost crying Kalanzi and patted his shoulder. "Don't take it to heart. Working hard to make up for shortcomings is just life's goal." "You're right." Kalanzi looked up, glancing at the senior brothers in the dining hall. "I want to go back to my hometown and take a breather." Will Kalanzi really leave? If he goes, will Qin Feng still have friends in the dojo? Hungry Wolf thinks Qin Feng looks familiar. Have they met before? Qin Feng said he had never seen a giant, but who exactly is the giant in his dreams? Is it related to his powers? "I will go back to my hometown and live there for a while. I need some time to think." After Kalanzi finished speaking, Qin Feng was about to persuade her when he saw the Hungry Wolf walking over with a tray, staring intently at them. Did he hear that? What will he do? To be honest, Qin Feng currently has nowhere to go. In this world, there are too many things that feel strange to him, like the senior brothers in front of him. Before the crossover, such a strong physique only appeared in bodybuilding competitions. Instead of wandering outside, it would be better to stay in Master Bongu's dojo. At least the people here wouldn't scream and run away while shouting that a monster has come. He wonders if these senior brothers would look down on him, this scaly guy. Qin Feng quietly finished his breakfast, and soon someone called him to the main hall. "Senior brother, what does Master Bongu want with me?" Walking on the corridor floor, Qin Feng felt a bit uncertain. His cheap master looked a bit odd. He wasn't sure if he would suddenly get angry and eliminate him. "Relax a little, junior brother Qin Feng. Master values talent very much. He called you over early, so there must be something important he wants to tell you." The senior brother, leading the way, spoke casually, as if he had done this many times before. "Among Master Bongu's many disciples, you're the first one I've seen. A monster?" The senior brother glanced at Qin Feng and wasn't scared by his monster-like appearance. On the contrary, he remained friendly towards him. "Master Bongu, I brought him over." "Good, go prepare to train the junior brothers." Qin Feng was pushed into the room, but the atmosphere was not as oppressive as he had imagined. The elderly Bang, who was drinking tea, looked kindly at Qin Feng at the door. Young master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting later. Sit down. You don't have to be with him today. Qin Feng was still a bit reserved, as the old man in front of him always gave him a mysterious feeling. Should I call you master? Qin Feng sat a few meters opposite Bongu, starting to look for a suitable topic. Bongu just smiled, taking small sips of tea. Feel free. I don't like things too formal. Bongu placed his teacup on the low table beside him and stood up to stretch his muscles. Let me test the physical condition of my new disciple. Seeing Bongu, who looked somewhat frail, coming closer while cracking his joints, Qin Feng was frightened because he knew very well that getting hit by this seemingly weak old man was no joke. However, Bongu did not directly attack him as Su Kun had thought. This method of testing was not acceptable to him. All right, let us see over here. Bongu walked to the corner of the room, placing his hands on some prepared tiles that looked about a meter high, stacked together without any gaps. What is this for, master? Qin Feng knowingly asked. Bongu let out a soft breath, his eyes tightly shut, and with a very slight movement of his hands. He split the two stacks of tiles cleanly apart, the force transforming into a stream of air. Bongu opened one eye, as if to show off, checking Qin Feng's reaction. So, are you interested in martial arts now? Qin Feng was shocked, not to mention Bang Gu's astonishing strength. Just splitting these hard tiles so neatly requires very precise force. Especially since these tiles only cracked in the middle without toppling over or being smashed, but cracked from top to bottom together. How impressive! Qin Feng leaned closer to Bongu, bending down to examine the spot that Bongu had just touched. Master, how do you maintain balance in your strength? Seeing his newly accepted disciple ask about martial arts for the first time, Bongu felt a sense of accomplishment, even though such things happened every day. For a moment, Bongu even forgot about testing Qin Feng's physical abilities. This brings to mind the unique boxing style he created. At this point, Bongu couldn't help but smile, as if he were talking about something he was proud of, and indeed it was. Have you heard of the flowing water rock-shattering fist? Bongu quickly gathered the power in his fingertips, drawing an invisible stream of energy, and his entire aura seemed to elevate significantly. Looking at the serious expression on Bongu's face, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming pressure coming at him. Oh, how is this done? Seeing that Qin Feng was very interested in his boxing technique, Bongu was genuinely pleased. The core of this boxing style lies in a calm mind, remaining unflustered in crisis, and keeping both body and spirit free from disturbance. Bongu paused, realizing it might be a bit premature to directly teach these concepts. Watch closely, I'll demonstrate once. Remember every movement and practice diligently. Saying this, Bongu walked up to a reinforced wooden post and pushed the iron handle on it, causing the massive structure to start rotating. The sound of the mechanism quickly echoed, and the nearly 2-meter-tall object began to move. Then, he tried to slow his body down, using his limbs to dissipate the force of the obstacles he encountered, doubling it back until the post's rotation speed increased to the point where Qin Feng could no longer see Bongu's movements. What kind of monster is this? Qin Feng thought to himself. If the other party wanted to kill him, they could do so without him even noticing. Such a powerful attack and defense could easily overpower him with just a finger. If they had considered Qin Feng a weirdo from the very first meeting, perhaps. As he pondered this, Qin Feng came back to his senses and noticed that old Master Bang's movements had slowed down. It seemed he was demonstrating, as each of his movements skillfully returned the force, intuitively showcasing the core of the boxing technique to Qin Feng. Do you see this, Qin Feng? The key to this defensive boxing technique is to neutralize the opponent's attack and then incapacitate them. While demonstrating, the old man explained, and such rapid movements did not cause him to break a sweat. Qin Feng looked at the point where Bongu's body made contact with the wooden post. He couldn't quite understand the principle of this boxing technique. He had never been good at such skillful movements, but now that his body had undergone air reinforcement, it wasn't impossible to give it a try. So, Qin Feng, tell me, what does martial arts mean to you? After some time, Bongu, just like before, sat on the cushion, smiling and chatting with Qin Feng. Of course, it's to protect oneself from harm, and also to protect those one wishes to protect. Qin Feng answered almost without thinking. The answers to these questions were quite uniform for him. However, Bongu, sitting opposite him, was surprised to hear such a response. Every disciple who joined the dojo was asked this question, but it was the first time he had heard such a perfect answer. Most of the previous disciples had answers like to defeat those whom I find unpleasant or to make others fear me. Bongu did not doubt that Qin Feng was lying, because he was already his disciple. Whether he lied or not, he would not give up on him, even if he were like the other disciples. Bangu would still teach him carefully and persuade him not to do evil deeds. Do you really think so? Bangu looked at Qin Feng seriously, who was startled by the old man's sudden, serious expression. Did he say something wrong? Of course, master. Don't you think so? No. Huh. Bangu finished the tea in his cup and began to recount stories from his youth. When I was young, I only thought of power and martial arts as tools for fun and the pursuit of power. At that time, I was arrogant. Whenever I heard of a martial arts master, I would seek them out and challenge them until I sent them to the hospital. Bangu sighed, seemingly remorseful for the mistakes he made in his youth. Money, status, I could have whatever I wanted at that time. I once thought that living a life filled with indulgence was the best destiny for me. Until my brother found me. He came, beat me up, and mocked me for lacking any presence, saying I was unworthy of martial arts and my own talent. After all, it was a difference in ideals, not a deep-seated grudge. My brother urged me not to fall into despair, or else my martial arts would stagnate. Later, I followed my brother's example and established this dojo. My signature skill was created not long after that. As Bangu shared his experiences, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. If his brother hadn't corrected his rebellious self in time, he might have already died outside. Master, I didn't expect you to have such experiences. Qin Feng was very interested in the story of Bangu. After all, who would have thought that this kind-looking old man in front of him was a delinquent many years ago? So, Qin Feng. Bangu shifted his gaze from the ceiling to Qin Feng. Your thoughts are rare, and I will do my best to help you become stronger. I hope you want to end up like me. Hearing Bangu's words full of high hopes, Qin Feng suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He had no foundation in martial arts, and learning boxing techniques seemed far away for him. All right, master, I will work hard to learn. Bangu smiled, stood up, and walked outside. Young master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Practice the movements first, and before dinner, I will assess you. After saying this, the old man Bangu directly went out, leaving Qin Feng sitting there in a daze. What? I didn't even remember those movements. Qin Feng felt as if the sky was about to collapse. How could those trivial movements and techniques be learned just by taking a glance? This old man couldn't really think of himself as some kind of genius, could he? Nevertheless, Qin Feng did not intend to sit idly by. He got up and began to try to move his limbs, clumsily imitating Master Bangu's recent movements. Like this, and then like this. His scaly arms pushed against the heavy wooden stake, soon causing his arms to ache painfully. Just when Qin Feng thought he had grasped some of the techniques and began to feel pleased with himself, a metal rod quickly swung in and struck his left temple. Ah! Qin Feng felt as if he had been hit on the back of the head. There wasn't much pain, but he quickly lost consciousness. Thief! How dare you! Qin Feng opened his eyes and found himself standing in a sea of flowers. The surrounding scene was dreamy and bizarre, and that giant, he didn't know what it was made of, loomed in Qin Feng's sight. Qin Feng felt that this thing was right in front of him, but he couldn't see its feet. He unconsciously wanted to step back, feeling that he could be taken down at any moment. Punish you, kill you, devour you. A deep and hoarse voice echoed in Qin Feng's heart. He screamed and tried to turn and run, but found that he couldn't make a sound. And even his body had been immobilized, his movements slowed down by dozens of times. No, don't. Qin Feng looked despairingly at the approaching monster, tears sliding down his cheeks. The sea of flowers was no longer beautiful. It was filled more with mystery and a chilling dread. The monster seemed to be getting closer to Qin Feng, despite not making any movement, and its icy breath felt like the final blow that would crush him. Qin Feng could no longer hold back and began to plead for mercy, even though he didn't understand why this thing was targeting him. Please, tell me. Why is this happening? Thief, unworthy. Just as death drew closer, Qin Feng felt a slap from someone, and the monster in front of him gradually took on a human face. Hey kid, how dare you slack off? Don't you want to have lunch? Qin Feng suddenly sat up, looking at his hands to confirm he still had the ability to move. Realizing he was out of danger, he burst into tears. Wah! Hey, you guy, The hungry wolf squatting next to Qin Feng was baffled. He had only given him a light hit. Yet Qin Feng cried out loud, making it seem as if he was bullying someone weaker. No more crying. If you cry again, I'll beat you up. Qin Feng cried for a while and then stopped. He took deep breaths of air, enjoying the joy of having survived a disaster. Soon, he noticed the hungry wolf who had come to call him for a meal, looking at him with a face full of disdain. Senior brother, hungry wolf. Is there something you need? Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his head. He must have looked very embarrassing just now. Oh, the old man has gone out, and the disciples have all gone home. Now there are only 3 people left in the dojo. It's time to clean up. After saying that, Hungry Wolf put on a threatening expression. Hurry up and clean the floor for me, or you'll regret it. While saying this, Hungry Wolf tightened his fists and waved them in the air. Hey, Hungry Wolf, how can you treat your junior like this? Hungry Wolf turned back to look when called. TCH, busybody. Bitterbug walked in from outside, holding a rag. Of course we should work together. As a few special disciples of Master Bangu, we shouldn't bully newcomers. Kalanzi stepped forward to pull Qin Feng up. In his eyes, these 2 guys were bullying Qin Feng. Wait a minute, Hungry Wolf, there are clearly 4 of us here. Why do you say there are only 3? Hungry Wolf chuckled mockingly, as if he was just waiting for Qin Feng to ask this question. Isn't it obvious? There are 3 of us. Me, Bitterbug, and Kalanzi plus 1 oddball. When he said oddball, Hungry Wolf pointed at Qin Feng. I'm not an oddball. Qin Feng was somewhat angry. What was the difference between deliberately saying he was a weirdo in front of others and directly insulting him? Qin Feng, calm down. Don't start a fight. Kalanzi stopped Qin Feng, fearing that the other party would do something foolish. After Qin Feng shouted this, he felt a bit regretful. Right? What reason did he have to be angry? Even if he was a strange person who said that strange people had to be bad. All right. Don't think you can avoid work like this. The Hungry Wolf snatched the rag from his hands. What are you looking at? Go work. After leaving a harsh remark, the Hungry Wolf directly walked out of the room. Does that mean today's work is not just for me? Kalanzi looked at the surprise in front of him. If that guy is willing, you can do it together. Qin Feng, you have to do it too. Saying this, the handed over a bucket as if scolding him. Take it, and before Master Bangu returns, every room in the dojo must be cleaned thoroughly. The few of them quickly cleaned up, and unlike the Hungry Wolf, and who went to find a place to rest, Qin Feng and Kalanzi went to wait at the entrance of the dojo for Bangu to come back. Sitting side by side on the stone at the top of the steps, Qin Feng and Kalanzi admired the setting sun, leaning over to look at the steps below, which looked like an abyss, and Qin Feng couldn't believe how he had come up. By the way, does Master go out to buy groceries by himself every day? Qin Feng asked. Of course, Master has to run dozens of kilometers before each purchase and then come back. This is also part of the training. Hearing this unfamiliar number, Qin Feng could only smile awkwardly, feeling even more that his master was unfathomable. Really, if I had known it would take so long, I would have gone to lie down for a while first. Qin Feng complained, but his eyes were still searching for Bangu's figure. Oh, look over there. Master has already reached the foot of the mountain. Cha Lanzi pointed at a small black dot at the foot of the mountain. Guess what ingredients Master bought tonight? I guess it's beef. No, it must be pork balls. Cough, cough. Ku Chong approached from behind the 2, hands behind his back. You 2 guys really don't understand Master at all. Yeah, brother Ku Chong, can you guess? Facing Qin Feng's question, Ku Chong smiled proudly as he sat down next to Qin Feng, his sturdy body nearly pushing Cha Lanzi off the other side. Today is Saturday, and the biggest supermarket in City Z has a special sale. Master will definitely. The scene shifted, and as Ku Chong's words fell, Bangu walked down the steps leisurely, carrying a large bag of hot pot ingredients. Let's leave the preparation before the meal to Cha Lanzi. I want to see how well that kid Qin Feng has been practicing. Master. Cha Lanzi stood up to take the ingredients from Bangu's hands. Master, you're 15 minutes late today. Did something happen? Ku Chong stepped forward to ask Bangu. Indeed, aside from the time spent bringing Qin Feng back yesterday, Bangu was indeed a bit slower than usual. That's right. Master encountered a very tricky problem. That's right. Master encountered a very tricky matter. Bangu said seriously. Yet his footsteps did not stop as he walked into the dojo and took off his shoes as if he were just chatting. Master, what kind of matter made you feel it's tricky? Qin Feng stepped forward and asked with concern, as he really couldn't think of anything that would trouble Bangu. Bangu found a cushion to sit down on, and Qin Feng and the others surrounded him, caring for their master. There were more and more strange people, especially in City Z, where one could encounter one every few minutes. Ha 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 ha. Qin Feng and Cha Lanzi laughed. What kind of tricky situation was this? For Bangu, such matters could be resolved with just one hand. Master, don't joke around. Those weirdos can't possibly cause you any trouble, right? Qin Feng had seen his fair share of so-called weirdos before, but they were just some strong guys. Now, he thought that the previous crab monster might not even be able to defeat Brother Ku. Ku brought over a plate and served the brewed tea. Bangu took the tea, took a sip, and looked at the empty dojo, letting out a sigh. This was natural. But what about those ordinary people who couldn't protect themselves? Not everyone could be a martial artist. As soon as these words were spoken, the few people present fell silent. Indeed, just like what Qin Feng had seen and heard before, What would happen to those ordinary people who were defeated by the crab monster? Who could protect them? Master, there's no need to worry about these things, Qin Feng said casually, but Ku Chong felt that such words were selfish. So he clenched his fists and looked at him with a stern face. What do you mean by that? Shouldn't those ordinary people be protected? Seeing that the other party misunderstood his meaning, Qin Feng quickly explained, No, senior brother Ku Chong. A new organization has recently been established specifically to resist monsters and protect civilians. Bangu nodded and looked in a certain direction in the room. Today, someone contacted me and invited me to join an organization called the Hero Association. If doing so can protect more people, I might give it a try. Oh, is it the Hero Association that specifically deals with monsters? I heard the senior brothers talk about it this morning. This organization has just been established, and if one joins, there's a chance to become a veteran. Cha Lanzi excitedly shared his information. He had no intention of joining, as he was well aware that those powerful monsters were beyond his capability to handle. Master, if you join that hero organization, Kuchon hesitated. If Bangu joined the Hero Association, it would definitely reduce the teaching time for his disciples. Well, you don't need to worry too much. I will try to complete your courses. As for those hero activities, they will benefit everyone in any case. After a pause, Bangu glanced at a certain spot on the ceiling. Since I have this ability, I might as well help eliminate harm for the people. After saying that, Bangu directly got up and went to rest in the room. Hey, Qin Feng, come prepare dinner. Cha Lanzi poked Qin Feng, who was lost in thought, reminding him it was time to work. Oh, I'm coming. After taking one last look at the spot Bangu had just looked at, Qin Feng still felt a bit suspicious. It clearly felt like someone had been there just now. How could they disappear so quickly? There are so many ingredients today. Ku Chong was processing large pieces of kelp with a kitchen knife, finally shredding them and tying them together. His massive body was doing the most delicate work. Hey, is dinner ready? Hungry Wolf was watching the busy group at the door, urging him on. Senior brother Hungry Wolf, it will be ready in 20 minutes. Just wait a bit longer. Qin Feng washed the vegetables while responding, but the Hungry Wolf found it boring and turned to leave. After confirming that the Hungry Wolf had gone far away, the bitter bug began to criticize him. This guy won't help us share the labor at all. It was really bizarre just now. Don't say that. At least Senior Hungry Wolf helped with mopping the floor today, even if it was a bit counterproductive. Hey, Qin Feng, if you keep thinking of others like this, you'll get bullied. It's fine, Senior Bitterbug. I don't believe Senior Hungry Wolf would bully me. There's no way someone would treat me badly for no reason, right? You. The three of them chatted and worked at the same time. While Cha Lanzi couldn't believe that Bitterbug had this side to him. Was he just pretending to be fierce before? 5 people sat around a small round table, making it a bit crowded. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of the bubbling hot pot remaining. The surface of the pot floated with red oil and green onions, emitting an enticing aroma. The prepared meat and washed vegetables were neatly arranged on the table, and the rising bubbles in the pot indicated that they could start eating soon. The group shared a tacit understanding, and no one spoke. Qin Feng felt a bit nervous. Is this a local custom? Glug glug. The anticipated scramble did not happen. It seemed that, in consideration of the newcomer Qin Feng, everyone was adding ingredients slowly. The scene of competition that Cha Lanzi had mentioned earlier did not occur. Even Senior Hungry Wolf only kept his head down and ate silently. Senior Hungry Wolf, try this beef. Qin Feng placed some meat into the Hungry Wolf's bowl, trying to lift the other's spirits a bit. The Hungry Wolf glanced up at Qin Feng, but didn't say much, just continued eating the meat. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Dinner time quickly came to an end, and Qin Feng returned to his room, contemplating his destination. He knew that he couldn't stay here forever. Qin Feng was well aware that this time he had crossed over. There must be some hidden agenda. Was it really a dream? Qin Feng lay on a mattress, talking to himself. The moonlight outside spilled onto the floor, and the dim environment made Qin Feng a bit restless. He couldn't sleep. He couldn't dare to sleep. Like a towering giant akin to a deity, the image was firmly etched in Qin Feng's heart. He was afraid that as soon as he closed his eyes, he would see that monster. He got up and walked to the window, leaning half his body out, his gaze fixed on the moon, feeling as though the moon was watching him too. This world's moon seemed a bit different. As he gazed at the pockmarked surface of the moon, Qin Feng became increasingly entranced, his thoughts drifting, a wave of intense drowsiness washing over him, making him feel as if he were about to fall asleep standing up. A faint sound seemed to come from somewhere, and in what should have been a quiet environment, Qin Feng's dazed mind didn't find anything amiss. Power. Do you want power? As long as you. Just as Qin Feng was about to tumble out the window and off the cliff, he suddenly felt someone call his name. "Hey, what are you looking at?" This voice startled Qin Feng awake. He jerked his head up, and his body involuntarily leaned back, causing him to fall hard onto the floor. Ouch! Qin Feng fell hard this time, landing on the ground unprepared, and the scales on his buttocks felt as if they had been struck by a hammer. As he regained consciousness, Qin Feng felt as if he had just suffocated, or to put it another way, like he had lost his soul. Qin Feng got up and walked to the window, sticking his head out to figure out why he was suddenly being controlled. "Hey, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? You're out here looking at the moon and almost falling down. Don't you even realize it?" The hungry wolf next door only showed its head, scolding Qin Feng from outside the window. "Aren't you also awake in the middle of the night? How dare you criticize me?" Seeing Qin Feng retort, the hungry wolf didn't want to say anything more and just shrank back. What a strange guy. Qin Feng looked at the moon again, and this time it was just an ordinary moon, nothing special. What was wrong with me just now? Qin Feng felt a lingering fear. That feeling was truly unbearable, as if he were about to die. Qin Feng hurriedly lay back on the bed, feeling somewhat weak in spirit, with waves of pain radiating from his head. He hoped he wouldn't dream of all sorts of chaotic things this time. Meanwhile, in a temporarily constructed black building in the city center of city, a Mr. Algani sat at the head of the conference hall, surrounded by many people at the table. Under the dim light, Shichi was reading something. The headquarters of the association had been initially completed, and subsequent construction would accelerate. The first batch of 74 people had come to apply for hero positions. Additionally, after the recent discussions, heroes would be divided into 3 levels: A level, B level, and C level, determined through written tests and physical ability assessments. One more point to emphasize was that hero levels were not fixed. A judging group led by me would make adjustments based on the individual hero's contributions, combat abilities, character, and popularity. Wait a minute. What if a hero reaches the top of their level and has no room for advancement? We can't just make them start over, can we? Without waiting for Shichi to finish, McCoy interrupted him, folding his fingers together under his chin and raising a crucial but unnecessary question. Shichi felt offended, but did not show it. Instead, he answered the question, even though it was exactly what he was about to say. If a hero reaches the first position of their level, they will undergo an assessment to determine whether they could be promoted to the next level. And of course, the decision to undergo assessment must also follow the hero's own wishes. After saying this, Shichi put down the documents in his hand and announced the next segment of the meeting. Our staff has targeted individuals with higher personal abilities. And noteworthy news is that the famous martial artist residing in City Z, Mr. Bongu, has agreed to participate in next month's assessment. As soon as this was said, the previously quiet conference room became noisy, with the upper management exclaiming things like "That's great" and "What luck." Even Mr. Algani was quite pleased, which was understandable. Mr. Bongu's popularity was quite high, and with him involved, the Hero Association would likely gain public recognition quickly. Shichi lightly coughed to signal everyone to quiet down. Another important point, the elimination system. What? How can this be? Engaging in hero activities is not an exam. It seems more like putting pressure on the heroes. Saijin Jair protested, believing that weaker heroes should not be oppressed by the association, as it was not an organization with profit or political motives. Saijin Jair slammed the table to express his dissatisfaction. Calm down, Saijin Jair. This rule is not meant to suppress heroes, but to filter out those who are not suitable as heroes. Shichi explained the reasoning. After all, the association's threshold for hero assessments is not high, including actions like arresting criminals and maintaining public order, which count as hero activities. If ordinary people are made to confront powerful monsters, it would violate the association's founding purpose. Little Master, there are more chapters after this. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. This system applies to C-level heroes and is quite simple. Each C-level hero is required to complete a hero activity once a week. Otherwise, the association will remove them from the roster, and they will have to wait for the next hero assessment to rejoin. Shichi took a deep breath. He had finally finished reading the content of the reports. Although the discussions were the result of everyone present, it still required a representative to read it out, following a tedious process that truly annoyed Shichi. If there is nothing else, let us adjourn the meeting. Everyone should rest well. There is a lot of work to do tomorrow. Algani dismissed the meeting. He couldn't stand the faces of these people, who were entirely about formalism. Mr. Algani. Just as Algani was about to get into his car, someone called out to him. He turned around to find Saijin Jair walking towards him. What's wrong? Leader Saijin Jair, is there something else? Mr. Algani, do you really not intend to take on the role of president of the Hero Association? Hearing the same old question, Algani felt a bit irritated. He pressed his fingers together on his left chin and repeated his usual response. I've said many times that I called you all together without any intention of intervening again. If I have to personally handle all these chaotic matters, what use do you all have? After finishing, Mr. Algani ignored the other S words and directly got into the car, instructing the driver to leave. Only Saijin Jair was left standing at the entrance of the association, where occasionally staff members would pass by to clock out or switch shifts, greeting Saijin Jair politely. Saijin Jair knew very well that these people were just playing house. Establishing a hero organization is not an easy task. Every aspect must be considered thoroughly. In ancient times, attacking a city was often much easier than defending one. In modern times, this saying still holds true. Ding-ling-ling. His thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of the phone, but out of professional courtesy, Saijin Jair calmed himself and answered the call. Hello, this is Saijin Jair. Who is this? I am ofthe. Mr. Algani hired me to adjust your pitiful central system and to be responsible for the further construction of your association's base. My assistant should be arriving soon. I hope you can leave someone to guide him. Upon learning that his helper was coming, Saijin Jair's gloomy mood changed, and he readily agreed. Okay, Mr. ofthe, thank you very much for your assistance. Saijin Jair hung up the phone. The surrounding corridor was already empty, and he walked alone towards the exit, leaving only the sound of his leather shoes on the floor. Saijin Jair knew a bit about Mr. ofthe's reputation. This genius mechanical engineer, who mastered most of the country's technological power, had always been very mysterious. However, everything he did had a purpose. As for what Mr. Algani promised him, it was unknown. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The electric door at the entrance of the association slowly opened, revealing the dazzling night scene outside. After all, it was the city center of City A, even at 11 o'clock at night. There were still many leisurely pedestrians and vendors calling out on the street. ofthe's assistant. I haven't heard of them. Saijin Jair, who was waiting honestly outside the association, lit a cigarette and searched for someone who looked like the doctor's assistant. Really, coming so late, the work hours are over. Saijin Jair stayed at the door, quickly finishing the remaining cigarettes in his pocket, but he couldn't leave to go to a store. That would be impolite to keep someone waiting. A youthful voice called out from beside him. Saijin Jair turned around to see a child with a backpack, licking a lollipop, calling him. What's wrong? Kid, are you lost? Saijin Jair felt a bit irritated. Which elementary school student was wandering around outside so late? What if they ran into a bad person? I am. Without waiting for the other person to finish speaking, Saijin Jair pressed his hand on the other person's head and rubbed it. Don't be afraid. Uncle will call someone to take you home soon. Just wait here with Uncle for a while. What the? Saijin Jair's hand was pushed away, and the pinned Ayong looked very dissatisfied. I came here specifically to help you with the instruction of Dr. ofthe, and yet you underestimated me. Saijin Jair was startled. This kid who looked like he was only in his teens was actually Dr. ophthe's assistant. Is the threshold for being an assistant so low? Are you Mr. ophthe's assistant? But you look like a child. So what if I'm a child? If you don't need my help, I'll leave. No. We really need it. I'm truly sorry about earlier. Saijin Jair forced himself to apologize and pressed the switch to open the electric door. The bright lights in the corridor turning on. By the way, how should I address you? You can call me Ayong. Saijin Jair led Ayong, trying to slow down his pace since the other was curiously observing everything in the association. Aren't we there yet? My feet are already sore. We're almost there. Just hang in there a bit longer. Listening to Ayong's complaints, Saijin Jair became more uncertain about whether this kid could complete the task. All right, we're here. This is the most advanced equipment inside the association. I need you to enhance the security and other functions. Although I'm not very knowledgeable in this area, you should know what to do, right? Saijin Jair brought Ayong into the control room, where computers and displays occupied a large area. But the bigger room could still accommodate dozens of people. Ayong sat down, and a nearby technician glanced at him, slightly annoyed. How can a child be allowed in such an important place? What if he damages the association's equipment? Ayong ignored the unreasonable comments and simply plugged the USB drive from his pocket into the interface, fiddling with it for a bit. And a program was implanted into the computer. Hey, what is this? Are you here to cause trouble? The staff member was about to stand up to stop him, but was pressed back down into his seat by Saijin Jair, who gestured for him to watch first. Ayong manipulated the keyboard. Although he wasn't an expert, he was still quite good compared to regular programmers. Done. Ayong tossed the licked clean popsicle stick into the trash can, standing up with a sense of relief, stretching his body after sitting for only 5 minutes. Impressive. Was this program made by Mr. ofthe? Saijin Jair praised, although he couldn't understand it. The things he had just seen looked really impressive. Of course, Mr. Bofiai is amazing. Ayong took out a brand new popsicle, tore open the wrapper, and naturally put it in his mouth, starting to negotiate terms. Mr. Bofiai should have mentioned that he will be responsible for maintaining most of the association's defense systems for a period of time, which means he hopes to get a position where he has a say. Saijin Jair was startled by this request. What does it mean? To take over this newly established organization? That request might be a bit excessive, right? If it's Mr. Bofiai's request. Saijin Jair searched his mind for how to respond since his authority was limited to recruiting heroes. Right, recruiting heroes. If Mr. Bofiai is willing, I can offer a hero position. Huh, what is that? Ayong was obviously not satisfied with this reward. Do you really want Mr. Bofiai to work extra for you? Is that really okay? Ayong sat back down in his chair, unsatisfied with Saijin Jair's terms. Don't misunderstand, Ayong, it's just a title. We can appoint Dr. Bofiai to the highest position of A-class first. After saying that, as if worried that the other might backtrack, Saijin Jair offered another condition. If we can get Mr. Bofiai's military support, we can provide even more benefits. Ayong was clearly persuaded. These professional terms had touched his knowledge blind spot. After all, this was a new industry. Something not learned from textbooks. All right, I'll go with your suggestion, but Mr. Bofiai probably won't participate in hero activities. Then, as if afraid the other might change his mind, Ayong got up and left. Hey, let me walk you out. Don't get lost. It's fine. Before Saijin Jair could finish speaking, Ayong had already closed the electric door of the control room and ran away. Team leader, is that kid really Dr. Bofiai's assistant? The technician who was pressed down asked, clearly knowing something. That's right. Have you heard of him? Of course. Saijin Jair sat down with interest, listening to the other's narration. At that moment, it seemed like going home after work wasn't that important anymore. Dr. Bofiai is the most famous mechanical expert in history, and his assistant is said to be a mechanical genius who always carries combat-specific armor. But that kid just now didn't seem to have anything. Now that you mention it, that does seem right. Saijin Jair scratched his head, but wasn't worried about being deceived. After all, the association's cameras had already recorded the other person's face. Perhaps it was some kind of micro device, but that's not important. Ding, 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 ding. The phone rang, and Saijin Jair signaled for the other to continue working while he went out to answer the call. Hello, this is Saijin Jair. Who is this? You still know how to answer the phone. A young girl's roar came from the phone, causing Saijin Jair to cover his ears, and it also reminded him of some important matters. No, baby, let me explain. 10 minutes. Hurry back before the birthday cake candles burn out. Beep. The call was ruthlessly hung up. Who knows what kind of torture a man would experience 20 minutes later? No one knew, and no one cared. Just like a hapless victim cornered by a monster in an alley. Except for Ayong, who happened to pass by. The association's cameras captured Ayong being drawn into the alley, followed closely by the blood and limbs of some monsters being sent flying. Ayong casually tidied himself up and walked out, looking harmless as ever. This scene was seen by no one except for the unfortunate person who had been saved. It was as if it had never happened. Ha, these fools. Being the A-class first must be a significant position. I wonder if Mr. Bofiai will give me a nice assistant badge. And so many days passed. Inside Bongu's dojo, during break time, the students gathered together, playing their exclusive game in groups. Rock, paper, scissors. Qin Feng once lost, and his head didn't know how many times it had been hit, while that defensive helmet hadn't been used even once. Ha 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 ha, Qin Feng, I didn't expect you to have today. The KCH-ing laughed loudly while holding an inflatable rubber hammer. He really enjoyed teasing this fellow thin and small junior brother, who wasn't as afraid of him as Cha Lanzi, which made their relationship quite close. Come on, Qin Feng was very unconvinced. His hair was already faintly giving off the smell of burning, but he stubbornly requested to fight again. Surrounded by several senior brothers watching, the chant that had been shouted dozens of times rang out once more. Rock, scissors, paper. Qin Feng's stone defeated Ku Chong's scissors. Just when he was about to celebrate the hard-earned victory, he saw Ku Chong sitting opposite him, already wearing a protective helmet. With a thud, after a nonchalant yet unyielding tap, the surrounding senior brothers, including Ku Chong, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Don't be discouraged, junior brother Qin Feng. You're already much stronger than Cha Lanzi. Everyone quieted down. An elderly voice rang out, not very loud, but the disciples quickly tidied up their things and gathered to sit down, with Bangu at the center. Today, everyone can have half a day's rest. The master has to go for some interview, free activity, or disband. Bangu waved his hand, and the disciples laughed and dispersed. While Qin Feng was pulled by Ku Chon to play, with no one noticing a disciple in the corner gritting his teeth. "Hey, Qin Feng, let's go eat ramen, it's on me." Ku Chon patted Qin Feng's shoulder heartily, having fully accepted this new junior brother. "All right, senior brother, after eating, shall we go fishing by the lake on the back mountain?" Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. "You kid, I didn't expect you to have this hobby." Qin Feng and Ku Chon, the two disciples responsible for guarding the dojo, successfully took a day off while old Master Bongu was away. Just now, Qin Feng also invited Hungry Wolf to hang out, but after searching the dojo, he couldn't find any trace of Hungry Wolf, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Ku Chon was unfazed by this, saying there was no need to worry about that guy. Such a big person wouldn't just get lost. Bang! The wooden door of Bongu's dojo was kicked in, and a tall man with his arm wrapped in bandages walked in, stepping on the freshly cleaned floor where Hungry Wolf had just wiped. "Hey, is this place closed? Where's that old man Bongu? Come out." His tone was extremely arrogant, and Hungry Wolf, who was about to head to the back mountain to practice, was drawn out. "Is there only a little brat here? Bongu's martial arts are indeed garbage." Ha ha ha. Hearing this person's insult towards his master, Hungry Wolf was already prepared to beat him up, but he didn't want to cause trouble and instead asked, "Hey, are you here to pay your respects or what? We don't recruit errand boys here. Just go back where you came from." Whether it was Hungry Wolf's words that provoked him or not, the guy smashed a wooden stake beside him with a punch, looking provocatively at Hungry Wolf. "I'm a fighting champion featured many times in the newspaper, nicknamed the Punching Demon. My fighting skills have reached the peak, but competitions are no longer satisfying for me. I want to challenge all martial arts schools, starting with that old man Bongu." Before he could finish his sentence, Hungry Wolf punched the Punching Demon squarely in the face, breaking his nose and causing blood to spurt out. "You're really noisy." The Punching Demon fell to the ground, his face filled with anger. "You little brat, don't get too proud too soon. When I get up, I'll make sure you can never come back here for the rest of your life." Hearing the threats, Hungry Wolf seemed confused. "What nonsense are you talking about? What will you do to make sure I can never come back?" Ha ha. The Punching Demon, enduring the pain, got back up, mocking Hungry Wolf's ignorance. "You're just a kid who hasn't even matured yet. Listen carefully. When someone comes to challenge a dojo, the one who gets defeated can never return to this place. Understand? Little brat?" After hearing the Punching Demon's words, Hungry Wolf pondered for a moment, but in that moment of distraction, he received a solid punch to the face. The Punching Demon struck a pose, ready to officially start the fight. "Little brat, you're really weak. You should naturally be knocked down by me." The Punching Demon, ha ha ha. Hungry Wolf staggered to steady himself and saw the other party's proud provocation, reminiscent of a certain face from his past, causing him to lose his composure. Unsurprisingly, in just 5 minutes, the Punching Demon's face had swollen up like a pig's head. Hungry Wolf gritted his teeth, grabbed the opponent's collar, and continued to punch down repeatedly. The poor Punching Demon had no idea which of his words had touched Hungry Wolf's nerve. When he got hit for the first time, he realized he was no match for Hungry Wolf and wanted to beg for mercy, but the pain left him speechless. Hungry Wolf confirmed that this guy was still unyielding, so he kept hitting until the opponent fainted and then tossed the already limp Punching Demon onto the floor. Hungry Wolf, feeling irritated, paced back and forth, ignoring the unconscious Punching Demon and returned to his room. So annoying. Hungry Wolf kept repeating this phrase. His original plan to practice martial arts on the back mountain had to be postponed because of an unwise guy coming to challenge the dojo, which left him in a very bad mood. He sat there dazed, staring at the floor, and remained seated all afternoon, until a voice from outside broke the silence. "My God, have we been robbed?" Qin Feng placed a full basket of fish on the cabinet, looking at the mess in the dojo. "Look, there's a strange person over there. A pig-headed monster." The bitter insect protected Qin Feng behind him, assuming the starting posture of the flowing rock-shattering fist. Qin Feng stuck his head out to take a look and quickly realized that it wasn't some strange person, but rather a guy who looked oddly dressed and had a terrible hairstyle, getting beaten up to a pulp. "Senior brother, you really should get a pair of glasses." Qin Feng lifted the half-buried wooden stump that had fallen to the ground. Where did brother Hungry Wolf go? What's going on with this guy? Qin Feng shouted a couple of times, feeling that the Hungry Wolf should be in the dojo. With a crash, the wooden door was pulled open, and the Hungry Wolf walked into the hall, trying to appear calm, only to see Ku Chon and Qin Feng just returning. "It's nothing, just a guy with a really bad attitude who came to challenge us. He started cursing as soon as he walked in, so I just gave him a little lesson." Listening to the Hungry Wolf's nonchalant description, and then looking at the guy on the ground who had been beaten to a pulp, Qin Feng realized that his strange senior brother was indeed unfathomable. Fortunately, he hadn't spoken ill of him. Otherwise, if one day this guy suddenly went crazy and beat up all the students in the dojo, he definitely wouldn't spare him. Soon, Qin Feng found his thoughts amusing. How could senior brother Hungry Wolf possibly do that? That despicable guy. Ku Chong expressed his anger by kicking the already unconscious boxing demon, venting his dissatisfaction. Knowing full well that this was Master Bongu's dojo, he still dared to come and challenge them, clearly not taking Master Bongu seriously. He should be punished. The Hungry Wolf looked disdainfully at Ku Chong and casually left a sentence before returning to his room. You guys clean up? I just exhausted myself beating this guy up. With that, he closed the door. Senior brother, we should call an ambulance first. I think this guy won't last much longer. Qin Feng tried his best to hold back Ku Chong. Although every kick landed on non-vital areas, each strike, powerful and forceful, felt life-threatening to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, go ahead and shout. I'm going outside to set up the barbecue grill. With that, Ku Chong went to the storage room to find something. After sending off the irritable medical staff, it was getting late. The sun had quietly hidden away, leaving just a little light and warmth for the world. However, Qin Feng, who had lit the bonfire, didn't care about that. He was busy placing the marinated fish on the grill, while Ku Chong was also working hard nearby. Master Bongu, just a few more minutes, and we can eat. Qin Feng was cooking while glancing at the smiling old Master Bongu, who seemed to be reminiscing about something. Or perhaps he was in a good mood, because the recent interview had gone well. By the way, Master, this afternoon, a reckless guy came to challenge us, and we gave him a good lesson. Ku Chong was excitedly waving his fists in the air. Don't be too impatient. It's common for young people to have the idea of challenging. A slight punishment is enough. Has he realized his mistakes now? Bongu sat in his chair, watching his two busy disciples, feeling more relaxed than ever. He sipped his tea and enjoyed the evening breeze, reflecting on his life without any apparent regrets. What a pity. I'm already old. Of course, Master, that guy's already been sent to the emergency room. The tea that had just entered Bongu's mouth was sprayed out. He had mentioned many times before that if someone challenged while he wasn't there, they should either wait for his return or keep it under control, never causing harm. Forget it. No matter who did it, let us not make it a precedent. Shaking off the tea that splashed onto his clothes, Bongu shook his head and went back inside to change, thinking to himself how fiery the younger generation was nowadays. This scene was observed by the lone Hungry Wolf sitting on a distant peak. He didn't understand why someone like Qin Feng existed in this world, especially since he had treated him so unfairly. Yet Qin Feng always thought of him. This resulted in the entire dojo, except for Bongu, having been beaten up by Hungry Wolf, with only Qin Feng remaining unscathed. What a loser. Someone like him is bound to be bullied. Hungry Wolf turned his head away, no longer looking at the bothersome figure. His thoughts remained unchanged. He wanted to grow stronger and overturn certain things he wished to change. A punch struck the cliff wall, creating a concave impression centered around his fist, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. Some stones dislodged from above fell at his feet. Whether it was from pain or hunger, this ambitious young man jumped up and quickly leaped to the location of the campfire, using the footholds he had scouted from various peaks. Oh, brother Hungry Wolf, you startled me. Qin Feng, who was fiddling with several iron skewers, was taken aback by Hungry Wolf's sudden arrival. Noticing that he didn't seem to be in a good mood. What are you looking at? When is dinner? Hungry Wolf asked, sounding quite impatient. Don't rush. The charcoal grill part will be ready soon. As he spoke, Qin Feng skewered some fish and placed them by the campfire. By the way, brother Hungry Wolf, where did you just go? I looked for you for a long time, but couldn't find you in your room. Qin Feng smiled and struck up a conversation with the Hungry Wolf, hoping to find some common topics. What's it to you? Mind your own business. Cough, cough, cough. Bangu popped out from behind the Hungry Wolf, wearing a shirt identical to the one he had on before. Seeing Bangu come out, the Hungry Wolf didn't say much and obediently sat down on the side. Oh, it smells great, but your skills are still a bit lacking compared to mine. Bangu leaned closer to the grill, where Ku Chong was applying sauce. Seeing Bangu approach, he directly handed over a freshly grilled fish. Master Bangu, you could do this too? I never heard you mention it before. Haha, of course. The last time we discussed this topic was when I was young. Ever since I founded the sect, I haven't had time for nonsense. The old man, who was over 50, was eating while excitedly recounting his youthful experiences. The Hungry Wolf and Ku Chong had heard these stories many times before, so they weren't interested, but Qin Feng thought these stories were like legends. By the way, my interview this afternoon, if you can call it that, was quite successful. Qin Feng was very excited to hear this good news, as it meant that his master was now a hero. They asked me a lot of questions, all jumbled up and conducted many tests, but my eyesight isn't great, so I couldn't see that so-called questionnaire at all. Bangu complained about the incompleteness of the Hero Association's scoring mechanism, but he didn't take it to heart because his master could now be considered a hero as well, although he was only ranked 77th in B class. However, his influence had grown, and more people might hear the name-flowing, rock-shattering fist. All those years of effort didn't go to waste. Qin Feng took down the fish that had been grilled a bit too much by the bonfire. While eating, he genuinely felt happy for Bangu. The hungry wolf, sitting a bit farther away, was suppressing the anger within him. That old man actually went to be some damn hero, he cursed in his heart. After finishing the 6th grilled fish, the hungry wolf silently returned to his room without greeting anyone. Qin Feng naturally saw this scene, but he did not ask Bangu about the reason. Perhaps there were some unspeakable contradictions or secrets. Knowing too much might be counterproductive. Finally, it's over. I was almost starving. Inside the Hero Association's gymnasium, the last batch of test-prepared heroes was sent out. Some looked confident, while others seemed soulless. The happiest were the staff responsible for recording and security. They hadn't eaten a bite since 7 in the morning, and a massive number of testers overwhelmed them. The flow of thousands of people stretched endlessly from morning till night, while several high-ranking officials of the association chatted happily on the second-floor railing. To them, this represented the flourishing of the Hero Association, with so many people willing to contribute to the world. Everyone was happy, except for Shichi, who stood at the back. While most people were blinded by the sheer number, he noticed that the number of test participants reached a staggering 4,001, yet the number who passed was pitifully small. Were these guys really summoned to maintain peace? Shichi turned and left, not joining the others for a meal at the largest restaurant in the city, but instead finding a small diner where he ate conveyor belt sushi while looking at the spreadsheet on his phone. C grade, 365, B grade, 81, A grade, a mere 19. It seems that the construction of branches is imperative. Shichi ate heartily. What others saw as leisure, he considered a waste of time. He needed to invest his time and energy into more meaningful endeavors. The Hero Association? Interesting. A man sitting across from Shichi held a flyer that defined the levels of monster disasters. Wolf level, poses a threat to human safety. Tiger level, poses a serious threat to multiple lives. Ghost level, can destroy a city or incapacitate it. Dragon level, can cause destruction to multiple cities simultaneously. God level, leads to human extinction. The man, chewing on a toothpick, was dressed like a samurai and wore an expression of arrogance. The 2 samurai swords hanging at his waist indicated that he was no ordinary person. Master, I heard rumors that the senior Bangu has also joined the Hero Association. A young man in armor, sitting next to him, reverently served dishes to the samurai-dressed man, sharing his information. This person was named Kai, the famous samurai Shinkei's eldest disciple. And Shinkei's was the man sitting in front of him. It seems this new organization is quite good, even catching the interest of that old guy Bangu. Shinkei smiled and placed a flyer on the table for his 3 disciples to see. However, this place holds tests only once every 45 days. I have no interest in waiting. Though he said that, Shinkei still wanted to go, not for any other reason, but to meet more powerful individuals. He hoped to spar with those strong guys. Even if he suffered a crushing defeat, it could serve as motivation for his training. Master, are you really planning to join this Hero Association? Shinkei glanced at his second disciple, named Kemaitashi, who always dressed in an ambiguous manner. Out of respect for privacy, he had never asked about Kemaitashi's specific gender. What do you think, Kemaitashi? You have taught us before that as a qualified samurai, our main task is to train, and any factors that might interfere with that should be eliminated. That's right, I did say that. Shinkei raised his cup and downed his 135th drink, then explained his previous statement. Training cannot be limited to swordsmanship alone. Becoming a hero will surely allow one to encounter more powerful enemies or heroes. The experience gained from real battles and sparring is often more valuable than painstakingly practicing swordsmanship. Excuse me, are you Mr. Shinkei? Shinkei, who was chatting with his disciples, was interrupted and felt somewhat displeased. He turned around to see a middle-aged man standing 2 meters behind him. That's me. What can I do for you? Although the man interrupted his mood, Shinkei did not confront him out of courtesy to ordinary people. Let me introduce myself. I'm Shichi, one of the high-ranking members of the Hero Association, currently responsible for recruiting individuals with potential through personal conversations. When Shichi first entered the diner, he was worried about the extremely low number of professional heroes. If they were to be distributed across 26 cities, it would make things even more challenging. Especially powerful heroes could significantly enhance the average combat strength of heroes. So, you can open a back door for me, right? Seeing that the man was there to help him, Shinkei softened his previously fierce tone. If you have time, you can come to the headquarters of the Hero Association this Friday at 1 p.m., and I will be waiting for you. Shichi handed over his business card, and after the man took it, he hurriedly left, even secretly settling the bill with the owner before he departed. Master, you are right. To follow in your footsteps, we also want to become professional heroes. Kai looked very excited. Recently, he had encountered an attack from a monster, and the physical strength of such beings far exceeded that of humans. This challenging experience made him feel that his rate of progress was accelerating. Then it settled. Shinkei's downed the 136th cup of drink that his disciple poured for him, his face slightly reddening. After leaving the diner and casually slicing through a monster on the roadside, he and his 3 disciples vanished into the dark streets of City A. You really came. I couldn't wait to register your name. Shichi waited outside the headquarters of the Hero Association for a long time before seeing the well-known samurai arrive with his disciples. Shichi quickly stepped forward to greet Shinkei's. Why are you alone? Is the Hero Association not functioning anymore? Shinkei's looked around. The entrance to the Hero Association was at least 10 meters high. From a distance, Shichi's solitary figure appeared somewhat desolate. I'm quite ashamed. Strictly speaking, today is the day for high-level meetings. However, compared to attending those boring meetings, welcoming you, Mr. Shinkei's, is far more necessary for me. Ha ha ha, Shichi, you are too polite. Did you see that, Kai? This is how to treat guests. Understood, Master. Kai and the other 2 disciples nodded repeatedly, fully agreeing with their master's every word and action, as their master had taught them everything he knew. Passing through the brightly lit corridor, Shinkei's curiously looked left and right, as he wasn't very familiar with high-tech gadgets. Mr. Shinkei's, my office is just ahead. It might be a bit messy, but I hope you don't mind. Shichi opened the office door and directed the guard beside him to move a few chairs over. He himself sifted through the mountain of documents on the desk and found several membership application forms. I believe in your capabilities, but the association's rules are as such. You will start as C-class heroes. However, don't worry. Every heroic activity you undertake can improve your ranking, and the higher your rank, the better your treatment will be. Hakai took the 4 application forms and respectfully presented them to Shinkei's with both hands. You certainly have a lot of power, Shichi. Taking the pen handed to him by the nearby Kamaitashi, Shinkei's signed the application form without hesitation. I thought it would be a hassle to sign up to become a hero directly. You worry too much. Shichi handed over several communication devices specially equipped for heroes. Keep this. Each hero will have a convenient communication device. Although this one is not very advanced yet, it will be improved in the future. After handing over several black devices that looked neither like phones nor walkie-talkies, Shichi directly submitted the completed application forms to the staff beside him, urging them to register quickly, leaving no room for Shinkei's and his disciples to back out. Furthermore, after discussions within the association, every professional hero joining the association must have their own unique hero title, which will be assessed based on the hero's appearance, attire, personality, and combat style. Oh, really? I'm looking forward to it. Shinkei's took a sip of the tea Kamaitashi handed him and couldn't help but be amazed by the luxury of the Hero Association. However, let me make it clear. I'm not here to work for you, so don't expect me to follow your orders. Shinkei's joked as he stood up, intending to take a stroll around the association headquarters. Naturally, our association has never been profit-driven. Shichi quickly walked a few steps to open the office door, gave a few instructions to the guards, and then, under the pretext of going to a meeting, took the elevator to leave. Finding himself bored, Shinkei's began to wander around the Hero Association with the company of a few guards. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Hero Association headquarters, everyone, I'm really sorry for being late. Shichi pushed the door open, his face still smiling, but in contrast, the smiles of the higher-ups in the conference room were even more radiant. As expected of Mr. Shichi, casually recruiting the famous warrior Shinkei's from a list. An old man with hair connected to his beard exclaimed in admiration. Sit down, Shichi. We are looking for suitable names for the heroes we recruited last time. Shichi sat down at the empty spot by the round table, and the 3D projector in the center of the conference room displayed a photo of a person who looked like a sumo wrestler. After the recent voting, this B-class hero ranked 76 will be named Heavy Tank Diaper. All right, next. The projection changed, and the photo of Bongu appeared. This hero's name cannot be taken lightly. It concerns the Hero Association's reputation in the martial arts world. Makai looked at the documents in his hands with great interest and was quite satisfied with the contents. B-class ranked 77, Bongu. He has many suggested names, but the most popular online is Silver Fong, which has no other meaning. That's it, just this one. Very good, I agree. Several people in the conference room raised their hands to express their agreement, and Shichi sighed as he looked at them, feeling that he still couldn't integrate into their group. In the forest on the outskirts of City Z, a catastrophe was unfolding. A man floated in the air, and 100 meters ahead of him, a purple centipede with a human face was being beaten badly, its purple shell cracking apart. This giant centipede, whose tail was not visible at a glance, had a massive head almost larger than the houses in the city. In the depths of the distant forest, the undulating body of the centipede could be seen, and the ground was overturned by the aftermath of the battle, exposing the rocks beneath the surface. The man's name was Explosion, which could hardly be considered a name, and this mysterious figure seemed to be from another world, as his unmatched power and moves resembled superpowers. Ugh! As a retching sound emerged, the centipede's shell began to close, and its human face looked lifeless. Keeping his distance from the strange insect, Explosion soon realized that things were far from over. And indeed, they were. From the air above that human face, another face emerged, and the centipede seemed to have grown larger. To be able to injure me to this extent, you should consider yourself fortunate. The face spoke human words, and its deep-set eyes seemed to have already seen through the outcome of this battle. A mere little bug dares to call itself an elder. Floating in the air, Explosion gathered energy in his hands, and a powerful-looking energy ball appeared. He seemed to teleport, reaching the giant centipede's head in the blink of an eye. The centipede elder, just reborn, hadn't reacted before being struck on the head by what the opponent called a gravity fist. The newly grown shell of the centipede elder shattered once more. But the damage from this punch was not fatal. It quickly returned to its state before rebirth. What a nuisance. This time, I won't give you a chance to revive. Saying this, Explosion gathered energy between his hands again, determined to eliminate this disgusting creature in one go. But how could the centipede elder wait for death? It knew that even if it revived again, it would never be a match for this human. Eat my 100 feet, great chaos. While shouting, the centipede elder directly rammed its head into the ground, while Explosion, who was above it, once again seemed to teleport, moving 100 meters away. Watching the strange bug burrow into the earth, Explosion had no time to stop it and hurriedly left. After these two terrifyingly powerful beings departed, the entire forest fell silent, as if nothing had happened, leaving only the ravaged earth to bear witness to their passing. At the dojo, on the distant high mountain from the scene of the incident, incredible, something big has happened in the north. The elderly Bangu should now be called Silver Feng, was teaching when the commotion from the northern forest was too great. He went to the mountain gate to check and saw a centipede that resembled a giant statue wreaking havoc, seemingly in a duel with something. Silver Feng assessed the size difference between himself and the centipede. If this thing were in front of him, he had no confidence in surviving. Wow, what is that thing? Qin Feng ran outside to the courtyard, and many disciples followed him out to see this rare scene of excitement. Oh my, Master Bangu, this is terrifying. It's simply a disaster. Master Bangu is now a hero, but heroes need to deal with this thing. It's just too dangerous. Listening to the chatter of the disciples behind him, Silver Feng couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. As a martial artist who had spent his entire life studying martial arts, Silver Feng was confident that he could hold his own against anyone, even humanoid monsters. Though not referring to Qin Feng, could it be that my first heroic act is to deal with this creature? Martial arts, after all, is about using techniques to counter an opponent's moves, and a skilled martial artist can often defeat a stronger opponent. However, against a creature with more legs than I have hair, Silver Feng really didn't dare to take the risk. But he had no choice. Whether out of responsibility or his own conscience, he couldn't allow this centipede monster to damage buildings or harm residents. Everyone go hide if I don't come back. Bangu said the first half of his sentence, and the disciples all rushed back, trying to persuade Qin Feng, but he was pulled away by Ku Chong, causing everyone to miss the second half of Silver Feng's words. Even he himself didn't hear it, as the sounds of fighting in the distance drowned out Silver Feng's faint voice. Ding-ling-ling-ling-ling. The communicator issued by the Hero Association rang, and Silver Feng fumbled with it for a while before figuring out how to use this new gadget. After connecting the call, he heard the urgent voice of the operator. This is Bangu Yu. Silver Feng, can you confront the centipede-type monster in your area? At this, both sides fell silent, one thinking the other was joking, and the other believing the first was unwilling to accept the task. If you could temporarily hold this monster off, we could request military intervention, and then... No need. Bangu interrupted the operator before he could finish. What? You mean you can handle it yourself? The operator and Saiji and Jai beside him were both excited. If Silver Fang could single-handedly deal with this newly classified dragon-level disaster, it would be no exaggeration to promote him to A rank immediately. No, that thing has already escaped. That's right. The Centipede Elder used his ultimate technique, Hundred-Legged Sea Riot. Although it was very destructive, escaping was more appropriate. The Centipede Elder burrowed underground, as if the earth were eating noodles, his 1,000-meter-long body whipping around, following its previous trajectory and completely entering the ground. What? Saijin Jair, far away in City A, was startled and quickly used the program implanted by Yong to pull up the nearest camera to the disaster site. In his view, a man in armor burst in, and the staff present recorded his appearance. Saijin Jair immediately vowed to find this man. Should I call you Commander, sir? Silver Fang's voice broke the silence in the control room where the vow was just made. No, Mr. Silver Fang, we're just colleagues. After a week of peaceful days, Qin Feng had developed good relations with most of the people in the dojo. These burly senior brothers were not as hard to get along with as he had imagined. On the contrary, they were quite talkative. Especially Ku Chong, who had a face that looked like he was not a good person, was actually very attentive to those around him. He helped Qin Feng adjust his belt countless times, indirectly avoiding just as many scoldings. In Qin Feng's eyes, this place was truly wonderful, many times better than his previous old, broken, and small residential area. Moreover, the annoying headaches and terrifying nightmares had not recurred since he was awakened by the hungry wolf last time. Everything seemed so beautiful. Just as Qin Feng was planning to enjoy his retirement here, an unexpected event occurred. It was the afternoon when Silver Fang received a call informing him that he needed to personally deal with the monster riot in the neighboring city. The disciples were practicing martial arts movements as instructed by their master, and just when Qin Feng was quietly discussing with Ku Chong what their master would bring back, the hungry wolf standing next to Ku Chong suddenly stopped moving. He stood still, his gaze becoming fierce, as if he were a completely different person. I've had enough. The hungry wolf stared at the dazed Ku Chong and said calmly, "There is nothing left for me to learn here. Let us go into real combat." With that, he punched Ku Chong in the face, knocking him unconscious. The surrounding disciples saw someone revolting and were about to step forward to stop him. But the hungry wolf's body was like a fighting machine, quickly knocking down the few disciples who were closest and then swiftly searching for his next target. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng momentarily lost the ability to think. Instinctively, he wanted to persuade the hungry wolf not to do this, but his intuition told him to run away quickly. Qin Feng didn't think much. He turned and ran. Those senior brothers who were stronger than him were no match for the hungry wolf, and he was even less capable. Qin Feng. The voice of the hungry wolf echoed. Qin Feng felt himself being lifted from behind, and he immediately shrugged and waved his hands, trying to break free. But the hungry wolf didn't give him a chance. A knife hand strike landed on the scales on Qin Feng's shoulder, and he lost consciousness almost instantly. The hungry wolf casually tossed Qin Feng aside, shook off the blood on his body, and glanced back at the brothers and sisters he had spent time with, as if he had no feelings at all, before walking away to the Silver Fang's bedroom. "Old man, let me see what treasures you have left." Like a hungry wolf, he charged and covered in blood, skillfully moved the bookshelf, and took out several scrolls from the hidden compartment. He greedily read the contents, as if he could learn just by reading it once. However, just after reading it once, a sound of footsteps approached as the hungry wolf was about to read it a second time. He turned around warily, and Silver Fang stood at the door of the room, looking at him with disappointment. Hungry wolf. So this day has finally come? Silver Fang seemed to know in advance, but still tried to save the hungry wolf. "You old man, stop meddling in my affairs." The hungry wolf roared, launching an attack at Silver Fang with his most familiar flowing rock-shattering fist. In just 5 seconds, the hungry wolf was inexplicably sent flying, crashing through the window and hitting a tree outside. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the hungry wolf pushed himself up with his elbow on the ground, feeling as if the blood in his body was about to explode, causing a sharp pain. Everything in front of him was blurry. He couldn't lift his head and could only see the pair of shoes his master often wore, just a meter away from him. "From today on, you are no longer my disciple. Go as far as you can and do not return." The hungry wolf lost consciousness just like that. When he woke up again, the sunset shone on his face, making his slightly swollen cheek feel numb. He was all alone, with only the ancient tree that had grown up with him. The impact from crashing into the tree hadn't even caused it to drop a single leaf. He struggled to get up and headed towards the mountain gate. After just a few steps, the hungry wolf turned back again, staring at the seat where his master often sat, his eyes filled with hatred. Whenever the hungry wolf was alone, he could feel his difference from others. The values of the people around him seemed to clash with his own. At those times, Qin Feng would come and talk to him. Although the hungry wolf didn't particularly like this talkative junior brother, and they had only known each other for less than a month, the hungry wolf could sense that the other possessed something he had always longed to see. However, this time, the hungry wolf could only leave alone because, according to the rules, the disciples of the dojo who accepted the hungry wolf's challenge and were defeated would forever be barred from entering the dojo and could no longer call themselves disciples or students of Bangu. After Qin Feng was knocked unconscious by a chop to the neck, he suddenly felt his brain disconnect. When he opened his eyes again, what greeted him was a white ceiling and soft yellow lights. Am I dead? His lips were chapped, and he couldn't even turn his head. He could clearly feel the swelling on the left side of his neck, where he had been struck by the hungry wolf. Soon, the sound of a respirator reached Qin Feng's ears, and with the return of bodily sensations, he realized he was still alive. Oh, master, Qin Feng is awake. Don't call me master. I no longer have disciples like you. The voice of Bangu entered Qin Feng's ears. He endured the pain and tried to sit up, but a pair of hands pressed him back down. You guy, don't be so strong-willed. The fierce face of Ku Chong entered Qin Feng's line of sight, and seeing Qin Feng's pained expression made Ku Chong laugh out loud. All right, since you're all awake, I'll take my leave. Qin Feng became excited upon hearing Bangu's words. Master. Master. All right, Qin Feng, just lie down obediently. You need to rest well. Cough, cough, cough. Honestly, you can't even take care of yourself like this. They reached out to adjust the mask on Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng felt that some sensation had returned to his body, but immediately followed by a numbing pain. What happened to me? Qin Feng shouted as loudly as he could to prevent the people around him from not hearing, but the bug seemed very angry, punching the cabinet next to him, seemingly hitting an injury and immediately retracting. That guy had always been hiding his true nature, sharpening his claws. Saying this, Bug once again slammed his fist on the cabinet. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have had to leave the dojo, damn it. When Qin Feng heard this, he recalled the situation at that time. The hungry wolf suddenly attacked during practice, knocking down several powerful senior brothers around him, including the relatively strong bitter bug, who was left powerless to fight back. The scene of fists hitting flesh filled Qin Feng with fear, although he still felt he was lacking compared to his master. What? Bitterbug was still immersed in anger, and the other senior brothers in the hospital room didn't pay attention to Qin Feng's voice. The lack of response only deepened his confusion. Why? Senior Hungry Wolf seemed to just be a bit reclusive. Why did he attack his fellow disciples whom he interacted with every day? The pain and fatigue in his body soon made Qin Feng fall asleep again, but this time, there were no terrifying nightmares to torment him. Perhaps this would help him recover quickly. In an underground cyborg research facility, a long-nosed doctor wearing a mushroom-like big hat was operating a control panel, saving a cyborg that had been smashed to pieces on the platform. A cyborg is essentially a human with certain parts replaced by machines to enhance the combat power and other abilities of a modified individual. Conversely, the higher the degree of modification, the greater the probability of physical discomfort and the likelihood of death. The cyborg lying on the control panel, having undergone many modifications, could no longer be considered human, as everything about him, including body hair, had been replaced by technological products except for his mind. After completing the welding of the last limb, all that was needed was a simple energy charge. The moment the interface was plugged in, the eyes of this terrifyingly modified cyborg suddenly lit up. Yellow pupils with black sclera. No, black. It doesn't matter, everyone is used to calling it the white of the eye. In short, the cyborg's eyes lit up, and the doctor nearby, tidying up his tools, noticed that the other party had come back to life. Genos, you're awake. Dr. Casino, did I lose again? The cyborg Genos looked very dejected, feeling weak enough to need others to save him, and not just once. Just a year ago, when Genos was only 15, he was still a real human who had not undergone modifications, living a relatively happy life with his family in this resource-scarce world. But an unidentified cyborg attacked the town where Genos lived, seemingly having lost control due to a failed modification. That guy destroyed everything. Parks, schools, buildings, including Genos' home. And even his family could not escape the disaster. Only Genos survived. He fainted in the ruins and was rescued by Dr. Casino, who was pursuing the out-of-control cyborg. Genos requested the doctor to help him modify his body and promised Dr. Casino that one day he would destroy that rampaging cyborg. In summary, it was about getting stronger and seeking revenge. However, the continuous failures left Genos very disappointed. And worse, the cyborg's body couldn't even cry. He felt useless. That centipede monster defeated him with just a swipe of its leg, scattering Genos' mechanical body. Don't be too disappointed, Genos. Doctor. Casino took out a large container from the sterilizer, which looked like a chemical solvent container. You are still very young, and the road ahead is long. Don't deny yourself because of setbacks. Dr. Casino seemed to see through Genos' heart, comforting him to think positively. He then skillfully took out a pack of instant noodles from the cabinet, put it in the container, added water, and placed it on the heater to cook. Doctor, I want to become stronger. I must defeat that monster. Genos, being in his rebellious youth, could not listen to Dr. Casino's earnest advice. He only wanted to grow stronger and seek revenge. Sigh. Dr. Casino said no more. He sat down in a chair, and like many unorthodox doctors, began eating the freshly cooked instant noodles. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. That monster had already been dealt with by the reinforcements sent over. Listening to Dr. Casino's nonchalant words, Genos had a look of disbelief on his face. However, due to being a cyborg, he didn't suffer any reaction that would cause the charging lines on his body to break due to surprise. Impossible. How could there be such a person in the world? Really? Do you want me to show you the footage from that time? No need. Genos decisively refused Dr. Casino's request. He truly did not want to believe it, but he no longer argued. Doctor, is the armor on my arm new equipment? Genos noticed that something had been added to his body and guessed it might be a new device developed by the doctor. Yes, it's new equipment. But this cannon is very powerful, so be sure to avoid the public when using it. As Genos listened to Dr. Casino's warnings, all that remained in his mind was very powerful. He couldn't absorb the rest. This rebellious teenager always had a fearless attitude. Even if he happened to encounter a monster he couldn't possibly defeat, he would recklessly charge in, even when he could escape unscathed. Unsurprisingly, Genos' every near-total failure was due to this reason. Dr. Casino had advised Genos many times. Although Genos deeply respected him, it didn't stop him from ignoring the advice. The relationship between these two was more like that of the hungry wolf and Silver Fong, except that Genos didn't have such great ambitions. After finishing the instant noodles, Dr. Casino saw that Genos' energy was fully replenished. Genos unplugged all the interfaces and calculated his current data in his electronic brain. There are already new clues. Dr. Casino suddenly said, and Genos didn't react in time. Oh, what? The rampaging cyborg should belong to an underground organization. Dr. Casino paused, looking at Genos' expectant eyes, and sighed. But this information is almost useless. Q City, a construction site, has been designated as a large piece of land belonging to the Hero Association, where many high-end machines are automatically building the framework for the association's branch. These metallic building materials are sponsored by Dr. Bofiai. No, he should now be called Metal Knight, who has invested a significant amount of money to demonstrate his loyalty to the Hero Association by promoting its construction. Recently, the large disaster in Z City and the appearance of the Centipede Elder piqued Metal Knight's interest. After discovering the existence of the Centipede Elder through his satellite surveillance, even though someone had already engaged in battle with the Centipede Elder and was gaining the upper hand, Metal Knight activated his combat robots and set off for Z City. After all, his goal was not to fight, but to obtain some samples from the Centipede Elder. The satellite footage analysis showed that human artillery was ineffective, as evidenced by that reckless cyborg. Metal Knight was very dissatisfied with not having gotten a single hair from the Centipede Elder. He inquired with the officials of the Hero Association about which hero had driven away the Centipede Elder, but the association could not respond. They too were puzzled as to how that man floating in the air could simply disappear. Metal Knight was very unhappy about this. To ensure that he could arrive first whenever monsters appeared in any city, he chose a legitimate means, helping the Hero Association expand by establishing a branch in every city. After all, he was personally in charge of the design of the association's branches, so hiding some robots in an inconspicuous location was not unreasonable. Hey, why is there a dog over there? Quickly take it away. It will be bad if it trespasses onto the construction site. Several association staff members noticed a large white dog of an indeterminate breed about 10 meters away from the construction site, seemingly astray, but it showed no signs of suffering. The staff members couldn't help but marvel at Q City's kindness towards stray animals. TSK. Two staff members in black suits approached to pet the dog, but when the dog looked up, they were both startled and took a step back. Hey, monster. The dog raised its head, revealing a human face instead of a tongue-lolling canine, as the staff had expected. Hey, don't be so surprised. This is the guardian of Q City, and it's on Mr. Shichi's list. One colleague explained the identity of the dog and mocked the ignorance of the other. Who are you? Did you bring those noisy machines? The human-faced dog, which had a rather scruffy appearance, began to speak in a flat tone. That's right. We are from the Hero Association, here to establish a branch. The man said, pointing to the building that was starting to take shape behind him. What is a hero association? A place where heroes gather? Of course. We will recruit enough heroes to ensure the safety of civilians. Upon hearing this, the dog's eyes lit up. This was exactly what it had been doing all along. In fact, it had always been very diligent. Since the existence of this dog hero, Q City had suffered almost no significant losses due to monster attacks. To thank the dog hero for its contributions, or rather to keep it around, the officials, although the means were unnecessary, decided to invest a large sum of money to build a police dog square near the city center of Q City, and even prepared a stone lookout tower. Every resident of Q City had seen the dog hero. When there were no monsters, it would lie on top of the tower, allowing people to take pictures, feed, and even pet it. Do you want to become a hero, dog hero? If you agree, your hero name can remain the same, and the association will provide you with unique hero treatment. And before the statement was completed, the dog hero wagged its tail, looking eager. Of course. Do I need to sign a contract? Seeing that they didn't even need to use many words to reduce Mr. Shichi's list by one more name, the staff felt a surge of joy. Their job's value would greatly increase in the near future. Ahem, of course you need to. But since the branch in Q City has not yet been built, we will skip unnecessary steps. This afternoon, our superior will wait for you here. Okay, I will come find you. After the dog hero finished speaking, it quickly ran away. Is this really a human? Why is it walking on 4 legs? One staff member complained to a colleague while practicing with the communicator. The dog hero, who spoke human language and had a human face, clearly looked like a person in a dog costume. However, when it ran, it was faster than a real dog and was still walking on all 4s. You and T know this, would you? That dog hero has a story that many people have passed down. Is that so? Was it not like this since birth? The staff member waved his hand, denying the other's thought, and then began to recount the origin of the dog hero. To be continued on the next page. 20 years ago, on a certain night, Q City was still a very underdeveloped city. It had a large population, but very few people could guarantee they would not go hungry each day. Coupled with the rampant monsters, this underdeveloped city had to rely on support from other cities to survive. On an otherwise unremarkable night, a theater troupe on a world tour passed through Q City. The troupe leader saw that the people here had no interest in watching the performance and were not inclined to stay. He ordered everyone to pack up their things and continue on their way. However, a few boys secretly snuck into the theater, feeling smug that they had evaded the ticket check and could watch the performance for free, unaware that it was entirely unnecessary as the troupe performed free of charge. When the leader finally saw that there were audience members, he happily ordered the actors to continue performing. The boys watched everything in the play, filled with happiness and joy, which was visibly abundant. The smiles of the actors infected these young viewers. Some cried while others laughed, but one boy remained dazed, silently thinking to himself that he must join them so he could help more people find happiness. In fact, he did exactly that. After half an hour, when the performance ended, he made an excuse to separate from his companions and secretly snuck into the dressing room of the theater troupe. However, the actors and the leader had gone to eat, and no one noticed the little boy who had snuck in. After all, who would be foolish enough to steal from a theater troupe that performed voluntarily? Those worthless costumes and props can be easily bought in large quantities. It was just like that until the little boy couldn't wait any longer. He hurriedly put on the dog costume nearby and began to sing and dance like the actors. He felt an unprecedented joy, so much so that he forgot the time. Perhaps due to years of hunger, many children in Q City have hypersomnia, and he was no exception. He collapsed straight onto the pile of props in the costume room. The soft costumes and props felt like a bed, and this boy who had sneaked and fell asleep just like that. He had a long dream filled with all sorts of chaotic things, where a faceless figure spoke about something like the soul, which scared him. However, the figure soon disappeared, and in the dream, the boy, wearing the dog costume, was with his family, just like the actors in a play. He was so happy that he didn't even notice the dog costume starting to fit snugly against his body. He was too busy running, jumping, and playing with friends, visiting many places he had heard of before. He didn't know how long it had been, but before the caravan set off, the leader found this boy in the costume room. The boy was pulled up from his drowsy state, and the big-bearded leader was heartbroken. He thought the boy had been frozen by the winter wind and snow, which led him to accidentally sneak into the caravan. The kind-hearted, big-bearded leader did not hang the boy up and whip him like the leaders in dark fairy tales. He ordered his assistant to wait until dawn to set off. Thus, the boy missed his last chance to take off the costume. Early the next morning, the cold wind blew through the gaps in the wooden planks, waking the boy from the cold. He instinctively scratched his neck with his hind leg. But when he realized what was happening, he was startled and fell off the bed. In the shocked gaze of the big bearded leader, he frantically clawed at the collar near his face. Unfortunately, just like the fur, the boy did not feel the smoothness of the clothes being removed. Instead, he felt the pain of flesh being torn. The frightened boy didn't pay attention to the leader's inquiry, burst through the wooden door, and ran outside, quickly running on the snowy ground, heading in the direction of what he remembered as home. But it seemed that overnight, his mind had become insufficient. Wandering in the snow for a long time, he didn't know which way to go or how to face his family. On the snow-covered ground, the boy's white fur almost blended in with the snow, and the passers-by around him didn't notice that this being treated as a dog was actually a human. The boy looked back, and the performance caravan had already left. A wave of disappointment rose from his heart. He was unclear about what to do, as it seemed like he had forgotten many things from before. His tail drooped, and his mood sank, as if he had truly become a dog abandoned by its owner. However, his attention was soon caught by a strange person destroying houses in the distance. Listening to the strange person's roar and the shouts of passers-by, a surge of impulse welled up within the boy. He believed he had reached this point because of these strange people. He ran over skillfully on all fours, like a cannonball, crashing into the strange person, and with a few swipes of his not-so-sharp claws, he tore the strange person apart. Hearing the cheers of the surrounding bystanders, he felt very satisfied, as if this was what he wanted. From then on, Q City gained a hero patrolling every street, and the damage caused by strange people began to decrease, and the city's economy started to develop. People believe this was a hero specifically fighting against strange people, just dressed in a costume. Do you understand? This story is a bit far-fetched, don't you think? A few people have gathered around, including Sai Jingar. It's quite an interesting story, but this cannot be written in the hero's personal file. Mr. Team Leader, the two people caught slacking off during work quickly greeted Sai Jingar. Where's Dog Hero? Upon receiving your message, I rushed over by helicopter immediately. Sai Jingar had known about Dog Hero for a long time, but for some reason, the latter had never left Q City, as if he had some kind of obsession. You should be arriving soon, Mr. Team Leader. Let's go have lunch first. That's right, it's on me. The two employees tried their best to please their boss to keep their jobs, even though all of this was unnecessary. This is the 5th branch, and there are more than 10 branches under construction being planned. The hero's personal files at the Hero Association will soon be updated. Sai Jingar sat at the main seat of a relatively large restaurant private room, discussing the current development of the Hero Association with two subordinates. It is indeed thriving. Even with about a month left, many people have already started to sign up early to participate in the tests. Those people do not know that only those on Mr. Shichi's list can be admitted through special means. As for those who have not been noticed by the Hero Association, it's better to wait for the recruitment meeting that happens every 45 days. Additionally, Mr. Algini requested to raise the treatment of heroes and to establish a special department to deal with the aftermath of defeating strange people. After a long work meeting, Sai Jingar returned to the vicinity of the construction site. The machines sponsored by Metal Knight were very efficient. Even just during lunch, it was evident that the completion of the building had increased a bit. Dog Hero lay quietly in the position where he was previously discovered, waiting for Sai Jingar's arrival. Hello, Hero of Q City. Sai Jingar approached and greeted Dog Hero, who turned his head and wagged his tail enthusiastically. Come on, let us quickly sign the agreement. Of course, I'm ready. Saying that, Sai Jingar opened the document bag and took out a membership application form. But he soon realized the problem. Dog Hero's paws couldn't sign. J City, in a prison that is more heavily guarded compared to other regions. The prisoners inside were watching the daily news, each sitting neatly, putting on an obedient appearance. Armed guards were diligently holding their posts, some standing watch, some patrolling, though at first glance it seemed a bit excessive. Soon, these guards began to feel nervous, sweat seeping through their gloved hands. This was a fear from deep within. A tall, muscular prisoner walked out of his cell, holding another prisoner who was comparatively weaker in his arms. Just before the daily news began, the tall prisoner sat down, and a few surrounding inmates instinctively shifted their butts in the opposite direction, hoping to distance themselves from this guy. Is there any interesting news today, sweetheart? He asked the question into the camera as if expecting an answer. The truth is, the other party really responded to him, and the tone seemed to be quite fearful. There are some, from the news. A man's voice came through the prison's loudspeaker, sounding no more than in his 20s. Boss, can you let me go now? The prisoner, who had been held tightly in his arms, trembled as he asked. He had been chosen by the boss last night, and thought he could resist with his strong physique, but he didn't expect that in front of the boss. His once proud strength felt like a joke. Like a helpless baby, he had been stripped of his dignity as a man. He no longer had the spiritedness he had when he first entered the prison a week ago. His eyes had lost their light. In other words, he had lost his soul. What a pitiful little darling. He must be overwhelmed by my overflowing love, right? After releasing the guy in his arms, the prisoner, who wore lipstick, had curly hair, and a not-so-clean-shaven face, began to watch the news seriously. Although the prison administrator had paid out of pocket to install a TV in his solitary cell, he only watched it when the public TV was off. After all, he preferred to be with his boyfriends. To please him, those prisoners even teamed up with the guards to buy him a heart-shaped sweater, claiming it was something they all knitted together. However, that night, the sounds coming from the cell were even more tragic, as in the boss's eyes, his actions would not cause the other party pain. And the other party's screams were just expressions of sadness from being unable to fully accept his love. Every time he saw such scenes, he felt heartache, which deepened his love for the other person. Ahem, not only off-topic, but also somewhat inappropriate. The TV drama started with a celebrity endorsement advertisement. Mr. Sweetheart Mask, why is your hairstyle so stylish? Can I ask you for the secret? Is there any need to ask? Of course, it's because of this. What a great guy. It would be wonderful if he could come live in our warm home together. Saying this, he licked his lips, fantasizing about holding the newly popular star from the TV in his arms. By the way, he had never seen this person before. Had he suddenly become famous recently? The surrounding prisoners heard the boss's question and racked their brains to figure out how to keep this guy stable. Because if the boss's desires were not met, it would be these brothers who would suffer. Boss, you probably don't know, right? Last month, an organization called the Hero Association was established. This sweetheart mask was scouted by a talent agent due to the popularity of being a hero and became a star. Hero Association? That's right. An old man, who looked like he had one eye blind, replied. This so-called Hero Association claims to be an organization that specializes in fighting against monsters and protecting civilians. They recruited quite a few heroes last month, and the salary is quite generous. At this point, the old man sighed, lamenting that he probably would never have the chance in his lifetime. Boss, you've killed monsters before too. We think you're more heroic than those so-called heroes. Yes, exactly. Boss, you should be the hero. Those guys outside are just filling in. The prisoners present saw an opportunity to trick the boss and quickly gathered together, praising him as the most suitable person to be a hero. You're right. His fist slammed into the wooden cabinet beside him, shaking the fruit prepared for the boss almost to the floor. I should become a hero. I want to protect all of you here. He stood up as if he had made a firm resolution. I, the tender prisoner, will definitely become a hero. I swear, as long as I can move, I will protect you all because... He paused his declaration and pulled the prisoner beside him, who had just escaped from suffering, back into his arms again. Because you are all the people I deeply love. The prisoner looked at the boss, whose face he found unpleasant, leaning closer to him with a pouting mouth, and fainted from fear. In the fearful eyes of the surrounding prisoners, the boss released the unfortunate guy and only then realized he had passed out. You must have been overwhelmed by my love. It seems I need to show you more affection. Boss, you can rest assured. We will miss you. Several prisoners pretended to wipe non-existent tears, urging the boss to leave quickly. All right, just like that. He placed the unconscious prisoner, who was either fainted from fear or from being held too tightly, onto a chair. He then walked to that wall. That wall, as the name suggests, holds special significance for the boss of this prison, perhaps representing something different for other prisoners. For them, it might symbolize the first time being pinned against the wall and beaten, or frequently pinning others against it and beating them, or something else entirely. However, the reason the boss was called the boss was that he suddenly exerted force with his right arm, causing the already tight sleeves of his prison uniform to rip apart under the sudden pressure. His fist, the size of a pot, slammed into the wall, causing the hard special material to crack. The impact from his fist had not yet ended. The wall began to bulge outward from the smashed part, like a piece of paper being punctured. The prisoners present calmly watched as the boss jumped out, quickly running away and climbing over the outer barbed wire, gradually disappearing into the distance. The iron ball attached to his leg shackles seemed non-existent, posing no hindrance to his movement. After a few seconds, heavily armed riot police symbolically mobilized, with the team leader loudly ordering the prisoners to lie on the ground. Such speed. It's no wonder it's called the stinky prison that specializes in holding us. Yeah, being locked up here shows we're pretty impressive. Two prisoners chatted quietly, but the old man next to them was unconvinced, as he knew that the prison's strict security had nothing to do with the prisoners lying on the ground. The one truly being guarded was the one who had escaped just seconds ago. The tender prisoner ran all the way into the city until he saw the surrounding pedestrians screaming and running away. He realized he had no idea where to go. The prisoner has escaped. Call the police. No, call the heroes. The surrounding pedestrians quickly fled. Those who couldn't escape in time found a garbage can or utility pole to hide behind. Hey, you bad guy who should be locked up. The tender prisoner heard someone calling him and turned to see a muscular man in a blue tank top with short hair pointing at him. The man's strong physique immediately piqued his interest. What's your name, bro? The plump prisoner politely inquired about the other person's name, already fantasizing about the scenario of having the other party under his control. With a body like this, he could certainly keep himself entertained for a long time without worrying about fainting. I am the hero, Vestige, one of the first B-class heroes of the Hero Association. Just passing by here and unexpectedly ran into a criminal sneaking out. Vestige did not intend to waste words and directly took a stance, ready to engage in a fierce battle with the other party. Great, it's a hero. We're saved. The passers-by around wore expressions of I am saved, clearly indicating that the Hero Association's promotional efforts were effective, as many citizens were already aware of its existence. Not to mention that the Hero Association was indeed eliminating monsters. Little brother, while I really wish to have some physical contact with you, I must correct some of your thoughts and wording. The plump prisoner rubbed his hands together. Although he didn't want to create unnecessary conflict, he also wanted to prevent any misunderstanding. But Vestige didn't give him a chance to explain. After all, a large man in prison clothes with shackles suddenly appearing on the city streets was not something one could encounter every day. Be my body slam. Vestige charged forward while the other party was still unresponsive, wrapping his arms around the prisoner's waist and slamming him to the ground. This sudden blow didn't cause much damage, but the plump prisoner felt the immense strength of his opponent and couldn't help but get excited. Disobedient little kids need to be punished. Bang! The plump prisoner got up and attempted to counterattack, but as he lifted his head, he was met with a solid punch to the face. This hit truly made him feel the pressure, and the blood flowing from his nose indicated that he had been injured. How can you do this? The plump prisoner shouted while swinging his fist, landing a hit on Vestige's face, successfully leaving a mark. The two began exchanging punches on the street, with the passers-by long gone, unsure of which side would emerge victorious, fearing that Vestige might not be able to defeat the other. After a long time, the nature of their fight seemed to change, turning into a contest of strength between the two muscular men. You hurt me just a little. After taking a punch, Vestige retaliated with another. The plump prisoner didn't dodge, accepting the blow with his body, then squeezed out the blood from his nose, forcing himself to remain calm. Me too, just a little. Soon, several heroes received notifications and rushed over. B-Class 22, Venomous Spike, here to assist. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. C-Class 5, Lightning Max, here to assist. At this moment, the plump prisoner and Vestige had stopped their unnecessary fighting. Perhaps they were both tired or felt that it was impossible to determine a winner. You fugitive, surrender obediently. Venomous Spike aimed his exclusive weapon, a long spear resembling bamboo, at the plump prisoner. Hey, Venomous Spike, don't be impulsive. After all, this is still a human. Don't go too far. But the Vestige has already fought him like this. I can't guarantee I can hurt this guy. The plump prisoner couldn't hear what these two were saying. He was currently sitting on a stone by the roadside with Vestige. More accurately, Vestige had his arm around the prisoner's neck to prevent him from escaping. Venomous Spike and Lightning Max's whispered conversation instantly captivated the plump prisoner. Young, handsome boys were just his type, and those two, with their delicate appearance, were his top choices. Hey, little brothers, can you really bear to lay hands on someone as weak as me? Perhaps before long, we could become colleagues, seeing the somewhat uncomfortable expressions on their faces. Venomous Spike's eyelids twitched, a deep-seated fear taking hold of his mind. However, due to his duties as a hero, he still needed to capture this guy. Who would become your colleague? Do you think just anyone can become a hero? Lightning Max, trying to bolster his courage, scolded the prisoner. But in the plump prisoner's eyes, this guy seemed even cuter. I want to make it hard for you. Just take me back now. And I absolutely want to resist. As he spoke, the plump prisoner broke free from Vestige's hold and grabbed Lightning Max's arm. You mean, you're currently serving time in J City's prison and still hope to hold a hero position, right? The plump prisoner sat in an interrogation room at the Hero Association's J City branch, and the staff across from him looked at the man in prison clothes with suspicion. Exactly, this is the only way I can protect my little sweethearts. In the outskirts, at the intersection of Z City, B City, In D City, an 8-story white building stood against a low mountain, nestled deep in the jungle, perhaps for camouflage, or perhaps due to years of microbial growth. The building's surface was covered with a green, moss-like substance. Inside the building, in an office piled high with documents, a young man wearing glasses and appearing a bit eccentric was scribbling away. Recalling the past, a young genius scientist, Genius, stood out from the crowd, using his overwhelming intellect to make remarkable contributions to the world. However, this super-smart genius felt disappointed with the world, as these inferior humans only praised his brilliant mind. While nearly no one agreed with his ideas, humanity should evolve. He used the wealth he acquired to build a hidden experimental base, naming it the House of Evolution. Later, this genius couldn't escape the ravages of time and gradually aged. However, on his 70th birthday, Dr. Genius found a method to reverse aging and immediately applied it to himself. He also created a large number of clones of himself using complex and chaotic biological replication technology. For a long time afterward, Dr. Genius dedicated himself to genetic research, and as breakthroughs continued, his experimental subjects gradually shifted to humans. At this moment, Dr. Genius successfully cultivated a hybrid of mosquitoes and humans. Although there was still some complexities in numerical calculations, he was busy dealing with it. The takoyaki on the table, serving as lunch, had long gone cold, but Dr. Genius was not in the mood to eat. Clone 15, is there something wrong? A person dressed in white, with the black number 15 printed on his chest, identical to Dr. Genius, stood at the door, looking anxious. Not good. The immortal experiment has escaped. Hearing this shocking news, Dr. Genius accidentally knocked over the takoyaki beside him in shock. What? Quickly send combat-type cyborgs to pursue. We must retrieve it. Yes. Soon. A heavily armed cyborg that looked like a gorilla was sent to the clearing outside the House of Evolution. He set off in a direction without any particular goal, babbling something incoherently. Escapee. Capture. Can't find. Looking for reasons. The voice sounded electronic, giving a serious impression, though the content was anything but serious. Deep in the forest, a naked man was nervously evading pursuers. This man showed no signs of blood, and his red pupils indicated that he was not ordinary. Damn it. Who can help me? This poor guy had almost lost all his memories. Since waking up, he had been immersed in a growth solution and, after being discovered to be awake, was subjected to various experiments. Cold weapons, hot weapons, biochemical weapons, fire, suffocation. All kinds of deaths were attempted just to prove the immortal body experiment of those identical beings in the air. He couldn't even remember his name and had been referred to as experiment number 66 by those demons. Possessing an immortal body, experiment number 66 was not invincible. He could feel pain just as acutely, and due to his terrifying self-healing ability, he couldn't alleviate the pain through muscle memory or numbness of the nerves. In other words, every death was real torture. The fear of pain filled his heart, and he never wanted to feel the sensation of being killed countless times while awake again. So, when he was killed once more, he pretended he had not fully revived. Taking advantage of clone number 15 letting his guard down, he locked clone no. 16 and clone number 17, along with clone number 15, in the operation room. Using the information he had gathered during transportation, he quickly found a ventilation duct, and, after experiencing a fall that nearly killed him, experiment number 66 jumped from the top floor. He ran for a long time, deep into the forest, and after much effort in killing a wolf that had bitten him several times, he found a hollow in the mountains to hide. Due to the special nature of experiment number 66, his body had no temperature, so the thermal imaging scanner mounted on the head of the combat cyborg gorilla that passed by him a few dozen meters away did not detect his presence. After painstakingly skinning the wolf he had killed with his bare hands, experiment number 66 covered his sensitive areas. He quickly discovered that the bloody parts would be absorbed by his body. This revelation did not surprise him, as he had no understanding of his own uniqueness. After all, he had learned the concept of wearing clothes from clone number 15. He didn't know how long he had waited, but the somewhat foolish gorilla passed by him again, heading in the direction it had come from, still mumbling. No. Reason. Punishment. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The massive body carefully maneuvered through the gaps between the trees, trying not to disturb the natural camouflage that was crucial for the House of Evolution. This made experiment number 66 quite annoyed. If that guy didn't hurry up and leave, he would soon lose his patience. After seeing that guy completely leave, experiment number 66 ran in what he believed was a particularly fast speed, heading in the opposite direction of the House of Evolution. He soon reached a small town, where the townsfolk scattered in fear at the sight of this outsider. After finding some clothes, experiment number 66 decided to leave quickly before the police arrived. He walked for a long time, but his special physique did not allow him to feel fatigued. The only successful case of the Immortal Body Research Project, experiment number 66, after a long journey, saw something that piqued his interest on a bulletin board at the edge of D-City, a recruitment advertisement for the Hero Association. A hero? If I become a hero, can I go back for revenge? Experiment number 66 muttered to himself, and his fully covered body did not cause panic among passers-by. However, due to his strange appearance, people were reluctant to approach this suspicious person. Calculating the dates, he realized that the next recruitment assessment for the Hero Association was the following day, and he began to feel anxious, afraid that he wouldn't pass the hero assessment. After all, even with his so-called regenerative abilities, he was just an ordinary person. The poor experiment number 66 followed the route on the flyer and found the D-City branch of the Hero Association. The black building looked very sturdy, likely much stronger than the House of Evolution. "Sir, do you need assistance?" After standing at the entrance of the branch for 20 minutes, the staff in the monitoring room thought he needed help and contacted security to confirm. "I do need help. I heard you are recruiting heroes and I want." He hesitated, uncertain if he would be regarded as a monster. At this moment, he began to regret coming here. But the other party was very enthusiastic and pulled him in. "Thank you very much for your trust in our association. However, to become a hero, you need to participate in the selection. If you're confident in your abilities, you can fill out your information in advance." As they spoke, the two had already walked into the association's interior, and experiment number 66 regretted even more. What information did he have? "Oh, just an ordinary person. Are you sure you want him to fill out the information in advance?" An individual who looked like a hero inside the association looked down on experiment number 66. This guy appeared weak and even had a lifeless expression on his face outside the covered area of his mask. The B-class second-ranked hero, Death Gatling, had no confidence in this guy who seemed even weaker than an ordinary person. He always carried his weapon, a specially modified Gatling gun. This hero, dressed like a Special Forces operative, had been accepted into the first recruitment meeting with a relatively high score, becoming the B-class 19th hero. Later, through various means, he raised his rank to B-class second. Now, he only needed to surpass the B-class first, the driving knight, to participate in the assessment and upgrade to an A-class hero. This ranking system seemed tailor-made for heroes like him, allowing him to achieve progress through his efforts, bringing him immense satisfaction. Death Gatling. Don't forget that your job does not include recruiting heroes. Looking down on others will leave a bad impression. It's fine. Let's hurry and get to business. The look down upon experiment number 66 did not get angry. Instead, he urged the staff guiding him to take him to the office. "So, your name is Experiment now. 66, and you have been imprisoned as a test subject until now?" Two staff members sat in front of their desks, incredulously staring at the experiment subject number 66 sitting across from them. At this moment, the other party had removed their mask and hat, revealing their face. This face could easily be described as zombie-like. But due to the rationality of the individual and the position of the staff, they did not flee while shouting "A monster has come." They felt it necessary to apologize. If that had been the case, the situation would have exceeded their capacity to handle, and they would need to contact higher-ups in the association. After calming the individual's emotions, McCoy was called over. Upon hearing that a victim who had escaped from a mysterious organization was applying for a hero position, the individual felt a chance to make a name for themselves and took the Hero Association's exclusive helicopter to the D-City branch. Until they entered the office, McCoy and the accompanying clerical staff believed this person was just an ordinary individual, until they opened the door and saw experiment subject No. 66-foot aiming a handgun at their own head and firing it, while several staff members and security personnel nearby applauded, shouting "Amazing." "Hey, stop it!" McCoy rushed forward, wanting to stop this tattered individual whose clothes had been shot to shreds, but was afraid that the person might be delirious and shoot him instead, so he hesitated. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Is the officer here? Experiment subject number 66-foot turn around, the hole in their head quickly healing. The disgusting imagery that McCoy had imagined did not materialize. "I'm really sorry. I got a bit too into the performance just now." In fact, it wasn't entirely experiment subject number 66's fault, although their IQ was quite high, even higher than everyone present. They didn't want to disappoint others when faced with praise. Initially, they only used a small knife to cut their own body to showcase their powerful regenerative ability, and later borrow the guards' guns, which led to the earlier scene. Are you the experiment subject that has been imprisoned for a long time? McCoy composed himself and calmly sat in the prepared chair, beginning his questioning, while the accompanying clerical staff immediately took notes. Yes, I was imprisoned in a testing base called House of Evolution. That Dr. Genus has been quite famous for many years. You should have already gathered information about him. It wasn't surprising that experiment subject number 66 knew this information. Clone number 15, who had a decent relationship with him, always believed that he could never escape this place, so he shared what he considered worth boasting about. Dr. Genus? I haven't heard of him. There have been many genius doctors in recent years, but I don't remember this name. McCoy stated that he did not recognize the name, but an older clerical staff member next to him, with gray hair connecting to his beard, was quite surprised. Dr. Genus, isn't he the madman who proposed artificially evolving human genes? The government announced that this person went missing decades ago. No, that's not true. Dr. Genus has always been around. Then, can you provide the specific location of his base? McCoy looked seriously at experiment subject number 66. If this matter could be accomplished, it would be a great achievement, and not only would he, who came to gather information, be recognized, but experiment subject no. 66-foot sitting across from him could also become the hero he wanted to be. I'm very sorry. Experiment subject number 66 appeared somewhat serious, although their face initially looked cold. I ran very fast and forgot how long I ran. As for the way I came, I have completely forgotten. In the hidden, deep mountains, a square building stood on the ground. This place was called Ninja Village. This was an organization specifically for training assassins, accepting talented orphans or children around 5 years old, undergoing rigorous training, imparting various combat and assassination skills. By the time the trainees reached 16 years of age, they would graduate and be sold at high prices to assassination organizations or other underground groups. Life here was completely disconnected from the outside world, as if locked in a prison, but it was even more brutal and strict. Each day here lasted 72 hours, but the sleep time was only 6 hours, and the food and accommodation were merely to ensure these commodities could still be sold alive. Members here were prohibited from communicating privately and could not express their emotions, constantly being taught inhumane killing techniques. However, in this place devoid of any humanity, there was a very serious hierarchy. Those who performed exceptionally in training could receive better treatment than others, while those barely keeping up faced even more unfair treatment. Almost everyone who wanted to commit suicide or escape would be caught and beaten, then forcibly fed some special drugs to sustain their lives. Once their consciousness returned, they would be dragged to the training ground by instructors and used as demonstration targets for a beating. During the graduation assessment, one boy suddenly went berserk, killing every instructor who had ever abused him, and even his classmates from the same period were not spared, all of them beheaded by this former last-place student. You truly damn people are the ones who should be killed by me. The boy with yellow hair wiped away the blood oozing from his wounds. Years of practice had made him less sensitive to pain, so even this ghastly injury didn't bring him suffering. Sonic, don't blame me, the boy murmured to the ruined building, referring to his classmate, Sonic the Hedgehog. They had been assigned to the same training group because they were both considered underperformers, and their similarities were evident. They both wanted to play the fool to catch bigger prey. Their friendship was deep, especially since, until the notorious Flash, Fry caused havoc at the graduation assessment, killing everyone, Sonic was the only one he could truly confide in. But in his eyes, Sonic had probably already died from the drug lunch he had prepared. Flash Fry, covered in wounds, didn't care about what to do next. He was willing to do anything as long as it meant not staying in this hellish world any longer. The recently notorious young genius staggered into the cafeteria of the Ninja Village, bypassing the trainee area and directly entering the instructor's exclusive dining area. A wide array of ingredients was laid out in front of him, various meats and fresh fruits and vegetables stored in the refrigerator. Flash Fry had no interest in cooking. He randomly grabbed a piece of raw beef and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it down along with the blood of the instructors that was still on it. In his eyes, this fresh raw beef, though not tasty, was far better than the disgusting things he had eaten before, various grains mixed together, along with some bones with a bit of meat residue, which he could hardly call a meal. Having replenished his strength, Flash Fry quickly tended to his wounds and prepared his gear, a very sharp katana named Instant Kill. These guys had it coming. No one would blame me for this. As Flash Fry moved forward in a randomly selected direction, he muttered to himself, If anyone dared to oppose him, they were with them, and he had to kill them. As a unique ninja, Flash Fry was not brainwashed like his colleagues, devoid of emotions. The memories before being sold to the ninja village sustained the last remnants of his humanity deep inside, along with his only friend in the village, Sonic the Hedgehog. Unlike other ninjas, he was not violent. Killing his colleagues was merely a way to free them. As for the instructors, he had perfectly utilized the most painful and torturous methods of death they had taught him. Standing in the center of City A, Flash Fry tidied up his attire and obediently queued up to participate in the recruitment event organized by the Hero Association. He lowered his head, recalling his past, the unbearable memories stabbing at his heart. However, his long-standing resilience wouldn't allow him to cry. He hadn't shed a tear since entering the ninja village. "Hey, you fat pig, stop pushing me." Flash Fry lifted his head and saw a young man dressed like a delinquent, holding a baseball bat, clenching his fists in dissatisfaction towards a ball-shaped person next to him, who looked about 2.5 meters tall and was continuously eating from a large paper bag. "I'm really sorry, but I can't help it. Here's a rice ball for you. Consider it an apology." The very fat giant pulled out a giant rice ball from the paper bag and handed it to the delinquent. But the other party clearly did not appreciate it, refusing to accept the apology and continuing to ramble. Flash Fry didn't want to pay them any more attention, wondering if everyone outside was so easy to talk to. After all, in a ninja village, if someone got into a conflict, it would lead to a duel, and the loser would face punishment from the instructors. Next, the staff maintaining order assigned groups, 10 people per group, and Flash Fry just happened to be placed with the two guys who had just been arguing. Looking at the brand new equipment in the testing area, Flash Fry's eyes lit up. He had no idea the outside world had become so advanced, with many facilities he found puzzling. This person, already disconnected from society, would need some time to adapt. The test items were all sports he had never heard of: 30 seconds of lateral hopping, a 1,500-meter run, weightlifting, shot put, vertical jumps, grip strength tests, boxing power tests, and even whack-a-mole. Despite being unfamiliar, Flash Fry's physical abilities still helped him score full marks. "Hey kid, not bad, much better than that pig." The delinquent who had finished the test early found Flash Fry in the changing room, reaching out to pat him on the shoulder. But Flash Fry dodged warily and stepped back. "What's up? If nothing's wrong, keep your distance." The delinquent felt somewhat irritated by his impolite words. He was just being friendly, trying to get to know him as colleagues, but Flash Fry's actions had effectively slapped him in the face. "What kind of expression is that? Want to fight?" The delinquent stepped forward, trying to shove him, but was dodged again. He knew this guy was definitely not ordinary and directly swung his weapon, the baseball bat that had knocked many people around, at Flash Fry. As expected, it only smashed the changing room's chair and the floor beneath it. Flash Fry took out his beloved sword. Instant kill, assuming a stance and keeping his guard up. At this moment, Flash Fry wasn't afraid to strike. He was just worried about injuring the other person. After all, according to the law standing outside, he was clueless about it. And if he accidentally ended up in jail, that wouldn't be good. But the delinquent didn't care. At just 16, he was in the age of defiance, often beating up those who bullied the weak. And though he frequently fought, he didn't pick fights without reason like real delinquents. Many people participating in the recruitment had gathered around. Some had good scores but were just bored, while others had poor scores and needed a vent. These onlookers, eager for excitement, shouted phrases like "fight" and "beat him up." However, they didn't specify who should beat whom. They didn't know either of the guys. And if they guessed wrong, it could backfire on them if the other winner came looking for trouble. "Kid, since you're so unconvinced, then you won't be able to be a hero." Saying this, the baseball bat swung with even more power than before. If it missed and hit the ground or the cabinet, half of the changing room would need renovation. Boom! The sound of the bat slicing through the air echoed as it finally struck the previously mentioned fat guy. Don't just fight casually. We're all trying to become heroes here. If the other party gets hurt, it's a loss for yourself too. Upon seeing the mediator arrive, Flash Flash quickly put away his knife. His initial thought was to avoid a fight if possible. If the other party insisted on fighting, he would just disable one of their hands. "Kid, one day I'm going to cause you trouble. I've memorized your face, you guy with the hairpin." After dropping a threatening remark, the delinquent, who had already dressed up in advance, took his baseball bat and headed to the written exam venue. The big fat guy, seeing that the person had left, hurriedly asked Flash Flash if he was injured and if he needed to go to the infirmary. "Was the infirmary?" Flash Flash asked, and the people present, including a few onlookers who had not yet dispersed, fell silent, thinking they had likely lost a competitor, as this guy was probably not very bright. After the written exam phase, just as if it had been planned in advance, Only these three were accepted in this selection. They had a simple but relatively hearty lunch prepared by the Hero Association before being called to the third hall of the main building to attend the passing candidate seminar. The three of them sat early in their seats, waiting for the next arrangements. What a hassle. If it weren't for my sister urging me to attend this ridiculous election, I wouldn't have to meet you two annoying guys. The delinquent was still not calmed down, bantering with Flash. You with the pompadour. If it weren't for this guy suddenly interrupting the duel, I would have made you suffer a bit. However, soon a hero wearing a frog headpiece walked in. Out of respect, the two did not say much more. Let me introduce myself. I am the Chain Frog, ranked 70th in B class. And today, I'm responsible for teaching you three newcomers how to be heroes. A voice from inside the headpiece surprised Flash. How could there be a hero dressed like this? As far as I know, your scores are quite excellent, with 2 A class and 1 B class. However, you need to be aware that after becoming heroes, your lifestyle also needs to change. Don't be lazy. Moreover, your appearances will be made public on the newly established official website of the Hero Association, so it's best to avoid tattoos and the like. After saying this, seemingly disliking formalities, the Chain Frog simply announced the meeting adjourned, as everyone was no longer children and some matters didn't need to be repeatedly emphasized. Remember to collect the communication devices distributed by the association. If there are no objections, I won't take up more of your time. Meeting adjourned. The Chain Frog waved and left the room. Flash, Metal Bat, and Pig God were promptly informed of their hero names. In such matters, the efficiency of the association's upper management is quite high. Those who performed excellently in the physical tests would receive priority attention from the upper management, and names would be prepared in advance. A part of the upper management led by Mackay particularly enjoyed this project, finding amusement in giving heroes either ridiculous or serious names. Due to his size disadvantage, Pig God did not perform well in some physical tests, ranking 82nd in B class. Flash, on the other hand, misunderstood many aspects of the written exam. For example, regarding what to do with criminals, his view was, what else can be done? Just kill them and take their heads to exchange for a bounty. This question, which others considered a gift question, resulted in deducted points on Flash's paper. As for fighting skills, he scored full marks without exception. Consequently, his overall score was naturally lower than Metal Bat's, placing him 22nd in A class, while Metal Bat ranked 21st. Later, Flash exchanged some money for gold and other valuables he had brought from the Ninja Village, bought a place in City A, and acquired some items to commemorate his friend, Sonic the Hedgehog. However, little did he know that in a partially collapsed building in City Z, someone was lying on a haphazardly laid layer of newspapers, clutching their stomach and mumbling, "Flash, you bastard." City A, inside the high-level office of the Hero Association. Several upper management personnel, led by Chi, were seated at a table. Opposite them sat a tall man wearing goggles and a high-tech mech suit, listening to Chi's questions. "May I ask, Mr. Explosion, if I may call you that?" Chi first confirmed that this nickname was indeed a name, then picked up a small display showing footage captured by satellites of the Centipede Elder being defeated. "Was it you, Mr. Explosion, who defeated the Centipede Elder?" "Indeed it was." The nonchalant reply left the upper management in awe, realizing that such strong individuals existed in this world. "Could you please tell us how you managed to appear within 10 minutes after the monster appeared? Do you have the ability to foresee monster disasters in advance?" Chi hesitated, but still posed the crucial question, even though it was somewhat impolite. "Not at all. I was just investigating the traces left by the deity and happened to encounter this disgusting monster." "Deity? Mr. Explosion, please elaborate on this so-called deity. While we admire your strength, we won't blindly believe in such elusive things." Chi sternly questioned Explosion, as he had always been skeptical about the existence of deities. Even if they did exist, it was impossible for an ordinary human like Explosion to confront or pursue them. "Sorry, I won't disclose any more information on that front. But if you are willing to hire me as a hero, I would gladly accept your invitation." Explosion's words were somewhat rushed, as if he had urgent matters. "Of course, as long as you fill out this application form, the subsequent information can be filled out later, if you have time." Before Chi could finish, Explosion stood up abruptly, quickly approached, took the membership application form from Chi's hands, and signed his name in the designated area. "All right, that's it for now. I'll come back to find you in a while. Remember, don't try to find me. I will naturally appear when there are matters the Hero Association cannot handle." After saying this, Explosion clasped his hands together, and his body transformed into a black hole-like object, vanishing into thin air. The documents in the office were blown around by the wind created by this black hole. However, the people in the office did not mind. They were more interested in figuring out how explosion achieved instantaneous movement. Quick, bring up the surveillance footage. The association's staff busied themselves for half an hour, ultimately confirming that explosion indeed had the ability to teleport. A girl was imprisoned in a private cell due to a superpower known as psychokinesis within her. She had been bought at a high price by an organization. Although she had not committed any inhumane acts, her freedom was taken away. Little Tornado, it's time to eat. A scruffy researcher brought a dog bowl filled with food from the door of the cell, gazing mockingly at the girl he referred to as Tornado. The girl, not yet 10 years old, had no idea she was being humiliated. She crawled over, picked up the dog bowl, and started eating, hearing the laughter around her. She realized she was being teased. "Uncle, can you let me go?" she asked timidly, but the researcher ignored her and walked away. Only the girl remained, kneeling alone at the door of the cell, her tears long dried up, and her once finely chiseled face had been marked by tear streaks since being locked up. A young girl was experiencing things that no child of her age should ever encounter, being treated as a research subject. "Whoa," she sobbed softly. Though her body lacked moisture and no more tears would flow, she felt wronged. She missed her younger sister and her parents. Even though she was sold here by her parents, she had never thought it was their fault. All she wanted was to return to them, and what would happen afterward was uncertain. "Run. The subject is out of control." Outside the cell, panicked voices erupted, and the sound of many leather shoes clicking on the floor echoed. Tornado stood up, tiptoed, and looked through the iron bars of the cell door. Researchers were being chased by a monster, and that monster seemed to have sensed Tornado's presence, turning its head, which had 8 eyes of various sizes, toward her cell. "Don't leave me. Help!" Tornado shouted for help to the doctors who had promised her parents they would take care of her, but they only glanced at her and had no intention of risking their safety to help. "This child is no longer of any use. Quickly salvage some valuable experimental data." Despairing words reached Tornado's ears, and the monster gradually approached her. This was a terrifying monster for a child, unlike the animal-shaped ones. This grotesque creature could become a nightmare for many children under certain conditions. The mouth, filled with hundreds of sharp teeth, suddenly crashed against the iron door of the cell, which Tornado had never been able to open, and it was effortlessly smashed apart. Tornado, who was clinging to the door and looking outside, was predictably thrown back against the wall, losing the ability to move. The monster slowly approached Tornado, its sharp teeth piercing her body. Blood flowed out, and her once proud superpower could no longer be used. Tornado gradually lost consciousness in the monster's mouth. "Ah!" In a residential building near the city center of City A, Tornado screamed as she sat up, her uncontrolled superpower causing the alarm clock by her bed to malfunction. "Why am I having this dream again?" Tornado got up in her pajamas, brushing her teeth while turning on the TV. The host was still reporting on the monster riots happening in various cities, with many citizens' properties being damaged. However, these riots were quickly resolved by heroes from the Hero Association. And on the screen, the proud hero Poison Spike was celebrating having single-handedly defeated a tiger-level monster and 2 wolf-level monsters, holding his weapon, a bamboo shoot. Tornado brushed her teeth with a disdainful expression. "TCH, what's so great about that?" After drinking from a box of height growth milk that she had stockpiled, Tornado took out the letters from a mailbox at the door, leaving one black envelope behind while crumpling the rest into shreds with telekinesis after glancing at the signatures. Bing Shuang. "Seriously, why dress up so nicely? All these love letters are just annoying to look at." Grumbling to herself, Tornado opened the black envelope, which contained a farewell letter. "Dear Tornado, by the time you read this letter, I might be preparing to leave for a while. Don't worry about me. I hope to see you becoming independent when I return. By the way, if possible, I hope to recommend you to the Hero Association as a real hero, just like I have always done. Explosion." The Hero Association? Tornado turned to glance at the TV, where Poison Spike was being interviewed by reporters, thinking that this place seemed somewhat unreliable. But if this lady joins, it should improve, right? Soon, Tornado, who was only as tall as an elementary school student, changed into an outfit she considered mature and stepped outside. Passers-by remarked on how mature children are these days upon seeing her. "Little friend, are you lost? I want to become a hero." "What?" At the entrance of the Hero Association headquarters, a security guard who had just returned from the store mistook Tornado, who was standing there in a daze, for a lost child and approached to ask, but being a hero isn't something just anyone can do. The guard straightened up proudly, flexing his muscles that were already straining against his sleeves. "You need to have a strong body like my uncle's, and right now you." Before he could finish, an invisible force blasted the security guard away, slamming him into the wall. Tornado's face darkened, She was furious because the guard had just seriously offended her. "Hey, who are you?" Two C-class heroes, Pineapple Man and Mohican, arrived after hearing the commotion, eyeing Tornado warily, while the recently blasted security guard struggled to get up from the ground. "Cough, cough, cough. I'll take you to see Mr. Shichi." Umph. Realizing his previous comments were inappropriate, the security guard waved his hand to Pineapple Man and Mohican, signaling that she was not an enemy. He then proposed to take Tornado to meet Shichi since talents like her, a superpowered individual, should not be lost, even if it meant delaying a trip to the hospital. "What are you looking at?" In the association's corridor, Tornado noticed the staff passing by staring at her, making her feel uncomfortable, so she scolded them directly. However, her petite figure and youthful voice lacked significant intimidation. The surrounding staff chuckled and said nothing. Soon, the door to Shichi's office opened, and the security guard, who had nearly coughed up blood from the fall, struggled through the pain to respectfully bring Tornado inside before quickly greeting his colleagues and heading to the hospital. "Are you in charge here?" Shichi was puzzled. What was going on? The security guard had just brought a child in, and the child's tone didn't sound like that of a typical kid. Who are you?" Shichi set down a stack of documents in his hand, raised his hand to point to a nearby seat, indicating for Tornado to sit down. "I want to be a hero." Tornado immediately got to the point, putting Shichi in a bit of a difficult position. But becoming a hero requires passing assessments, and it's inappropriate for someone like you to just barge into the association. Shichi lectured the Tornado as if teaching a child, not noticing the terrifying gaze of the other party at that moment. It wasn't until everything in the office, yes, everything, including the desk, bookshelf, and even Shichi himself, was enveloped in a green light and floated into the air. "What did you do? Stop it now." Shichi had never seen such a scene before. Just yesterday, he had sent off an explosive who could teleport, and today, another little ghost who could manipulate objects with his mind appeared. Fear visibly surfaced on his face. Seeing the other party's nervous expression, the Tornado became smug and less angry, turning instead to a playful mood. "Unless you apologize to me, saying great and omnipotent Miss Tornado, please forgive the ignorance of this stinky old man." "Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Shichi had a look of despair on his face. Saying such words would ruin his image, even if the other party became a hero in the end. "My previous remarks were indeed inappropriate. Please forgive my rashness. If you want to become a hero, I can help you make an exception." After thinking for a moment, the Tornado decided to let him down. As soon as Shichi's feet hit the ground, he almost fell over. Although there were no casualties, the office was a complete mess. "All right, Miss Tornado, you need to wait a moment." Sighing, Shichi bent down to look for something among the scattered documents on the floor. Seeing this, the Tornado felt she had been a bit excessive earlier. If she became a hero, this old man would definitely become her superior, right? With that thought, the Tornado felt a bit regretful and used her superpower to gather the scattered documents back onto the desk. Although the order was all messed up, it somewhat helped. "Found it, Miss Tornado." Shichi held up a membership application form. This application was the latest version, compared to the previous one that only required a signature. This new version not only required a name, but also needed to fill in the applicant's motivation for joining, professional skills, and personal philosophy. "Miss Tornado, considering your recent display of abilities, I personally recognize your combat strength. However, there are some things I should inform you about in advance. If you join as an exception, you will start at the end of C class, and later." Before Shichi could finish, the Tornado interrupted him. "How annoying, stop rambling." The Tornado's tone revealed her helplessness as she complained and picked up a pen that had survived on Shichi's desk. She plopped down into the chair and poked her snow-white cheek with the pen cap, like a student taking an exam. After more than 10 minutes of contemplation, the Tornado finally completed this exam. Name, Tornado. Age, 25. Motivation for joining, recommended by others' professional skills. Superpower of telekinesis. Personal philosophy, protect civilians, eliminate monsters. Kill all those conducting nonsensical research illegally. Outside the hospital in City Z, on a sunny afternoon, the beautiful weather was not the only thing that made Qin Feng feel joyful. After just completing his discharge procedures, Qin Feng stepped out of the hospital, taking deep breaths of air free from the smell of disinfectant, stretching his almost rusty body with excitement. The day after Silver Feng left, Qin Feng had basically regained consciousness. According to the information provided by Bitterbug, Qin Feng understood that he and his senior brothers were no longer Silver Feng's disciples. Despite this, after sending all his disciples to the hospital, Silver Feng still paid for their medical expenses out of his own pocket. Qin Feng is currently broke, but at least he still has clothes to wear. Although he is still homeless, it's at least better than the previous disastrous start, when he didn't even have any clothes. Qin Feng was walking down the street. According to the map, if he walked a little further, he would reach City A. He really didn't know what to do. He had no place to go and could only consider trying his luck at that so-called hero association. No matter what, Qin Feng is still a disciple of Silver Fang's. Although he hasn't mastered the essence of flowing rock-shattering fist, he has grasped a few moves and can be considered to have acquired a skill. Once I become a hero, I will definitely take care of those weirdos properly. Qin Feng set a flag for himself, intending to use it as a standard for his future actions. There's a weirdo. A standard scream that one emits upon discovering a weirdo echoed from across the street, instantly piquing Qin Feng's interest. He planned to make a name for himself to boost his popularity and prevent being mistaken for a weirdo. Just as Qin Feng was turning his head left and right, looking for the bad guy, he realized that there was hardly anyone else on the street besides himself. You guys! Qin Feng was extremely angry, stomping his feet and cursing loudly. You guys, those who look down on others, why do you treat me like a freak? I haven't done anything wrong. After venting his anger, Qin Feng felt unsatisfied and directly raised his hand, punching a utility pole by the roadside. In Qin Feng's impression, utility poles were very sturdy, as he could recall from the world before his transmigration. However, having been bullied and then punched the utility pole, it was unclear whether it was because Qin Feng was too strong or if the pole was angered by his curse. But after being punched, it fell straight down and conveniently crashed onto a parked car nearby. So now the situation was clear. A scaly freak suddenly appeared on the street, scaring away the surrounding pedestrians, and then began cursing. After that, for some unknown reason, he damaged public property and private property. This was definitely the kind of thing a freak would do, and it was the kind that couldn't be cleared even by jumping into the Yellow River. Emergency evacuation alert. There's a freak appearing around City A. Estimated disaster level, Wolf. Nearby residents are advised not to go out. Qin Feng, who was already annoyed, heard the announcement labeling him as a freak, and the most infuriating part was that he was categorized as the most useless wolf-level freak. Sigh. Nothing seems to be going right. Am I really a mistake in this world? Of course, I'm a mistake. Freaks should just obediently die. Hearing the voice, Qin Feng looked up, trying to find a source, but there was no one around. Could it be that I'm hearing things? Sigh. I'm only 20 years old. Suddenly, a green light enveloped Qin Feng, beginning to lift him up gradually, and he could feel his body about to tear apart. What a pathetic freak. Lacking even the courage to escape, he heard a voice similar to that of a little girl again, and it seemed to be coming from above. Qin Feng suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Wow, it's white." Hearing this, Tornado instantly blushed, and the superpower she was using stopped. Qin Feng fell to the ground, but fortunately, he was protected by scales, so he didn't feel much pain. You guy, clearly a weirdo. How can you? Tornado landed on the ground, holding her skirt tightly with both hands, glaring at Qin Feng with a flushed face, speaking somewhat incoherently. Let me correct that. I'm not a weirdo. My name is Qin Feng, and I'm about to become a hero. Who cares about you? You, with your hair full of rotten vegetable leaves. Qin Feng was taken aback. The cute little girl in front of him, who looked no more than 10 years old, unexpectedly unleashed an attack power far superior to his in her words. Hey, can you not speak like this? Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, he felt an invisible force knock him away, crashing into the wall of the nearby residential area. Fortunately, with the protection of his scales, Qin Feng did not pass out immediately. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng felt that his internal organs were about to explode from this sudden shock. How did this seemingly harmless little girl in front of him manage to do that? Wait a minute. Qin Feng's legs became too weak to support him, and he slid down the wall, kneeling on the ground. When Long Wan saw Qin Feng in a life-or-death situation, he did not resist or try to be brave by cursing himself. Instead, he chose to kneel and beg for mercy. She couldn't help but look down on Qin Feng in her heart. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Truly spineless. You are the most spineless weirdo I have ever seen. The scene that Qin Feng saw had turned crimson. This was a sign of adrenaline surging, meaning that his body had sensed danger. Listen to me. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng supported his body with both hands, refusing to let himself fall, because he knew very well that if he didn't explain things clearly, he might very well die and, with a very small probability, be sent back to the place he had taken half an hour to walk out of, the hospital. Seeing that the other party was still begging for mercy, Tornado planned to have some fun with this weirdo before killing him. Go ahead, speak. What should I say? Anything is fine. Whether you can survive depends on whether you can satisfy me. Qin Feng was suddenly choked up. He could naturally see the other party's intentions. But he never expected that one day he would be used as a tool for amusement. Your thinking is wrong. I am not a strange person at all. Qin Feng tried to defend himself. But apart from this face that doesn't look like a monster, the things you do, the words you say, and the scales on your body all prove that you are a monster. Tornado was also trying to convince the other party. After all, this was the first monster she was about to kill after becoming a hero, which held some commemorative significance. Are you saying that my handsome face is enough to prove that I'm a good person? Qin Feng felt like he was about to die, and he began to improvise. When Tornado heard this shameless remark, her previously calmed emotions suddenly resurfaced on her face. Blushing, she pointed at Qin Feng. Stop being so self-important. You really are incredibly foolish. Saying all this is just to save your own life. Don't think that. Just as she was about to finish her sentence. At the moment when the green light was about to snap Qin Feng's neck, Tornado suddenly felt another person's face flash across Qin Feng's face. And it was someone she recognized. You. Seeing Tornado stop her derogatory remarks, Qin Feng felt a bit of strength returning to his body and began to try to stand up. You're really heavy-handed, even more heartless than that ugly crab. Qin Feng stood up like this, mumbling to himself, but it seemed that one of his ribs was broken, making it impossible for him to straighten his back. How could this be? Tornado began to mumble to herself, unable to understand what had just happened. How could her idol, whom she was so proud of, possibly? Cough, cough, cough. Have you let me go? Qin Feng tentatively asked, each cough causing pain in his body. Longwan did not respond, just flew away with a blank stare. Is there anyone who could take me to the hospital? As expected, Qin Feng was once again taken for treatment, but this time he was sent to the internal hospital of the Hero Association, which had more advanced medical facilities. Shichi looked at the battered Qin Feng with a pained expression. This kind-hearted person who had saved his young master's life was now lying on the hospital bed, with several scales missing and large bruises where they had fallen off. Mr. Qin Feng, are you okay? Qin Feng lay quietly, a smile on his lips. I'm doing better than ever. At least I'm still alive. My mood waved away the surrounding medical staff and turned to look at Qin Feng. Mr. Qin Feng, where have you been all this time? Why did you start fighting with Miss Tornado as soon as you appeared? It's just because you were seen as a weirdo. Thinking about it makes me angry. Qin Feng's tone carried a hint of grievance. Clearly, it was because of him that the Hero Association was established. Yet those guys treated him like a weirdo, especially that little green-haired brat who was the harshest. The Tornado you just mentioned. Is she a little girl in a black dress? Upon hearing this, Shichi quickly covered Qin Feng's mouth, signaling him not to say anything reckless. Mr. Qin Feng, you really need to be careful. Ms. Tornado is now considered a major force of the Hero Association, and her temperament is a bit strange. One could say she's somewhat irritable. It's best if you don't provoke her. Hearing this, Qin Feng felt wronged, but it was what it was. After all, from this perspective, the Hero Association owed him a favor. Forget about that. Mr. Qin Feng, you still haven't answered my question. Where did you go after the previous meeting ended? Well, Qin Feng looked around the hospital inside the association, with its complete facilities and warm decorations, as well as the enticing nurses. Ahem, in short, this reassuring place eased some of the resentment in his heart, and as for those misunderstandings, they naturally faded away. That's how it was. Later, Brother Hungry Wolf went crazy and beat everyone up, and I ended up being indirectly expelled from the sect. Shichi listened to Qin Feng's account, somewhat skeptical. After all, how could one person be stronger than a group of martial artists combined? I'm not very familiar with the strange rules of the martial arts world, but there's no doubt about the strength of Mr. Silver Fawn. Mr. Qin Feng, as his disciple, should also be capable of holding a heroic position. After saying this, Shichi directly pulled out a membership application form from the cabinet by the hospital bed. As for why such a thing was in the infirmary, one could only say that it's good to be prepared to have it accessible anywhere. Otherwise, if the other party changes their mind at the last minute while waiting for you to fetch the form, it would be a loss for the Hero Association. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. All right, Shichi. I thought you would try to persuade me not to become a hero or something like that. Qin Feng endured a bit of pain in his arm as he took the application form and fountain pen from Shichi and began to fill it out. Name, Qin Feng. Age, 20. Motivation for joining. I don't want to be misunderstood as a weirdo anymore, and I want to earn some money. Professional skills. The first half of Flowing Rock-Shattering Fist. Personal philosophy. Eliminate weirdos and also eliminate others' prejudices. Mr. Qin Feng, I remember Mr. Aljanai paid a large sum after sending you off. How come you're? Shichi looked at the motivation for joining section, where Qin Feng wrote that he wanted to earn some money and felt puzzled. Logically speaking, the wealth Qin Feng currently possessed was enough to buy an entire residential area. When this matter was brought up, Qin Feng felt embarrassed. He really couldn't bring himself to say that he had lost the wealth that ordinary people would take hundreds of years to obtain. So he could only find an excuse to brush it off. That's sum of money I won't touch. As a proper person, even if it's someone else's gratitude, that amount is just too generous. I believe money earned through my own work is the only money I can spend with peace of mind. After saying this, Qin Feng couldn't help but silently complain in his heart. I'm speechless. How did I suddenly start saying such serious things when I'm clearly not a serious person? However, at that moment, Shichi felt a deep admiration for Qin Feng's character. He hadn't seen someone who wouldn't be blinded by wealth in a long time. A person with such genuine integrity, who, despite being penniless, could remain unscathed by the whirlpool of wealth. Shichi thought he might not even be able to achieve that himself. Mr. Qin Feng. Qin Feng opened his eyes to see Shichi looking at him with excitement. The face of this man, who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, was filled with admiration for him. I have seen many heroes who came to take the exam, as well as those idle high-ranking members of the association, but you, my friend, are the true hero. After Qin Feng recovered, he couldn't wait to explore, especially since he had rented a luxurious 4-bedroom, 2-bath apartment near the city center of a city with Shichi's help. This lavish place was too much for Qin Feng, a solitary person, and it felt like a waste, leaving him with nothing much to do but focus on his primary job, being a hero. Perhaps due to a change in his body, Qin Feng found himself wandering aimlessly, often ending up far from where he started. City? It was an unfamiliar place. Walking down the street, the crowd was still relatively dense, and people around him kept their distance upon seeing Qin Feng. He dared not say anything, afraid of being seen as a weirdo again. There's a weirdo. The familiar cry for help echoed once more, and Qin Feng instinctively covered the scales on his cheek. However, the scales on the back of his hand were even more conspicuous. Watching the passers-by rush past him, Qin Feng realized that this time, it was not him who was being seen as the weirdo. Wow, what an ugly weirdo. Qin Feng looked towards the area where people were avoiding, and saw a very ugly pink giant octopus attacking a passerby with its clawed tentacles. This creature, which resembled a doll, was much larger than the previous crab monster. The blonde-haired person being attacked was lying on the ground, crying out in pain. Someone save me. Desperate voices echoed, and Qin Feng quickly rushed forward, using his arm to block the descending claw. The octopus monster stared at Qin Feng in shock, unsure if it had lost its sanity or its ability to speak after becoming a monster. Its eyes, the size of soybeans, locked onto Qin Feng, who also looked like a monster. For spiny tentacles lunged at Qin Feng, who desperately recalled the techniques taught to him by the old man Bongu. Sure enough, in less than 5 seconds, Qin Feng successfully repelled the ugly pink giant octopus without sustaining any harm. Haha, taste the essence of human martial arts, you monster. While mocking the clumsy creature, Qin Feng continued to punch the monster, quickly beating its body into a pulp, green blood splattering onto Qin Feng's clothes. However, at the moment his final punch landed, Qin Feng felt something enter his body through his fist, startling him. What was that? Soon, the annoying headache returned, accompanied by inexplicable roars. Qin Feng felt an unbearable pain in his head, nearly collapsing to the ground from the sudden turn of events. However, the voice soon disappeared, and the headache eased significantly, replaced by a warm sensation spreading throughout his body. Qin Feng felt stronger. So this is the true ability of this body. I knew it. Qin Feng had long suspected that he would have some unique abilities that others did not. Otherwise, this time travel would be meaningless. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression froze as he noticed a wound on his face, not knowing when it had been inflicted. This guy, is he trying to ruin my looks? He quickly wiped the wound on his cheek, but the scales on the back of his hand nearly cut him instead. At this moment, the drawbacks of Qin Feng's armor became apparent. Ignoring these issues, Qin Feng turned to look at the passers-by, rolling on the ground, and stepped forward, wanting to establish a good impression. The left side of the other person's face seemed to have been clawed by a monster, with 3 gashes running from the eyebrow through the eye directly to the mouth, looking quite terrifying. Are you okay? Try to open your eyes. Listening to Qin Feng's concerned words, the other person slowly opened their eyes, and upon seeing they had been rescued, tears immediately flowed down their face. But the tears stung as they reached the wound. Who are you? I'm a hero. Today I've made quite an impact. After helping the person up, Qin Feng used the unique communicator of the Hero Association to contact the branch in City M, and they assured him that someone would come to handle the aftermath soon. Without lingering, Qin Feng quickly left the scene. Really, how boring. Shouldn't the time travel plots in anime have a lot of beautiful girls surrounding me? Qin Feng muttered to himself. Thinking of this, he immediately recalled the tornado that almost killed him. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. It's just a child. I can't do anything illegal. He continued walking until he reached a coastal city. City J. Qin Feng stared at the sea surface, where it seemed that something was also staring back at him. The sun was about to dip below the horizon, and the waves, reflecting the last bit of light brought by the setting sun, looked like the scales on Qin Feng's body. He was so mesmerized that by the time he realized he hadn't returned home yet, it was almost completely dark. Qin Feng hurriedly began to dig three. Cough, 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 found a taxi that had just finished its shift and reluctantly paid double the fare to have the driver take him to the distant city. Along the way, Qin Feng witnessed one of the countless transitions from day to night in this world, with countless stars dotting the night sky, accompanied by the bright moonlight. Quietly watching over the creatures of the world. Perhaps there really are aliens in the universe, just very far away. Qin Feng often had this bad habit. He would think about some very serious yet unnecessary questions in certain situations. However, once he arrived at his apartment, his serious mood instantly crumbled, because he saw the guy who had wanted to kill him a few days ago. Why are you still alive? A tender and delicate voice rang out, but the aggressive tone made Qin Feng a bit uncomfortable. What do you mean, why am I still alive? Shouldn't I be alive? Tornado, holding the grocery she had just bought in one hand, pointed at Qin Feng, who was a few meters away. You actually chased me all the way to my home. Don't think that just because I spared your life, I want to be friendly with you. You really have some nerve, coming over here like a pathetic little lackey. Listening to Tornado incessantly attack him, Qin Feng didn't know whether he should be angry or not. After all, she was just a child. I'm not happy, get lost. Qin Feng looked helpless and could only use his ultimate skill. You rude little brat. If you keep talking like that, I'm going to tell your mom and dad. The half-joking words completely touched Tornado's sensitive spot. It seemed she remembered something sad, and a green light appeared on Qin Feng's body, bringing back that familiar feeling, the sensation of being torn apart. However, before Qin Feng could say anything, Tornado let go of him, hugged the thing she had just bought, and flew away. She flew all the way to her home. 701 stood at the door, used her superpower to control the lock, opened the door, and rushed inside, throwing herself onto the sofa and quietly sobbing. You damn soul. Every time someone scolded her using their parents, Tornado would slightly punish the other person. But facing Qin Feng, she just couldn't bring herself to do it. After all, that fleeting face looked exactly like that man's. Tornado lay on the sofa crying. The groceries she had just bought were thrown on the table, and an inexplicable sadness surged in her heart. At that moment, Tornado completely shut down her superpowers, as only at home could this self-reliant girl let her guard down. She even forgot to close the door. Actually, it didn't matter. The residents in this apartment building all knew that Tornado was a temperamental, superpowered individual, and they generally avoided her presence. Although Tornado didn't have many friends and wasn't liked by many, she didn't care. Those who dared to approach her would be lifted high into the air using her superpower, and if they weren't afraid, even higher, until they vowed never to disturb her again. Tornado didn't feel guilty about her actions, nor did she seek trouble. Only those who tried to get close to her and her sister would be punished. For these reasons, Tornado had developed a bad habit of not closing the door behind her, as she was sure that no one would dare to steal from her home. In this mid-range apartment building, with only 2 units per floor, she was the only one living on her level. But today was different. Tornado's new neighbor had moved in, and Tornado, who had been out looking for strange people to kill, was unaware of this. Qin Feng also saw her disheveled appearance. Qin Feng directly encountered the scene of Tornado crying on the sofa, and couldn't help but sigh that this was truly a beautiful sight. Afterwards, he carefully moved his steps and entered his new home for the second time. However, the sound of the door opening was still too loud, causing Tornado, who was lying on the sofa, to suddenly raise her head. Tears were still in the corners of her eyes, and her recent grievances were instantly suppressed by this little disturbance. Who is it? Tornado's voice was choked with tears as she forced herself to calm down, wiped away the tears that had fallen onto her cheeks, and used her superpower to float out, wanting to see who had the audacity to disturb her. You guy. In order to avoid making any noise, Qin Feng had already taken off his shoes. His current appearance was quite ridiculous, one hand holding the shoes, and the other hand carefully turning the key. When he saw Tornado peeking her head out to look at him, he awkwardly greeted her. "Hello, I'm your new neighbor." But as he spoke, his voice grew quieter because Tornado's superpower was tightening around his neck. "What do you want to do?" Tornado was feeling somewhat overwhelmed. She almost shouted, though her angry expression looked cute in Qin Feng's eyes. This guy, whom she didn't want to attack, had appeared in front of her several times. And the key issue was that face. Cough. Gag. Seeing Qin Feng nearly out of breath, Tornado released her superpower, then used it to control the shoes that had just fallen to the ground, smacking Qin Feng's, but as if disciplining a disobedient child. "What exactly do you want to do to me? Why did you chase me back to my house? Is it just because I treated you like a weirdo?" Tornado was now very angry. She wanted to strangle this man right in front of her. As for that face, she definitely needed to ask Bakugo about it later. Hey, wait a minute. I just moved here. Can you stop being so melodramatic, you little brat?" Qin Feng was also a bit angry. He snatched his shoes and put them on. Tornado wanted to say something, but Qin Feng spoke first. "Don't think that just because you have superpowers, you can look down on others. The heavens gave you such powerful abilities just to let you bully those weaker than you." Tornado was somewhat stunned by the reprimand. When had anyone dared to speak to her like that? But the most frustrating part was, she couldn't find a way to refute him. How can you? At that moment, Tornado was like a child who had done something wrong, even though she didn't quite understand how she had fallen into Qin Feng's trap. "Now, go wash your face. If a child keeps crying, they'll become ugly." Qin Feng felt it was about time and planned to slip away. He opened the door at the fastest speed he could manage and directly entered his home. Phew, that was close. Qin Feng leaned against the door, holding his chest, breathing heavily, filled with the excitement of having survived a disaster. Fortunately, it was just a child. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to deceive him. Qin Feng knew very well that what he had just said was all nonsense, referred to as PUA in his own reasoning. After randomly eating a few bites of the food prepared for him that was in the fridge, Qin Feng took a shower and went straight to bed, suddenly feeling as if he had done something wrong. Upon careful reflection, he recalled that when he mentioned parents, Tornado's reaction had been very intense, and he had just seen Tornado's home, which was a complete mess, as if he were living there alone. Could it be that? Qin Feng suddenly sat up, feeling like a fool. He slapped himself twice, opened the window, and fished around in his pockets only to remember that he didn't have a habit of smoking. Well, now he just couldn't sleep at all. Still acting like he couldn't remember the pain of past experiences, Qin Feng chewed gum and looked at the moon outside the window. This was one of the few habits he had before his journey that couldn't really be considered bad. "It's so beautiful." "Really?" "Yes. It's more beautiful than what I've seen before. If such a beautiful thing could hurt you, would you still accept it?" Of course, once you decide you love something, you shouldn't think about the side effects or anything like that. "Is that so?" Qin Feng suddenly remembered who was talking to him. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, still suffering from the disadvantage of his scaly body. Falling hurt too much. "Who? Is it you, Tornado? Who do you think is chatting with you?" Qin Feng listened to the sounds outside the window, stood up, and leaned out to see a mass of green hair next door. "Wait, isn't it true that you're only 5 meters tall? How did you—" "My bed is right against the window, you idiot." Hearing the other person curse at him, Qin Feng felt relieved. At least the other person wasn't too upset about him exposing her scar. I'm sorry." "What? I didn't know your parents." "I didn't know your parents." Qin Feng did not continue speaking, believing that his meaning was already very clear. "What are you talking about? Who told you my parents are gone?" Long Wan's gritted voice came back, and he didn't use his superpower to throw anything. At that moment, Qin Feng understood that the other party regarded him as a friend or something similar. "But every time I mention them, your reaction is so intense that it makes me misunderstand." Qin Feng realized that he had misunderstood the other person's background, and suddenly felt so embarrassed that he could dig another room in his house with his toes. "I'm really sorry, but you're just a little kid. What kind of conflict could have caused you to be separated from your parents?" "I'm not a little kid. I'm actually older than you. But you look just like an elementary school student. Can we not talk about this?" Qin Feng picked up the long-open Chinchur cola and took a sip. Although Tornado was so dismissive, all these behaviors seemed to Qin Feng more like that of a problem child. "Don't you dislike being treated like a child? I've already said not to mention this. If you say more, I'll throw your cola away." As soon as he finished speaking, the can in Qin Feng's hand began to shimmer, as if it was about to slip from his grasp. "How amazing. You clearly can't see me. How did you accurately find the position of the bottle?" Hearing Qin Feng talk about his area of expertise, Tornado smiled proudly, her lips involuntarily curling up, unconsciously reverting to her previous tone. "You don't know yet, do you? TCH, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." It's similar to the principle of ultrasound. I can not only sense what is happening on your side, but also feel the situation anywhere I want to know about. Listening to Tornado's description, Qin Feng quietly pulled his other hand out of his pants, thinking that he must change these bad habits. Is this your attitude towards everyone? What? I mean, like just a few days ago. Tornado fell silent for a moment. This question might be a bit difficult for her to answer. She usually prefers to be alone, and when communicating with others, she hardly cares about their feelings, which has led to her aggressive personality. What does it have to do with you? How do you know this? Accompanied by a sharp shout, the sound of closing a window came from next door, seemingly indicating that Tornado unilaterally terminated this accidental conversation. What a strange guy. Qin Feng thought to himself that he couldn't afford to speak carelessly right now. After all, Tornado had mentioned that her superpower allowed her to freely investigate any place, not to mention that he lived next door. After closing the window, Tornado sat on the bed in a daze, seriously contemplating the question Qin Feng had just posed, her attitude towards others. Although she didn't care about others' opinions of her, she wondered if her sister would dislike her because of this. Tornado's sister, Fubuki, was also a superpower user, but compared to Tornado, she was practically indistinguishable from ordinary people. Take the previous incident, for example. On the way to pick Fubuki up from school, Tornado saw a few ugly little kids who were not cute at all, calling Fubuki a monster and so on. Tornado immediately lifted the entire school into the air, and afterward, Fubuki gradually lost her friends. Everyone began to avoid the pair of superpowered sisters. Fubuki, would you hate me too? Tornado hugged her legs, leaning against the corner, her petite frame looking so helpless, just like many years ago. Meanwhile, the culprit that led a little girl to ponder life, Qin Feng, had shamelessly fallen into a deep sleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and found himself in that familiar sea of flowers once again. The feeling it gave him was still very uncomfortable, but slightly different this time. The terrifying monster with no discernible features had vanished, replaced by a figure that looked like a ghost staring at him. Qin Feng tried to move his body and found that he was not restricted, so he bravely approached the ghost that was a few dozen meters away. He couldn't remember the last time he saw this familiar figure. Oh, it turned out to be during the day. Uncle? Qin Feng tried to shout, but the uncle wearing goggles continued to look at him calmly. Qin Feng reached out and touched him, and that soul-like body instantly flowed into Qin Feng's body like water from a bathtub, following his fingertips. Ah! An unprecedented pain struck him, not just in his head, but also in his flesh, joints, even his bones and internal organs all felt a sense of crisis. Qin Feng was almost instantly awakened from his dream. His body trembled uncontrollably, and a warm current flowed out from a strange place. That's right, it was that place. Qin Feng wanted to call for help, but he couldn't make a sound due to the pain. How can I describe this feeling? It's like a rusty, dull saw soaked in alcohol rubbing against a wound that has just started to heal at a rapid speed. Ugh! Qin Feng sobbed softly. His body was no longer under his control, and it trembled continuously until it fell to the ground, hitting the floor with a dull sound. No matter who you are, listen carefully. Young master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. A middle-aged man's voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind, but he couldn't hear it at all. He had lost the ability to think, and even the ability to faint. The deity has been severely injured. My team has been completely wiped out. You must find the person who was targeted by the deity before. Although I don't know how you did it, I can feel you devouring my soul, but you look, well, although you look like a monster, I beg you, please protect this world. After chattering for a long time, the voice gradually sounded weaker, as if it would be inaudible in the next moment. Qin Feng was still in that state. His joints looked somewhat twisted, and every pore on his body seemed to have its own thoughts, starting to fight against each other, making Qin Feng only aware of the deep-seated pain. Bang! The tornado, hiding outside the door, had long noticed that something was wrong with Qin Feng. She hesitated outside the door, wondering whether to go in and take a look, as she felt Qin Feng's movements growing weaker. She finally couldn't bear it any longer and directly used her superpowers to push the door open, not caring whether it would cause any damage. Qin Feng! Tornado screamed as she flew to Qin Feng's side, using her superpowers to probe his body. It was strange, there were no wounds anywhere, but his mental strength seemed very weak. Although this boy, whom she had only known for a few days, was quite annoying in her eyes for some reason, Tornado did not want him to just die like this. Tornado, who was only good at dealing with monsters, had no idea how to handle Qin Feng, who was convulsing on the floor. She didn't even know what was happening. Get up! What is wrong with you? Tornado reached out to slap Qin Feng's already distorted face, but it was obvious that this method had no effect at all. I'll take you to the hospital. As she spoke, a gust of wind appeared, shattering the windows of Qin Feng's house. Tornado directly lifted Qin Feng's trembling body and flew out. You jerk, stop pretending. Tornado was so anxious that she was almost in tears. She wished that Qin Feng was just acting like this to strike up a conversation with her. If that were the case, she would definitely not blame him. Tornado indeed thought this way in her heart. But if that were true, Qin Feng wouldn't be in such a state. Qin Feng's consciousness gradually returned. When he opened his eyes, he found himself floating in the air, but the pain in his body had not fully subsided. He grimaced and tried to regain control of his body, but he still couldn't move. This guy, why has he suddenly become so heavy? Longwan glanced at Qin Feng beside him in surprise. It wasn't like this just a moment ago, was it? Wait a moment. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Please, don't let anything happen. Qin Feng was still in a state of tinnitus. He couldn't even feel the air hitting his body. With one eye barely open, he could only see a narrow slit. The headquarters of the Hero Association's internal scanning system had already detected something moving rapidly towards the association. Sai Jingar, who was on duty that night, had brought some members of the security team to guard the entrance early on. Such speed was not something a normal person could achieve. Soon, Sai Jingar saw Tornado, currently ranked 7th in B class, flying over with Silver Armor Warrior, ranked 2nd in C class, who was Qin Feng. Miss Tornado, what is going on? Call a doctor. As soon as Tornado landed, she shouted at Sai Jingar, tears welling up in her eyes. She was genuinely scared. She feared that this person who truly cared for her might die. Although Qin Feng was only being polite, it was still the first time Tornado had received concern from anyone other than that person, not even from her sister Fubuki. Qin Feng, who was foaming at the mouth, was carried like a dead fish by several security personnel and taken inside. Tornado followed closely, momentarily forgetting to fly with her powers. Her little legs struggled to keep up, fearing that if she fell behind, even slightly, Qin Feng would die, even though there was no direct connection between the two. After some commotion, Qin Feng, wearing only a pair of pajama pants, was placed on a bed. The areas of his body covered with scales had several gaps, and it was uncertain if they could grow back. At this point, Qin Feng had stopped shaking, and the spasms in his body had subsided. He now just felt very tired and could barely open his eyes. Hey, how is he? Tornado asked anxiously about Qin Feng's condition. Sai Jingar was also worried. If Qin Feng died in the Association S hospital, his career could end prematurely. The doctor quickly examined Qin Feng's body and could determine from his gradually regular breathing that there was no major issue. Mr. Qin Feng is not in any danger. His body is in good shape. The doctor, who had interacted with Qin Feng 3 times, was puzzled as to why this young man, whom Mr. Aljourney valued so much, had undergone such a significant change in such a short time. What do you mean in good shape? Tornado felt a bit relieved upon hearing that Qin Feng was not in danger, and she forced herself to calm down and maintain her composure. Compared to the first time I met Mr. Qin Feng, he seems to be stronger, and his bodily functions have changed significantly. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Tornado didn't understand this. She only knew that Qin Feng was still alive. So, she simply put her hands into the pockets of her pajamas. At least he's fine. This guy suddenly changed like this while sleeping, which really startled me. After saying that, more than 10 people around, including the security team, stared at Tornado in disbelief. What are you all looking at? Sai Jingar strategically cleared his throat and boldly asked, although it might be a bit impolite, I would like to ask, have you and Mr. Qin Feng started dating or even living together? Soon, Sai Jingar regretted it as Tornado's expression turned stiff. Having dealt with seasoned professionals in the workplace for several years, Sai Jingar could easily recognize the signs of impending anger. The atmosphere became awkward. Tornado's back teeth were clenching together, and her terrifying powers were about to recklessly throw Sai Jingar away. Cough, cough. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Qin Feng's voice rang out, seemingly choked on something, and his helpless cough was not loud. Mr. Qin Feng has woken up. Water. After drinking 3 bottles of juice and eating 2 packs of cookies, Qin Feng gradually regained his ability to communicate. Mr. Qin Feng, I need to seriously tell you that even if your physical condition is excellent, you should not be too indulgent in your personal life. Tornado, who had been hiding behind the crowd, suddenly jumped up and lifted the doctor into the air. Wait, Miss Tornado, how dare you? Terrifying power began to manifest. The jars and bottles in the infirmary started to float. Gritting her teeth, Tornado was ready to cause a scene because the doctor had said something so frivolous to her. Listen up. I have no relationship with Qin Feng. While threatening those present, Tornado glanced at Qin Feng on the hospital bed, who was looking at her with a face full of despair, and then she set everything down. Tornado put everything down and seriously considered Qin Feng's words. She indeed should be more approachable. However, the jars and bottles in the infirmary had been smashed, and several doctors could only remain angry but silent. At least it's not the right time yet, Tornado thought to herself, then flew to Qin Feng's side. Just one glance revealed that something seemed to have changed within him. In the eyes of a superpowered individual like Tornado, even ordinary people had a kind of energy within them, influenced by mental strength to varying degrees, and it was also somewhat related to each person's physical condition. Right now, Qin Feng was in a state that Tornado couldn't see through. Forget it. As long as this guy is fine, I'll head home first. After leaving that sentence, Tornado quickly fled the scene. Saijingar swallowed hard and wiped the sweat that had just formed on his forehead. It had been too dangerous, and it felt as if death had just arrived. Can I leave now? Qin Feng weakly asked, and Saijingar slapped his forehead. Of course, mister. Qin Feng. Saying this, Saijingar found a coat and draped it over Qin Feng's shoulders. Then he looked at the doorway where the Tornado had just disappeared and leaned close to Qin Feng's ear, whispering, how did you do that? What? Qin Feng had no idea what the other person was asking, and this inexplicable feeling left him feeling quite baffled. Saijingar pointed to the door, indicating that he meant a Tornado. Aren't you two already together? In fact, it was Miss Tornado who brought you here, and the way you two are dressed. As he spoke, Saijingar glanced at Qin Feng's damp pajamas, making his meaning very clear. No, that's not it. Qin Feng pushed Saijingar, but even though he hardly used any strength, Saijingar was sent flying out. Fortunately, he landed on the bed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave this place for several days. The security personnel nearby were at a loss as to what to do. On one side was their own leader, and on the other was someone favored by their leader. Qin Feng looked confused. He had clearly just been joking around. So how did the other person end up flying out? Qin Feng looked at his palm in disbelief, completely unaware of what had just happened. On the hospital bed, Saijingar was frightened. He thought his words had offended Qin Feng and hurriedly apologized. I'm really sorry, Mr. Qin Feng. I will ensure that no one else knows about what happened between you, or the fourth one. Anyway, it won't happen again. Seeing Saijingar's flustered demeanor, Qin Feng also felt a sense of guilt. After all, ignorance is no crime. It's fine. I didn't mean to blame you. Qin Feng quickly waved his hand and left the office amidst the confused gazes of the surrounding staff. Mr. Saijingar, are you all right? After a long while, someone finally reacted and stepped forward to check on their leader. That evening, an accident occurred within the Hero Association. All the cameras in the medical room mysteriously malfunctioned, and a portion of the employees that night received the rare opportunity of paid leave from the association. Saijingar regretted his rashness that day. He wasn't worried that Qin Feng would speak ill of him to Mr. Almi, as he didn't have much concern about Qin Feng's character. The key issue was Tornado. That little girl could find ways to take revenge on him at any time. Although no one mentioned these matters afterward, Saijingar felt embarrassed about it all. Of course, these were all matters for later. Qin Feng returned home from a long distance, reminiscing about the dream he had just experienced. Did I absorb that uncle? He must be quite powerful, but how did he enter my dream? Thinking about his own situation, Qin Feng couldn't help but shiver. After casually crushing the metal handrail of the residential building, Qin Feng realized that he had changed a lot. Oh, I'm really strong now. I probably compare to Master. Thinking of the silver fangs, Qin Feng couldn't help but miss the days of slacking off with Kalanzi. Seriously, if that hungry wolf hadn't suddenly gone berserk, I wouldn't need to exhaust myself to be a hero right now. Qin Feng complained, then carefully twisted the doorknob, afraid of accidentally breaking it. The handrail from just now didn't matter. That was communal property. But the doorknob of his own home was different. If it got damaged, he would really have to pay for it himself. He felt that his strength was different now and realized he needed to control it better in the future. Qin Feng tiptoed into the house like a thief preparing to steal something. He tidied up a bit and then fell into a deep sleep, dreaming of nothing. The next morning, he was startled awake by the sound of an alarm. Groggy, he got up and reached for the water on the bedside table, drinking it. Strange. Qin Feng didn't have the habit of preparing water in advance, but that wasn't important. The alarm was quite loud, and he could vaguely hear that the disaster area was in City A. Emergency evacuation broadcast. Emergency evacuation broadcast. An unidentified modified person has appeared around City A. Disaster level estimated. Tiger. Nearby residents, please do not go outside. Soon, Qin Feng's communicator rang. After connecting, the operator's voice came through. Silver Armor Warrior. There is an unidentified modified person in your residential area. If convenient, please make a trip. Okay, I'll go right away. After hanging up, Qin Feng felt a bit uncomfortable. The Hero Association had unilaterally prepared several hero names for him to choose from. To be honest, he didn't like these very formal nicknames. Being called that made him feel goosebumps. But since that was the rule, and he was receiving their salary, he had to follow their regulations. After all, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. In just a short while, Qin Feng arrived at the outskirts of the residential area. There was not much movement around, only the sound of gears turning coming from around the corner. Modified humanoid monsters were indeed rare. Qin Feng slowly approached while pondering what he was about to see. Would it be in a form like that of a human? Or an animal form? Or perhaps a mecha that could change its shape at will? Buzzing. The sound of machinery grew louder. Qin Feng leaned against the wall and peeked out, only to see a towering robot, at least 4 meters tall, resembling a transformer, preparing to jab a 1-meter-long weapon into the building. Hey, stop! Qin Feng let out a loud shout, initially gaining the upper hand in terms of momentum. If the other party were not a machine, they might have been startled. The strange figure turned its head, and the camera seemed to be scanning Qin Feng. Just a crawler, move away a bit. The strange figure seemed to regard Qin Feng as a fellow oddity. Strictly speaking, Qin Feng was indeed an oddity. After casually threatening a remark, the big guy continued to create chaos. I said to you. Qin Feng took the opportunity to run forward and punch the monster's mechanical arm, causing some damage to the mechanical components. However, Qin Feng also realized that this thing was really sturdy. Enemy attack. Information gathering. That huge robot spoke a few incomprehensible words. Then jets of flame-spewing airflow erupted from various parts of its body, quickly creating distance between it and Qin Feng, wielding the weapon attached to its mechanical arm, seemingly about to launch an attack at any moment. I am the machine god. G1, I need to collect your combat data now. Give it your all. It will also facilitate me. Before the words were finished, a force that seemed to be a gust of wind descended from the sky, crushing the iron fortress-like monster into a piece of iron less than half a meter tall. What the hell? Does it know it can't beat me and self-destruct? Just as Qin Feng had just posed the flowing rock fragment fist-starting stance, he looked up to see that the giant claiming to collect his information had already been scrapped. And couldn't he help but give himself a thumbs up for his momentum? If it takes this long to deal with a pile of scrap metal, it seems this lady needs to reconsider. As expected, Tornado flew over from a distance and landed in front of Qin Feng, yawning, her clothes seemingly hastily thrown on, with some wrinkles still not smoothed out. Did you come specifically to stop me from advancing to be rank? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. As the second-ranked sea-level hero, although he was among the top, even the strongest horse was no match for a camel. Since he was at the sea level, he needed to participate in at least one hero activity each week. Otherwise, he would be unilaterally removed from the Hero Association. Qin Feng could actually go to find Saijin Gyre Tornado a bit, but he personally despises such behavior and has always wanted to rise through his own efforts. However, the guy ranked first in sea level, called Atomic Warrior, is just too powerful, having maintained his position as the top sea level by defeating ghost-level monsters all on his own. Qin Feng privately communicated with Shichi, hoping that Shichi could urge that guy to quickly advance to be rank and not get in the way. However, Shichi stated that he had already communicated several times, and the other party kept saying that he still needed some things to motivate himself. Qin Feng has been troubled by this for several days. He was clearly about to break the record for the fastest upgrade. Is leveling up really that difficult for you? Qin Feng? No wonder you've been in the association for so long and are still at C rank. Oh, maybe this rank is just right for you. Tornado joked while laughing, her eyes seemingly curving as she stared at Qin Feng. Come on, you little brat. If it weren't for me attracting the attention of that G1, you wouldn't have found the opportunity. Qin Feng retorted defiantly, even though he knew he was just making excuses. Yes. Brother Qin Feng is so amazing. Hearing Long Wan's teasing tone, Qin Feng felt goosebumps all over and was ready to run away from home. All right, I'm leaving. Qin Feng didn't plan to say more. As for credit, he couldn't bring himself to fight others for it, which led to the misunderstanding that the octopus monster from a few days ago was defeated by the later arriving Reiku Genji. Where else can you go? In an unfamiliar place. Be careful, or you might get sold without even realizing it. Tornado flew over and blocked Qin Feng's path, pretending to intimidate him exaggeratedly. I'm not a child. It's actually you. Qin Feng had a mischievous smile on his face, with his right index finger bent and resting on his chin, displaying a signature expression of I'm about to start joking. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Be careful of being targeted by greasy uncles and being approached by strangers. You. Tornado's cheeks flushed slightly as she pointed at Qin Feng with her right hand, so angry that she couldn't speak. If there's nothing else, could the all-powerful Miss Tornado help think of solution? The generous salary from the association is giving me quite a headache, to the point where I accidentally bought an extra movie ticket. What should I do? Qin Feng swayed his body, deliberately elongating his tone, casually glancing at Longwan. Last night, on his way home, Qin Feng passed by the cinema and thought that the little Longwan living next door seemed to crave attention. So he simply bought 2 movie tickets. He was still worried about how to bring it up when the opportunity presented itself. Don't think I don't know your little tricks. Trying to win me over with a movie so that I would give you the credit for what just happened? That's really pathetic. Qin Feng felt a bit awkward after hearing Longwan's words. How could someone's thought process be so unique? Since you're asking so earnestly, I'll give you this favor. After saying that, Longwan directly used her superpower to pull the movie ticket out of Qin Feng's pocket. Why is it for 7 o'clock in the evening? Longwan pointed at the time on the ticket. Entry at 7:45 p.m. Oh dear, I really can't help it. I was just too tired at the time and didn't pay attention to the time. You won't disregard me because of these unnecessary details, right? After all, wasting is not right. Qin Feng changed his tone, as if he were teasing a child, but fortunately, Tornado didn't pay attention to this. So, are you planning to invite me later? I'm quite busy, you know. Tornado turned her head away, trying to hide her blushing face. Being inexperienced in matters of men and women, she naturally didn't understand what was happening to her. If you don't mind, could you help me pick out some suitable clothes? My taste is really terrible, to the point that I even find you good looking. Hey! Tornado formed a hand the size of an adult's palm with her mind and smacked it on Qin Feng's head. Ouch! I was just joking, don't be mad. In a city, in a high-end mall, Qin Feng was fiddling with a very formal suit, twisting left and right in front of the mirror, while Tornado watched in amazement. She thought Qin Feng was already quite shameless, but she didn't expect him to have an even more shameless moment. All right. This outfit really looks great. It really suits you. Tornado said a few perfunctory words to show she wasn't distracted, but her hurriedly averted gaze revealed her lack of interest in clothing and appearance. Qin Feng looked at himself in the mirror. Even though his outfit was quite nice, it still couldn't hide the scales on his body. After all, the best is not necessarily the most suitable. Anyway, Qin Feng rummaged through his options and finally chose a relatively loose sports outfit, mainly because those suits didn't suit his job. And Qin Feng had secretly checked the price tags, which were indeed ridiculously expensive. What a fuss you're making. If I had known, I wouldn't have accompanied you to the mall. Tornado stood beside him, arms crossed over her chest, pouting to express her dissatisfaction. You, a girl, actually don't like shopping? In Qin Feng's impression, girls generally had a penchant for shopping, often to the extent that it seemed never-ending. Whether they bought anything was not important. What mattered was that they had to try things on at least once. Qin Feng had just tried on most of the clothes in the mall. Who would like it here? It's so noisy, I really can't stand those people asking questions everywhere. As she said this, Tornado flew a little further away, and Qin Feng hurried to catch up. Aren't you planning to buy some suitable clothes? After all, as heroes, we rarely have such ample time. Tornado scanned the mall with her eyes, shaking her head like a rattle. I won't waste my time on unnecessary things. Instead of thinking about that, I might as well consider what to have for lunch later. Indeed, compared to dressing up, Tornado places more importance on having her 3 meals a day on time. And not only that, but they also need to be nutritionally balanced. She tries to compensate for her short stature this way. Saying this, she flew towards the mall's exit, and Qin Feng chased after her once again. Let's go have barbecue. Saijin Jaya recommended a restaurant to me, just over in Q City. Are you familiar with that one-eyed senior member of the association? Not really. I don't have many good friends, so Saijin Jaya is someone I'm relatively familiar with. Tornado looked at Qin Feng in surprise, unable to believe that such a shameless guy would have so few friends. At this moment, Qin Feng seemed a bit pitiful in Tornado's eyes, just like herself. Hey, what did you do before becoming a hero? You weren't just staying at home all the time, were you? Otherwise, how could you have so few acquaintances? Qin Feng suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. How should he say this? Should he honestly admit that he came from another world, that this place was originally an anime world? No way. Qin Feng wasn't that foolish. If he said that, he would immediately be regarded as a weirdo, even though he was already somewhat of a weirdo himself. Why isn't he talking? Could it be that I hit the nail on the head? Are you really a recluse? Tornado floated in front of Qin Feng with a mischievous smile. flying backward to see Qin Feng's embarrassed expression. I don't even know what's wrong with me. I haven't seen my parents since I was little, and I've always lived by scavenging. I don't know how I ended up as a weirdo, causing chaos wherever I go. I don't even know how I survived this long. To ensure the other party wouldn't ask any further questions, Qin Feng immediately launched into a fabricated tragic backstory. After all, the most terrifying thing would be if Tornado dug deeper into his origins. Tornado, who had just been smug, suddenly froze. She didn't expect Qin Feng to have such an experience. After feigning calmness with a huff, she obediently floated back to Qin Feng's side. Don't think that just because you're pitiful, I will sympathize with you. Now that you have a job, you definitely won't be the same as before. Qin Feng felt a bit more at ease listening to Long Wan's chaotic and illogical words. Where's the shop you mentioned? It can't be too far, right? Qin Feng scratched his head, recalling what Sai Jinjia had said. It should, probably, maybe, perhaps, be around the Q City branch of the association, but I'm not sure how far exactly. Tornado opened her mouth wide and began to scold Qin Feng's behavior. Are you stupid? Do you know how far the Q City branch is? You're just strolling around here nonchalantly. Do you want to eat tomorrow? While saying this, Tornado took a deep breath and lifted Qin Feng up. I'll take you there. It will be quick. Qin Feng only felt himself flying up, quickly drifting along with the tornado. The intense airflow that should have been there was isolated outside by the protective shield, and this feeling was somewhat indescribable. Have you always traveled like this? Is there a chance of suddenly losing control and crashing down? Tornado looked at Qin Feng with disdain at what could almost be considered a nonsensical question. How did you even think to ask such a question? Simple flying doesn't even require this lady to exert herself. Even though she said that, Tornado still secretly wiped the sweat from her forehead. Qin Feng was really too heavy. It would be better to take a taxi on the way home. After casually crushing a rat monster that had just crawled out of the sewer by the roadside, Tornado also landed on the ground. Qin Feng felt a familiar sensation under his feet, which gave him a great sense of security. Hey, what are you going to do? Qin Feng walked directly towards the rat monster, wanting to absorb the soul of this unknown level monster, though Tornado couldn't see it. Of course, he wanted to check if he had completely killed this guy. It would be bad if this thing was still alive. As he spoke, Qin Feng quickly finished the absorption, and this time, he did not feel the pain he had experienced before. Perhaps this monster was too weak, or maybe he was too strong. Who knows? The branch in City Q is quite different from the headquarters. Qin Feng stood with her hands on her hips, staring at the oddly shaped but seemingly sturdy building in front of her. She had heard that it was built by a certain doctor, but she wondered if it could withstand her playfulness. Long Wan casually scanned the branch, and the person in charge inside recognized that the two outside were heroes listed in the association's roster. So they did not send out any heroes to handle the situation because of Qin Feng's strange appearance. I heard there's a famous police dog square nearby. Should we go take a look after lunch? No way. I'm not interested in things like cats and dogs. Then your daily life must be very dull and boring. Qin Feng walked ahead, occasionally chatting with Tornado. His opinion of her had changed somewhat. This girl was not inherently standoffish. Based on his speculation, it might be that she hadn't talked to anyone for too long, or perhaps she had been hurt by someone. Boss, let me take a look at the menu. Qin Feng lifted the curtain of the hot pot restaurant and poked his head inside. A wave of aroma infused with red oil rushed towards him. There were quite a few customers inside, one of whom looked somewhat familiar, his former senior brother, Ku Chong. Senior brother, Qin Feng enthusiastically approached, and the other party quickly recognized him. Although he wasn't wearing familiar clothes, Qin Feng's unique scales left a deep impression on Ku Chong. Qin Feng, I didn't expect to run into you here, Ku Chong said with surprise, quickly inviting Qin Feng to sit down. Tornado had a rather average opinion of this place. It would be better if there were fewer people. Ku Chong hurriedly invited the two to sit down and immediately brought over the menu, which Tornado took directly. I really didn't expect it, Qin Feng. You already have a daughter? Why didn't you mention it before? Ku Chong said, holding his head in both hands, as he simply couldn't understand how there could be such a lovely girl in the world. Qin Feng was quick-witted and swiftly covered the bug's mouth. Fortunately, Long Wan was focused on the menu and did not pay attention to what the two were discussing. Cough, cough, senior brother, let's get to the point. What are you doing here? And why are you dressed like this? Qin Feng pointed at the pink heart-shaped apron he was wearing, looking like a miserable waiter. Oh dear, it's really quite heartbreaking. The miserable bug covered his face with one hand and placed a jug of juice on the table. Ever since that hungry wolf guy forced me to leave the dojo, I planned to start my own business. After all, I was one of Master Bongu's first disciples. However, starting my own business requires money, and I need to earn some extra cash. I'm still young, so I have plenty of time. But those high-paying jobs don't allow hiring minors, which is really frustrating. Pretending to look at the menu, Tornado accidentally spat out the juice after hearing the miserable bug's words. What? You're telling me this old man in front of me is still a minor? What a joke. Hey, you little brat, don't look so surprised. Age doesn't lie, but you look like you're almost 30. Ahem. Qin Feng interrupted Tornado's speech in time. Have you made your choice, Tornado? Tornado turned her head away, trying not to look at the angry eyes of Bug. She handed over the menu she had drawn up. Don't worry, Qin Feng, I will prioritize serving you. After Bug left, Qin Feng looked at Tornado with disappointment. And she also had a guilty expression. Don't say that to her. It will hurt her feelings. Tornado looked elsewhere, refusing to accept the scolding. I really can't deal with you. Suddenly, a rumbling sound of something breaking through the ground came from outside the restaurant. Tornado's first reaction was that there were strange people. Just as she was about to get up, Qin Feng pressed her down. It's not something I could do to let a beautiful lady handle this personally. Saying that, he left the blushing Tornado sitting alone at the table and slipped out. You think you can stop me from leveling up? But as soon as he walked out of the restaurant's main door and reached the disaster scene, he saw some remains that looked like giant groundhogs scattered all over the place, and a large white dog was scratching its neck with its hind legs. Facing away from Qin Feng was so angry that he stomped his feet, wondering why there were always people ruining his good deeds. However, not only were good things being delayed, but bad things were also about to happen. The dog Hero, sitting on the strange person's body, detected Qin Feng's presence with its keen sense of smell. There was no doubt about it. The scent was much stronger than an ordinary person's, indicating that it was indeed a strange person. Then, without any preparation from Qin Feng, the dog Hero suddenly turned around and pounced on the slowly approaching Qin Feng, pinning his arms down with its paws, intending to capture this seemingly weak, strange person alive. Damn it! Is it actually a fight between strange people? Qin Feng secretly thought it was not good. He suddenly exerted his strength, and Dog Hero also realized that he could no longer suppress Qin Feng. So he jumped directly to a distance, on guard against Qin Feng's next move. Qin Feng also planned to test the power of the flowing rock-shattering fist in actual combat. He had always been interrupted before, where the strange creatures he encountered couldn't withstand the attack for long. The creature in front of him, which looked like it was wearing a doll, should be sufficient for him to fight. Qin Feng stepped forward quickly, but ended up hitting nothing. His punch was inexplicably blocked by Dog Hero in a bizarre manner. This is impossible. Seeing his punch being blocked in a touching hands way, Qin Feng became flustered. Was his technique treated as a game? Following that, there were moves that were completely difficult to see, but fortunately, with the protection of scales on his body, Qin Feng was not scratched by Dog Hero's claws. Try my flowing rock-shattering fist. Qin Feng planned to find a breakthrough by neutralizing the opponent's attacks, but the opponent directly distanced themselves again, seemingly losing the desire to continue fighting. Flowing rock-shattering fist? Are you a disciple of Silver Feng? After being written into the hero roster by Saijin Jile, Dog Hero was given a communicator that recorded some publicly available information about the heroes. As for the flowing rock-shattering fist, which can be considered a secret martial art, Silver Feng naturally hoped to promote it, so he simply wrote it down in the file. And Dog Hero, who guards Q City every day, also has his moments of boredom. Whenever that happens, the rapidly rising Bang Goon naturally caught his attention, and he memorized Bang Goo's information as well. Qin Feng was obviously taken aback upon hearing this. First, the strange person could actually speak. Second, he actually knew his master. What does that have to do with you? You're just a strange person. You should either keep your distance or be eliminated by a hero. Qin Feng pretended to shout, fearing that the other party might be one of those martial arts enthusiasts. If that were the case, he wouldn't have any fighting methods left. So, you're a hero? What a misunderstanding. Dog Hero understood Qin Feng's words and realized he was being seen as a weird person too. Dog Hero walked up to Qin Feng, wagging his tail. But are you really human? Why do you have the characteristics of a strange person? Qin Feng touched the other party's smooth fur. It looked like a high-quality doll costume, but it felt exactly like a real dog. Of course, I am human. Qin Feng himself couldn't explain it clearly, but if he revealed his true background, it was likely that a certain evil live experiment lab in a dark corner would gain another customer. As for you, you seem to look even more like a freak than I do. Huh? Me? Dog Hero twitched his ears, still wearing a calm expression. I've always considered myself an incompetent freak. I don't like to destroy things. Qin Feng also felt that the big dog in front of him, who was enjoying his petting, didn't seem to have any bad intentions. On the other hand, that poop-colored dog was the most cunning. What a coincidental day. Hopefully, Our next meeting won't lead to any misunderstandings. Qin Feng finally gave the dog-headed hero a gentle pat, reluctantly bidding farewell to this painful dog. The dog hero sniffed, silently remembering Qin Feng's scent, not for any other reason, but to whitelist this peculiar smell in its mind. Oh, why did it take you so long to come back? It turns out you've become a hero too. Qin Feng? Bitterbug placed a large plate of beef from the tornado's menu onto the table, looking at Qin Feng with disdain. In fact, it wasn't just Bitterbug. Many martial artists looked down on the profession of being a hero, believing that this thankless job was something only a fool would do. The root cause was that most martial artists didn't need heroes for protection. For example, the true form of Silver Fang and Bitterbug could barely be included in this category, as General Tiger-level monsters might not be able to defeat Bitterbug 100 of the time. Qin Feng didn't realize that the Bug had a bias against the hero profession and directly sat down opposite Tornado. At this moment, Tornado was boredly counting the sesame seeds on the grilled meat on her plate. Seeing Qin Feng come back with some injuries, although he wasn't seriously hurt, his newly bought sportswear could be considered ruined. Just a mere weirdo, and you've ended up in such a sorry state. I really can't believe that without my protection, you might have been beaten to the ground by that weirdo, begging for mercy. Tornado still spoke in a tone that was unyielding, but she confirmed whether the other party was injured. Qin Feng knew he was in the wrong, so he quietly sat down and began grilling meat on the small stove that was on every table. He placed slices of meat on the grill, and the sizzling sounds accompanied by the rich aroma of meat reminded him once again of his life before the time travel. In that technologically advanced era, the diversity of food was a given, but the diverse food was not meant for someone like Qin Feng. Although he had a plentiful diet, most of it consisted of product from Hextech, causing his once fairly slim body to start losing shape, eventually leading to a what-the-hell attitude. What are you thinking? The meat is burning. The voice of Tornado pulled Qin Feng back to reality. He noticed a slightly charred piece of meat had somehow appeared on his plate. And when he looked up, he saw the meat flipping itself. You useless guy, you can't even grill meat properly, Tornado mumbled, taking over Qin Feng's task. The glass jar filled with freshly squeezed orange juice was nearly empty, with some fruit pulp stuck on the walls of the cup, indicating that this place had once been the territory of orange juices. I'm really sorry, there were a lot of customers just now. Here is some for you. The Bugman brought over a new jar of orange juice, took away the somewhat dirty glass jar, and also placed some vegetables on the table. After finishing this, he hurried off to attend to other customers. Qin Feng looked at the large table full of food, with at least 7 plates of various meats, a lot of vegetables, seafood, and even 2 bowls of ramen. Did you order so much? Are we going to finish it all? Tornado's mouth was stuffed full, making her speech a bit unclear. Not all of this was ordered by me. I only order a little bit. As a superpower user, Tornado's body requires a lot of nutrition. Although, physiologically, this excess food won't be absorbed. Her body's development and metabolism rely on large amounts of food intake. Compared to Tornado, Qin Feng's appetite was even a bit smaller. He looked at the grill that was still full after eating for quite a while, resting his chin on his hand, feeling a bit troubled. His stomach and his brain were negotiating. Don't eat anymore. Look at that guy at the next table. We can't waste food. This is all pure green. If it were Hextech, it would be one thing, but this food is truly hard to come by. Qin Feng has been stuck in a dilemma of whether to eat or not, resulting in him occasionally taking a bite with an exaggerated expression. Long Wan, on the other hand, keeps eating, and her belly is even slightly bulging, indicating she has consumed a lot of food. Are we going to the amusement park after the meal? Let's consider it a patrol. Qin Feng rested his chin on one hand while absent-mindedly fiddling with a pair of chopsticks in the other, discussing the afternoon's destination with Tornado. Anything is fine. I don't mind. In a remote mountain area of City Z, a young man was recuperating in a cave he had just discovered, with a freshly killed brown bear lying at the entrance. This person was none other than the Hungry Wolf, who had been beaten by Bongu not long ago and expelled from his sect. His injuries had mostly healed after some time, but the last few punches from the Silver Fang, aimed at crippling him, would have left an ordinary person confined to a wheelchair for life. Hungry Wolf had built a fire in the cave, roasting some fresh game beside it while staring blankly at the dancing flames. He couldn't understand why only heroes could win. For those oddballs, even just wanting to survive seemed like a luxury, and it all felt so unfair. Old man, I will bring that damn association down one day. Hungry Wolf clenched his fists, vowing to overturn the world's understanding of justice, but he knew that before that, he needed to become stronger. He recalled some martial arts manuals he had seen, including the particularly dangerous technique preserved by Silver Fang, the exploding heart liberation fist. However, every time Hungry Wolf attempted to use this technique, he felt a strange sensation in his body. He always believed it was due to the internal injuries inflicted by Silver Feng that hadn't fully healed. Damn, old man. Outside Silver Feng's dojo, Kalanzi was climbing the stairs with some luggage, panting heavily. After returning from his hometown and careful consideration, he had concluded that he wasn't suited for martial arts. Just as the Bitterbug had joked before, compared to martial arts, Kalanzi was better at mopping the floor. Sigh, after paying this month's tuition, I'll quit. A year of persistence is already quite an achievement. Kalanzi wiped the sweat accumulating on his chin and pushed open the dojo's door, only to find not the usual difficult-to-get-along with seniors practicing, but Master Silver Feng alone, cleaning the floor, the usual hustle and bustle completely gone. Silver Feng also heard the noise and turned to see Kalanzi. "Oh, you're here, Kalanzi." Silver Feng showed a delighted expression, stretching his joints as he walked toward Kalanzi. "Then let us start practicing." Kalanzi saw his master's ready-to-fight stance and quickly waved his hands. "No, wait. Why are you the one cleaning the floor? We're the seniors." Silver Feng put his hands behind his back, his tone somewhat melancholic. "They all left. You're my last disciple now." To be honest, Silver Feng felt somewhat relieved. Although he didn't expect Kalanzi to carry on the flowing rock-shattering fist, at least he wouldn't have to clean the floor himself anymore. Kalanzi found it hard to believe that so many seniors had left. They all left? Master Bongu, you had hundreds of disciples. At this point, Silver Feng felt even more regretful. Those outstanding disciples had opportunities to surpass him in the past, but now. Seeing Kalanzi's surprised expression, Silver Feng nodded, confirming he hadn't misspoken. "So does that mean I am now your top disciple? If you want that title, then use it." Upon hearing this, Kalanzi could hardly believe his ears. This identity carried significant weight. If someone claimed to be Master Bongu's top disciple, everyone would regard that person with respect. At least not look down on them. "Got it, Master. I will work even harder." Kalanzi had somehow changed into training clothes, tightened his belt, his expression serious, ready to put in a good effort. Silver Feng looked at the motivated young man in front of him, feeling pleased with his sudden and inexplicable enthusiasm. "By the way, Master Bongu, why did all the seniors leave? Did they graduate, or did something happen at the dojo?" Hearing Kalanzi ask the crucial question, Silver Feng sighed and began to recount what he had long wanted to say. What? How could Hungry Wolf do that? After hearing Silver Feng's account, Kalanzi stomped his feet in indignation, fully aware of how much effort his master had put into running the dojo. The tuition wasn't high, not even comparable to Kalanzi's pocket money during his student days, indicating that Silver Feng's intention was not to make money, but to genuinely promote martial arts and pass on his techniques. Just consider my poor judgment. I thought that child still had a chance for redemption. Silver Feng tossed the rag aside, temporarily putting Kalanzi's training progress on hold, since this child would continue to stay, and he had plenty of time to teach him, including a few of my capable disciples. None of them were a match for Hungry Wolf. Silver Feng fell into memory. While instructing his students on how to generate power, he suddenly received a message from the Hero Association, stating that 3 demon-level monsters had appeared in City Y, and some heroes were already resisting, needing Silver Feng's support. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. Rescuing people from peril was precisely what Silver Feng pursued. Those oddly shaped demon-level monsters wouldn't trouble Silver Feng. After all, even if it was outside his specialty, Silver Feng's ability was exceptional, and he quickly completed the mission. Before the cheers of the crowd arrived, he handed the unnecessary credit to the snake-fist Snick lying on the ground. But just as Silver Feng approached the dojo's entrance with a fulfilled heart, the usual sounds of muscle-bound arms slicing through the air were absent. Slacking off was impossible. Bongu opened the door and immediately saw Qin Feng lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, apparently having completely fainted, with signs of broken scales on his neck. Looking around at the bruised and battered disciples in the dojo's center, Silver Feng felt heartbroken. Being gentle by nature, he couldn't bear to see those kids who admired him get hurt, especially all of them except Hungry Wolf. After contacting the hospital to send more personnel, Silver Feng headed straight to his bedroom, fully convinced that everything was the doing of that scoundrel Hungry Wolf, and he would definitely be after his treasured martial arts manuals. Determined to teach Hungry Wolf a lesson, Silver Feng tried to slow his pace, hoping Hungry Wolf would leave on his own instead of being expelled by him. The moment he saw Hungry Wolf rummaging through the place, Silver Feng felt a twinge of softness in his heart and attempted to persuade him, hoping this rebellious disciple would turn back on his own. "Hungry Wolf, so this day has finally come?" The gaze of the hungry wolf was so fierce, as if it were a mad beast, charging at me the moment it saw the silver fangs. "You old man, mind your own business." What was most heartbreaking was that this disciple, who exuded such a powerful aura as if he wanted to kill, was indeed very talented in martial arts. And the signature move he used, the flowing rock-shattering fist, was something I had personally taught him. After a rather predictable battle, the hungry wolf was knocked unconscious. The silver fangs had held back, sparing his life, but had damaged some of the meridians in the hungry wolf's body to prevent him from causing any more trouble. Afterwards, the silver fangs stayed at the hospital, while those disciples who had fought to defend their dignity all suffered injuries. And he even paid the astronomical medical bills for his proud students. After waiting for all his disciples to regain consciousness, the silver fangs hunched over and returned to the dojo alone. In the eyes of his disciples, the silhouette of their once mighty master now resembled that of an old man. In City A, at the entrance of a famous amusement park, Qin Feng bought 2 full-price tickets, planning to have a good time with Tornado, and most importantly, to help this somewhat closed-minded girl improve her social skills. Initially, Qin Feng intended to buy Tornado a half-price children's ticket, but Tornado said, "If you dare treat me like a child, I'll skin you alive and make boots out of your lizard skin." Under Tornado's intimidating presence, Qin Feng obediently bought a regular ticket, and as for the discounted couple's ticket, he had no intention of that either. At the highest point of the Ferris wheel, Qin Feng was enjoying an ice cream, while Tornado sat across from him, staring blankly out at the view, lost in thought. "If you don't eat it soon, the ice cream will melt." Qin Feng spoke up to remind her, but Longwan had no reaction and continued to look outside. "What's wrong? Are you not happy?" Qin Feng shamelessly sat down next to the Tornado, leaning in to look in the direction of its gaze. "I just don't understand why those people outside are so happy, when they clearly don't even have the ability to protect themselves when a monster appears." Qin Feng saw a long line of people under the Ferris wheel, including a family of 3, a couple in love, and a group of students dressed up together. What kind of talk is this? Who says that weak people can't be happy? With your superpowers being so impressive, why can't I ever see you happy? This is not the same thing at all. Longwan was a bit angry, but ever since after lunch, she had learned to suppress her emotions. If someone had dared to sit next to her and say such things before she met Qin Feng, they would definitely have faced a lesson. "This is not something I can control. I just what?" Qin Feng had finished his ice cream and was habitually nibbling on the cone, not forgetting to tease the cute little one. "I always felt that communicating with others was meaningless, but between them." Longwan looked down at the people on the ground, who were as small as ants. In her understanding, the concept of friends simply did not exist. Even when she was almost in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Qin Feng, she didn't realize that communicating with others could also be beneficial for herself. "Of course it's meaningful. Look, aren't we communicating now?" Qin Feng's tone was gentle, much like an older brother speaking to his younger sister. As Tornado looked at the slightly upturned corners of Qin Feng's mouth, her eyes gradually lit up. But soon, she returned to her previous demeanor, still using what she considered malicious language to attack the guy in front of her who was trying to get closer. "Who wants to communicate with you? I'm just bored and helping you. This poor little lizard with your movie ticket problem. Do you really think you can get close to me? How naive and pathetic." After saying that, Tornado brought the nearly melted ice cream to her mouth and took a few bites. Noticing that Qin Feng was still looking at her, Tornado felt inexplicably annoyed. "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll pluck all the scales off you." Qin Feng did not blame Longwan for speaking rudely. He understood that this was a form of self-protection, a desire to enclose oneself in a personal space, clearly yearning for the recognition and attention of others. Yet wanting to escape, it was just like Qin Feng used to be. "I said to you." Qin Feng tried to place his hand on Tornado's shoulder. Seeing that she did not resist, he let out a long sigh. "There's no need for this between us. We can consider ourselves friends, right?" Tornado stubbornly turned her head away, trying to avoid letting Qin Feng see her face. She didn't want him to see her expression, nor the tears welling up in her eyes. "Oh, come on. You're not going to cry, are you? There's no need for that, just as long as you." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng felt a warmth in his chest and looked down to see a small accessory added to his clothing. Tornado was crying loudly in Qin Feng's embrace, pouring out all the grievances and suppressed emotions she had previously endured without holding back. The tears soaked Qin Feng's clothes and seeped into his scales, making it a bit itchy. He didn't even have time to react. It seemed Tornado had just wrapped herself around him. "You idiot! Why do you have to be so nice to me?" Qin Feng was momentarily at a loss, with one hand wrapped around Tornado's slim waist and the other stroking her fluffy hair. Many years ago, After Tornado narrowly survived that disaster in her childhood, she began to suppress herself. She often appeared standoffish, and after separating from her parents, she became even more reclusive, distrusting everyone around her. She viewed anyone who tried to get close to her as someone with ulterior motives. At this moment, the Ferris wheel had already turned halfway, and Qin Feng and Tornado were about to return to the ground. Tornado, you need to calm down a bit, we're going down. There are a lot of people outside. If you keep this up, Qin Feng tried to soothe Tornado's emotions, but she cried even harder, even using her powers to turn the Ferris wheel back around. Why are you so nice? Why do you want to help me? Tornado curled up in Qin Feng's arms, looking nothing like the trembling Tornado who was once so full of herself. It's nothing much, after all. Helping others is also a part of being a hero, and I am a hero, Qin Feng said half-jokingly, but he couldn't help feeling a bit heartbroken. Although he knew that the person in his arms was a few years older than him, he always felt that this was just a child with serious psychological trauma. Hearing the word hero, Tornado sniffled while looking at Qin Feng with her big teary eyes. At that moment, Qin Feng's face completely matched her image of a true hero. Qin Feng felt a bit uneasy being stared at. What was this little girl thinking? Qin Feng grinned, and Long Wan also started to laugh, with only the tear stains on her beautiful face representing the fact that she had just been crying. After the first time, Tornado had always worn a sour expression, looking at everyone equally without clarity, until just now when a little incident happened. Qin Feng then realized that the girl in his arms could also smile. Tornado broke free from Qin Feng's embrace, her slightly flushed cheeks proving that this invincible superpower user, like ordinary people, also had feelings and could be shy. As for what just happened, let's pretend it never occurred. Tornado tightly grasped the corners of her skirt, lowering her head, but the ice cream in her hand, after that incident, successfully splattered onto Qin Feng. The ice cream, partially melted by saliva, collided with Qin Feng's already tattered clothes. At this point, Qin Feng completely no longer wanted this outfit. Well, but you really look beautiful when you smile. Qin Feng also felt a bit embarrassed. Rarely, he wanted to straighten his collar, only to find that the clothes were no longer wearable. How messy. I wonder who would be blind enough to be your girlfriend. After trying to remedy the situation without success, Qin Feng simply took off the clothes he had just worn for less than half a day. Tornado immediately covered her eyes, not wanting to look at Qin Feng. What are you doing? You pervert. Changing clothes in front of girl. Tornado's face turned red at that moment, her hands covering her eyes. But it seemed like her eyes were trying to peek through her fingers. What is there to be shy about? Didn't you send me to the association hospital last night? I can assure you, I don't have the habit of sleeping in pajamas. Qin Feng changed his clothes while looking at the Tornado above him with a mischievous smile, thinking to himself that he just wanted to tease the girl a bit. He put the hopeless outfit into a paper bag, and after getting off the Ferris wheel, he casually tossed it into a nearby trash can. When he turned around, he found that the Tornado had disappeared without a trace. Although Qin Feng knew very well that the Tornado would be safe, he believed that the proud girl must have suddenly vanished for one of two reasons. Either she had lost interest in spending time with him, or she was sulking. And clearly, the current situation belonged to the latter. The Tornado was definitely waiting somewhere to see him make a fool of himself out of worry. Hey, Tornado, if you don't come out soon, I'm going to ride the roller coaster by myself. Qin Feng shouted symbolically, and the passersby around him glanced at him with some curiosity. They were not afraid of this strangely dressed guy and just took him for a staff member of the amusement park. Qin Feng simply went straight to the ticket-checking area, and Long Wan quickly flew over from not far away, angrily pounding Qin Feng's arm with her little fists. Are you really planning to leave me behind? Qin Feng tried to manage his expression, not letting the other party see any clues. Hey, I'm talking to you. Tornado shook Qin Feng's sleeve. What made Qin Feng very pleased was that Tornado no longer relied on superpowers for certain things, like this acting cute behavior. So you were here. I thought you had been behind me all along. Qin Feng intentionally lowered his voice, putting on an expression that said, I want to be difficult. What can you do about it? Excuse me, if you two aren't planning to check tickets, could you please not block the people behind you? A grumpy uncle behind them spoke up. Indeed, to others, this pair of flirtatious young lovers was being quite excessive, standing at the front of the line and blocking the way. If they lingered any longer, the ticket collector might just fall asleep. Long Wan surprisingly didn't get angry. She just glanced at the uncle and then pulled Qin Feng away. Qin Feng felt even more gratified at this moment. The child had finally grown up and become sensible. If this had happened before, no one in the amusement park would have been able to continue playing. It wasn't until they sat in the front row and were strapped in like Zongzi that Qin Feng realized that this roller coaster went all the way around the entire amusement park, which served as a wall. To make matters worse, there were terrifying vertical drops and a deadly 360-degree spin. Hey, Tornado, what does it feel like to fly up there in the sky? Tornado beside him swallowed hard. She had never flown without a protective shield before. But judging by the expressions of the bad guy she had sent flying earlier, it must not feel good. The car slowly began to climb, and Qin Feng quickly realized that he and the ground were already over 100 meters high. He was so scared that he grabbed Tornado's hand tightly. Hey, you! Before he could finish saying the word rascal, a whooshing sound rushed past their ears, and the rapid movement caused a lot of air to hit the passengers' faces. Naturally, Qin Feng and Tornado in the front row were in a severely affected area. Mom! The screams rose and fell, and Tornado was so frightened that she forgot what had just happened. She held on to Qin Feng's hand tightly, as if doing so could lessen her fear, although it didn't help much. Hold on to me. While resisting the airflow, Qin Feng shouted at Tornado, who was in a state of wanting to open her eyes but couldn't, and wanting to close her eyes but couldn't either. The air blowing on her face distorted her originally delicate and cute features. Qin Feng's situation was even worse. He was so scared that he couldn't close his mouth. Instinctively wanting to lower his head, he was unable to do so because of the amusement park's feature to ensure a good experience for every visitor. Each passenger on the roller coaster must secure their head to prevent missing out on the thrill of the ride. Qin Feng stated that before the next outing, he would definitely prepare a strategy. After going through multiple 360-degree all-angle balance training, Qin Feng helped the completely limp Tornado down. You don't need to support me. I can do it myself. Tornado still insisted. Her hair was already blown up. The good news is that she has a very convenient superpower, allowing her to fix her hairstyle at any time. The bad news is that any time does not include now. Known for her strong mental power, Tornado is experiencing a sense of mental disarray for the first time, especially after that sudden turn. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she might never understand the feeling of being bullied by herself. Stop pretending to be strong. You can barely stand now. Qin Feng also felt dizzy as stars seemed to be flying around him. The two of them, disoriented, found a cold drink shop and sat down. I feel so uncomfortable. I need to sleep for a while, Tornado said, then lay down on the table and fell asleep. Qin Feng wasn't sure if superpowered individuals had special needs in terms of mental state, so he didn't dare to wake her up. Instead, he called over a staff member and ordered 2 hot milks to take away. Then he picked up Tornado and went to call a taxi. It was only when he held Tornado in a princess carry that he realized how light she was. Based on his experience, she should only weigh around 70 pounds. After getting into the taxi with the little girl in his arms, before Qin Feng could say anything, the driver spoke first. 20 to the hotel. What? Qin Feng didn't understand what the other person meant. How'd he know when he hadn't even spoken? The uncle with a small patch of goatee turned around and smiled at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with a self-assured sense of understanding. You young people, how could I not know? As he spoke, the driver uncle noticed the Tornado in Qin Feng's arms and was instantly shocked. This is a minor. You beast. Don't get out of the car. I'm going to call the police. Qin Feng was startled due to some unpleasant experiences in the past. Even though she had become a hero, she still felt a bit of fear towards the word police. She's older than me, you know. Qin Feng quickly took out his communicator and showed it to the driver. B-level, 7th position, trembling Tornado. 25 years old? That's really something. 1 year older than me. Hearing this shocking information, Qin Feng put away his communicator and reminded the driver. No, the older brother driver. Go to City Ye. My friend is asleep. She needs to rest. I hope you can drive slowly. After saying that, Qin Feng blinked, trying to get some discount from this peer who looked about the same age as his father. 60 bucks? No bargaining. The older brother driver coldly turned his head away, directly shattering Qin Feng's hopes of haggling. After the usual taxi ride, Qin Feng had no further communication with the driver. Upon arriving at the designated stop in City A, Qin Feng paid promptly, feeling once again impressed by the generous treatment from the Hero Association. Take care. Throwing out a bland, formulaic greeting, the older brother driver quickly left, holding the Tornado in his arms. With her fair little face dripping some drool and soft snores coming from her nose, Qin Feng increasingly felt that this fiery little girl had some charm. Checking the time on the automatic snack vending machine by the roadside, there was still about an hour until the movie started. But going to the cinema early to wait couldn't hurt. Qin Feng held Tornado like this, not daring to wake her up. The touch of Tornado's delicate skin against Qin Feng's arm made him feel both physically and mentally pleasant. However, Qin Feng was not the kind of person who only thought with his lower body. He was very clear that there was little possibility between him and Tornado, at least not at this moment. In the waiting hall of the cinema, he casually found a seat. Fortunately, this time was relatively casual. For those who genuinely just wanted to watch a movie, it was too late, while for those who used watching a movie as an excuse, it was too early. Qin Feng was lucky to snatch a sofa, carefully placing the still dreaming tornado down, stretching his sore arms. On the surface, he seemed calm, but inside, he was already very nervous. Even before crossing over, Qin Feng had little experience interacting with girls. His previous actions could be described as formulaic tricks learned from online videos and jokes. If he acted that way, he would likely be laughed at. Fortunately, in this One Punch Man anime world, not only is the art style less realistic for humans and scenery, but communication is also quite straightforward. This means that if he says something obscure here, most people will take it at face value and not delve deeper. Furthermore, when facing certain issues, such as those that would have seemed overly dramatic or silly in the past, they wouldn't be uncomfortable here. In summary, it's simple and easy to deceive. Qin Feng secretly glanced at the sleeping tornado, her lovely face deeply touching his heart. He could no longer resist temptation and was ultimately defeated by desire. He slowly reached out his hand and touched Tornado's smooth, pearl-like face. That healthy shade of white made Qin Feng unable to resist the urge to pinch it a couple of times. What are you doing? Unbeknownst to him, Tornado had been watching him for some time, and the current situation could basically be called a deadlock. Tornado struggled to suppress her urge to laugh and put on a serious face. I never expected you to have such thoughts about me. I considered you a friend. Tornado slapped Qin Feng's hand away, which he had forgotten to retract in surprise, and pointed at his nose. Are you planning to get me drunk and do something even worse? Tornado exclaimed loudly. Fortunately, there weren't many people around. Otherwise, Qin Feng would definitely be labeled as having improper intentions toward a minor. Let me explain. Qin Feng suddenly panicked, not knowing where to put his hands, and could only swing them back and forth in front of himself. Seeing Qin Feng flustered, Tornado smiled smugly. Before getting off the car, Tornado had already woken up and planned to tease Qin Feng. As for Qin Feng's earlier behavior, it didn't disgust Tornado. Instead, she found it quite nice. I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be like those people. Tornado made a disdainful expression, lowering her head and pouting, as if she was about to cry any moment. I was wrong. How about I buy you popcorn as an apology? Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Listening to Qin Feng's flustered attempts to make amends, Tornado directly gave him a way out, not being as aggressive as before. I also want a drink. Emergency evacuation alert. Emergency evacuation alert. A ghost-level monster has appeared in the eastern part of City A. Nearby residents, please proceed to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. Nearby residents, please proceed to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. Huh. Tornado, holding a bucket of popcorn that was thicker than her waist, was just about to follow Qin Feng to check tickets when the Hero Association's broadcast sounded. She frowned. Wasn't this ruining a good thing? Since when did the Hero Association set up shelters? How come I didn't know? Qin Feng quickly drank a few sips of his milk tea because he was sure that even if he didn't go, the association would call Tornado. The people in the cinema waiting area became chaotic after hearing the broadcast, rushing out in a frenzy. Hey, everyone, don't panic. The security guard's shouts were quickly drowned out. Qin Feng glanced at the ticket collector next to him, who was trembling in fear, and shrugged. Help me hold this. We'll be back soon. Saying this, he handed the ticket collector the 2 large cups of milk tea with extra toppings and milk foam. Are you heroes? Tornado placed a bucket of popcorn that was larger than his upper body on the table. Without waiting for Qin Feng to answer, he pulled them up into the air. Oh no, I haven't answered their question yet. That's so rude. Qin Feng crossed his arms and felt that Tornado's behavior was really inappropriate. Answer questions? Shouldn't we watch the movie first and then deal with the monster? Should we wait until City A is nearly destroyed by that monster before setting out? After saying this, Tornado lifted Qin Feng up, and once again he felt his feet leave the ground. As he saw the surrounding buildings gradually lower beneath him, Qin Feng didn't feel scared at all, because what bad intentions could little Tornado have? While struggling to carry Qin Feng through the air, Tornado searched for the monster's presence. Found it, she said, and began to accelerate, soon spotting a lizard-like monster over 10 meters tall, its crimson scales looking incredibly tough, with shallow scratches on it indicating it had just been in a battle. Hisses. The lizard opened its mouth, flicking its tongue, and seeing the 2 small figures swiftly approaching from the air, it seemed to regard them as flies. Do you want to challenge it? This guy looks a lot like you. Tornado covered her face and chuckled, while Qin Feng's face turned green with anger. Soon, with the protection of Tornado's shield, the 2 landed safely. That ugly, Damn lizard kept trying to stomp on the two little guys with its car-sized claws, but had no success. Hero. It's a hero. Oh my. It's the B-class tornado. I've seen her on the official website. Tornado, be careful. There's another monster behind you. The people fleeing around shouted loudly for help upon seeing someone come to rescue them. But Qin Feng's face had turned from green to red. Indeed, he was blushing. I'm going to deal with this bug. Qin Feng intercepted the tornado that had just lifted, intending to crush the monster's arm out of thin air, giving a will-win expression, and directly walked out of the protective shield's range. Soon, a solid blow struck Qin Feng's waist. Qin Feng was wrapped up by the monster's tongue and was once again lifted into the air, about to be swallowed. However, as a disciple highly valued by the Silver Feng, Qin Feng had some skills, coupled with his special ability. The soul of that previous uncle had indeed allowed him to make significant progress. That's right, just as the tornado was about to act to save him. Qin Feng punched and shattered one of the lizard monster's teeth, and then viciously stabbed that tooth into the tongue that was wrapping around him. Hiss! The monster, in pain, directly flung Qin Feng toward the ground. After rotating 2 or 3 times due to inertia, Qin Feng stopped in a position he thought was quite cool. One knee touching the ground, the other leg propped up behind him, his left hand supporting the ground, and his right hand seemingly serving the purpose of showing off, raised high. Not far away, the tornado covered her face. She really couldn't bear to look, because part of Qin Feng's pants had been worn away, making him look quite disheveled. Take this, the signature move of Master Silver Feng, the flowing rock-shattering fist. Qin Feng quickly stepped forward, pushing aside the foot of the lizard that was about to stomp on him, and landed a punch on it, successfully shattering several scales. Seeing that his attack had an effect, Qin Feng became more confident and wanted to repeat the trick. But he didn't notice that the opponent's tail was already swinging toward him. Whack! It hit Qin Feng on the head, causing him to crash to the ground, his head buried in the shattered asphalt, and he briefly lost consciousness. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself under the foot of that giant creature. One hit after another. Fortunately, the ground wasn't too hard, and Qin Feng was knocked into the ground without taking the full brunt of the damage. Ah! The hero has fallen. Ah! Ah! Call for backup. The bystanders had just thought that the rampage of the giant lizard was about to be stopped, only to find that the hero who came to help was being beaten down and was directly embedded in the ground. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Qin Feng, tornado, shouted in worry, and then her gaze turned fierce as she glared at the giant lizard. You dare to hurt him. Saying this, Tornado raised her hand, intending to crush the monster that harmed her good friend. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several missiles flew in from a distance, directly hitting the cloak next to the lizard creature's neck. The power of the missiles was so immense that it instantly ended the creature's life. Tornado glared at the reckless individual who intervened, a black robot. I hope I'm not late. The Metal Knight maneuvered the robot closer, scanning the creature's vital signs. The robot had a round head with 3 holes that looked like cameras, and it carried several launchers resembling rocket launchers on its back. What appeared to be a terrifying robot to ordinary people was merely a pile of scrap metal in Tornado's eyes. Who allowed you to act rashly? Don't you know I arrived first? The Metal Knight merely glanced at Tornado, not taking the noisy child seriously, even though he was already familiar with her information. I'm just here to collect some samples from the monsters, and I'll leave soon. A cold, mechanical voice emitted from an unknown part of the robot as it walked straight toward the lizard creature's corpse. There's another one. Is it a cub? Qin Feng, still somewhat dazed, was pulled out by the Metal Knight, not yet aware of what had happened. A fish that slipped through the net. Let's kill it first. Saying this, the cold barrel of the gun was aimed at Qin Feng's head. Stop. Tornado directly moved the gun away, and especially made bullet hit a nearby streetlight, instantly exploding. The Metal Knight turned his head and stared directly at Tornado. Do you know what you're doing? This is a monster. He is not. Seemingly too lazy to explain, Tornado pulled the still half-conscious Qin Feng to her side. This is my friend, a hero registered with the Hero Association. The Metal Knight fell silent, appearing to be frozen, with only the red light emanating from the holes in the robot's head indicating that the Metal Knight was still operational. After a long time, the cold, mechanical voice sounded again. I'm very sorry. I thought a C-class hero wouldn't participate in the mission against Ghost-class monsters. Looking at the Metal Knight cutting up the monster's corpse in front of him, Tornado merely shot him a cold glance and didn't say much more. What's wrong? Qin Feng gradually came to his senses, his face already showing some abrasions caused by friction. What was once a relatively clean face was now bruised, with a mixture of blood and dirt sticking to it. A gentle breeze blew by, causing some pain and itching. "You idiot! Why are you being so stubborn?" Long Wan placed Qin Feng on the ground and ran to his side, wanting to reach out and wipe his face. Her eyes filled with concern. "It's nothing, just minor injuries." Qin Feng reached out and grabbed Tornado's hand, grinning as he wiped his face with his sleeve. Hiss! It felt like a wound was sprinkled with alcohol. "Hurry up and bandage it. If you get disfigured because of this, Tornado, who was too nervous and almost said too much, quickly covered her mouth, but it was already too late. Her big eyes were fixed on him, and based on human emotions, literary information, and the Pythagorean theorem, Qin Feng had roughly figured out what Tornado wanted to say. However, for the sake of drama, he chose to play dumb. He widened his eyes, deliberately putting on a puzzled expression, and leaned his head closer to Tornado's mouth. "What did you say?" "And nothing." Tornado's face turned red, but she still stubbornly insisted that she hadn't said anything. "Hurry up and bandage it. I don't want to watch a movie with an ugly guy covered in scars." Qin Feng touched his forehead, confirming that he had indeed absorbed the soul of that strange lizard. But why was there no reaction? Hiss! A roar echoed in Qin Feng's mind, and he was prepared to face the pain. However, unexpectedly, this time the sensation did not bring him unbearable discomfort. Instead, his body felt warm, and the wounds on his face gradually heated up, beginning to heal. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Tornado tugged at Qin Feng's clothes, shaking him to get his attention. "How dare you ignore me? If I had known, I wouldn't have cared about you. Let that perverted scientist throw you into the potion for experiments." The robot controlled by the Metal Knight glanced back at Tornado, who was bad-mouthing him, and after receiving a glare, turned back to continue its work. I'm fine. These are just minor injuries." Qin Feng directly took off his shirt and wiped his face with the clean side that was pressed against his body. "Don't push yourself. It must hurt a lot, right?" Tornado flew to eye level with Qin Feng and removed the hand that was covering his face, discovering that his wound had already healed. "How is that possible?" Her delicate and slender little hand poked Qin Feng's face. Although his face was somewhat rough in comparison, Tornado didn't care about that right now. Something else had caught her attention. "How could you recover so quickly?" Qin Feng smiled proudly and reached out to touch the fluffy little head of the Tornado. It feels nice, warm and soft. Existence is reasonable. Don't you have superpowers too?" Glancing at the time on his watch, Qin Feng sighed. He was ultimately still late. Isn't this just for getting beaten up? Really useless." The Tornado rolled her eyes at Qin Feng, grabbed his hand, wanted to say something more, but suddenly remembered something and hurriedly let go. "I have some things to do. I have to go first. You can go home by yourself." "Hey, where are you going?" Watching the Tornado fly away quickly, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit dejected as the hand he had raised to try to keep her gradually fell. "Am I still too weak? Do you look down on me?" Qin Feng lowered his head, looking at his disheveled appearance, while the passers-by around him shouted things like "great hero" and "awesome." Only Qin Feng felt like a complete failure. This empty feeling was even more headache-inducing than the pain he experienced from absorbing souls earlier. A few people gathered around the seriously injured and unconscious B-class hero, Reiku Genji, anxiously dialing emergency services, while some others approached Qin Feng. Many had witnessed the scene of him being pinned to the ground and beaten, but even though Qin Feng took the hits, it was for the sake of everyone, and these people genuinely felt grateful to him. "You're the Silver Armored Warrior, right? I saw your battle with that mechanical monster this morning. Your scales are so cool, like armor. Wow, Silver Armored Warrior. Can I shake your hand?" The surrounding words of praise and concern eased Qin Feng's feelings of disappointment a bit. He smiled and waved these people away, intending to leave alone. "Hey, wait a minute." Qin Feng suddenly realized why he was feeling so sad. Stopping in his tracks, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. He and that little girl were just friends, and she had left for some reasons. Why was he feeling so upset? Trying to comfort himself, Qin Feng decided to hurry home. If more people saw him in this disheveled state, it would be embarrassing. Qin Feng was still lost in thought when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Instinctively, he turned around and saw a very dangerous-looking robot staring at him. Uncle? Big brother? This little chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Because of his distracted thoughts, Qin Feng momentarily couldn't decide what to call him. "You must be the C-level, second-ranked, Silver Armored Warrior, right?" A cold voice sounded as the Metal Knight spoke. "Let me introduce myself. I am the A-level, first-ranked Metal Knight. I just scanned your body, and truly, you can indeed be considered someone who has undergone a bit of training." Hearing the other party's mocking words, Qin Feng clenched his fists, feeling somewhat unconvinced. What do you want to say? Qin Feng's tone was also somewhat unfriendly, as he was well aware that this guy was looking for trouble. You should understand what I mean. Young people like you tend to blindly pursue love, while someone like Long Wan, whose combat power can be said to be at the pinnacle of the association, is unlikely to have any thoughts about you. Qin Feng couldn't hold back any longer upon hearing this. He punched the metal knight in the abdomen, but only felt a sharp pain in his fist, as if he had struck steel. Well, it was steel, though Qin Feng didn't know that. Even if you destroy this robot, it doesn't matter. I have countless more just like it. The metal knight's tone remained indifferent, perhaps due to the electronic amplifier. I just want to tell you not to try to pry into things that don't belong to you, understand? After saying this, regardless of Qin Feng's obstruction, the metal knight unleashed flames from various parts of its body without caring whether it would burn Qin Feng, and left directly. Qin Feng, who was engulfed in exhaust fumes, felt even more wronged. He endured the pain from the smoke and rubbed his eyes, nearly crying. He stumbled back home, gazing at the setting sun outside the window, as if his thoughts were drifting away with the sun. On the other side of the city, a tornado flew quickly, racing along her unique flight path. This flight path, which she had flown many times, was etched in Tornado's heart. With a swoosh, Tornado opened a window in a residential area and flew straight in. Inside, a short-haired girl who appeared to be just over 20 was sitting at a table, looking displeased as she stared at Tornado. Beside her were several men in black suits, who sat respectfully next to the girl, vigilantly watching Tornado. These men were members of the Blizzard Group, an organization formed during Blizzard school days. It wasn't anything earth-shattering. It was merely a product of rebellious Blizzard wanting to resist her sister's control. Until now, the relationship between Blizzard and her so-called subordinates was akin to that of friends. Plates of steaming food were laid out on the table, looking as if they had been prepared at home. It was evident that Blizzard's culinary skills were top-notch, even among many high-end restaurants. A rather large cake was placed on the table, with 20 delicately written in cream, suggesting that someone was celebrating their 20th birthday. Happy birthday, Blizzard. I'm late. Tornado stepped forward with a smile, but the people in the room looked very scared, especially the girl whom Tornado called Blizzard. She tightly clutched the two men beside her, one fat and one thin, her voice trembling. Sister, they are my friends. I won't allow you to throw them out again. Tornado ignored the fear of others and walked straight up. Blizzard was frightened and hurriedly shielded her friends, afraid that her sister might suddenly go berserk. Tornado's smile, from a certain angle, was terrifying to her. The people in the room quickly stood up and shrank to the corner, nearly knocking over the cake on the table. Blizzard, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, spread her arms wide and nervously stared at her smiling sister, who was slowly approaching her. But unexpectedly, Tornado simply hugged Blizzard. That's right, she didn't throw anyone who got close to Blizzard away as she usually did. This was precisely why Blizzard had chosen to move out in a fit of anger many years ago. Nevertheless, Tornado's methods were still more cunning. Those who dared to approach her sister didn't have good endings, leaving only these loyal friends around Blizzard. Sister? Blizzard looked at Tornado, seemingly incredulous. How had her usually hot-tempered sister changed like this? It was my fault in the past. I shouldn't have protected you so excessively. Tornado pressed her face against her sister Blizzard's chest, sincerely apologizing. If you like, then go ahead, make more friends. I won't interfere anymore. Blizzard was also stunned and hugged Tornado. Though she didn't quite understand what had come over her sister, she agreed for the time being. Sister, what's wrong with you? Blizzard cautiously asked, while her followers peered out, realizing this time they wouldn't be thrown out directly. It's nothing. I just suddenly figured some things out. Tornado squinted her eyes, unable to contain her smile any longer. She felt there was nothing that could make her happier than this. Blizzard was pleasantly surprised to discover that her sister truly had no intention of throwing her friends out. She was so excited that she wanted to say something, but Tornado had already slipped out of her embrace. You should be happy. I'm really sorry I didn't prepare a gift for you. Tornado smiled and flew out of the window she had just entered. Sister. Blizzard wanted to reach out to grab her, but couldn't catch her no matter what. Her sister was too fast. Blizzard. The people behind her rushed to the window with her, and outside, Tornado seemed overly excited, flying in a wobbly manner. Blizzard was so excited she was about to cry. No. How is this possible? Blizzard slapped her cheeks with both hands, and the people around her hurriedly tried to stop her. How can my sister change like this? She clearly didn't allow me to socialize with anyone. Confirming that she wasn't dreaming, Blizzard looked again at the place where her sister had disappeared. A few of her followers quickly helped her up as she knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with emotion. They all knew how terrible Tornado's temper was, and today's change left them all puzzled. Is Lady Tornado affected by something? I heard that when a person suffers psychological trauma, their personality can change significantly. A tall, thin man said worriedly, and the nearby Blizzard was also startled. Impossible. My sister isn't that weak. The group helped the muttering Blizzard back to the table, removing the burnt-out candles that they hadn't had time to blow out, replacing them with spare ones. But Blizzard had no mind to make a wish now. Even though she didn't like her sister's past ways, she couldn't allow Tornado to suffer such harm, as she was her only family. Looking up at her friend around her, she forced a smile. Although her sister hadn't coldly chased her friends away, like usual this time, Blizzard seemed even more upset. What happened to her sister? Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Tornado knocked on Qin Feng's door. She didn't choose to break it down directly or control the lock to open it, but rather opted for a method that showed respect to others. Knocking. Qin Feng, are you home? She could clearly sense that Qin Feng was at home and that his physical condition wasn't good. Her earlier abrupt departure was indeed inappropriate. But her sister Blizzard also needed her. At least, that was how Tornado felt. Qin Feng, if you don't open the door soon, I'm going to break it down. Creak. The door was pulled open, and Qin Feng seemed to have just taken a shower, wrapped in a towel, with some water stains still on his face, and his eyes slightly red, as if he had been in the water. Tornado took the opportunity to slip inside. She knew this was Qin Feng's disguise, and she could even guess that this guy had just been crying. Hey, what are you doing? I'm not dressed yet. Qin Feng held his bath towel tightly with one hand while shielding his chest with the other, trying to avoid the little creature that had come in. What's wrong? Did you get sad watching the movie? Are you a child? What's the big deal? Tornado pointed at Qin Feng as if scolding a child, chattering endlessly. Seeing the other person act so recklessly in such a situation, combined with his previous experience of being thrown down, Qin Feng felt a surge of anger and couldn't help but retort. You little brat, who do you look down on? Yes, compared to you, I am nothing. But that doesn't give you the right to toy with me. As he spoke, Qin Feng became increasingly agitated. His blood began to boil, and the words of the Metal Knight echoed in his mind. A feeling called inferiority started to take hold of his heart. Tornado noticed something was off with Qin Feng and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Qin Feng pointing a finger at his nose. I know you're strong, but that's just your own special case. As an ordinary person, I have no obligation to help you achieve that so-called sense of superiority. Qin Feng almost shouted, releasing all the grievances he had suffered before his time travel, directed at the little girl in front of him. Tornado stared blankly at Qin Feng. Her hand that was about to rise seemed to be frozen in place, unable to drop. Soon, tears began to well up in Tornado's eyes. She felt wronged because the accusations made against her that she didn't understand were not things she had done, nor had she ever thought that way. No, it's not like this. The corners of her mouth, which had been lifted just a moment ago, slowly fell. Although they had only known each other for a short time, the Qin Feng in front of her felt very unfamiliar, as if he had become a different person. Tears flowed from her eyes, which had just begun to shine, and Tornado's heart shattered. She didn't know what she had done wrong, nor did she understand why this man, who had been so good to her, suddenly treated her like this. I thought we were friends. Get out. You arrogant guy, leave my home. Qin Feng pointed at Tornado's nose, like a mad beast. Her pupils seemed to change color. Tornado noticed this too, but sadness still occupied her heart. She ran out crying. Her proud superpower did not help her achieve her desired goal at that moment. Bang! Qin Feng slammed the door, followed by a bout of dry heaving. He leaned against the wall at the bathroom door, staggered into the living room, found the sofa, and sat down. For some unknown reason, a nameless rage ignited within him, and he began to list the crimes of Tornado, talking to himself for quite a while. Meanwhile, Tornado next door had already used her perception abilities to hear everything. She covered her mouth, desperately stifling the urge to cry out, tears rolling down her milky white cheeks and dripping on her skirt. But Qin Feng was oblivious to all of this. He continued to curse the girl he had felt quite fond of today, his words filled with filthy language. That damn shorty, I will kill her sooner or later. At this point, Qin Feng suddenly stopped. He quickly got up, relying on the last remnants of his sanity, walked to the kitchen, and pulled out a large cup of cold water from the fridge, pouring it over his head. He was sure something was wrong. Something was controlling his emotions. No, impossible. Now a bit clearer-headed, Qin Feng quickly realized what he had just done, and he felt immense regret. There was no time to think about what was happening, not even noticing the towel that was about to slide off his waist. Bang, bang, bang. Tornado. Qin Feng knocked hard on the door, but it seemed that Tornado was obstructing him. His powerful fists hit the door, but made no sound. Tornado also seemed to have no intention of coming out to open the door. She quietly sat at the door, leaning against it, and heard every word Qin Feng said very clearly. Indeed, she heard it too clearly. She couldn't bear that her actions had caused her only friend to resent her like this. "Hey, who are you? What are you doing at my sister's door?" A mature voice rang out. Qin Feng turned around and saw a tall, curvaceous young woman appearing at the corner of the stairs under the dim light, holding some things in her hands, clearly there to visit someone. "Are you her sister?" "Just in time. Please help me," Qin Feng said, flustered, and tried to pull the door open. "Stop, you pervert! How dare you try to break into someone's home?" A light green glow appeared around Qin Feng, and he felt his body become a bit weightless, with no other reaction. "What's going on? Hurry and call your sister out. We just had a huge misunderstanding." Bingshu was taken aback and stepped back half a step. With the power she had just displayed, those supernatural fluctuations were enough to push a normal person against the wall. Yet this guy in nothing but a bath towel and with strange tattoos, didn't he move an inch? "If you don't leave quickly, you'll lose your life." Bingshu pointed at Qin Feng, her words full of threat, but Qin Feng heard it as, "With what you just did, you have completely angered my sister. Don't think about making amends. No, this is all a misunderstanding. A big misunderstanding. You have to let me explain. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content." Qin Feng took 2 steps forward, intending to inform Shueisha about what had happened, but the situation changed dramatically. The mischievous towel slipped from Qin Feng's waist and fell to the ground. Shueisha, standing a few meters away from him, was momentarily stunned, and the two awkwardly locked eyes for a few seconds before a shrill scream shattered the silence. "Ah, sister, bang." The door to Tornado's room swung open, and Qin Feng felt a familiar force push him through his own door, directly crashing him onto the living room sofa, leaving a wood-shaped dent on the wooden door. "Shueisha, what are you doing here?" Tornado wiped the tears from her face, trying to put on a brave front. She flew over to the frightened Shueisha and hugged her, gently patting her back. "Sister, I'm not a child anymore." Tornado was pushed away, and despite the words, she seemed more like a child in comparison. "That pervert just now tried to break into your house, and I caught him." Just thinking about that scene made Shueisha want to change her eyes. After all, having lived under her sister's protection since childhood, she had never had a boyfriend and knew very little about relationships, let alone what had just happened. "Don't worry about him. That guy's just a scumbag." Tornado, in a huff, pulled her sister inside and glanced at Qin Feng, who had fallen unconscious on the floor. A hint of pity flashed in her eyes, but her sister's urging made Tornado close the door. "Shueisha, why aren't you at home celebrating your birthday? What made you think of visiting your sister?" Tornado smiled and poked Shueisha's arm, who temporarily softened her mood. "It's because I'm worried about you, sister. You seem like a different person today. You scared me." As she spoke, Shueisha placed the nutritional supplements she was holding on the table. Didn't you say you don't like watching movies?" 2 movie tickets on the table caught Shueisha's attention, but Tornado quickly snatched them away. "And no, don't worry about those." Shueisha squinted her eyes, as if she had already caught on to something. "Sister, did you put on makeup? I remember you don't like wearing makeup." "Huh? Really? I've always had this habit," Tornado said, sitting on the sofa, her tone becoming somewhat uneasy. She didn't dare tell Shueisha about Qin Feng, especially after he had just been mistaken for a pervert. "That's right, and you messed up your makeup." Shueisha, knowledgeable in this area, was sure that certain marks on Tornado's face were from tears. Now, Shueisha's assumption was, sister has a boyfriend she didn't know about, and they've been close, which has changed her bad temper. Today, she bought 2 movie tickets, put on makeup, and planned to go to the movies with her boyfriend. But after celebrating her birthday, for some reason, she broke up with her boyfriend, leaving her with the movie tickets and her makeup in ruins. "Sister, did you get a boyfriend and then break up?" Tornado instinctively shrank her neck. Shueisha had come very close to the truth. The next moment, Tornado felt warmth on her cheeks as Shueisha tightly embraced her. "Sister, even if some of this isn't appropriate, I'm still happy for you. It's amazing that you're willing to date someone." Shueisha's voice trembled, seemingly on the verge of tears, indicating that she was genuinely happy for her sister. "Oh, let go of me. You're going to suffocate me." Pushing away her overly enthusiastic sister, Tornado cautiously stared at the door, fearing that Qin Feng might suddenly come in at that moment. In fact, Tornado didn't think it was Qin Feng's fault. In her eyes, he wouldn't be that rough with her for no reason. The reality was right in front of her, but she just didn't want to believe it. "Now that you've started to accept others, can you accompany me to the mall next weekend?" Shueisha clung to her sister's shoulder, nuzzling her snow-white face against Tornado's. Hearing that her sister was inviting her to the mall, Tornado could hardly stand it. How could the two closest people to her be so fond of such boring things? If I have time, I'll go with you. It's getting late. You should head home. Saying that, Tornado stood up and used her superpower to push Shueisha out. Feeling the irresistible force from behind her, Shueisha didn't struggle. She smiled and turned back to bid Tornado farewell while chanting, "Don't forget, I'll come find you, sister." Bang! As the door closed, Tornado finally breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming through her unique telepathy that her sister had indeed left, she hurriedly dashed out. Qin Feng. In the hospital of the Hero Association, the doctor who had encountered Qin Feng 3 times met him for the 4th time. Now unconscious and sent in. After many tests, the doctor found that Qin Feng had not sustained any injuries. Holding the report, the doctor was not quite satisfied, as if something was amiss. Pushing open the door to the medical room, the doctor, holding the report, walked through the crowd blocking the doorway, frowning as he headed straight for Tornado beside the hospital bed. Seeing the doctor's strange expression, Tornado's heart sank. She was scared. She was afraid that Qin Feng was truly a weirdo, and if this person who treated her well turned out to be a weirdo, she would really go insane. Before Tornado could say anything, the doctor spoke first. "Miss Tornado, your boyfriend's health is fine. He has only sustained some minor sprains, and his subsequent activities won't be affected. However," staring at the test data on the report, Dr. Demu hesitated, inwardly lamenting, "Today's youth really know how to have fun." "Doctor, stop beating around the bush. Just tell me, what's wrong with Qin Feng?" Tornado was so anxious that she didn't even notice the doctor's wording. Mister. Qin Feng has a substance in his blood that is classified as a stimulant, but unlike other similar drugs, this stimulant promotes adrenaline secretion, making people irritable and emotionally agitated. If their emotions are not satisfied, they may even exhibit uncontrollable self-harming behavior. Tornado's eyes widened. She couldn't comprehend those professional terms and opted for the most straightforward approach. Summarize it in 20 words or less. Tornado slammed the table, nearly making the freshly sliced apple on it fall. Dr. Damu found it difficult. He glanced at the still unconscious Qin Feng, deciding to speak plainly. "Mr. Qin Feng injected a substance used in underground venues. I thought, Miss Tornado, you knew about it." Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng opened his eyes and quickly saw Dr. Oki sweating profusely while talking to Tornado. "Huh? Underground place. Can you be clearer?" Tornado still had that aggressive demeanor, and Dr. Oki didn't dare to be too explicit. That kind of place was not something Tornado should know about. Qin Feng, you're awake." Tornado directly grabbed one of Qin Feng's hands, feeling very scared, afraid that he would just shake her off. However, the truth was that Qin Feng not only didn't shake her off, but instead held Tornado's delicate little hand tightly, his fingertips rubbing against her smooth hand. "Why did you scare me before?" Tornado stared intently into his eyes, hoping he could give a reasonable explanation. Indeed, even though Dr. Oki had already provided an explanation, Tornado still hoped Qin Feng would say it himself. She just needed him to find an excuse because she wasn't angry, just very aggrieved. Qin Feng shook his head and, upon seeing the few people in front of him clearly, felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I suddenly lost my mind. I'm really not human." Qin Feng raised his hand as if to slap himself, but was stopped by Tornado's telekinesis. No matter how hard Qin Feng tried, his hand couldn't reach his own face. "You're not even human. You weird creature." Tornado scolded Qin Feng as if throwing a tantrum, and then, disregarding the shocked gazes of those around them, she directly jumped into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng quickly reacted, reaching out to stroke the Tornado's head, still feeling that fluffy texture. Holding it in his arms felt like embracing a warm doll, and he immediately felt much better. Dr. Damu, seeing the two of them hugging together, wisely left and drew the curtain, as strictly speaking, the romance between these two heroes could be considered quite eye-catching gossip in the news. "Don't scare me like that again. I was really worried about you. You seemed like a different person back then." The Tornado lay on Qin Feng's chest, her cheek pressed against him, snuggling in his embrace. Neither of them realized that their positions in each other's hearts had gained significant weight, and their relationship had subtly changed without them noticing. "Little Tornado, you can't keep crying. It'll make you look ugly." Qin Feng reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of Tornado's eyes. These past few days had definitely been the second most tearful time for her. Aside from that critical period before, she had hardly cried in her life. If I were as ugly as you, I wouldn't cry either." Time passed, and Qin Feng gradually felt that his relationship with Tornado was no longer so pure. He began to realize that he liked this girl, and she likely felt the same way. After all, she was already lying on him. And although they were in the medical room of the Hero Association headquarters, a bed is still a bed. All right, we should go home now. There are too many people here, it's kind of awkward. Upon hearing this, Tornado reluctantly got up. Indeed, although the doctors and nurses outside couldn't see inside, the intimacy between the two would not go unnoticed by outsiders, which only amplified their imaginations. To avoid gossip, Qin Feng proposed the clever decision of let's go home first. Mister. Qin Feng, are you sure you can walk back by yourself now? Do you want me to send a car to take you back? Just then, Shichi, who was working overtime, learned that Qin Feng had once again been hospitalized after getting beaten up. He quickly set aside his work, which had already caused him to sacrifice his rest time, and rushed to the medical room, only to see Qin Feng and Tornado holding hands, blushing as they walked out. Qin Feng also saw Shichi and happily greeted him, politely declining the other's good intentions, thinking that since he had nothing to do, he might as well take a walk himself. Mr. Shichi, is it permissible for the second-ranked silver-armored warrior of C level and the sixth-ranked Miss Tornado of B level to behave like this? After Qin Feng and the others walked away, a security guard who had been called in as a substitute asked Shichi, "What do you mean? Isn't the close relationship between heroes likely to cause some unnecessary rumors? We're not in the backstage of an idol drama. We don't need that, right?" Shichi stared dangerously at the newcomer, and unsurprisingly, he would have an additional task for tomorrow, recruiting a security guard for the Hero Association headquarters. Night had already fallen, pushing the tired sun down, and the air, which had been somewhat hot during the day, now felt moist and gentle. The moonlight spilled onto the uneven asphalt road, and 2 rows of old-fashioned streetlights had already started working, seemingly to welcome the two, their light particularly bright. A gentle breeze brushed past Qin Feng's cheek. The wound no longer hurt, replaced by a slight coolness. Qin Feng deliberately slowed his pace. After all, for his 2 steps, Tornado had to take 5. "Do you remember our first meeting?" "Of course I remember. You thought I was a freak and almost beat me to death." Tornado smiled, her smile so innocent, like a real child. "Actually, I wasn't like this before." Qin Feng looked at the Tornado beside him, which was bowing its head, seemingly regretting something. "I was sold by my parents when I was a child, sold to an organization that claimed everything is for all humanity." "What? How could they?" Qin Feng looked at Tornado with eyes full of heartache. From these words, it was clear that Tornado's childhood was far from happy. "At the age of 7, I think, I awakened my superpowers very early. After being discovered by that inexplicable organization, they paid a high price to buy me and kept me locked up for 3 years. Those twisted experiments, I'll never forget them for the rest of my life. Little one, there's more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Listening to Tornado's story, Qin Feng suddenly felt that his previous life had been truly wonderful. At least he hadn't been sold off when he was 7. They used me, so I pretended my psychic powers had failed. After those people realized I was no longer useful, they really treated me like an animal, even abandoning me when the monsters started their rampage. As she spoke, Tornado stopped walking, and Qin Feng halted with her. She lowered her head, gripping his hand even tighter. "Blast saved me. He told me not to rely on others, that anyone who got close just wanted to use me. But I realized he was wrong." As she said this, Tornado raised her head and smiled at Qin Feng, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. "Until I met you, Qin Feng." The moonlight happened to fall on Tornado's already fair face, making her look even more delicate and captivating. Qin Feng felt his heartbeat quicken, afraid this might all be a dream. A gentle breeze brushed past Tornado's cheeks, lifting the green curls by her ears and letting them flutter in the wind. Qin Feng bent down and looked directly into Tornado's eyes, large, sparkling, with emerald green pupils. The more he gazed, the more entranced he became. This girl, who had once seemed childlike and left him utterly indifferent, now seemed to possess an inexplicable magic. The two of them drew closer and closer. Qin Feng could even feel a warm breath drawing closer, nearer and nearer, until their lips were just about to touch. Boom! The sound of something breaking through the ground erupted not far away. The once relatively quiet street suddenly became chaotic, as if the noise had disrupted the streetlight circuits. The antique-style lamps on either side began flickering eerily. A monster! Screams erupted around them. A creature, entirely white and as large as a lion, burst through the stone pavement and emerged. The couples who had been passionately kissing moments ago fled in terror, screaming for help, desperate not to be caught by the monster. Kiki, humans have arrogantly seized the land of nature. I am the will of nature, Lord Snow Leopard. The monster began tearing apart the surrounding buildings with its claws, babbling something incoherent. Qin Feng could only feel irritation. Damn Snow Leopard, daring to ruin my moment. But before Qin Feng could act, the monster was twisted into a ball by a flash of green light, its green blood gushing out and flowing into the nearby sewer. Turning his head, he saw Tornado, her expression fierce, clearly also angered by the interruption. She frowned, glaring at the monster she had effortlessly crushed. The pleasant mood and the perfectly ripe atmosphere had been shattered. Tornado awkwardly smiled at Qin Feng, who returned the smile. I'll contact the association to clean this up. Back at home, Qin Feng reluctantly bid farewell, watching Tornado enter her house before returning to his own. It was already late at night, but Qin Feng couldn't sleep. He wasn't entirely sure what he was thinking, but his intuition told him, how can you sleep at a time like this? Lying in bed, he opened the window and looked at the damage Tornado's antics had caused in his room. For some reason, he chuckled. Is being a hero really necessary? It was common knowledge that the Hero Association was founded out of Mr. Agoni's gratitude toward him. Those with considerable power could, in exchange for compensation, hunt monsters and protect civilians. No matter their motives, their actions and responsibilities remained the same. But personally, Qin Feng felt empty when playing the role of a hero. Even if he weren't a hero, he would still do the same things heroes do. There were quite a few like him. People who became heroes for the sake of being heroes, acting out of personal conviction rather than seeking fame within the Hero Association. Perhaps it was just for survival. At least the Hero Association provided regular bonuses? Thinking this, Qin Feng smirked self-deprecatingly. He knew all too well that Sich paid him far more than other heroes of the same rank. Yet, Qin Feng silently accepted this unfair privilege because he really needed the money right now. The moon outside the window was still beautiful, but it no longer captivated him as it once had. The voice that had nearly cost him his life before did not return. Talp, talp, talp. A familiar sound echoed, like the signal noise from his student days in an 8-person dormitory. Talp, talp, talp. The tapping from next door continued. Qin Feng tentatively responded. Talp, 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 talp. Still awake? Yeah, can't sleep. Qin Feng poked his head out, and the familiar furry little head next door was also there. That. Qin Feng didn't know what to say. He had just met Tornado, and the people in this world were so pure of heart. What do you want to say? The dragon is wearing pajamas, leaning against the wall, with her head resting on the windowsill, and at this moment, she feels no drowsiness. What do you want to hear? Qin Feng responded foolishly, and upon hearing this answer, Long Wan couldn't help but chuckle. Her giggle seemed to captivate Qin Feng's heart like a spell. Well, he was now completely awake. As long as it's you saying it, I love to listen. Have you considered your own future? Or do you want to keep being a hero? Dear reader, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Of course, I will always be a hero. Tornado's tone was very firm. She was certain that her mission was just that. As a superpowered individual, since I have strong powers, if I don't protect those who are weak, wouldn't that be meaningless? So great. Of course, isn't that why you become a hero? Although you're weak, at least you can protect yourself, right? Eliminating some miscellaneous fish monsters is not a problem. Qin Feng smiled wryly. That giant lizard monster, who had beaten him to a pulp, was classified as a demon-level threat. Facing such an existence, he had no chance to fight back at all. If he relied on that so-called divine ability to absorb souls, who knew how long it would take? Even after absorbing that incredibly strong uncle earlier, there hadn't been any qualitative leap in his power. And the absorption process was so agonizing. What if he encountered a dragon-level monster in the future? Wouldn't he be even more humiliated? As for that so-called ability, Qin Feng had long stopped questioning how it worked. Based on what that self-proclaimed god monster had said, he tentatively accepted it as a gift from the divine. It might not align with science, but Qin Feng had already crossed worlds. Why bother with science now? Hey, did you hear? 3 demon-level monsters appeared in City L. The association dispatched several A-class heroes, over a dozen B-class, and even more C-class, but the monsters still escaped. All the heroes sent there ended up severely injured and unconscious. Really? Seems like the bar for being a hero is still too low. Exactly. If I were handling it, I wouldn't need nearly that many people. By the way, do you think Metal Knight, the top-ranked A-class hero, is strong? I think he is pretty impressive. Qin Feng didn't dare to mention his altercation with Metal Knight, as Tornado of Terror would definitely make a huge fuss if she found out. It was just a machine anyway, and a pile of scrap metal at that. Tornado's tone was full of disdain. In her eyes, anyone relying on high-tech gadgets was weak and fragile, Not to mention those machines. Under her power, they truly were nothing more than worthless junk. Qin Feng remained silent, feeling the sensation in his shoulder, along with some faint pain. He was very clear that the shattered scales on his shoulder were definitely not caused by the tornado. In the conference room of the Hero Association headquarters, several high-ranking officials were holding a meeting, which was a weekly summary session, based on the current situation of the association and future development trends. The executives took this opportunity to express their thoughts, and everyone was quite invested in the matter. Just as Saijin Jair was reading his report on the next recruitment of heroes, the door was pushed open, and a staff member clumsily barged in, drawing the attention of everyone present, all of whom wore expressions that seemed to say, "You better have a reason for this." "Mr. Shichi, Lord Sababawa has responded to us. Is it the great prophet, Lord Sababawa?" The gasp briefly drowned out the hum of the conference room, followed by heavy breathing. The full-time secretary, introduced by Saijingar, was completely clueless about sports, but the information he held was crucial. He forced himself to speak despite his discomfort. "Lord Sababawa has agreed to cooperate with us." Shichi took the reports handed to him by the man. The scrawled handwriting looked like it had been written by a frail, elderly person, and indeed, that was the case. Sababawa? Just an old fortune teller. Is she really as powerful as the rumors say? Sitting on the edge, McKay held a skeptical attitude towards this. After all, this so-called great prophet had never predicted any substantial events, only some trivial matters. This is a misunderstanding. Shichi waved his hand and then began to introduce this great prophet Sababawa. It is said that 3 months ago, Mr. Arguni had approached this lady, requesting that Lord Sababawa could divine the fortune of his family, and was told that Mr. Arguni's family would face a blood disaster. Mr. Arguni was very angry and didn't take it to heart. If it weren't for Mr. Qin Feng, Mr. Arguni's grandson would probably have been in grave danger. Hearing the name Qin Feng, McKay gritted his teeth. He was already tired of hearing that name. "Mr. Shichi, I hope you can correct yourself. The Silver Armored Warrior is now the second-ranked hero in C-Class. Regardless of your private relationship, it is better to refer to him by his heroic name in such a public setting." Several high-level officials around nodded in agreement, but Shichi didn't take it to heart. "I believe that Lord Sababawa's willingness to cooperate with us is something to be grateful for, and we should provide appropriate treatment and send some people to ensure Lord Sababawa's safety. Don't make a big deal out of it. He's just a charlatan." Does this baseless divination really hold any reference value? If we talk about reference value, all the events predicted by Master Zababa in the previous divination have occurred. Shichi explained that Makai's probing attitude was really giving him a headache, especially since it was a field he wasn't very familiar with. Additionally, Master Zababa had some things to say. She wanted us to strengthen the defenses around City A, but did not explain the reason. Makai looked disdainful, but due to his lower influence compared to Shichi, he chose not to say anything further. This topic was temporarily set aside, and any subsequent adjustments would be handled by Saijin Jair. Shichi took a deep breath, carefully observed the expressions of everyone present, and confirmed that each person was listening attentively to him. The recent incidents of the strange person riots in City L were actually not that difficult to deal with. Yet the number of people we deployed far exceeded what was necessary. Shichi patted the table, indicating that this issue is really serious. Everyone shouldn't think this is normal. Our promotion mechanism has major problems. Shichi's eyes widened as he looked at the faces in the conference room, all of them deep in thought about this issue. However, the criteria for determining a hero's level are already quite comprehensive, including individual combat ability, popularity, achievements in defeating monsters, and social contributions. Isn't that sufficient to evaluate a hero's level? No. We can't gather so many people to address every catastrophic disaster just because there aren't enough heroes stationed in City L. The citizens have suffered significant losses. So does Mr. Shichi have any solutions? Or should we promote those exceptionally strong heroes to the top few positions in a rank? A congressman who looked to be in his early 30s, sitting at the edge, spoke up. Shichi smiled. What he said was not much different from his own thoughts. "I propose adding a brand new rank, S rank." As soon as these words were spoken, the meeting room erupted into noise once again. S rank? Are we going to change the evaluation criteria again? The treatment for S rank must be very high, as funding expenditures are a significant amount. Ahem. Shichi interrupted the unnecessary discussions of these people and continued to express his approach. To effectively respond to ghost-level disasters and even the unprecedented dragon-level disasters, it is imperative to promote a portion of heroes with exceptional combat abilities. After checking the report in his hand to confirm what he was about to say, Shichi spoke again. Those heroes who are grounded in their heroic activities will inevitably be overshadowed by those who are well-rounded. Just like the only hero who emerged unscathed during the recent monster ride in City L, who ranked 383rd in C-rank Super Alloy Blacklight. With that said, Shichi signaled to a subordinate next to him, and the display in the conference room lit up, showing an image of a hero. Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. This person has dark skin, and although only the upper body is exposed, the sculpted muscles represent that this person is extraordinary because he is not ordinary. Mr. Sitch, are you sure you didn't send the wrong photo? This person doesn't seem to belong at the C level. Some people object. How could a hero like Super Alloy Blacklight possibly be relegated to this position? Of course, there are no mistakes. The Super Alloy Blacklight does not pay attention to activities other than fighting monsters on a regular basis, and he is not even interested in capturing wanted criminals. Regarding this, his personal statement is his body of muscle does not allow him to harm humans. If that's the case, then the proposal to establish a new level makes a lot of sense. That's right, but what criteria should we use to make the judgment? After all, such matters require careful consideration. If a hero whose combat ability does not meet the S-Class standard is deemed to be S-Class, could it pose a danger during the fight against demon-level monsters? There's no need to worry about this. Shichi put down the documents in his hand. He has made ample preparations to get everyone to agree with his ideas. Isn't this quite obvious? I already have some candidates here. Based on their past performances, everyone can take a look. Once again, I gave a signal, and the influence of the Super Alloy Black Light disappeared, revealing an image in the form of a robot. Who is this? I don't remember there being this number of people in our association. This is Mr. Metal Knight, who ranked first in Class A. He himself declined to provide more information. This robot is one that Mr. Metal Knight is quite satisfied with. So to avoid confusion on the official website, this photo was used. Shichi explained helplessly, while those around him acknowledged Metal Knight's strength. After all, everyone knows that the nation's top technological power is in the hands of one person, Dr. Bofiai, who is the volunteer hero known as Metal Knight. Mr. Metal Knight's strength is beyond doubt. Next, I remember this one. The Zombie Man, ranked 77th in Class C. Everyone present has witnessed his performance. Although he only matches Class B standards in some data, his terrifying regeneration ability greatly enhances his combat power. While listening to Shichi's explanation, Saijin Gao also made a supplement. According to Zombie Man himself, even if he only has one cell left alive, he can regenerate within a certain time, although he refused our request to conduct experiments. Of course, Zombie Man can't die, but that doesn't mean he isn't afraid of pain. After escaping from the evolution home, Zombie Man has consistently shown a desire to communicate with those around him. As for the suggestion that he might be a person who could lose control at any moment, no one paid any attention to such proposals, and given Zombie Man's own style, it was eventually dropped. Unsurprisingly, Zombie Man was also approved unanimously. Q City, Dog Square, Dog Hero is enjoying the petting from the surrounding spectators, his tail held high, lazily lying on that lookout platform. Wow. The sound of concrete breaking, the clashing of metal, the sound of a fire hydrant being smashed open, and the screams of Sweet Girl were all clearly heard by Dog Hero's perked ears. The people around seemed unfazed, as if they were already accustomed to it. Dog Hero stood up, gathered strength in his hind legs, and launched himself like a cannonball, directly piercing the chest of the gorilla monster who was furiously smashing cars with a broken traffic light. Before the staff from the Q City branch could even assess the monster's disaster level, the monster was already eliminated. Dog Hero, amazing, truly the guardian of Q City. The sound of camera clicks, screams, and cheers. Dog Hero lay on the corpse of the monster, waiting for the association to send someone for cleanup. In the conference room, as the segment ended, Shichi didn't say much. As an S-rank hero, Dog Hero was indeed deserving of the title. There are still some materials here. We can look at them slowly. This matter requires some caution, Shichi said. As the scene switched again, City Z, at the foot of Silver Fong's dojo, with fewer people dining, the items for sale had also decreased, inadvertently causing Silver Fong to walk faster, just in time to encounter the monster mantis, who was planning to cause destruction. A monster entirely green, with limbs and facial features resembling a mantis, stood at least 7 meters tall, crouching on the steps like an ordinary insect, treating the approaching Silver Fong as prey. Oh, it turns out to be the mantis, recognized as the strongest creature of its kind. Silver Fong had no intention of putting down the food in his hands. Faced with the monster charging at him, Silver Feng used his only free hand to push back the sharp scythe that was coming at him, severing his own head. After that, Silver Feng slowly returned home as if nothing had happened. Oh, my back hurts. If I remember correctly, this mantis monster often appears in the no man's land of City Z, and several A-rank heroes sent to subdue it a while ago were also unsuccessful. Yes, a disaster-level tiger monster. Mr. Silver Feng eliminated it with just a wave of his hand, and even satellites didn't capture the process of Mr. Silver Feng making his move. The bearded congressman agreed. Seeing no one around objecting, Shichi crossed out Silver Feng's name from the list. Soon the scene changed, and a muscular man in a blue tank top appeared on screen. Everyone could tell this was the highly popular A-rank hero ranked 15th during this period, Tank Top Master. City J. On an unremarkable street, a dozen people were gathered together, and opposite them stood a man over 2 meters tall, weighing at least 400 pounds, with his well-defined muscles indicating that he was not to be trifled with. This man had just been slashed in the face, blood flowing down his nose. You guys, what is so great about you? He still claims to be part of the Vest Gang. Why doesn't that damn respected one dare to come in person? A vest-wearing man with a hood pointed at this person's face and cursed. Hammer, don't be too arrogant. Our boss will be here soon. As he spoke, it seemed like he was threatening the other party, and the few people around him moved a little closer. Oomph. My brothers will be here soon too. If you don't accept it, come at me. I see if you dare to touch me. Hit me. I don't know who shouted, but a person with orange hair was the first to charge forward. Before his fist could land, he was grabbed by the collar and slammed against the wall by Hammer. Seeing their comrade getting beaten, the others rushed in like a swarm. The scene quickly turned chaotic, with the sound of punches landing and teeth falling to the ground. Soon, the only one left standing unharmed was Hammer. He single-handedly took down the 20 members of the Vest Gang, and, at this moment, he was mockingly stepping on the first one to charge, the C-class hero, Vest Tiger. He scoffed, saying that claiming to be a hero was truly embarrassing. Is that what that damn association has raised? A bunch of useless people? Let me and my little brothers enjoy this treatment for you, huh? My little brother has been taken care of by you. A deep voice rang out, and the Hammer turned to look in that direction, only to see a fist coming straight at him. Bang! The once arrogant Hammer was sent flying in an instant. That punch landed solidly on his face. The Hammer crashed directly into a streetlight and lost consciousness. The newcomer was none other than the Vestmaster, ranked 4th in Class B. That iconic blue vest, due to its excellent quality, had not yet burst apart, and the razor-sharp muscles on the Vestmaster were showcased to the fullest. It seems the Vestmaster is capable of handling this. Is it not good to form factions among heroes? Will it not interfere with the normal promotion of other heroes? Strictly speaking, this behavior is not encouraged, but it is not a major issue either, as the association's regulations are ambiguous on this matter. As long as contributions are made to the association, there is no need to be overly concerned about some trivial matters. Shichi tries to defend the actions of the Vestmaster, because once this topic is brought up in the next meeting, it will have a negative impact on both the association and the master himself. On this matter, most people also plan to skip over it directly, without taking it too seriously. At least, no one will bring it up again before any problems arise. The next person is somewhat controversial, but I still hope everyone can take a look first. Zizizizi. The tape from the J City prison is played, showing a large group of prisoners lined up obediently, with a tall man who looks like a bodybuilder in the middle, seemingly giving a speech, constantly saying words like friendship and getting along well. Isn't this a C-class hero, a fresh-faced prisoner? It just seems like an ordinary lecture from the head of the prisoners. The bearded congressman muttered that this behavior was truly a waste of time, in his opinion. This guy, Shichi, must have lost his mind to specifically look for prison footage. This footage was hacked by Ion before. He had mentioned that all surveillance footage, including satellites, could be accessed wherever civilization reached. Sagengar whispered, that's right. Although Ion is just the assistant to the Metal Knight, he is quite interested in the Hero Association, a public welfare organization. Using the excuse of following the Metal Knight, he has been helping Sagengar with tasks, including some management-related matters. Are you talking about that assistant of Mr. Metal Knight? I remember he was just a kid. Two people were whispering, but Shichi heard them clearly. Ion is now involved in many of the association's tasks, and I have given him corresponding. As for why many people are unaware of these matters, I don't need to explain the reasons, right? After speaking, Shichi squinted at the people in the conference room, who were all keeping their mouths shut and looking down. I won't pursue this matter. As long as everyone is determined to work for the association, we are still colleagues. Back to the point, the tender-skinned prisoner suddenly stood up for some unknown reason and punched the wall, which was made of a special material 1 meter thick, directly breaking through it. This level of destruction is hard even for a tiger-level monster, indicating that the tender-skinned prisoner has the potential to be promoted to A grade. That's right. Shichi confirmed this statement and then added, regarding the handover from the prison side, I thought it would take some effort, but the tender-skinned prisoner voluntarily entered prison, which saved some trouble. Shichi didn't continue because his values were slightly overturned when he first heard this information. It is said that the reason the tender-skinned prisoner voluntarily entered prison was due to his sexual orientation being male, thus, to satisfy himself. He voluntarily captured heinous criminals and imposed punishments. Every time he thought of this, Shichi felt a chill run down his spine. Zzz. The display screen changed, revealing a short girl with green curly hair and a cute, beautiful face. If people weren't already familiar with her, they might really think she was an ordinary elementary school student. The people in the room marveled, praising Tornado for being so young and talented, possessing such powerful abilities. I don't need to explain much about her. She will be directly included in S grade along with Mr. Explosion. Does anyone have any objections? A few people opened their mouths as if to say something, but still did not speak out, and thus it was passed unanimously once again. Shichi also stopped hesitating and directly crossed out trembling Tornado in his notebook. All right, next. In an unknown, deep mountain forest, several old, low buildings stood, looking like an old martial arts arena. However, since the owner became a hero, few people came to clean it, and the already worn wooden planks were covered with a layer of dust, appearing abandoned and dilapidated. No one knew, only that its owner was temporarily away. On the city streets, the first ray of morning sunlight had not yet graced the first person to welcome it, and the humidity in the air clung to the faces of passers-by, causing discomfort. Not just the passers-by, but even the strange creature nearby that was eating someone felt it. Though its iron-like shell, surely wasn't he affected by such things. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Whether it's the accumulated resentment from years of work or the wildness released from becoming a monster, that creature wrapped in iron is using its sharp beak to taste the unfortunate passers-by. Swish, swish, swish. The rapid and dense sword energy cuts through, and that seemingly indestructible steel skin is sliced down to the size of peanuts. On this quiet morning, just before the monster could cause greater chaos, the atomic warrior, who had been searching everywhere for the creature, happened to encounter this newly appeared monster. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm, but the early monster gets the worker to eat. In the end, it's still the monster that eats people, with the hero coming in last. The atomic warrior, separated from his disciple, spat out the toothpick that had accidentally stuck to the monster's blood and took out a brand new one from his pocket, placing it back in his mouth. Truly reckless. If it were another hero, it might have been a bit more dignified. Truly worthy of Mr. Kamikaze. Mr. Kamikaze's swordsmanship is truly extraordinary. Everyone be quiet, and please do not create any more confusion if it's not necessary. In the conference room, the sound of flattery rose and fell. Although these people couldn't see the atomic samurai strikes at all, the ability to eliminate monsters is already a sign of good swordsmanship. In City I, amidst the ruins destroyed by monsters, a hero with yellow hair and a white cape, holding his sword, moved across the debris of the buildings. Flashy flash. What are you here for? I can handle this on my own. The metal baseball bat shouted loudly, swinging the bat in its hand incessantly. Beneath the collapsed building, a monster dragon that had just been classified as a dragon-level disaster was breathing fire towards the location of the metal bat. This dragon, covered in scales, was not the same as Qin Feng. It was a completely different dragon, with scales as hard as iron covering every part of its body except for its eyes and other facial features. Indeed, it was everywhere. The metal bat, nearly scorched, quickly jumped away to the open ground in front of Flash Flays. Truly weak. Let me show you what true hero power looks like. You said warehouse. A flash of cold light, and Flash Flays had already vanished, followed immediately by the dragon's arm being severed, green blood gushing out. The dragon howled in agony, smashing the surrounding buildings that were already completely destroyed. Next, the dragon's hammer-like tail went directly for the still airborne Flash Flays, and it was a foregone conclusion that it would land a solid hit. The spiked whip was getting closer, and Flash Flays was ready to reach out to block it, only to see the metal bat had already positioned itself in front of him, using its weapon to block this fatal blow. TCH, what an inconvenience. You are the one meddling. Although the two had conflicts before, at least they are both heroes. As the metal bat would say, now is the time to get serious. Personal grudges can wait until after school. The giant dragon came to its senses and was about to breathe fire, but it was struck by the jumping metal bat. A few dragon teeth as thick as ivory were knocked out, and the flames in the dragon's mouth were forcibly extinguished, producing thick black smoke. Then, Flash Flays drew his sword and used the technique recorded in the Hero Association's personal profile, Flash Slash. He aimed directly at the dragon's mouth, and without the teeth to block it, the blade easily severed half of the monster's head, and disgusting, viscous liquid gushed out, which Flash Flays intended to avoid. After the metal bat landed, it stood next to the giant dragon's corpse, enjoying the sense of accomplishment from the blood spraying onto itself. Flash Flays looked at this with disdain, watching the metal bat smash the dragon scales on the monster's body in a fit of rage. He scoffed at it. What a pervert. This so-called dragon-level disaster isn't that impressive after all. I'll leave it to you. It's a precious achievement for you. What did you say? I don't need your charity. Compared to me, that person really needs to rely on such opportunistic behavior to prove themselves, right? You. Kids, don't think too much. The two heroes are just having a friendly conversation, so please don't use bad language. Shichi, did you do this too? In the conference room, everyone who was initially excited about the easy defeat of the dragon-level monster fell silent upon seeing the last thing that resembled a warm reminder at the end of an animated show. Since this is a live broadcast directly transmitted from the TV station, I will soon apply for a dedicated disaster channel. In a ramen shop in F City, the owner is hosting an event called Who is the Big Eater? Whoever can finish all 3 buckets of 5 kilograms of soup noodles within half an hour will not only win a prize of up to 5,000 yuan, but also gain a lifetime exemption for paying for meals. This calculation isn't very clever. It is well known that typical buffets often use some technology and tough tactics with seasonings or soup to help diners fill up quickly. An event like this, which normal people would obviously not participate in, is truly a waste of effort. Just kidding. Then, a man with a physique like a mountain staggered into the shop, took only 3 bites, put down the bucket, and neither claimed the prize that belonged to him nor left his name. Who is this person? The shop owner was so excited that he almost jumped up, and the spoon in his hand nearly fell to the ground. A customer eating nearby immediately recognized that the person who had just been there was a B-class hero from the Hero Association. Boss, you're really lucky to have a hero supporting you. Ha ha. The atmosphere in the store became lively, and no one noticed that some unknown substance had fallen into the noodle soup pot. Boss, I want a bowl of clear soup noodles. No clear soup, no noodles. It's here. Ah. A few people from the kitchen rushed out, and several customers were still unclear about what was happening until they saw the noodles pouring out from the kitchen. More than a dozen people immediately fled from this small shop in the city center. The strange person, whom we will temporarily call the Noodle Monster. The Noodle Monster quickly engulfed this newly opened shop, resembling a mass of noodle-like slime, with steel and concrete absorbed into its body. Passers-by hurriedly ran away, but even so, many people were instantly consumed. Help! Hero! Where is the hero? The shop owner was scratched on the leg by the broken wooden door that had been shattered, helplessly falling to the ground. With his bloodied hands, he desperately crawled away, trying to distance himself from the suddenly appearing monster. He shouted for help, but the surrounding passers-by had already run off. Gurgling, the shop owner resignedly lowered his head, burying it between his arms, hoping to lessen the pain of being devoured. But when he opened his eyes again, he saw the hero who had nearly smashed his sign, Pig God. Pig God's mouth had expanded to an eerie size, and every tentacle and attack from the stretchy noodle monster was unconditionally swallowed by Pig God. Are you okay? Thank you for inviting me to eat noodles. The Pig God carefully lifted the shop owner, trying to avoid the injured areas. What a coincidence. I was planning to come back to pay, and I just happened to run into this strange person. I hope you won't be sad about it. Ugh. A wave of retching. The few customers and passers-by who were swallowed were spat out. The shop owner looked up at the ruined shop, and then turned to see the towering figure of the Pig God. In the deep mountains of the suburbs of City Z, the starving wolf in the cave once again expelled some black blood from its body. This stagnant blood that blocked its meridians was a gift from its master, Silver Feng, and now, due to Silver Feng's mercy, the starving wolf had successfully returned to its original state, but the lack of nutrition for a long time made it feel powerless. Previously, under Silver Feng's protection, the starving wolf's talent had not been wasted, and it had lived quite comfortably, but now it had to face many challenges. The expulsion order in the martial arts world, disciples who were kicked out, especially those who strayed from the path, would be expelled wherever they went, even punished. Lack of funds, wanting to continue taking in nutrition while being short on money. If it wanted to eat, it had to find a way to earn money. If it dined and dashed, it would be wanted, and then it would really be unable to go anywhere. Mental exhaustion. The starving wolf's nightmares were becoming more frequent. Always dreaming of becoming the ideal monster, ruling the world, and there was always a guy claiming to be a deity, saying he wanted to help. But the starving wolf did not accept such easy gains. It took a deep breath. If it wanted to change the situation, there was actually a simple way. Go to the entrance of Silver Feng's dojo, cry with snot and tears, and then kneel under the ancient tree at the dojo's entrance for a day and a night. Silver Feng would probably soften his heart 99 of the time, and take him in. TCH. Soon, this unambitious thought was dispelled, although Hungry Wolf secretly admired his master. The fact that the latter had become a hero was the last straw that broke the camel's back for him. Having been bullied since childhood, Hungry Wolf harbored a deep resentment towards this self-proclaimed righteous group, and what was even more terrifying was that his teacher, as the representative of justice, merely treated it as a joke. Because of this, in the eyes of others, the childhood version of Hungry Wolf truly became a joke. Tightening the bandages on his body and the belt that had been tightened countless times, Hungry Wolf finally emerged from the cave, where he had stayed for a month. He walked on foot, and in his weakened state, he hoped not to encounter any wild beasts. Although those beasts had avoided him before, he was ultimately in a position of weakness, and the once proud disciple of Silver Feng now had a combat power that was merely over 10 times that of an ordinary person. Given his understanding of his master, several nearby cities could potentially be within his activity range, so Hungry Wolf's primary goal was to walk as far away as possible. After walking for a long time, the dojo of Silver Feng emerged far from the lush jungle, and Hungry Wolf tried his best to control his gaze, avoiding looking at the place that had once sheltered him. He quickened his pace, which gradually turned into a run. He did not want Silver Feng to see him in such a disheveled state. "Hey, you're not allowed to go any further." Hearing a cold voice, Hungry Wolf stopped, panting heavily. His awareness had been a bit hazy just now, so he hadn't noticed that he had been running for an hour. Hungry Wolf looked up, and in the shadow of a small shrine ahead, a wisp of black mist flashed by, which was the source of the voice. Soon, as the black mist dissipated, a man dressed in tight clothing and ninja attire with long hair appeared in the same spot, glancing sideways at Hungry Wolf. "Were you?" The Hungry Wolf steadied himself, a sense of emptiness and weakness enveloping his limbs. Intuition told him that the guy in front of him was not someone he could deal with at the moment, at least not now. In front of him was Mr. Shinier's private residence, with suspicious individuals prohibited from approaching. Sonic took 2 steps forward, revealing the dagger hidden behind the shrine. "Let me tell you in advance, I won't let any opponent I've faced live to tell the tale, and it will always be this way. If you know what's good for you, stay far away." His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through the weak guy in front of him. Sonic wasn't worried about being unable to win. Years of devilish training had allowed him to predict his opponent's next move, not to mention the currently weakened Hungry Wolf. Sonic was confident that this guy would be scared to the point of fleeing after being intimidated by him. But the Hungry Wolf could not swallow this humiliation. He tried to move his hands to get his blood flowing. The numbness in his fingertips made him feel relieved that he still had sensation in his body. "Kid, do you think you're really something? Dare to wait for me." Before I finished speaking, a cold gleam arrived first. The Hungry Wolf instinctively turned its head, and a dart was embedded in a tree not far behind it. "Have you seen through my moves? Well, you no longer have a reason to survive." The Hungry Wolf sensed that something was wrong and immediately crouched down. The trees behind him were severed by the sword Aura, and accompanied by falling leaves and countless afterimages. Sonic's figure almost blended into the surrounding environment. The Hungry Wolf knew that he was destined to be no match here, so he quickly ran in one direction. Finding a relatively open area, he turned around and raised his hands, assuming the stance with a flowing, rock-shattering fist. The Hungry Wolf quickly searched for this annoying guy, but his trembling hands, due to exhaustion, immediately drew Sonic's ruthless mockery. "Still a martial artist, huh? These are just some amateur skills. My speed has already surpassed the speed of sound. Let's see if your weak punches can even touch me." Sonic leaped into the air, spinning his body, and struck down with one foot. Wind blade kick. The Hungry Wolf couldn't dodge in time, and could only try to avoid it, but his left arm was still kicked. Fortunately, every disciple practicing the flowing rock-shattering fist has some muscle memory and likes to double the opponent's attack in return when being attacked. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. But that punch just... Sonic almost jumped away the moment he was hit, but the pain had already spread. Even for the desensitized ace ninja, Sonic, he was on the verge of losing his footing. You bastard, How dare you use such despicable tactics? The hungry wolf, after that recent blow, was somewhat unsteady, leaning against the tree stump that Sonic had just cut down, barely managing to keep from falling. You were the one who attacked first. Yet you talk about seeing through my moves. If I hadn't dodged, wouldn't I have died? The hungry wolf opened its mouth to harshly criticize the other party's actions. But Sonic seemed to be oblivious, continuing to speak to himself, as his upbringing had never taught him to listen carefully to others. The next time I see you, it will be your demise. Sonic's legs trembled, and sweat appeared on his forehead almost instantly. Then he limped away, fearing that the capable opponent might take the opportunity to chase him. However, her worry was completely unnecessary. Hungry Wolf was having trouble walking, barely able to stand. After seeing the strange ninja leave, he finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, he didn't know how much time had passed. A rather ugly but distinctive-looking little child was standing in front of Hungry Wolf, trembling and holding a piece of candy. "Uncle, are you okay?" The Hungry Wolf keenly sensed that there were a few not-so-lovable little kids in the bushes behind, staring this way. The situation quickly became clear. He was being treated as the creepy uncle, and they had sent a representative to assess the situation. He directly reached out and snatched the candy from the child's hand, popping it into his mouth and chewing, and the hunger in his stomach soon faded a bit. "What are you looking at? What to do? Just do it." The Hungry Wolf made a fierce expression, and the little child immediately screamed and ran away, darting into the bushes. The Hungry Wolf shook his left hand, realizing it had little sensation, then touched his head and found it was also hurting badly. What bad luck! After complaining, the Hungry Wolf moved in the direction where the children had disappeared and soon found himself in an urban area. Starving and dazed, the Hungry Wolf had no mind to appreciate the city's construction like the passersby. Instead, he quickly slipped into a restaurant and sat down in an inconspicuous spot. "Hello, sir. May I ask what you need?" The server who came out to greet him had a smile on their face just a second ago. But upon seeing the disheveled appearance of the Hungry Wolf, the smile instantly vanished. Adhering to professional etiquette, the server did not say much, but instead handed over the menu. The Hungry Wolf did not care about the strange looks from the surrounding people, or rather, he did not care about others' opinions at all. After taking the menu, he barely glanced at it before handing it back to the server, casually pointing at the dishes. He ordered a super thick steak challenge meal, a large portion of rice, and some juice. The waiter walked away, and the Hungry Wolf was not idle. He used the extra bandages on his body to treat the wounds inflicted by Sonic as best as he could. Now, he couldn't afford to lose any more blood. "Unfortunately, even though my sister had allowed me to date boys, I still didn't have any thoughts about you." A sweet-sounding voice from the next table caught the Hungry Wolf's attention. Such things were still quite appealing to this young boy. With a sigh and the sound of footsteps, the Hungry Wolf had already roughly guessed the outcome of this date. Soon, his lifesaver was delivered. "Here is the ultra-thick steak challenge meal, and a large portion of rice you requested. Enjoy your meal." As soon as the waiter placed the enormous steak on the table, the Hungry Wolf immediately stabbed the meat with his fork and began to gnaw on it, feeling a sense of satisfaction as the food filled his stomach. At that moment, he thought it was the most wonderful time of his life. That's not enough to eat. Soon, the most wonderful moment was over. Looking at the empty plate and feeling the still hungry stomach, the Hungry Wolf called the waiter again. This, and this. Bring me one of everything from the meat section of the menu, and a salad too. Also, a liter of water." The waiter noted it down as if he was hearing a joke. He had never seen anyone eat so much. The girl next door, who had just sent her suitor away, peeked over curiously and happened to make eye contact with the Hungry Wolf. "What are you looking at?" The Hungry Wolf snapped, and the girl felt embarrassed, saying nothing as she retreated. "What kind of person eats so much and is so fierce?" She mumbled softly, continuing to savor her meal. Having escaped her sister's control, she was in a good mood, even putting her previous diet plan on hold. Just as the Hungry Wolf was about to weave a scarf with the toothpicks and napkins on the table, the waiter pushed a cart over and quickly began to serve the food from the cart one by one. Looking at the steaming plates of food, the Hungry Wolf swallowed hard. The previous steak could only be considered a small appetizer, and it calmed him down enough not to rush into eating. "Sir, all your dishes are ready. Please enjoy your meal." The waiter covered his mouth and chuckled before quickly leaving. The Hungry Wolf looked at the table full of food, gulped, and began to eat like a whirlwind. Weeks of eating sparsely had left his body in a much worse state, and this table full of food made him feel much better. After finishing the last piece of meat, the Hungry Wolf downed all the water in his cup in one go. Water enough for an entire table of guests was gone just like that. Looking around, the other diners and staff seemed shocked, staring at the hungry wolf who had just finished eating. Do you know what I'm about to say? The hungry wolf tore off the claw from his arm, and the scars on it began to heal slowly. He pretended to be calm as he looked at the waiter who had just served him, slowly rising and making a pocket-digging gesture. "Hello, sir, your total is..." Before the waiter could finish, the hungry wolf shot out from his spot at lightning speed, nearly colliding with a man in a suit who had just entered the restaurant. That guy is trying to dine and dash." The waiter's shout echoed through the restaurant, causing even the furthest diner, the girl, to cover her ears. "So it's a dine and dash guy. Golden, we have work to do." A big guy in a baseball jersey beside the suited man nodded and followed him out. "It's a hero. What luck. We must catch that guy." Sitting inside, the girl watched with wide eyes. She knew her sister was a hero, but never realized heroes could be so sought after. A seed began to take root in her heart. Perhaps in the near future, she would follow Tornado's footsteps and become a hero too. "Hey, kid, what do you think you're running to?" Golden Ball, ranked 20th in A class, stepped in front of the hungry wolf, while Spring Mustache, ranked 13th in B class, blocked his path, trapping the hungry wolf in this alley. "What is it to you? If you know what's good for you, get lost. What is it to you? If you know what's good for you, get out of the way." The hungry wolf pretended to be fierce, trying to scare off these two meddling heroes, but as heroes, they wouldn't back down even in the face of a fierce monster, let alone an apparently harmless human. "Golden, I don't remember this guy being on the wanted list. He seems like just a hungry dude," Spring Mustache said casually, as if the hungry wolf had already surrendered. "Not being on the wanted list is no excuse for dining and dashing. As heroes, we can't let this slide." Golden Ball put one hand in his pocket while the other toyed with two small yellow balls that looked like bullets, not taking the young man in front of him seriously. However, the hungry wolf, realizing these two were heroes, felt his expression darken as he began to plot how to teach them a lesson. "Hey, come back with us quietly. If you don't have money, go wash dishes or find a job, just don't." Before Golden Ball could finish, a fist came flying towards him, but Spring Mustache seemed faster, leaping over the hungry wolf and kicking that strike away with his dress shoe. But the hungry wolf certainly wasn't going to give up so easily. The flowing rock fist was unleashed in an instant, landing a solid punch on Spring Mustache's left ankle. "That's vicious." Pain shot through Spring Mustache as he landed, making his lower body unstable. Golden Ball quickly realized that this guy not only didn't plan to surrender, but was even willing to fight back. He immediately took out his slingshot, aiming at the hungry wolf's limbs. Even attacking a hero, this guy was just a human, and the two heroes had no right to kill him. A bullet was fired, and the moment it left the rubber band, it began to deform until it became a mini rocket-like projectile, powerful enough to rival a cannonball. The unprepared hungry wolf was pierced in the shoulder by the hit, and Spring Mustache took the opportunity to steady himself, elegantly pulling out a handkerchief from his chest pocket. With a flick, it released a puff of white smoke, and when the smoke cleared, a sword appeared in his hand. The hungry wolf regretted it a bit. These two heroes were indeed formidable enough to give him a run for his money. However, there was no turning back, and he forced himself to steady his stance, trying to suppress the pain radiating from his shoulder. "What a tough body, taking my bullet without losing an arm. You're not an ordinary person." The two of them stood front and back, wary of the hungry wolf's next move, and the hungry wolf was likewise cautious. Neither side understood the other's tactics, bringing the situation to a standoff. "Stop bragging, old man. It's just a little toy, and you dare call it a bullet?" With his mouth spouting arrogant words, the wound that continued to ooze blood gave him a headache. The hungry wolf knew very well that he had no time to waste. A flaw. The Spring Mustache exerted force with his uninjured leg, leaning forward and swinging his sword. The hungry wolf dared not forcefully block it and quickly retreated until he was cornered above. Taking advantage of the walls on either side, he jumped onto the air conditioning unit above. The Spring Mustache, with his injured leg, was destined to be unable to pursue. Just as he revealed a provocative expression, he noticed several small cannonballs flying toward him. The hungry wolf could only grit his teeth and dodge, trying to minimize his movements, but he still couldn't avoid being cut on the belly. "You all wait for me. One day, I will come back to find you." After saying that, the hungry wolf hurriedly fled the scene, and the Spring Mustache had no intention of pursuing him. Even if he did, his left leg wouldn't support it. "What a nasty guy. I've had a bit of a rough time, too." The Golden Ball quickly went forward to support his companion, as the punch from the hungry wolf had already deformed Spring Mustache's ankle a bit. This fighting style looks a bit familiar. Rubbing his handlebar mustache on both sides, the Spring Mustache was quickly pulled back to reality by the pain. "Stop thinking about that. The plan to enjoy a few drinks today is ruined. I'll take you to the hospital first. Oh, what a pity, such a rare day off. The two of them walked with their arms around each other's shoulders, leaving the hungry wolf, who was lying on the rooftop, gasping for breath and fear. Those few moves nearly cost him his life. After pulling out the small rocket embedded in his flesh, the hungry wolf began to stop the bleeding. Although it wasn't a serious injury, he had nearly hurt his tendons. Reflecting on his day, he felt truly unlucky, encountering a mysterious ninja and running into two powerful heroes while dining and dashing. If it weren't for the flowing, rock-shattering fist etched in his muscle memory, he might have already lost his life. It felt as if the air had solidified. The hungry wolf recalled the kind-faced silver fangs, smashing a section of the ventilation pipe on the rooftop. "Old man, I would to use your martial arts, that kind of fist technique without any killing intent." Dinglingly. At the Hero Association headquarters, the phone rang, and the operator, who was having lunch, swallowed her rice ball and rushed to answer the call. "Hello. This is the Hero Association. How can I help you?" "Chatter." "What? Could you please be more specific?" Chatter. "Okay, I understand. I will notify the nearby heroes." "Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." After hanging up the phone, within a minute, Saijin Gyre was called over. The few of them were looking at the cameras in City F, feeling they had discovered something remarkable. Why did those strange birds fly away without causing any destruction? What is that? On the monitor, a large area of buildings in City F had collapsed, and a creature, looking about 10 meters tall and covered in black spikes on its body and head, was moving quickly between the buildings. "Hurry! Contact the heroes nearby." Soon, the operator found the nearest A-rank hero and quickly called. "Beep. Hello. Is this Mr. Golden Ball? You guys nearby? I'm really sorry. I just fought and can't help right now. The spring mustache with me is the same." "Beep. Seriously, why does it have to be this timing?" "Wait, it seems someone is trying to stop it. Is it a hero?" On the screen, a man who appeared to be injured seemed to have been targeted as food by one of the crow-like monsters because he happened to be standing on the rooftop. "What bad luck. Even monsters are causing me trouble." That crow monster, which looked like it had fists, seemed to be at least 4 meters tall and was flying toward the hungry wolf. Fortunately, the others didn't notice him and quickly left as if they were on their way. Bang! After dodging a punch sideways, the splattered stone fragments also indicated the gap between the monster and the human. "Let me see how strong you are." The hungry wolf grabbed a feather from the monster and leaped up, delivering a punch to the monster's beak, crushing it. Then he dodged another incoming punch, kicking the monster on the head, followed by a flurry of punches as if to vent his frustration. He continued until the monster's body was riddled with visible dents, and feathers scattered everywhere before he finally stopped. "Did you see that? Old Grandpa Bongu. I don't need your damn martial arts at all. I rely on my own strength." A surge of inexplicable power began to swell within the hungry wolf. He suddenly felt that his wounds no longer hurt. Now, he even believed he could complete his plans ahead of time. After casually tossing the monster's corpse down, the hungry wolf escaped the scene. He didn't think he could face several heroes at once. After all, the two earlier had nearly taken his life. However, after the encounter with the heroes, the hungry wolf seemed to have learned some new things. He felt that his movements were more agile than before. Perhaps if he faced Golden Ball and Spring Mustache's siege again, he would not have to flee. Not long after, Flasher, who received the message and rushed to intercept in City C, was quite dissatisfied and called the Hero Association. "How are you handling intelligence? If you can't learn, then don't do it, just disband." Hearing this rebellious talk, the operator didn't dare to say anything. The other party was the newly rated S-rank hero, almost having the same level of influence as the association's upper management. It would be easy for him to get this little operator fired. "Mr. Flash, we didn't expect those monsters didn't intend to destroy the town. They seem to be on the move. So far, we have lost tracking information. I'm sorry for making you come for nothing." Flasher put away the knife he had drawn early and hung up the phone that was pinched to his neck. The people around him, who were scared, cheered when they saw him. "Hero! It's a hero!" The hero drove the monsters away. The big sister in the cape is amazing. Listening to the cheers, the emotionally distant Flays felt a stir within. He began to enjoy this feeling, the sensation of being regarded as a savior. However, he still did not allow his excitement to show on his face. He kept a cold expression and quickly left. Only the slight upward curve of his lips after sneaking away proved that he truly enjoyed this scene of popularity, perhaps as a way to compensate for his past misery. Hiding in an abandoned shack, the wounds on the hungry wolf's body were healing quickly due to the rest. He was contemplating whether to seek trouble with the hero or with the hero. Each battle now brought him significant gains. Even when being beaten up, he could feel his combat skills improving. As a martial artist, he knew that the 17th super fighting competition was just half a month away, and he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. Although those martial artists he considered weak were not enough to help him grow, the prize money of 150,000 yuan was very real. After all, even though his strength was substantial, relying on free meals to fill his stomach was not ideal. If it weren't for being broke just when he was about to starve, he would never have resorted to such actions given his character. Moreover, if he continued to take free meals, he might attract powerful heroes like the one from noon today, which would be problematic. This was secondary. If he were branded as a wanted criminal, he would be finished, as the Hero Association would dispatch heroes specifically to find him. Damn it, he had to wait another half-month. It seemed he needed to take another free meal. The hungry wolf knew very well that although he had eaten enough to sustain an adult man for a week, the registration for the competition had already passed, and there was still a full half-month to go. In a ruin in City Z, due to the frequent appearances of monsters, this area had been designated as a no-man's land by the government. Although few people lived there, basic supplies were still available, but no one dared to collect fees. Even so, no one could live here without going crazy. Just like now, Hero was leading his disciples home, only to find that he was missing one. Due to weak willpower, this disciple had not only lost his mind, but even seemed unaware that he had followed his master. Hero turned his face, which had 4 eyes, and the scar-like black stripes along with thorny hair covered half of his head, making him look incredibly indestructible. His monster-like body granted him unparalleled strength, leading this ambitious top martial artist to develop some ideas. He gazed at the clouds and the sky. The clear blue sky seemed to encompass all living beings beneath it, except for his recently transformed disciple. After confirming that no one had followed, Hero found a large entrance and entered an underground area. In the narrow passage, strange-looking monsters occasionally appeared. When they saw Hero, they exhibited fear, as if disrespecting him would result in immediate punishment. Rumbling, a gigantic creature with 6 eyes slowly approached. Its entirely black body faintly resembled a monster-like dog. The drooling mouth had no visible teeth. Instead, the skin around its mouth formed jagged edges like steel, replacing useless teeth. "Oh, Pochi, what a good dog you are, not breaking anything today." Hero walked through the narrow passage and saw the specially cared-for monster dog, Pochi. Although he spoke like a master praising his dog, he didn't dare to approach and pet it like other dogs. After all, a monster that received special care was not something an ordinary officer like him could handle. After bypassing the steam-emitting dog, Hero quickly entered a large space where a monster, at least 20 meters tall, sat on several floors of steps. This was the monster, King Big Snake. Beside the Monster King, a one-eyed monster covered in tentacles languidly sat on a specially designed sofa, staring at Hero, who had just entered the space. This monster was known as Big-Eyed Monster among other monsters, the organizer of this group of monsters, or rather, the one who organized monsters. He spent years transforming an ordinary person into a monster, employing special methods to break through a limitation known as the restrainer, resulting in the Monster King behind him. "You're finally back. You didn't expose your trail, did you?" "Of course not. I'm sure the army hasn't discovered me." Hero unceremoniously found a place to sit, casually crossing his legs as if chatting with someone. "However, a new organization called the Hero Association has appeared, which gives me a headache." "What a bunch of nonsense. I can wipe them all out myself." A uniquely ugly short monster emerged, with a plump body, rough skin, sparse hair, and jagged teeth. The worst part was its foul-smelling mouth and barrier-shaped head, making every part of it nauseating. If one were to say why it was described as uniquely ugly, it was because this kind of ugliness was so extreme that it was repulsive even among ugly creatures. That won't do. We first need to gather intelligence on those heroes. Blindly starting a riot would be irrational. Big-Eyed Monster didn't even look at the officer making arrogant remarks. Although by certain standards, his combat power could be classified as a dragon-level monster, it was somewhat insufficient here. If he wanted to maintain a place in the Monster Association, he shouldn't make such foolish remarks. "Ugly President. Even if you look like a pig, that won't do." Ugly President glanced at the big snake behind Big-Eyed Monster, said nothing in rebuttal, merely snorted coldly, and left. In this dark place, the surrounding walls could barely be called walls. They resembled the discontinuities of a building. Dozens of levels of space were filled with monsters, various shapes and sizes, all staring at the scene in the center. Even a strong dragon-level monster like Hero felt uncomfortable, as no one could guarantee that among the mass of monsters, there weren't hidden elites. What we need to do now is to endure. After the so-called Hero Association finishes collecting data, it will be time for us monsters to take over the surface. At that time, when Lord Big Snake reigns, we will establish a new world dominated by monsters. As he spoke, the great Jeong opened his 10 arms and respectfully pointed towards the weirdo, King Dashi. However, there was no applause from the surrounding crowd, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, with only a few weirdos giving a token cheer. Most of the weirdos were quite confident in their own abilities, and their little calculations in their minds would not allow them to fully invest in this so-called weirdo association. The reason why they're called weirdos is precisely because they're disorganized and undisciplined. 17 days later, in City C, inside a conference venue, a frail martial artist was fiddling with his personal belongings in front of his locker, completely unaware that someone was approaching him. "Hey, buddy." The hungry wolf leaned closer to the guy, deliberately trying to get friendly by patting him on the shoulder. "What's up? Is there something you need?" The martial artist known as Werewolf thought it would be another competitor challenging him, but he didn't expect to see a stranger. "Excuse me, are you planning to compete with that headgear on? Wouldn't such an accessory be disallowed?" "Oh, you're talking about this?" The werewolf took out the headgear from the locker. It was indeed the equipment he planned to wear during the competition, more like protective gear than a habit. However, the officials had not explicitly prohibited this behavior, and wearing the headgear during the match would give that participant an advantage. "That's so cool. I really want to try it on." The hungry wolf took the werewolf's headgear and looked at it carefully. It was about the right size and style. "Participants, please enter the arena." The host's voice came through the loudspeaker, startling the werewolf, who immediately reached for the headgear to get it back. "The participants are entering. Give it back to me." Bang! Soon, the werewolf was fully dressed and walked onto the stage, listening to the host introduce the contestants. "TCH, just a bunch of rabble. That guy called Baoshan seems a bit interesting, but he's just average." The hungry wolf mumbled softly, but thanks to the headgear, no one could hear him. The werewolf seemed to have strengthened his training over the past 6 months, looking taller and more robust. Hopefully, he could last through the first round this time. The host spoke loudly, and the hungry wolf was still in a daze until one of the attendees, a lewd-looking competitor with long braids, poked him, making him realize that he was the one being introduced. He quickly raised his hands to greet the audience. Despite his stiff movements, fortunately, no one noticed because this contestant was not expected to do well anyway. After a brief introduction, the hungry wolf returned to the resting room, where he had been cautious about entering this place, but now he was completely unconcerned. Only the hungry wolf remained in the resting room, and he was munching on the snacks provided for the contestants to replenish their energy, looking at the list of competitors on the table, none of whom he recognized. It wasn't that the hungry wolf had never seen the world. If asked which martial artists he knew, he could almost list them off the top of his head. His own master, Bongu, the founder of the Lixian Broken Fist, his Shirshu Bengpu, the founder of the Whirlwind Iron Palm, and the samurai Shunfeng that Bongu often mentioned. Since childhood, the hungry wolf's exposure had far surpassed that of these ordinary martial artists. He had even seen his Shirshu, but he looked just as boring as his master Bongu, or rather, now he should be called Silver Fang. No one of their brothers. Their thinking is just as rigid. After checking the order of appearances, the hungry wolf found that participants like the werewolf, considered as mere fillers, would generally not be taken seriously and would be assigned to appear after the third match. However, it wouldn't hurt to go out and learn a thing or two. He stood up to open the door and just happened to bump into someone trying to push the door open. "Oh no, did I run into someone I know?" The hungry wolf dared not take off his headgear, and the other person didn't seem to notice anything amiss, instead wearing a mocking expression. "What's wrong, werewolf? Aren't you afraid to face me in battle? Looks like you haven't forgotten the lesson from last time." The hungry wolf was sweating profusely under the headgear. Fortunately, the other party didn't linger too long and just belittled him a bit before leaving. The hungry wolf clenched his fists as he watched the other person's back, determined to teach this guy a good lesson. Walking down the corridor, he saw Baoshan on the stage already tussling with his opponent. "You're so weak. I haven't even used my dark hell killing technique." In less than 5 seconds of engagement, the opponent, who was faintly crackling with electricity, was sent sprawling on his back, completely unable to resist. After watching the person being carried away on a stretcher, the hungry wolf couldn't help but feel regret. This was nothing more than a child's game. "Hey, werewolf, how dare you come out to watch this time? Aren't you afraid of pissing your pants?" "Ha ha." The competitor who had previously warned the hungry wolf, Ben Posse, laughed unabashedly, as if he had already defeated him, originally planning to go easy on him for his kind reminder. The hungry wolf didn't expect this guy to be so shameless, forcing himself to suppress the urge to punch the guy's teeth out. The hungry wolf turned around and returned to the resting room. He was not someone who didn't understand restraint. After all, most of his life over the past 10 years had been about enduring. Outside, the host kept cheering, as if every punch thrown by the contestants could win the audience's cheers, and it was indeed the case. As an A-class hero, Snake Fist's neck put away his moves after confirming that his opponent was not in life-threatening danger and opened his arms to share the joy with the audience. The more the hungry wolf listened, the more bored he became. Before he realized it, he had eaten all the snacks on the table. Long periods of hunger followed by gluttony had already made him lose the sensation of fullness, and he often overate, severely affecting his movements. But right now, none of that mattered. In his view, dealing with those amateurs outside didn't require him to go all out. Instead, he had to be careful not to accidentally kill someone, as that would be a problem. Bang, bang, bang. Werewolf. Prepare to enter the arena. The sound of knocking brought the hungry wolf back from the great plan he had just half-conceived, following the staff to the arena. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Benpaz grinned mockingly at the hungry wolf, sparking the latter's curiosity about the connection between this seemingly perverted guy and the dwarf he had replaced. Out of caution, the hungry wolf remained silent, and, once the referee shouted start, quickly approached his opponent and threw 2 punches at a speed that was almost imperceptible to anyone. After taking those 2 punches squarely, Benpaz unexpectedly lost consciousness and was knocked out of the ring, landing perfectly on a stretcher. The hungry wolf quietly exited amidst the cheers of the audience and the host's astonishment, afraid that lingering even a second longer would expose him. It wasn't that the hungry wolf couldn't finish his opponent in one hit. The true purpose of the first punch was simply to knock out 2 teeth, and that was entirely the other guy's doing. Back in the waiting room, the hungry wolf looked at the competition schedule and saw that there was one more match before his next fight, which was against a certain exploding mountain. He planned to observe it. Even if he was confident he could win, he wanted to avoid injury as much as possible. The host was enthusiastically introducing the 2 competitors, while Snake, standing on one side, was already sweating profusely from fear. He had heard a bit about his opponent, who specialized in bullying the weaker side in duels and had a set of techniques designed to destroy others' bodies. However, as a hero, Snake had no intention of backing down. He charged forward first, his right hand moving like a snake to bypass Exploding Mountain's defenses and landed a hit to his face. Almost in an instant, Snake launched another attack, wrapping around Exploding Mountain's body tightly to slow him down. Unfortunately, his offensive was ineffective. With a mere counterpunch, Exploding Mountain sent Snake flying back. Snake felt clearly that his arm had broken. Realizing he was outmatched, he was about to call for a halt when he was struck by Exploding Mountain's attack. Devil's Cry lower kick. Exploding Mountain shouted out the move he had personally created and named, kicking Snake right in the knee. The pain from the broken bone instantly robbed Snake of his ability to think, and he quickly fell to the ground, shouting loudly, "Stop! Enough! Bear slaughter mid-kick." Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Exploding Mountain was about to execute his second move when he was forcibly pulled away by a group of strong security guards, some even fanning him, trying to help the slightly deranged martial artist calm down. Those techniques developed specifically for killing were extremely cruel, each strike intended to destroy the opponent's body. Having watched the entire battle, the hungry wolf could only look at Exploding Mountain with disdain. Although he didn't like the rigid teaching of Silver Fangs, after hearing it enough, he naturally remembered some strongers face weakers. While there's no obligation to help, one must never bully the weak. With a sense of dissatisfaction towards Exploding Mountain, the hungry wolf directly followed the referee's command to enter the arena. After once again knocking out his opponent, the hungry wolf felt bored. To him, these so-called martial arts masters were merely a rabble trying their luck. And what was that luck? Of course, it was betting that those masters wouldn't show up to compete. Hiding in the waiting room, the hungry wolf tried to secure his hood tighter to avoid it being knocked off during the fight. However, his worries were clearly unnecessary. As long as he had the will, not even a group of martial artists in the arena could touch his head. Outside, the host was loudly introducing how powerful Exploding Mountain was and how the werewolf was making a comeback. Soon, someone came to guide the hungry wolf out to compete. "Mr. Werewolf, you've really made great progress this time. You must have trained hard," the staff member said with a cheerful demeanor, seeming quite familiar with the real werewolf. Brought to the edge of the ring, the host still appeared exaggeratedly surprised, loudly introducing this dark horse of the competition. "Yay, a nameless little character has come." Exploding Mountain openly mocked his opponent. Even after the referee shouted start, he didn't rush to attack. "You can jump down. I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty by hitting you." Exploding Mountain provocatively pointed at the edge of the ring, and the Hungry Wolf certainly understood what that meant. It was a sign of contempt. Seeing this guy in front of him, insulting him, the Hungry Wolf did not respond, but instead walked slowly forward, quickly reaching Exploding Mountain's front. Such behavior, in Exploding Mountain's eyes, was nothing short of defiance. Devil's Cry lower kick. The tried-and-true low attack was easily blocked by the Hungry Wolf, and before Exploding Mountain could be shocked, his face was met with a punch. In that instant, Exploding Mountain was a bit flustered. How could his attack be ineffective? Bear Slaughter mid-kick. An even more ferocious attack was unleashed. And that Bear Slaughter mid-kick, if it landed, would definitely be able to kick down a cow. The Hungry Wolf extended his arm to firmly catch the strike. Although it was easy to see the flaw, the force was indeed substantial. Using the power from this attack, the Hungry Wolf delivered a punch straight to Exploding Mountain's face, causing the latter to stagger back a few steps. You guy. Exploding Mountain was hit hard enough to bleed from his nose, clearly not expecting to suffer in this match. What a beautiful strike. The werewolf easily neutralized Exploding Mountain's attack and countered. The host's voice rang out amidst the cheers from the audience, and Exploding Mountain's face began to turn red, his nosebleed flowing more rapidly. I'm going to crush you. Eat my Shura fist. Exploding Mountain steadied himself and charged up for a strike, aiming at the Hungry Wolf's chest. This strike was visibly faster than the previous one, and the wind from his punch was audibly whooshing. However, in the Hungry Wolf's eyes, Exploding Mountain's moves were as childish as playing house, and they were also particularly slow. He directly grabbed Exploding Mountain's arm that was aimed at him, turned his body sideways, and bent over, pinning the opponent's arm against his shoulder. That's right. It was a shoulder throw, a rather ordinary move. Here it comes. Who would have thought the werewolf would use such a mundane technique? Exploding Mountain seems unable to get up. Under the host's ruthless commentary, Exploding Mountain's muscles bulged with veins, his face darkened with anger clearly visible in his eyes. He angrily shouted, charging at the Hungry Wolf, clearly starting to panic. I'm going to send you to the afterlife. The Hungry Wolf looked at this uncoordinated behavior and was momentarily stunned, but quickly got into position as the technique of flowing rock-shattering fist resurfaced in his mind and was enacted in his body. I'm going to smash your skull. Eat my hell, funeral blade. The figure of the Explosive Mountain quickly approached, the bulging muscles on his arms indicating that he had put all his strength into this strike. If it landed, the Hungry Wolf would surely lose the ability to move. The Explosive Mountain stepped forward with his left leg first, his right arm drawing a longer line of power as much as possible. He was very confident in this strike, although the movement was not fast. Those who were terrified had no chance to dodge. But this time, who was the once invincible Explosive Mountain facing? It was the exceptionally talented disciple specifically chosen by Silver Fong, who, after more than 10 years of training, was already well-versed in martial arts. Against such an opponent, the Explosive Mountain's intimidation tactics failed, and instead his slow attack speed became his flaw. Are you trying to scare your opponent with that ugly face? The Hungry Wolf easily sidestepped the powerful strike, not even relying fully on the flowing rock-crushing fist technique, but simply using a straightforward jab that landed on the Explosive Mountain's jaw. The Explosive Mountain, who had just been shouting about sending the Hungry Wolf to the west, lost consciousness in an instant. A perfect strike. The werewolf contestant's precise hit. The champion of this competition has been born. Several doctors hurriedly stepped forward, frantically lifting the unconscious Explosive Mountain onto a stretcher and sending him to the ambulance. Meanwhile, the Hungry Wolf was surrounded by a large crowd and escorted back to the lounge. The werewolf contestant successfully claimed the championship. Let us cheer for him. Werewolf, werewolf, werewolf. The host stirred the atmosphere, but the Hungry Wolf, for some reason, did not like this feeling. Perhaps because the name being shouted was not his own. After a brief adjustment, the Hungry Wolf found some magazines in the lounge, with titles like The First Generation of Heroes from the Hero Association. With nothing to do, he casually flipped through a few pages, seeing some heroes he had never encountered before. However, some things were just too coincidental. The Hungry Wolf soon found familiar faces in the magazine. Golden Ball, A Class, 20th place, Spring Mustache. B Class, 13th place. Seeing the two heroes who had once pushed him to the brink made the Hungry Wolf very displeased. But the one-sided crushing he had just executed made him less concerned about these encounters. He continued to flip through the magazine, hoping to find more useful information. The two had a good relationship privately. Spring Mustache. Sword Saint Association? Upon seeing the familiar term, The Hungry Wolf instinctively thought of the famous organization that was established by some old-timers who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, which Silver Fong had mentioned before. Among them, the more prestigious warrior, Kamikaze, had once crossed paths with the Hungry Wolf during his childhood. Sure enough, being defeated by an ordinary hero was completely impossible. Haha. The Hungry Wolf patted his thigh, the previous gloom lifting. Since he had lost to someone like that, it was not really shameful. After all, from a somewhat forced perspective, that spring mustache, who had nearly taken his life, should still call him junior brother. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Feeling intrigued, the Hungry Wolf continued to browse, but soon he encountered someone he did not want to see. Stinky Old Man, the master of the martial arts world, a man whose boxing skills had reached the peak, the founder of the Flowing Rock-Crushing Fist, an important core of the Martial Arts Association. The flashy and cliché D words were stamped in black ink on the magazine, and these grand phrases could not conceal the Hungry Wolf's resentment toward this person. This hero, a B-class hero, was not just as described in the introduction, but also had an identity that the Hungry Wolf was unwilling to acknowledge yet could not deny: his master. Even though he had long known that his master had become a hero and that he had betrayed his sect, every time he thought of this matter, the Hungry Wolf would feel very angry. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to tear the magazine into pieces, calmly turning the page that introduced Silver Fong. But he once again saw a familiar face, Qin Feng. However, this time, the Hungry Wolf did not feel angry. Not only because he was not familiar with Qin Feng, but in his eyes, Qin Feng absolutely qualified to be a hero. After all, his weak junior brother, although lacking in combat ability, was genuinely a weirdo, and the Hungry Wolf had witnessed all of Qin Feng's progress. C-Class, second place, really disappointing. Seeing his junior brother still struggling in C-Class, even the Hungry Wolf, who did not understand these ranking systems very well, was well aware that C-Class was the bottom tier. But when he continued reading Qin Feng's introduction, he saw a line: good friends with the 7th place B-Class hero, Tornado. Sure enough, he is an outgoing person, making friends no matter the environment. Soon, the Hungry Wolf found Tornado as he wished. Trembling Tornado, how cute. Looking at Tornado's face, the Hungry Wolf couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. There are 3 types of people in this world: those who do not like children, those who like children, and those who like children a lot but are embarrassed to say so. The Hungry Wolf's feelings were not lustful. He simply liked children. How outrageous. Qin Feng. Even a child can be taken advantage of. Is she older than me? Soon, the Hungry Wolf lost patience to continue looking because he found out that this was a magazine published half a month ago, with phrases like class hero evaluation is imminent written on it, making the rankings he had just noted down feel instantly worthless. If it weren't for my identity, I would definitely report this place for showing outdated magazines to the contestants. The Hungry Wolf indignantly tossed the magazine onto the table, put on the headgear that made him somewhat uncomfortable, and went out. A few reporters had been waiting at the door early. He asked out, "Mr. Werewolf, may I ask what kind of training you underwent in the past 6 months? Why has your progress increased so rapidly? Mr. Werewolf, how did you manage to grow taller at the age of 30? Was it through medication or surgery? Mr. Werewolf, Mr. Werewolf." The dazzling lights and the barrage of questions made the Hungry Wolf feel a bit annoyed, but due to his identity, he couldn't lash out. He could only grip the headgear tightly and squeeze his way outside. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Werewolf. It was our oversight." A few security guards rushed over with apologetic expressions, stopping the reporters. The Hungry Wolf did not hold it against them and simply walked outside. Right now, he just wanted to quickly collect his prize. Let us congratulate the werewolf contestant once again. Successfully made a comeback. He has become the dark horse of this competition. The host with the beard finally appeared, warmly raising the left hand of the Hungry Wolf while congratulating him. The cheers erupted once again as a few hot-bodied cheerleaders brought over a gigantic prop check that clearly read 150,000 yuan. Hungry Wolf took the check, and it must be said that this money was the easiest for him to obtain, and it truly came to his rescue. After the boring photo session, Hungry Wolf declined the request for a group photo and went straight to the activity center to claim his prize. "They couldn't tell, but I was different." A deep voice rang out. Due to the mask, Hungry Wolf didn't immediately recognize that it was the ninja who hated him to the bone, Sonic the Hedgehog. Looking at the crowd around him, Hungry Wolf knew that this person was speaking to him. The sweat brought on by his guilty conscience began to pour out, even more than during the recent battle. He didn't have time to dwell on unnecessary thoughts and quicken his pace, rushing into the redemption area. Confirming that no one was following him, He swiftly darted behind the desk and, under the astonished gaze of the staff member, robbed a few stacks of cash. You don't need to rush. The check has no expiration date. You can redeem it any time. Hungry Wolf ignored this, grabbed his share of the money, and left the redemption center as fast as he could. Oh my God, there's actually someone here. In the changing room, the real werewolf inexplicably fell out of a cabinet that should have been locked, colliding head-on with a staff member who was about to change magazines in the lounge. Soon, reporters, security, staff, and even some audience members rushed to the entrance of the lounge, making the already cramped space even more crowded. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. This is so despicable. I knew this guy wouldn't suddenly become that strong. An eliminated contestant who was taken out in one hit complained angrily, questioning how this werewolf, who had previously been on good terms with him, could suddenly become so strong and attack him so ruthlessly. A group of people pointed at the real werewolf, who was tied up, stripped, and had a rag stuffed in his mouth, as if all the things Hungry Wolf did were his doing. The imposter is out. Someone suddenly shouted as they ran into the corridor, and everyone immediately reacted. A few security guards rushed out, trying to intercept Hungry Wolf as much as possible. But when they reached the edge of the ring, they only saw Hungry Wolf on the wall. At this point, the mask he wore for disguise had already been thrown away, revealing a face that looked even more like a wolf. Don't run. The security guards who had chased out of the competition area searched for a long time, confirming that the rule-breaking guy had already escaped and returned with disappointment. They hadn't really intended to stop him anyway. After all, that guy was so strong, such interception work was not suitable for people with such low salaries. There are only a few seeds a month. What is the point of risking my life? Waiter, I do like the super thick steak Big Eater's set meal. And I want an extra serving of rice. Hungry Wolf returned to the restaurant he had once dined and dashed out without paying, sitting down proudly. The waiter greeted him with a smile, but soon, Hungry Wolf's face was recognized. The waiter compared him to a rough drawing posted on the wall. Crude lines, terrible proportions. And most frighteningly, it was indeed recognizable. You're the one who dined and dashed. Someone come quickly, the waiter screamed, and several security guards rushed over almost instantly, their fierce faces bearing several scars. It was evident they had been specially hired to prevent any further dine and dash incidents. Why so tense? Throwing a wad of cash on the table, Hungry Wolf's face was full of pride. Can the food be served now? In City A, at Qin Feng's home. Awesome, that guy finally left. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Feng looked at the content in the communicator, celebrating that he had become the first in C class. The notification sent out last night stated that the association's higher-ups had carefully considered and decided to promote a portion of heroes with exceptional combat abilities and good character, granting them a brand new rank, S class. The original number 1 in C class, the Atomic Warrior, was promoted to 6th in S class due to his outstanding strength. In fact, the main consideration was only in terms of combat power and ability. After all, how could there be any bad people who could become heroes? Every hero who passed the assessment was wholeheartedly dedicated to maintaining peace. However, the fact that Tornado was promoted to 4th in S class made Qin Feng unable to feel happy. S class? Would they look down on someone like me in C class? Even if I were to be promoted to B class in the near future, it would still be a far cry. Just a moment ago, Qin Feng saw Tornado flying past the window and told himself she was going to handle some monsters in the suburbs, making him feel even more the vast difference in combat power between them. Although Tornado didn't mind being with Qin Feng now, with a difference in rank, it was inevitable that people would talk behind their backs. He didn't care about being thick-skinned, but the young girl was different. Knock, knock, knock. Tornado was tapping on the window of Qin Feng's living room, smiling and waving at him. That was fast. You're back in less than 5 minutes? Qin Feng opened the window, and the Tornado flew in through the narrow gap, walking into the living room as if it had returned home, casually sitting down without a hint of restraint. Of course not. They were only halfway there when my assistant called me and said that a hero had already taken care of it. Qin Feng brought 2 cups of juice from the kitchen and sat down beside Tornado. You didn't slip me any drugs, did you? Tornado joked as she leaned closer to Qin Feng. I don't know what is going on, but the heroes seem to have gone crazy, either looking for monsters everywhere or trying to boost their own fame. Who knows? Anyway, in a few days, I have to attend some meeting, and Shichi hasn't even revealed the details. Huh? Did they finally decide to fire you, the useless guy? Tornado said with a mischievous smile. Qin Feng reached out and pinched her cheek, his eyes filled with affection. Who knows? Maybe they want me to become an S class too. Some people better watch out for me, surpassing them. Ha ha. On the afternoon of the agreed day, Qin Feng arrived at the association headquarters on time, as Shichi had instructed. Shichi was already waiting at the door for him. "Oh, why is a high-ranking leader like you personally here to greet me? It makes me feel a bit embarrassed." "Don't mind that. No matter how high my position is, my job is always to serve everyone. There is nothing to boast about, and being above others is even more impossible." Qin Feng followed Shichi through the corridor and arrived at the door of a conference room. Shichi stopped Qin Feng, who was about to push the door open, and seriously warned him, "You must pretend not to know me in front of those guys inside. The most important thing is never mention Mr. Algmi. He is no longer a member of the board." "Haha, don't be so nervous. I'm not inflexible. Just trust me." After saying that, Qin Feng pushed open the door, but the scene inside made him feel very uncomfortable. Although the room was lit, the color scheme made it seem somewhat dim. For individuals who looked like examiners, with harsh expressions, sat against the wall. The lighting behind them made it difficult for Qin Feng to see their faces, creating a feeling similar to that of interrogating a criminal. As for Qin Feng's seat, it was a solitary chair placed right in the center of the room, which made him feel even more inferior in that position. Qin Feng groped his way and quickly sat down in front of his position. The first examiner immediately spoke up. "Mr. Qin Feng, congratulations once again on successfully advancing to the first position in Level C. We are grateful that you could take the time to attend let's call it a celebration party we prepared for you. In any case, we sincerely appreciate your presence. If you are willing, we will ask you a few simple questions in the upcoming time, and there will also be a psychological analysis test afterward. Are you agreeable to that?" Qin Feng observed his surroundings with a conditioned reflex, much like a whimsical child thinking, "What if these examiners suddenly turned into monsters? How should I respond?" "How is it, Qin Feng? Did those people give you a hard time?" Shichi stood at the door for more than 10 minutes, finally waiting for Qin Feng to come out. The face of this young man, whom he found quite satisfactory, looked far from excited. As expected, they only asked some nonsensical questions, and those guys kept scribbling and drawing, not knowing what they were doing. They were just pretending to be serious. These questions didn't need to be recorded. The discussion about promoting from C to B level was merely a way for them to kill time at work. Shichi personally led Qin Feng to the association's entrance once again. Before leaving, this young man, whom he had a good impression of, waved kindly. "Be careful on your way. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content." On the way, Qin Feng was no longer seen as a monster, as everyone knew that the handsome young man with scales was actually a professional hero from the Hero Association. He had fought against monsters more than once, and those battle photos had long been uploaded to the internet. No one would look at him through colored glasses anymore. For this, Qin Feng was also quite pleased. It would be even better if there was a dedicated fan club. Roughly calculating, he had been in this world for more than half a year now. Oh dear, Qin Feng truly knew very little about this world. If he had taken some time to watch this anime, while playing games back then, perhaps he would have turned his life around by now. Maybe even being regarded as a prophet who could foresee the future. Who cares? Now I'm a hero, and everyone is waving at me. Boom! The sudden explosion startled Qin Feng. In the streets lined with tall buildings, a wisp of black smoke rose, reaching the sky as far as Qin Feng could see. The surrounding pedestrians immediately ran away, either heading home or fleeing towards the shelters. Another monster has appeared, the destructive power. There was no time to think. Qin Feng climbed to the rooftop using the surrounding low buildings, and saw a small black dot about 20 kilometers to the northwest throwing glowing spheres at the nearby tall buildings. Each glowing sphere that smashed into the buildings caused explosions that crushed the solid structures like tofu. Alarms blared, and screams mixed with the sound of explosions, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Hearing that this disaster was rated as dragon level, Qin Feng immediately lost his previous determination to help. Really? Tornado had gone to handle the monsters in your city. This guy is not something I can deal with. In the ruins caused by the collapse of a building, a completely purple monster was rampantly destroying the city. The first heroes to arrive, Smile Superman and Lightning Max, quickly launched their attacks. "Stop it, or I'll make you suffer." A massive hammer came crashing down, but the monster remained unaffected. This strike was like a mere tickle to it. Gathering his courage, Lightning Max shouted, and the monster turned to look, its unpleasant face showing some anger, staring at these two oblivious heroes. "I am Vaccine Man, born from the continuous pollution of the environment by humans." Saying this, Vaccine Man clenched his fists, his expression full of ferocity, and the veins on his skin seemed to be flowing with something other than blood. A tremendous anger appeared on Vaccine Man's face, seemingly unable to be expressed, with sharp teeth that seemed ready to devour the two humans daring to stop him. "The Earth is a living being, and you humans are merely maggots parasitizing on it. You are the pathogens that continuously corrode the life of the Earth. To eliminate humanity and this civilization that harms the Earth has given birth to me, as if to declare his sovereignty. A sphere of energy gathered in an instant and smashed towards the two heroes. The camera pulled back, and the explosions sounded one after another, comparable to the firepower of an army unleashed by Vaccine Man. At this moment, the staff at the Hero Association headquarters were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, frantically contacting heroes. At this time, the heroes they contacted were not limited by rank, A, B, or even C level. They desperately hoped someone could stop this disaster, eagerly awaiting the appearance of an S-level hero to resolve the situation. How we contacted Miss Tornado? Saijin Jair entered. Over a dozen people in the control room gathered together, watching the battle between the heroes and Vaccine Man. We got in touch, but Miss Tornado still needs half an hour to arrive. This was truly despairing news. Looking at Vaccine Man, who appeared like a god of death on the screen, Saijin Jair felt a significant sense of pressure even through the screen. How was the situation with the heroes? Have we sent anyone to support? We have dispatched 9 heroes, and 14 more are on the way. A-level Smile Superman and B-level Lightning Max are currently confronting the monster. No, they've already fallen unconscious. Despair shrouded the entire A-city, the sky darkening almost instantly, with thunderclouds floating above as if something was attracting them. Qin Feng was still observing. The explosions in the distance clearly indicated that someone was fighting the monster. Looking at the current situation, it was impossible to eliminate this monster without the intervention of an S-class hero. As Qin Feng expected, Saijin Jair still called him. The association strategy was quite clear: delay until reinforcements arrived. Although Qin Feng had little confidence, he couldn't back down for the sake of everyone. Hello, this is Qin Feng. What is the matter? Qin Feng, where are you right now? We need to gather all our forces to eliminate that monster who calls himself the Vaccine Man. Could you please? All right, I will definitely go. Even if I can't be of much help, this is what I should do, right? Without letting Saijin Jair say much more, Qin Feng hung up the phone and began to leap across the rooftops, heading towards the chaos caused by the Vaccine Man. In the control room of the Hero Association headquarters, after hearing the phone hang up, Saijin Jair weakly uttered the second half of a sentence. Notify Miss Tornado to come back quickly. After hanging up, Saijin Jair found that he could no longer reach Qin Feng. He looked up at the screen filled with flames and couldn't help but pray for Qin Feng in his heart. Qin Feng was running quickly. He needed to reach the scene as fast as possible, not just because he was a hero, but also because the Vaccine Man was about to blow up his home. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared, and Qin Feng fell off the rooftop, landing right on a stall. Although he relied on his strong body and didn't feel much pain, at that moment, he was terrified to the extreme. Thief, do you dare to interfere with me again? He was sure that this was the monster from his previous dream, the terrifying creature that seemed capable of manipulating the heavens and the earth. Bystanders who were fleeing quickly helped Qin Feng up. In their eyes, he was the hero who could save them. But this hero was now completely engulfed in darkness. His vision was becoming increasingly blurry, and his consciousness was vague, as if his soul was being forcefully taken away, and his body was quickly losing sensation. Silver-armored warrior, wake up. We need to escape. No, we can't leave the hero behind. Several bystanders hurriedly lifted Qin Feng and headed towards the shelter. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's consciousness once again arrived at that familiar scene. He was lying on his back in a sea of flowers, the surrounding plants blocking his view and allowing him to see only the dim sky. The ground beneath him could hardly be called soil. Its cracked texture felt like concrete, stinging Qin Feng's exposed skin that was unprotected by scales. My head hurt so much. Qin Feng tried to get up and was pleasantly surprised to find that he was not restricted. He happily moved his limbs, completely unaware that a figure was approaching from behind. Qin Feng, a deep and dull voice came, and Qin Feng recognized it as the voice of Silver Feng, only it lacked the warmth he was used to. Master? Qin Feng turned his head and saw the Silver Fangs standing more than 10 meters away, calmly looking at him, with no emotion in their gaze. For some reason, even though he could see clearly, Qin Feng always felt that he couldn't make out the other person's face. Master? Is it you? Qin Feng tried to speak, his nerves a bit frayed, causing him to struggle to distinguish between illusion and reality. Much like a sleeper in a dream, where absurd scenes always seem quite reasonable. You have grown. Come with your master. You can become even stronger. Silver Feng muttered, the voice seemingly sliding directly into Qin Feng's ears. When he looked up again, Silver Fang had somehow moved in front of him, the expressionless face giving Qin Feng a strong sense of distance. "Where are you taking me?" Qin Feng opened his mouth, and the Silver Fangs were obviously taken aback, staring at Qin Feng for a while before speaking. "Go anywhere you want to go. If you wish, I can take you back." Regarding the phrase, "take you back," Qin Feng certainly understood what it meant. It meant sending him back to his previous world. Hearing this, Qin Feng became even more certain that the Silver Fangs in front of him were not his familiar master, but a counterfeit that appeared for some unknown reason. As if penetrating Qin Feng's inner thoughts, the Silver Fangs before him began to dissipate, and then the ground started to tremble, revealing a huge silhouette in the distance, which was occupied by darkness. "You insignificant ant!" A deep voice swept over, and Qin Feng suddenly felt unable to straighten his back, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of pressure that forced him to kneel on the ground. Wait a minute." Qin Feng struggled to plead for mercy, the oppressive force beginning to crush his internal organs, making it hard for him to breathe. "You are no longer of any use. This body will serve as a sacrifice." As he spoke, Qin Feng felt his body becoming lighter, his limbs losing sensation, and a fiery pain in his chest. The most fatal thing was that his vision was once again restricted, and everything he could see was shrouded in darkness, except for that monster. He wanted to speak. Even his vocal cords began to vibrate, but no sound came out, as if the mute button had been pressed. A mysterious force lifted his body to the monster's eye level. What kind of monster is that? It had a face devoid of features, its rotting skin and flesh with holes exposed, as if wrapped haphazardly in cloth, but with an inexplicable pattern. In Qin Feng's mind, this self-proclaimed deity was hardly a deity, just a more powerful freak. Its ugly face and terrifying body were nothing but a monster, a pure monster. A golden light burst from Qin Feng's chest, the warmth he had just felt gradually cooling down. Although no one told him, Qin Feng was clearer than anyone that this thing was his life force. "No, I will obey. Don't kill me." The words of pleas spilled out. A wise man knows when to yield was already ingrained in Qin Feng's heart. He desperately wanted to negotiate with the deity, at least by some time to escape. However, the golden light did not stop its flow, beginning to gather on the deity's scarred face, being absorbed, being devoured. "Deceiver, I have seen through your heart. You don't need to." What? Soon, the deity that had just absorbed Qin Feng's life force seemed to feel pain. The absorption process abruptly halted, and the bindings on Qin Feng's body loosened in an instant. The deity's body almost vanished in a moment, as if it was evading something, while Qin Feng, who had lost some life force but was not completely dead, suddenly regained consciousness. Light returned to his eyes, and what came into view was a sea of flowers, but he could not see how high he was. The rapid descent felt like a return to his days at the amusement park, but this time it was more vivid. The sound of wind rushed past his ears. The rapidly flowing air forced his dry eye sockets to produce a large amount of tears. Some air rushed into his mouth and nose, and a strong bitterness suddenly filled Qin Feng's face. Wow! He didn't know how long he had been falling. As the ground drew nearer, Qin Feng even felt he had already died. Time seemed to slow down, and the days after his crossing began to surface in his mind. A revolving lantern? He thought, comparing these past few months to his previous days, which felt like serving time in prison, where everyone only thought about how to extract benefits from him. In other words, no one regarded Qin Feng as a person. Therefore, Qin Feng was unwilling to die like this, but he had no way out. He wanted to live, or at least say goodbye to everyone, or to the tornado, or, I don't want to die. His reflections on life gradually turned into a simple fear of death. Qin Feng didn't even know what he was saying, just that during the long fall, whether because of the air flow or his shouting, his mouth became dry, and his eyes could no longer open. He could feel himself getting closer to death. The rapidly approaching sea of flowers signified that Qin Feng's name was in a countdown, and he closed his eyes, the fear of death preventing him from facing this reality. Wow! Qin Feng suddenly kicked the iron bedboard of the hospital bed at the Hero Association headquarters. The metal bedboard shattered with a kick and crashed against the wall of the hospital. Dr. Demu, who was checking Qin Feng's body with a stethoscope, was startled, and the people around them were surprised and moved closer. This little chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. What's wrong with you? What happened to you? Don't scare me. The clarity of his senses made Qin Feng immediately recognize that it was Long Wan's voice. He quickly raised his hand and groped his body. That feeling just now was definitely not a dream, or rather, it was a completely real dream. Tears and snot were flowing down his face. Realizing he had lost his composure, Qin Feng hurriedly took the tissue handed to him by someone nearby and wiped his face randomly. Mr. Qin Feng, what just happened to you? It seems like your body has gone through a high-intensity workout. All your indicators have reached very high levels. Qin Feng looked at everything in front of him, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. After experiencing a near-death sensation, his gaze became vacant as he quietly stared at the bedboard embedded in the wall. Next to him, Tornado waved her hand in front of Qin Feng, calling out to him with a choked voice, "What's wrong? Don't scare me. I promise you. Miss Tornado, don't worry. Qin Feng is just a bit disoriented. You can think of it as having a nightmare," Dr. Demu comforted, though he himself couldn't understand what kind of nightmare could frighten such a strong young man like Qin Feng to this extent. "Everyone, please disperse. Let Mr. Qin Feng have some peace." Soon, on the bed concealed by the curtain, only Qin Feng, whose gaze was slightly vacant, and Tornado, who was crying without restraint, remained. I'm not dead." Qin Feng looked at the Tornado lying on him, now a tearful mess, shook his head, still haunted by the scene he had just witnessed. Qin Feng reached out and embraced the girl in front of him, his heart still racing, but not out of shyness. After a while, both of them fell silent. Long Wan wiped the tears from her face, trying to calm her emotions. She widened her eyes to look at Qin Feng, confirming that he was indeed looking at her, and finally spoke up. "Qin Feng, what are you hiding from me? Just now your heartbeat stopped. Do you know that?" Qin Feng was at a loss for words, and his mind began to race, trying to figure out how to explain these outrageous things. Claiming to be a time traveler from another world? No, that was absolutely impossible. He didn't plan to go back, nor did he intend to let anyone know about his origins, not even Tornado. "I beg you, no matter what's wrong, please don't leave me, okay? I promise you everything," Tornado cried, leaning in Qin Feng's arms, her warm body comforting him as he began to warm up again. Looking at the girl in front of him crying, Qin Feng felt a surge of heartache. She looked so pitiful. It was the first time a girl had cried because of him, but what did you mean by promising me? Upon hearing this, Tornado, who had just been sobbing, seemed a bit surprised. She stared at Qin Feng with wide eyes, and after a long pause, she spoke. "You just mentioned a lot of names I don't know, and many things I don't understand, and you said you want me to be your girlfriend? That you want me to marry?" At this point, Tornado's face instantly turned red with embarrassment, unable to continue. Her eyes, still slightly swollen from crying, combined with her flushed cheeks from shyness, made Qin Feng feel more and more like a beast. Fortunately, the girl in front of him was a few years older than him. The two of them sat in silence, one staring at the floor and the other at each other's faces for a long time. On the surface, Qin Feng seemed to be in a daze, but inside, he was overjoyed. Ahem. Qin Feng broke the calm atmosphere. He moved his arms a bit, confirming that his body was no longer affected, and finally let out a sigh of relief. After a brief hesitation, he decided to share his experiences, but he had no intention of revealing his background. He wanted his previous lifeless existence to be completely forgotten. "You might not believe it, but What?" Tornado slammed her hand on the bed, looking very annoyed. "Where's that strange person? I wanted to suffer a bit." Tornado's hair suddenly stood up. A tremendous force began to gather in the infirmary, causing the water cups on the table to tremble. "Calm down. Based on my guess, that strange person should have no physical form." Qin Feng quickly hugged the Tornado, who was about to start making a scene, holding her in his arms and gently patting her head like he was comforting a child. The Tornado immediately calmed down, pretending to be unwilling as she pounded Qin Feng's chest lightly. "Annoying, don't just hug me like that." Qin Feng got out of bed and stretched his limbs. He was certain that the pain in his dreams felt so real, even though he had never experienced the feeling of falling. However, he was sure it must be unpleasant. As his feet touched the floor, Qin Feng felt an immense sense of relief. He pulled back the bed curtain, greeted Dr. Demu, and quickly left with Long Wan. "Was it that strange person who made you faint suddenly in the middle of the night last time?" Qin Feng nodded. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Tornado looked very dissatisfied. Regarding the matter that Qin Feng had deliberately concealed, he could have sought help from those around him. And this strange person could also be classified as a mind-controlling individual, which could have been reported to the Hero Association for handling. Qin Feng didn't dare to say much. Compared to a person who can control minds, someone who can absorb souls, seemed even more like a monster, right? Even his body had the traits of a monster. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the association, and the sky outside had already cleared up. The damage caused by the vaccine man was visibly left in the city. Collapsed buildings, burned plants, scrapped vehicles, injured heroes, fleeing civilians, and blocked roads. The most critical issue was that Qin Feng's home was most likely destroyed, and this young couple was truly homeless now. By the way, I intended to stop that vaccine man from continuing his rampage, but the closer I got to him, the less clear-headed I became, and eventually I just passed out. Qin Feng rubbed his head, the pain still fresh in his memory. Was it you who took action in the end? Besides the great Mist Tornado, I'm afraid no hero could handle that guy, right? Qin Feng flattered, causing Tornado to laugh gleefully. No, but it's really amazing, let me tell you. Tornado's memories. Huh? You wanted to go back? You're the one who woke me up and said there were strange guys in your city, right? Yes, it's already taken care of. What do you mean by not so good? What does that have to do with me? Huh? Are you trying to threaten me with Qin Feng's safety? Let me tell you, there won't be a next time. Hanging up the phone, Tornado coldly glared at the helicopter pilot in front of her. Hey, can't you hear me? I need to get back to a city quickly. So hurry up. If the helicopter's speed hadn't barely matched Tornado's flying speed, she would have definitely left her assistant behind and gone alone. After a short, yet long period of time, she witnessed her apartment being destroyed by a glowing orb. In an instant, anger surged within Tornado as she looked toward the vaccine man. But at that very moment, the vaccine man's body exploded, as if he had received a fatal blow, with a hole piercing through his heart. The creature, which was growing larger and about to lose its sanity to cause chaos again, died just over 10 kilometers away from Tornado. After the vaccine man was inexplicably defeated, Tornado flew out to the ruins of her home in search of Qin Feng. To no avail, she later received a call from Shichi, informing her that Qin Feng was suspected to be severely injured and unconscious, repeatedly calling her name. So that's about it. I don't know who did it, but they have some skills. Tossing the empty juice box into the trash can, Tornado finally caught her breath. Talking so much at once made her somewhat unaccustomed. Are you saying that creature was hit like it was struck by a cannonball and exploded? Yeah, but who could it be? Oh, how would I know? I'm not a clairvoyant. How could I see something so far away? Although, Miss Tornado, you're not a clairvoyant, the association's drones captured everything. Shichi abruptly interjected beside the two, having just confirmed who eliminated the vaccine man. This formidable creature, initially classified as A dragon level, was even defeated after enhancement, showcasing its power. Really? Then Shichi, quickly tell me who it is. Is it Master Bongo? Of course not, but it does seem a bit unreal. Shichi's memory quickly deployed defenses. We need to minimize the damage caused by the creature. Shichi was hurriedly directing from the control room. After assessing the disaster level of the vaccine man, he immediately called several S-class heroes: Atomic Samurai, Vestige, Pig God, and Metal Bat. The strength of these newly promoted S-class heroes was beyond doubt. They could each combat ghost-level creatures. However, even a nearest Metal Bat would take 20 minutes to arrive. As most of the city's buildings turned to ruins, Shichi became increasingly anxious. The more than 20 heroes he had dispatched earlier were still unreachable. Just as the situation grew more desperate, worse news arrived. Qin Feng, after receiving a call from Saijin Jiao, not only misunderstood, but was also suspected to have been severely injured by the vaccine man and was now in a newly established shelter in a city. Watching Qin Feng being taken into the medical room, Shichi was relieved that the gruesome scene he had imagined did not occur. He only had some minor abrasions on his body, thanks to the protection of his scales. However, Qin Feng's mental state was very poor, constantly mumbling something, and his vital signs were gradually fading. Damn, I command you to quickly investigate Qin Feng's symptoms. After leaving that command, Shichi hurriedly departed, knowing he couldn't help here, especially since more people needed him. The creature has been defeated. In the control room, with someone shouting, the vaccine man on the screen suddenly exploded from the chest, as if struck by an unseen force. The staff quickly retrieved the drone footage. A man with a red backpack and long yellow hair raised his right hand, and the creature fell in response. A superpower user? Or perhaps Qigong? So powerful, he definitely qualifies to be an S-class hero. Praise erupted in the control room, and Shichi stared at the scarred, stern-faced man, secretly contemplating how to get this guy to join the association. So now, I need to find out this person's information. He is a rare talent for the association. Miss Tornado, you are too. Qin Feng was shocked. Do such people really exist? That monster must be linked to that deity. And what did the deity say? It's so confusing. It seems I need to take a good rest. How unfortunate. Mr. Qin Feng, your apartment has been affected by the damage caused by the monster. I will help you find a new place to live afterward. Upon hearing this news, Qin Feng nearly fainted. After finally feeling a sense of belonging at home, he was once again left homeless. TCH, what is there to worry about? This young lady won't frown over such trivial matters, and neither will Qin Feng. Tornado forced herself to cheer up and try to uplift Qin Feng's spirits as well. How could she not know that a city had suffered such a devastating blow? Most residents will become refugees, transferred to other cities, and it would be very difficult to stay. Don't worry, Mr. Qin Feng, if you don't mind. There are some rooms in the association. Although they were previously used as a lounge, with a little adjustment, they can serve as bedrooms. Once the first batch of residential areas is rebuilt, you can choose first. Listening to Shichi's comforting words, Qin Feng felt a bit better. Even if he was homeless, it was enough for him to know that someone cared. Looking at the flames and black smoke among the ruins, as well as the refugees rescued from the cracks. This term had not appeared for too long. Those families living in a city, who could be considered well off, had lost everything due to this disaster. Some even lost their families or their lives. Yet, those passers-by who saw Qin Feng and the others wore smiles, as if just having them around could ensure everyone has safety. Qin Feng felt so guilty in his heart. He clearly did nothing and even made things worse. Yet in the end, he had to rely on these ordinary people's help to save his own life. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. His face was filled with shame, and many words surged to his lips, but he felt too embarrassed to say them. Looking at the people coming and going, they supported and comforted each other. Their desperate cries and the fireworks marking the end of the disaster floated into the sky, reaching the horizon. Such a disaster was something I could not handle at all. Qin Feng lowered his head, disappointment written all over his face. At this moment, he even felt that he was unworthy of being a hero. Don't be so downcast. Becoming a hero doesn't mean you have to be invincible, okay? Tornado tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, resting her head on his elbow. The fact that you stood up while the villain was destroying the city is already commendable. That's right, Shichi chimed in at the right moment. Failure cannot be a reason to avoid action. I believe you understand this, Mr. Qin Feng. All right, stop looking so gloomy. Let's hurry home and see if there's any furniture we can salvage. Tornado pulled Qin Feng away, and Shichi watched the two of them leave with a sense of paternal pride, like a father seeing his son bring home a girlfriend. After a brief investigation, the association's investigator quickly identified the master who effortlessly eliminated the dragon-level villain, Vaccine Man. This person lived in the downtown area of City M, and there had been no prior information about him. This meant that the powerful swordsmen, martial artists, athletes, and even superpowered individuals in the Hero Association's intelligence network did not include this person. Continue observing. If the situation is confirmed, we will directly issue him an S-Class Hero certificate, Shichi discussed with several high-ranking officials, emphasizing the importance of this individual. The others felt the same way. I believe that with the treatment of an S-Class hero, no one would refuse. McCoy looked at this person and couldn't understand why someone with such formidable strength would willingly remain in obscurity. If this person had participated in the tests when the Hero Association was first established, he could have set an unparalleled record. Qin Feng arrived at the temporary accommodation arranged by the association. Rather than calling it a temporary place, it was more like a luxurious apartment for free. Upon entering, he was greeted by complete facilities. All kinds of furniture were available, and there was even a study that, in Qin Feng's eyes, only existed in legends. The balcony offered a broad view, enough to see the current dismal state of City A in its entirety. The spacious living room and hallway, along with a doorbell that could call someone to clean at any time, made it even more luxurious, especially the huge double bed in the only bedroom of this place. Wait, a double bed? Long Wan was suddenly stunned. He had expected separate rooms like in a shared hotel. But who would have thought this place resembled an expensive couple's hotel more? Long Wan pointed at the bed in protest. Is this called a resting room? It's clearly a super luxurious couple's suite. Qin Feng glanced at the staff member next to him, who looked troubled and quickly urged them to leave. He then tried to persuade Tornado. Although he himself didn't want to accept such a reality, the most important thing now was to find a place to stay. Whether it was here, in another city, or sleeping in the ruins. It was clear that both of them preferred a more decent option, but for some unknown reason, Tornado was adamantly opposed to going to another city. In her own words, she said, "I don't want to go anywhere else. My home is in City A." However, when they arrived at the so-called rest room promised by Shichi, although the place was quite nice, Qin Feng wondered where exactly they were. The Hero Association's headquarters in City... Wouldn't it feel out of place here? Looking at Tornado's slightly flushed face and then at the double bed, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Don't say that. We are already a couple. It's nothing to live together. He dragged the lazy sofa over and picked Tornado up under her arms, placing her on it like he was lifting a cat. At least we won't be staying here for too long. The city's reconstruction will be quick. Tornado turned her head away, pouting and trying not to look Qin Feng in the eye. Don't you want to live with me? It's not that I don't want to, it's just, then what is there to worry about? Let's go eat. I've been craving the staff meal at headquarters for a long time. Hearing the answer he wanted, Qin Feng felt like he lacked nothing and directly picked Tornado up, hoisting her over his shoulder like a sack. Hey, put me down. Qin Feng pretended not to hear, and the two of them playfully tussled their way to the door until they bumped into Saijin, who was about to knock. Poor Saijin, just as he raised his hand, he saw the door swing open, and Qin Feng, with a tornado on his shoulder, was about to run out. The three of them clearly froze for a moment. After a few seconds, Saijin was the first to react, quickly covering his eyes and reaching out to try to close the door. Sorry, you guys continue. Qin Feng quickly put down the tornado to prevent things from getting worse. Is there something wrong? Qin Feng awkwardly opened his mouth, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. It's nothing, I just heard you moved in, so I came to take a look. Saijin scratched his head. He really didn't expect these two to have so many ways to play around. What are you looking at? Are we that familiar? The little chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Tornado seemed to be embarrassed and angry, pointing at Saijin with a flushed face. But her fierce look didn't really intimidate anyone without using her superpowers. Qin Feng quickly covered Tornado's mouth and forced a serious smile as he stepped out of the room. Do you want to go eat together? Oh no, I still have work to deal with. Saijin directly rejected Qin Feng's invitation. After all, he couldn't accept it for both emotional and logical reasons. After smiling and seeing the hurriedly leaving Saijin off, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although his relationship with Tornado wasn't a secret, being caught in such a situation still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Tornado struggled to catch her breath after being covered, directly using her superpowers to pull Qin Feng's hand away, gasping for air. Are you trying to murder your girlfriend? Qin Feng couldn't stand Tornado like this, because every time Tornado got angry, her expression would make Qin Feng unable to help but want to touch her little face. Qin Feng foolishly reached out and pulled the Tornado close to him, pressing his body tightly against it. You found me, and if this works out, I could find a prettier girl. Ha. Don't. Qin Feng was pinched by the ear, and that burst of green light made him feel itchy and painful, and he couldn't escape it. The two of them playfully tussled as they dashed into the cafeteria of the association headquarters. Where's everyone? Are these guys not eating? Tornado glanced at the clock in the cafeteria. 7 o'clock in the evening, the perfect time for a feast. Of course, some were out organizing rescue efforts and resource allocation, but not everyone had connections to stay at the association headquarters and enjoy free employee meals. Qin Feng puffed out his chest proudly, like a child waiting for praise from their parents. But when he opened his eyes, Long Wan had already flown to a nearby window, curiously looking inside. Wow, there's even tempura. Qin Feng leaned over and saw some foods listed on the menu, which were mostly Japanese-style snacks, not very healthy. They were all things that attracted children. But is Tornado considered child? Or is it that if the body is that of a child, they are still considered child? After eating, Qin Feng was eager to wash up and sleep. So he pulled Tornado and Dove into the restroom. Known for staying up late, Qin Feng suddenly wanted to change a habit he had maintained for many years. I'm going to take a shower. No peeking. In the living room, Qin Feng sat on a chair, and Tornado, who was at eye level with him, seriously warned him while staring into his eyes. Qin Feng extended 3 fingers of his right hand towards the ceiling, muttering to himself. Qin Feng, swear that as a man. I will never engage in such despicable acts. Deceiving people is for little dogs. Are you sure? Woof, woof, woof. You scoundrel. The two playfully tussled for a while, ultimately reaching a conclusion that Qin Feng would absolutely not leave the living room, which led to Tornado stopping her antics. Qin Feng felt very pleased about this because during the time Tornado spent with him, she had hardly used her superpowers and her bad temper was visibly starting to fade. As for whether he would peek while Tornado was bathing, the answer was definitely no. Not to mention that Qin Feng did not have that strong desire and looked down upon such behavior. Tornado's superpowers were not just for show. Even his every move in the living room could be detected, making any attempt at peeping absolutely impossible. However, Qin Feng would never know that Tornado had suddenly developed the bad habit of not closing the door properly while bathing and carelessly turned off her superpowers completely. As time passed, the light outside gradually faded, replaced by the long dormant darkness. The sun, which brought vitality and brightness to people, was slowly retreating, making way for the quiet and peaceful moon. But for Qin Feng, it was different. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, the boy felt inexplicably anxious. Recalling his encounters during the day, that so-called deity, that horrifying face. That guy wouldn't even listen to what he had to say, yet pretended to be reasonable, repeatedly calling him a thief and causing trouble. As for that vaccine man, he must be closely related to the deity, perhaps. Thinking of this, the chair beneath him felt like it had thorns, and Qin Feng could no longer sit still. An impulse guided him to go out. He wanted to check the place where the vaccine man had died. Perhaps that place would provide him with some insights. In the bathroom, after half an hour of washing, Tornado wiped herself dry, pushed open the door, and stepped into the living room along with the mist that rushed out. She wanted to find Qin Feng's figure. Qin Feng? Finding that Qin Feng was already gone, Tornado was not anxious. She mistakenly thought he was hiding somewhere. He must be feeling guilty for peeking at me while I was bathing. I hope I don't catch him. With a mischievous smile, she began to play a game of hide-and-seek by herself in the large lounge. On the other side, Qin Feng arrived at the center of the disaster site based on a staff member's description. The remains of the strange beings had already been cleared away for the most part, and large transport vehicles were coming and going. While the workers focused on their tasks had not noticed Qin Feng's arrival. Looking at the tragic scene on the ground, the shattered remains of the strange beings were covered in the stench of blood, scattered over the collapsed buildings. The flames produced by the explosion had completely vanished from this attacked land, and the black smoke, representing the extinguished flames, rose into the night. Who could see it? Who would care? Qin Feng realized that these people, who were hustling for their livelihoods, were doing these disgusting jobs for relatively meager salaries. Yet their work seemed greater than that of heroes. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt a bit guilty. In order to refine his boxing skills, he had intentionally smashed the monsters more than once before stopping. If he had realized earlier that someone would come to clean up after such things, he would have tried not to scatter the monsters so much. Raising his head, he saw a glowing orb floating 10 meters high directly above the corpses. Unlike the previous souls, even after becoming monsters, the souls of those monsters still resembled their human forms. If they were monsters by nature, their souls appeared as monsters. However, this was the first time Qin Feng had seen an orb like this. He hesitated, wondering whether to absorb this soul. It would be unfortunate if he ended up looking foolish-like when he absorbed the old man's soul before. Yet, he couldn't guarantee that if he didn't absorb it quickly, these souls wouldn't disappear. This powerful monster could be considered the first dragon-level monster Qin Feng had encountered. He had previously fought against ghost-level monsters, some of which could overpower him, while others he could overpower. It was easy to imagine the caliber of the dragon-level monster in front of him. With this in mind, Qin Feng decided not to give up this opportunity. He wanted to grow stronger, unwilling to let the gap between him and Tornado widen. He didn't want to walk into a church holding Tornado's hand and stand before the priest, only to have someone gossip, saying, "This guy is simply not worthy of Tornado." Qin Feng leaped up, his jumping ability far beyond that of an ordinary human, and effortlessly touched the glowing orb that represented the soul of the vaccine people. Qin Feng fell to the ground and quickly found a cracked wall to sit against, tensing his body and doing his utmost to brace for the impending pain. "Huh, mister. Silver armor? What are you doing here?" A security guard from the association approached. "We just received a report that a suspicious-looking guy has entered the disaster site. Although this isn't a construction zone or a confidential area, normal people shouldn't be here at this time." Qin Feng looked up at the security guard, unsure of the reason, as the guard's legs were still trembling. It was only then that Qin Feng realized the imagined pain had not come. "What are you doing here? The strange person has been completely eliminated. Just leave the remaining work to us." Qin Feng suddenly felt a bit uneasy. He considered himself to be just taking a walk, but others saw it as a sign of responsibility. He quickly got up, wanting to leave. "You all must be tired. I'll head back first." Watching Qin Feng leave, the few staff members who had just gathered looked moved. "Mr. Silver Armor is really responsible." "Yeah, I heard the Silver Armor warrior held off the vaccine man for a long time, got knocked out, and now he has back to check on the situation." Fortunately, Qin Feng didn't hear these words, or he would have laughed out loud. After running for over 20 minutes, Qin Feng realized he had become powerful to an extent he couldn't compare to before. The headquarters of the association was a full 10 kilometers away from the center of the disaster site. "Silver Armor Warrior, where have you been?" A security guard, seeing Qin Feng returning, hurried over, looking quite anxious. "What's wrong? I just had to step out for a bit. Is there an emergency?" Qin Feng walked in at a leisurely pace. At this moment, he was completely lacking for nothing. The only thing he needed to be cautious of was that elusive deity. But today, Qin Feng had a strong feeling that damn deity probably wouldn't show up for a long time. Seeing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, The recently shaken security guard directly grabbed Qin Feng and tried to pull him inside, only to realize he couldn't move this seemingly frail hero. Don't rush. There's nothing going on right now. After all, the situation in City, it can't possibly get any worse, right? City, it was indeed in a dire state, but I know, Mr. Silver-Armored Warrior, if you don't hurry back, you're going to be in trouble. Qin Feng suddenly realized that he had been out for about an hour without giving any prior notice. Oh no! With a cry of despair, Qin Feng hurriedly ran to the break room. Pushing the door open, he found Long Wan quietly sitting on the sofa in the living room, while a variety show was playing on the TV mounted on the wall. Qin Feng closed the door and quietly approached Long Wan, who clearly sensed Qin Feng's arrival but pretended not to see him. Cough, cough. Qin Feng made some noise, trying to attract the other party's attention. He could sense that the atmosphere in the living room was not quite right. Moreover, from the way the security had just acted, it could be inferred that Tornado must have searched the entire association. God knows how she went about finding it. Perhaps the documents in the archives are already in complete disarray. You still know how to come back. With your health issues, you dare to run out by yourself? Tornado scolded Qin Feng softly. Although her tone was cold, her body leaned against him. There were some things I saw while you were taking a shower, so I want to handle them. Was it that vaccine guy? You didn't need to go. That guy is more dead than dead. Indeed, in Tornado's view, Qin Feng had gone to check on the vaccine guy, because previously she had seen that kind of person who could fake death. As the name implies, fake death means actively shutting down most of one's life signs to confuse the opponent with body color, temperature, and the division of parts of the body. However, these little tricks, in the eyes of the S-class hero, Tornado of Shudder, were like children playing house. Although Tornado knew nothing about medical treatment, she prided herself on being a doctor and was very good at checking others' life signs. As for whether to save or kill, that was uncertain. All right, you guessed it all. Hey, Qin Feng saw a staircase to descend and quickly changed to a face of admiration, much like a certain minister beside an emperor in the Ming dynasty, flattering his master. The difference was that Qin Feng was physiologically destined to be different from those people. I can see through your little thoughts very clearly. Tornado proudly raised her head, wrapping Qin Feng's arm in her embrace. After taking a shower, Qin Feng was pulled into the room by Tornado. As expected, both of them were blushing and neither spoke first. It was Qin Feng who found a few pillows and placed them in the middle as a boundary for their sleeping arrangement. No crossing the line at night. If you dare to touch me, I will throw you out. Hearing this jokingly threatening remark, Qin Feng didn't take it to heart at all, simply turned off the light, intending to sleep. The tranquility of the night enveloped the entire room, and the moonlight seeping through the gaps in the cotton linen curtains after multiple reflections made the room not pitch black. The weather had turned cooler, but the strong and sturdy Qin Feng naturally wouldn't notice this slight change. As he drifted between sleep and wakefulness, Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Suddenly opening his eyes, he found himself in a vast space, as empty as a wilderness, just like the previous scene, only without any deities or sounds. The surroundings seemed eerily silent, and Qin Feng no longer felt the initial fear. He quickly observed his surroundings, finding nothing. As expected, the deities wouldn't come looking for trouble in a short time. Standing on a ground of unknown material, Qin Feng couldn't even see the edges of the ground around him. He brought his hands together, forming a trumpet shape, and shouted loudly, "Is anyone there? Even a strange person will do." Unfortunately, due to the vast emptiness around, there wasn't even an echo, and he walked forward aimlessly. The sights retreating beside him seemed to repeat, making Qin Feng momentarily believe he was going in circles. Soon, Qin Feng sensed something moving, and the surroundings began to brighten up, but it was merely a brightness. Raising the head that had been lowered since arriving in this place, he saw the sky was still a clear blue, with nothing different. Isn't there at least some content? Are you just going to control me for an entire night? Qin Feng sat on the ground, no longer intending to engage in meaningless explorations. His mind was not under control like before. This so-called dream of his was quite clear, but it was so boring. He sat for a long time, without any reference to time. He had no idea how long he had been there. And he was so bored that he started talking to himself. At the very least, there should be some kind of feast, right? Otherwise, wow. Just after he said that, a low table appeared in front of him, stacked tightly with some food. Freshly grilled meat steaks, still steaming, appeared out of nowhere, along with fried chicken and rice balls, and even a few cans of beer. To be honest, Qin Feng was quite startled by this sudden change, but he quickly reacted. This is my dream. I can do whatever I want. He wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the food. He had more important things to do. Summon a tornado. No changes occurred. Can I summon creatures? Seriously. Soon, after eating and drinking enough, Qin Feng started venting his frustrations on a few wooden dummies he had just summoned. He just didn't know whether the changes in the dream would carry over to the real world. In the early morning, the sun rose, and warmth and vitality returned to the severely damaged land. Every member of the association headquarters arrived at their posts on time. The damages caused by the disaster still needed to be calculated, but the calculations did not affect the reconstruction efforts. Various construction facilities began to operate early in every ruin in City A, and the funds the association invested in these matters could be considered astronomical. In the rest area, the tornado, who was riding on Qin Feng, woke up first. Realizing her indecent behavior, she hurriedly let go of Qin Feng, who looked like he was about to pass out. Looking at his face, the tornado hugged him again, but this time without pressing her shoulder against his neck. She felt Qin Feng's heartbeat, and, for some reason, even though he hadn't fully awakened, his heartbeat was faster than hers. The tornado stayed close to Qin Feng, although with her superpowers, there were hardly any beings on Earth that could threaten her. Being so close to Qin Feng gave her a sense of security, not intending to disturb Qin Feng's dreams. The tornado quietly left, even though Qin Feng wasn't really having a pleasant dream. In the cafeteria, the tornado carried a tray and found the only familiar face in her eyes, Saijin Jire. The cafeteria in the early morning had few people. A few staff members were eating together, along with a few heroes. Miss Tornado, is Qin Feng still not up? When Saijin Jire saw the tornado walking towards him, his first reaction was no longer nervousness. After spending so much time together, he had noticed the tornado's changes. No, he's worn out. I didn't disturb him. Looking at the tornado, who was taking small bites of her sandwich, this childlike character always brought Saijin Jire opportunities to refresh his worldview. I didn't expect this little girl to be so powerful that Qin Feng is too tired to get out of bed. You guy, how can you zone out while talking to someone else? The tornado stared intently at Saijin Jire, noticing that he was lost in thought. Unlike before, she was not aggressive. Saijin Jire snapped back to reality and smiled apologetically. Recently, it's unlikely that any monsters will appear in City A, so you too can consider it a vacation. Oh, the tornado replied indifferently, staring blankly at the milk in her cup. She didn't have a specific concept of the word vacation in her mind. After more than 10 years of being alone and taking care of her sister, she had not faced any financial difficulties. After all, the bounties on those wanted criminals were quite high. Before moving in, the tornado had observed Fubuki's residence, and fortunately, it had not been affected by the disaster. However, she didn't want to worry her sister, so she decided not to disturb her until she settled into her new place. Sister. A sharp scream broke the rare tranquility in the cafeteria, and Fubuki rushed in, her face flushed, instantly creating a noisy atmosphere. What happened? This had to start from 10 minutes ago. Fubuki, who had just returned home from a graduation ceremony, unexpectedly discovered that City A had just experienced a catastrophe. The terrible scenes frightened her, and she immediately wanted to find her sister, even though she knew her sister wouldn't be hurt by such a disaster. Arriving at the apartment where the tornado lived, the shattered buildings already explained everything. But these two sisters were not ordinary people. Fubuki's psychic ability told her that her sister was not in danger. After confirming through messages that the tornado had moved to the Hero Association headquarters, she finally felt a bit relieved. The next morning, Fubuki went to the association headquarters, a place that held a sacred status in her heart. The security at the entrance approached her as they saw a curvy beauty approaching. Miss, is there anything I can help you with? I'm here to find my sister. Have you lost contact with your family? Come with me. I'll help you register. Seeing herself treated like a refugee, Fubuki quickly waved her hand, signaling that they had misunderstood her. After a simple explanation of the situation and a long debate proving that the tornado was her sister, the security respectfully led Fubuki inside. The recently graduated Fubuki looked around like a child. She was very interested in the military base-like decor of the association's interior. This is it. Miss Tornado lives here. Thank you. Fubuki didn't think much and directly reached out to push open the door, seeing that the interior decor was even more luxurious than her home. The treatment is really good. No wonder it's S-class. She murmured to herself while casually closing the door and walking into the bedroom. There, on a huge double bed, a nest made of several pillows could vaguely be seen, and the position covered by the blanket showed slight rises and falls from breathing. Fubuki tiptoed closer and took a deep breath. Yes, it's definitely my sister's scent. Sister. And so, a small misunderstanding occurred without prior discussion. Fubuki jumped on top of the person, wrapping her arms around their head. Yes, wrapping them in her embrace. The sudden softness startled Qin Feng. This feeling was definitely not the tornado's. If it wasn't the tornado, then who was this person? To be continued. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Out of fear of the unknown, even if there were no monsters in this place. And even if monsters did appear, they would never be able to harm him. Just like most people are afraid of spiders. This small creature represents an insurmountable fear for many. Even though anyone can easily eliminate them, the fear is real. Now, before Qin Feng's brain had fully awakened, he was forcibly turned on, and whether it was out of fear or not, he shouted. Hearing a voice that was not her sister's, blowing snow froze in place, maintaining the posture of feeding a baby. It wasn't until Qin Feng, wrapped in a blanket, pushed her away that she remembered she had made a blunder. The worst part was that she had just been holding a man, the kind of being her sister had never allowed her to come into contact with. Who are you? Why are you in my sister's bed? While loudly questioning the still unconscious Qin Feng, blowing snow regretfully covered her chest. Seeing that the other party had no intention of doing anything, she immediately dashed out the door, so fast that neither of them saw each other's faces. Qin Feng removed the blanket covering him, and Shui had already vanished without a trace. A bit dazed, Qin Feng sat on the bed in a stupor, and it took him a while to realize what had just happened. Oh my, it hurts all over. Feeling the soreness in his muscles and joints, Qin Feng understood that even though he had practiced martial arts in that dreamlike space, the physical enhancements he gained would carry over. But the rumbling stomach reminded him that the food didn't count. After Shui fled the room, she ran down the corridor like a headless fly and accidentally ended up in the cafeteria. The bewildered looks from the staff along the way didn't catch her attention. Just as she arrived at the cafeteria, she saw Tornado having breakfast at a nearby table, with a handsome man across from her. Though one of his eyes was a prosthetic. Sister. Shui quickly approached Tornado, casting an apologetic glance at those nearby who were drawn to her presence. Who is this? Saikinjar noticed the unfamiliar face and seemed to realize that this beauty was somehow related to Tornado. This is my sister, Tornado replied succinctly. Saikinjar was somewhat incredulous. What could possibly cause such a large disparity between the two sisters? When Shui saw the two of them, she quickly deduced that the man in front of her was the brother-in-law her sister had mentioned, but whom she had never met. You must be Qin Feng. My sister talks about you all the time. No, I'm not, Saikinjar hurriedly explained, as such a misunderstanding was absolutely unacceptable to him, even for a well-known figure like Tornado. After pulling his sister to sit beside him, Tornado smiled and started chatting with him. Shui, you must be mistaken. Qin Feng is still sleeping. What? Oh, right. Wait. Shui's mind was racing. She wanted to talk about what had just happened. But that person was her sister's boyfriend, which meant only one person was awkward. Shui, what did you just say? Looking at her startled sister, Tornado finished the last bite of her hot dog and placed her hand on Shui's forehead, using this unnecessary yet expressive gesture to convey her opinion about Shui. No fibe? Why can't you speak clearly? Ahem. It's nothing. Seeing that her sister was truly acting strangely, Tornado's good mood immediately diminished. After all, such behavior was somewhat disrespectful to her as an older sister, but this sister, who was 20 centimeters taller than her, had earned some of her rare patience. All right, since I have nothing to do these days, I'll take you to meet my boyfriend. You'll definitely be pleased with him. Tornado playfully dragged Shui away, and Saikinjar, noticing that no one was paying attention to him, quickly abandoned his half-eaten breakfast to pretend to be busy. Along the way, Shui had no idea how to explain her actions. Not only had she had close contact with Qin Feng, but she had also locked him in the room. Her original plan had been perfect. She had successfully discovered the pervert who had sneaked into her sister's room and even locked him in, ready to bring her sister back to catch him red-handed, and she was 100% sure of her sister's approval. This thought had even made her smile when she locked the door, but reality was a nightmare. Not only had she taken advantage of the situation, but her sister's boyfriend was now locked up by her, waiting in the room for her to fall into the trap. Moreover, overall, Qin Feng had done nothing wrong. She was the one who looked more like a pervert sneaking into someone else's house. Thinking of this, Shui felt as if her toes were going to curl up in her knee-high boots. Creak! The door was opened by Tornado, who pulled Shui into the living room, only to find that the room's door was still tightly closed. What a lazy bug, she said, about to go open the door. Sister, Tornado, is it you? Open the door quickly. There's a thief in our house. Qin Feng was knocking on the door inside, and after calming down, he rationally analyzed the situation. That's right, they intended to control me, but when they found they couldn't overpower me, they locked me up. Qin Feng was imagining this impossible scenario, as the Hero Association was considered the safest place in the world. What? Were there any thieves? Huh? I remember I didn't lock it, did I? Tornado didn't pay attention to that joking matter and opened the door, with Qin Feng running out bare-chested. Although most of his body was covered in scales, it was still just a layer of skin. Hair couldn't be considered clothing, and scales were the same. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Fubuki felt that it was somewhat unnecessary for her to be there, realizing that her future brother-in-law was actually the pervert she had met before. The worst part was that she had offended her brother-in-law twice. Hey, Fubuki, why aren't you greeting him quickly? Qin Feng looked at the girl on the sofa, who was trembling and staring at him, and he couldn't recognize who she was. His first thought was, she's not as cute as Tornado. Why you? Hello. Fubuki Tornado, didn't you say your sister is very outgoing? Why does she seem a bit socially anxious? Yeah, Fubuki, what's wrong? And nothing. Looking at Qin Feng's concerned expression, Fubuki's first thought was not that she wasn't recognized, but that the other party was intentionally threatening her. Fubuki's serious situation. Qin Feng's face darkened as he clenched his fists and threatened. If you dare interfere in my business with Tornado, the embarrassing things you've done will be revealed by me. Wow, really? I thought you two would get along well. Tornado turned around to make tea, and Qin Feng took the opportunity to sit next to Blowing Snow, grinning and trying to find a topic with his fair-skinned and beautiful sister-in-law. Blowing Snow, right? Tornado often mentions you to me. I didn't expect the gap between you sisters to be so big. Feeling the other person's kindness. Blowing Snow had a moment where she thought she might have misunderstood the other's intentions. Maybe they didn't even recognize her? About what happened this morning. Qin Feng was a bit confused when asked this. What does it mean? Was it about the kidnapping he just experienced? Really, it could be Saijin Jire's prank. He was just so angry that he got muddled. Qin Feng first denied his previous thoughts in his mind, and then shifted the blame on his Saijin Jire. After all, the disoriented Qin Feng was completely unaware of what had happened. If Fubuki didn't reveal the truth, only the liaison in the monitoring room would know. A few weeks later, the first batch of buildings in City A had been rebuilt, and Qin Feng was specially granted the right to move in. Located less than 10 kilometers from the association's headquarters, Tornado naturally moved over as well. This couple no longer avoided physical contact with each other. As the saying goes, there are certain things that only happen 0 times or countless times. What does that mean? It all goes back to a week ago. On an ordinary afternoon, Qin Feng realized that his vacation seemed to be coming to an end as the buildings outside showed signs of completion. Hey, Tornado, come take a look outside. What's wrong? The two heads peeked out the window, and the workers responsible for rebuilding the city had already started cleaning up the first construction site, as vehicles left the newly constructed residential buildings. Not bad. It looks even bigger than the previous houses. Tornado was still thinking on the surface, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. But that means our vacation is about to end, right? Although it's just nominal. Qin Feng said seriously. In his view, his current profession was more like a bounty hunter than a hero. He was not earning a salary by hunting monsters, but was long-term employed as a hero who hunted monsters. In this process, if he didn't want to improve his hero level, things became simpler. Those so-called social welfare activities were unnecessary, and there was no need to deliberately seek out things to do for the sake of increasing his notoriety. As a hero with a certain level of strength didn't need to take alternative paths. In summary, it could be boiled down to 20 words or less. It was the same whether on holiday or not. At least for these two, even during holidays. If monsters attacked them, they had to take action, as monsters wouldn't hold back just because the opponent was a hero. If a hero adopted the attitude of I'm on vacation right now, dealing with monsters is not my concern, then getting beaten up or even losing their life was a possibility. Even though Tornado was indifferent to the end of the holiday, to accommodate Qin Feng's idea, she accepted his invitation and planned to have a big meal at a surviving restaurant around City A. After casually crushing the suddenly appeared monsters like before, the two of them, whose combined combat power could be said to be invincible, found that restaurant. The term poor business was vividly realized at this moment. It was easy to tell from the dirty floor at the entrance that there were hardly any customers, but the government's disaster subsidies helped the shop maintain basic operations, preventing it from closing down. It's so messy. It wasn't this dirty the last time I came here. Tornado walked into the restaurant with a look of disgust, stepping on the relatively cleaner parts of the floor. Welcome, 2 guests. The front desk girl hurriedly approached to greet them upon seeing customers arrive. It wasn't that the staff were negligent. Given the current situation, it was unlikely anyone would return, and they were just pretending to work to avoid losing their jobs. But who would have thought that not only did someone stay, but they also had the leisure to dine at this relatively remote restaurant in City A? After welcoming these hard-to-come-by customers into a private room, the waitress respectfully handed over 2 menus. This one looks good, and this one. After casually ordering, which seemed random but was indeed random, came the long waiting period. Qin Feng keenly heard a few people next door whispering, "Is this a hero? So handsome." The joy that couldn't be contained was immediately written on his face. What he didn't know was that the few waiters next door were huddled together watching the rebroadcast of the Sweetheart Mass concert. "Should we have a drink?" To commemorate the soon-to-end holiday, Qin Feng quietly asked while holding the little hand of the tornado sitting opposite him. Although the girl opposite was already an adult, he still felt a bit guilty about the behavior that seemed to lead a child to drink. The tornado looked a bit hesitant. She had never been involved in drinking because of her lack of social interactions, and her understanding of drinking was limited to a large group of people drinking a very bitter beverage together. However, she didn't want Qin Feng to look down on her, so she pretended to act casually. "Sure, if you like it." Soon, Qin Feng called the waiter, and a whole box of chill beer was brought in. "Why so much?" The tornado felt a bit nervous. Having never drunk before, she was well aware of her own drinking capacity, but to avoid losing face, she still chose to grit her teeth and agreed to Qin Feng's request. "Let us have a drink to whet our appetites first." After finishing the first cup, about half of the dishes were served, and the spicy taste stimulated the tornado's tongue. Seeing the tornado's reaction, Qin Feng thought she was blushing from too much happiness. "If you can't drink much, don't force yourself. It would hurt my heart if you drink too much and feel unwell." Then, Qin Feng finished his 3rd cup of beer. Actually, according to his previous eating habits, he didn't like to drink beer from a cup, as it could be quite troublesome if the quantity was large. However, just to appear more refined in front of the tornado, he was unusually patient. Hearing this caring remark, the tornado's competitive spirit was ignited, and she stubbornly finished the remaining half cup of beer, then began to eat the hot pot ingredients in large bites. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Unsurprisingly, after 3 rounds of drinks, the tornado's gaze began to become unfocused, and Qin Feng wasn't much better off, as most of the beer that was originally intended for both of them was consumed by him. So full, Qin Feng. Halfway through eating, the tornado sat beside Qin Feng and had completely laid on his lap by now. Qin Feng realized that he had seriously overestimated Tornado's alcohol tolerance. The girl's capacity for alcohol was no different from that of a child, just like her small physique. After hurriedly settling the bill, and while still somewhat sober, Qin Feng used Tornado's communicator to contact her S-Class Hero dedicated assistant, notifying them to come pick him up quickly. He held Tornado, her tiny body completely nestled in his arms, a faint smell of alcohol wafting from her mouth, accompanied by her even breathing that resembled sleep. Unable to hold back any longer, Qin Feng tentatively leaned in to kiss her. Of course, he must clarify that this was not an impulsive act driven by lust. He had simply intended to celebrate, but he didn't expect Tornado to have such poor alcohol tolerance and end up lying on him. Well, okay, maybe this was indeed an impulsive act. When the two of them came together, it felt as if the world around them had fallen silent, with only the bubbling sound of the unfinished hot pot's ingredients protesting in the background. Feeling her soft lips was like being electrocuted. This sensation was magical, something he had longed for, but now seemed less wonderful than he had anticipated. How could it be possible that something could be so beautiful that it exceeded his expectations? Tornado had no idea that she had unintentionally accomplished 2 significant things. Her first kiss was taken away, and she had taken someone else's first kiss as well. After a long moment, Qin Feng awkwardly released the now drunken girl in his arms, licking his lips as he savored the sweetness left on his mouth. His hands holding her seemed to tremble. What have I done? What did I just do? Who cares? Our relationship was meant to be this way. After a while, a tall man dressed in a stylish black suit and wearing sunglasses gently pushed open the wooden door of the private room, leaning into the alcohol-laden space. "Mr. Silver Armor, you can leave now." The assistant sincerely admired the man in front of him, who was embracing the S-Class hero he was responsible for. Tornado's previous foul temper was well known among the staff at the headquarters, but during the time she had been in love with Qin Feng, she had clearly transformed into a different person. The little Tornado who used to find fault with everyone was no longer there. This girl had rarely used her superpowers to forcefully get what she wanted. As an assistant, the assistant was well aware of this. "All right, I'll be right there." Qin Feng nodded, holding the Tornado and standing up, ready to walk outside. Mr. Assistant hurriedly pushed open the door, fearing to upset the elderly gentleman in front of him. "You're quite a nice person, aren't you?" Qin Feng mumbled unclear words and quickly got into the car. Having sat in the bright hot pot restaurant for a long time, he naturally didn't realize that it was already quite late. And he didn't even have time to catch a last glimpse of the sun today. "Thank you so much for working overtime to pick me up so late." Qin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He wasn't drunk enough to lose his sense of reason, and he could still tell that it was 9 o'clock. "Mr. Silver Armor, you are too polite. My job is to try to meet Miss Tornado's needs both in the studio and in life. This is what I should do." It only took a short while, and the only car speeding down this road with few vehicles had already arrived at the destination. The assistant parked the car and left first because the security at the entrance would come to receive him. "Oh, why such a big deal? Are 4 people here to pick me up?" Qin Feng swayed as he spoke to the 2 people in front of him, who were supporting him on either side. As for the tornado in Qin Feng's arms, it was held tightly by him. "Thank you so much." Qin Feng walked in and gently placed Tornado on the bed. Looking at the slight furrow in her brow, Qin Feng couldn't help but kiss Tornado's snowy white yet flushed little face. It seemed she felt uncomfortable, and Tornado softly protested. But her eyes couldn't open no matter what. Qin Feng was like a cat greedily inhaling the scent of catnip, pressing his nose against the fragrance on Tornado's neck. However, with a hint of rationality still intact, he did not take further action. After removing his coat, Qin Feng had no intention of taking a shower. Instead, he lay down next to Tornado. The walls he had previously built due to modesty were not rebuilt. Moreover, the quality of sleep improved significantly after drinking, causing Qin Feng, who was already not very quiet when sleeping, to hold on to Tornado while she awkwardly spread her legs, resting one leg on Qin Feng. They spent the night like this, until early the next morning, possibly due to having drunk less. Tornado woke up first, when this innocent girl, who had been maliciously intoxicated by a bad guy, opened her eyes and found that the distance between her and Qin Feng was 0. She did not immediately scream or push the man in front of her away. Feeling the dryness on her lips, she was quite certain that she had lost something to Qin Feng at the latest. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. But Tornado felt no disgust. Instead, she tried to hold back the urge to smirk, staring intently at the still sleeping Qin Feng. After a long while, Tornado leaned in to kiss him, her movements clearly a bit awkward. She clumsily pressed her lips against the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, and even though she wasn't very skilled, the sensation brought her immense satisfaction. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng opened his eyes, feeling the warm breath from the other person on his lips and the 2 locked eyes. "Good morning." Tornado released her lips, caressing Qin Feng's face. At that moment, this man seemed to become her everything, and she felt she could do anything for him. The feeling wasn't too bad. "Should we do it again?" Qin Feng quickly kissed the other person. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If he had to take the initiative himself, it would probably take him years. Tornado felt the same way. She was also waiting for Qin Feng to break through this barrier first. Just like that, their relationship advanced further, and both believed the other had taken the initiative. Back to the present. After tidying everything up, Qin Feng had no plans. So he opened the Hero Association's exclusive page to see if he could find some commissions to eliminate monsters. "Qin Feng, this is bad." Tornado rushed in from outside, holding a big bag of daily necessities. "What happened? What's wrong?" Qin Feng sat up from the sofa in a panic, fearing he had missed something important. However, Longwan put away that flustered expression and replaced it with a mischievous smile. "I haven't seen you for a whole half hour. That's really terrible," he said, placing his things on the table and directly jumping into Qin Feng's arms. Once he realized the other person was joking, Qin Feng affectionately kissed the little one's cheek. "Although we are already an unmarried couple, we still need to prioritize work," Qin Feng was earnestly advising. His thoughts were actually based on evidence. Before Tornado became attached to him, she would often seek out strange individuals during her idle time, but ever since they became close, all that was left was being close. She rarely did what a hero was supposed to do anymore. "Oh, you're bringing this up again." Tornado dodged Qin Feng's kiss, showing a dissatisfied expression. Although she resisted on the surface, she was genuinely reflecting on it inside. Indeed, being a hero comes with responsibilities, and romance is not included in that. "Well, who asked you, Qin Feng, to be my future husband?" In Z City, within the Monster Association, several monsters of different shapes were gathered together, discussing something in rough voices. "How did you get here? Did Big Eye recruit you?" A monster that looked like a showerhead spoke up. No one knew what part of it made the sound. Nor did anyone care, as they were all monsters. Was it necessary to clarify such matters? Sitting next to it was a 3-meter-tall rhinoceros monster, who called itself the Rhinoceros Wrestler. Don't talk nonsense. Big Eye wouldn't recruit a tiger-level monster like me. The Rhinoceros Wrestler denied the other's idea and then looked at the other nearby monsters. You might not know, but Big Eye only recruits ghost-level monsters and above. A few dragon-level cadres also came through recruitment. I know. The hero was recruited. A large rat monster chimed in. He wasn't recruited. He was transformed from a human. You guys weren't part of the Monster Association back then. So it's normal that you don't know. A weak ghost-level monster that looked like a bamboo shoot spoke, and the surrounding monsters became interested, their various bodies moving closer to this monster called One Corner. Tell us, how did he suddenly become a cadre? The eyes hidden in the crevices blinked slyly, and then began recounting what it had seen before. It is said that the Cutting King was ordered to find him. Such a martial arts expert can play a significant role even after becoming a monster. After pausing, that twisted face started to smile darkly. It's really unfair. That guy ate the monster cells and directly evolved into a dragon-level monster, even becoming a cadre. The more One Corner spoke, the angrier he became. Compared to the other monsters, his temper was more volatile. It was understandable, as he existed as a monster, attracted to this so-called Monster Association, believing he had found many like-minded companions. But now, with the emergence of something called monster cell secreted from the Monster King to Shi, the combat power of the Monster Association had clearly increased. Those powerful humans who sought strength would, if lucky enough, be chosen and brought into the Monster Association. They had to either accept it, eat the monster cells, and become monsters, or be eaten by the Monster King to Shi, serving as nutrients to produce more monster cells. Hey, what are you guys doing? A slender figure approached, causing the giant lizard sitting on the outskirts to shrink back, as this approaching figure was one of the dragon-level cadres of the Monster Association. Meow meow. This seemingly cute creature was not as easy to get along with as it looked. Previously, a giant monster had approached Meow Meow with the intention of petting it, only to be shredded into pieces. How did he know that? It's simple. He had eaten those corpses. Have the patrols at the gold mine been completed? Still slacking off here. Meow Meow stared intently at the super rat among the monsters, like a predator eyeing its prey. This genetically ingrained fear forced the super rat to quickly stand up, tail tucked, bowing to Meow Meow. We'll go do it immediately. As if to toy with the other, Meow Meow extended its claws, which were over 10 centimeters long, and scratched the super rat's neck. The usually hot-tempered One Corner did not dare to say anything, only watching his companion suffer humiliation. After feeling that the play was enough, Meow Meow's figure flickered and almost instantly left its original spot. So terrifying. The super rat collapsed to the ground in fear, its fur standing on end. Although Big Eye had regulations that monsters could not attack each other, when it came to enforcing these rules, dragon-level cadres or strong ghost-level monsters would hardly care. After all, these guys were the maintainers of the rules, and the power to interpret them would always be in their hands. Even if Meow Meow suddenly went on a rampage and killed these monsters, Big Eye, as the military advisor and commander, would just turn a blind eye. After all, to maintain the combat power of the Monster Association, they needed these unruly, powerful monsters. Hey, get up quickly. Go complete our task. The Lotus Head urgently tried to pull the super rat up, but the latter was like a pile of mush, unable to be moved. The Rhinoceros Wrestler looked around, confirmed no monsters were nearby, and directly carried the paralyzed super rat as the group of monsters headed toward the gold mine. Seriously, as monsters, we actually have to work like those weak humans. It's really outrageous. Come on, at least during our off hours, we can be carefree. As long as we reach the day Big Eye promised, we can enjoy ourselves. The super rat had recovered a bit by now, but it felt as if Meow Meow's gaze always wanted to eat it. However, it would never understand that the dragon-level monster Meow Meow, which had truly transformed from a cat, was just toying with it. As for eating it, that would be too wasteful. Ha ha ha, I won. A cheerful voice came from inside the mine, where several insect monsters were gathered, playing the simplest card game. A centipede monster, which had lost many legs, reluctantly twisted one of its legs off and handed it to the excited giant cockroach across from it. The cockroach took it and started eating. Hey, slacking off here again. Hurry up and get to work. The giant lizard quickly approached the insect monsters, causing them to scatter in fear. The remaining leg of the centipede, being hard-earned food, was naturally eaten by the giant lizard. All right, gather here in half an hour. The Rhinoceros Wrestler resignedly said a line he had repeated dozens of times. and this relatively powerful small group within the monster association began to disperse. On the other side, Meow Meow, who had just teased its subordinates and was in a good mood, felt something was off as it turned a corner. This aura, not good. As the situation turned dire, Meow Meow quickly squeezed into a gap in the wall, but it was already too late. The deep barking of a dog grew louder as it approached, and the sound of the wall breaking was getting closer. Pochi ran from a distance towards the spot where Meow Meow had just stood. It had been mentioned before that this dog, which had transformed into a monster, received special treatment from the great Jiongyan, and even ordinary monsters and cadres dared not provoke it. Not only did they fear Pochi's status, but its strength was also unquestionable. If the cadres of the monsters could ignore the rules and bully weaker monsters at will, Pochi could do the same to those who did not abide by the monster's rules. Meow Meow moved downwards through the narrow crack in the wall, swimming like. But how could Pochi, having caught the scent of a cat, let it go? It wagged its tail, and like a real dog chasing a real cat, searched for Meow Meow's trace. Gulu, a low growl sounded, and with the wall crumbling, Meow Meow was quickly caught. Pochi licked Meow Meow's entire body with its barbed black tongue. This act, which it considered kind, was genuinely painful for Meow Meow. Trapped, Meow Meow could only pray that this mischievous big dog would soon lose interest in it. Hey, Meow Meow, you really look like a gentle little kitty right now. Behind the ruins, the ugly big president approached, mocking the trapped Meow Meow. The big president leaned close to Pochi, which disdainfully turned its head away, pressing Meow Meow under its neck. You ugly pig, be careful or I'll turn you into sashimi. Meow Meow threatened the ugly figure in front of it, trying to act tough, but not daring to strike out due to uncertainty about the other's strength. All right, enough of the fuss. I have serious business to discuss with you. The ugly big president wiped the drool oozing from its deformed mouth with its already greasy sleeve, switching to a relatively serious but still ugly expression. Meow Meow did not want to engage with this guy, but also dared not ignore him. If it were an order from the great Jiongyan, it would be bad to disobey. Perking up its ears to listen carefully, Meow Meow suppressed its discomfort and gave up resisting Pochi. The great Jiongyan had discovered an extraordinary individual and instructed the cadres to discuss it together. Feeling a slightly corrosive liquid flow through its fur, Meow Meow's hair stood on end, but it still endured and listened. Actually, it's not really a discussion. After all, I can handle all these matters by myself. The ugly big president grinned, showing its yellowed teeth, confidently placing its hands on its hips. The disgusting actions of this repulsive creature almost made the somewhat perfectionist Meow Meow want to vomit. You're quite eager to complete the great Jiongyan's tasks. It seems you're more suited to being a dog than Pochi. You stinking cat. Just as the two monsters were about to fight, a three-eyed crocodile monster, barely a meter tall, trembled and called for a stop. Your Excellencies. The ugly big president tilted its head to look over, and the sight of its uncontrollably drooling, ugly face terrified the little creature, which was rated as a wolf-level disaster. Both cadres wore expressions that conveyed you better have something important. The great Jiongyan asked me to inform you to come over. The other cadres are already waiting for you. Meow Meow, with great difficulty, touched Pochi's dog head, trying to soothe its emotions, and Pochi indeed wagged its tail and released it. Don't let me catch you. Meow Meow glared at the ugly big president with gritted teeth, finding its grotesque face very displeasing. The big president was also unwilling to show weakness, twisting its already terrifying pig face into an even more grotesque expression to show its disdain, and before leaving, kicked the little crocodile away in dissatisfaction. Everyone is here. Thank you for your hard work. On one of the platforms in the fractured space, the great Jiongyan lay on a supersized, lazy sofa, expressing condolences to the several cadres walking towards him. Behind him, the monster king, Big Snake, leaned in, his deep eyes fixed on the dragon-level cadres approaching. You're really boring. Please don't summon us for trivial matters. A short monster with a head resembling that of a character from an old children's show walked over with a face that seemed to beg for a beating. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The later parts are even more exciting. Indeed, although the appearance and name were not impressive, Black Sperm was quite confident in his strength, ranking in the top 5, but the facts needed further verification. Upon hearing such provocative words, the great Jiongyan did not get angry and pretended not to hear. He then scanned the 7 dragon-level monsters present and the more than 10 ghost-level monsters around, confirming that no one was absent before he began to discuss serious matters. An extraordinary individual has appeared. Our plan needs to be expedited. I will collect intelligence on the Hero Association as quickly as possible, and if all goes well, we could be celebrating on the ruins of the Hero Association headquarters this time next year. Roar, roar, roar. Wail, wail, wail. Strange and varied sounds erupted. Although the monsters did not particularly like to respond to the cadre's calls, they couldn't help but cheer when it came to such matters. What extraordinary individual. Are you just speaking nonsense? Black Sperm's voice rang out, his remarks deserving of his provocative expression. Other monsters also disliked the great Zhongyin's baseless statements and grandiose plans, but for various reasons, they kept silent. The king snake in the fractured space shifted its gaze to Black Sperm, a sense of pressure causing the awakened cockroaches behind to retreat a few steps, fearing they would be the unfortunate scapegoat. The great Zhongyin didn't mind. He knew that the more unruly these morally corrupt monsters were, the stronger they became, thus increasing their value. I don't care about these. The only person I'm looking for is one. The centipede elder, also in the fractured space, did not intend to agree with the great Zhongyin's opinion. Ever since he had been brutally beaten after an explosion, he joined the Monster Association, and, as a reward, the great Zhongyin had promised to help him find trouble with the one who exploded, giving him a chance for revenge. Don't be impatient. I believe the great Zhongyin's request is very necessary. Everything we're doing now is to weaken the Hero Association's power. In that case, isn't it destined that the one who exploded will show up? Meow Meow nodded in agreement with the speech of Big Zhongyin, who looked at the cute cat that spoke up for him with relief. If it weren't for his dislike, I would really want to pet it. City A. A long time had passed, and this once prosperous city had roughly returned to its former appearance, but the economic losses caused by the disaster were indeed enormous. The city's economy had also shown signs of deficit, which destined City A to no longer be the central city of this supercontinent. After finishing off the monster, Qin Feng returned home to find that Tornado had gone out on a mission again. Feeling bored, he turned on the television, only to discover that a giant humanoid monster had appeared in City D, and it had already been defeated, with the cause yet to be investigated. Looking at the giant's miserable state, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim how impressive the person who defeated this guy must be. If I were to reach such a level, it would probably take a long time just to absorb the soul, right? Staring at the crushed monster's body on the screen, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. One day earlier in City D, inside a laboratory, a madman in a white coat raised a test tube in his hand, his face full of ecstatic expression. He looked through his goggles at the colorful, thick liquid inside, approximately 150 milliliters, and muttered to himself, "Ultimate steroid, king of biceps." Finally completed, he cherished this precious potion in his hand, feeling its residual warmth through the glass container. He quickly walked out of the laboratory and entered a room. The first thing that caught his eye was a poster of a muscular man. No one knew how the photo was taken. The person in the poster had a strong body towering into the clouds, and his confident smile exuded strength. At the top of the poster, a string of letters stood out, champion. The frail man easily navigated through the gym equipment in the room and approached his resting brother. These solid muscles and the room filled with equipment all displayed this person's desire to become stronger. Dear brother, drink this, and the power you've always dreamed of will be yours. The mad scientist's eyes were filled with a thirst for science. He was so eager to test whether the potion he developed would work. Drink this? The brother hesitated, looking at the colorful and somewhat disgusting potion in the test tube. That's right, to make it easier to swallow, I even made it strawberry flavored. Upon hearing this, the brother could no longer refuse. After all, how could a brother harm his sibling? And, putting aside whether it might be harmful, who would refuse a mysterious potion of unknown origin, but known to be strawberry flavored? Taking the potion from his brother's hand, the brother drank it in one gulp. The effects of the potion kicked in quickly. His brows relaxed in an instant as the effects of the steroid began to show. His head started to change first, swelling upward. Then let me ask you. Accompanied by an inexplicable murmuring, the brother's body began to emit a green glow, visibly growing taller, and his clothes were stretched to the point of bursting, soon breaking through the ceiling. The doctor took 2 steps back, still wearing an ecstatic expression. This was the effect he had envisioned. This is happening. There's hope. With the collapse of the building and the failure of the water supply system, a giant monster over 200 meters tall appeared. He did not instinctively crush his brother underfoot. The giant Margali still retained some awareness, though his thinking and speech had somewhat regressed. At this point, the inherent downsides of steroids began to manifest. Margali reached out and lifted his brother onto his shoulder, feeling the power swelling within him. but he was unsure of what to do next, just listening to his brother. Very good, brother. Try to move. Crush those buildings into pieces. The doctor, nearly mad with excitement over his scientific achievement, seemed to have turned into a lunatic. For only one thought remained in his mind: to conquer the world with his top-notch intellect and his brother's top-notch physique. The strongest, brother. This is what I want. With a casual swipe, Margali reduced dozens of buildings to dust, the resulting strong winds scattering them into debris. Awesome, brother. That strike must have killed at least tens of thousands. The doctor stood on his brother's shoulder, hundreds of meters high, looking down upon the human city below, which now seemed to belong to him. As Margali took step after step, buildings that were not even up to his knees were easily kicked to pieces, while people fled in fear, letting out desperate cries. Unfortunately, the two culprits behind all this could not hear them. Several loudspeakers in City D began to announce the emergence of the disaster. Although timely, it was still unavoidable. Nearly half of the buildings in City D were destroyed, and the heroes on the scene were powerless against this giant. Now broadcasting an emergency evacuation notice. A giant creature has appeared in City D and is heading towards City B. Hearing the disaster broadcast, the mad doctor became even more excited. These sounds were like applause for his hard work. Watching the fleeing crowd, he issued commands to his brother. All right, next, let's sweep away the neighboring town as well. The giant body moved slowly, the solid ground being crushed into a 1-meter-deep pit, buildings collapsing to the ground. Traffic congested on the roads. Yet not a single person gave up, for they all knew that there was a group of people who had always been protecting them. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I'm really sorry, but I can't let you continue to do evil. On Margali's shoulder stood the mad doctor on one side, and on the other stood a creature that looked like an alien. That face with a single large eye displayed immense confidence, as if in order to fulfill some promise, it had observed for a long time and decided to take action. Perhaps just this once. The doctor, who had just felt a sense of superiority, could not allow anyone to stand at the same height as himself. He pointed in the direction of the metal bat and shouted loudly, "Take out the person standing on your shoulder." Upon hearing the command, Margali raised his hand and slapped his right shoulder, casually as one would swat a mosquito. It was truly unfortunate. His brother was standing right there, and with that slap, he was turned into mush. Feeling something was off, Margali looked at his palm, and at that moment his somewhat stagnant brain began to operate at high speed. "Brother, why did it turn out like this?" He shouted loudly. This sudden change was perhaps the saddest thing for him. "I was just pursuing the strongest. I finally became the strongest in the world." Looking at the corpse of his brother in his palm, this boy who had just realized his dream went mad, his eyes suddenly turning fierce as he reached out to kill that odd-looking guy. "I don't care who you are. It's all because of you. My brother is dead." Just as he was about to reach out, the opponent's strike came down, twisting Margali's forearm in the opposite direction. How could a fool who relied on drugs to gain strength possibly defeat someone with a strong bloodline like me? After taking a hit, Margali seemed to feel no pain. His emotions became frenzied, whether it was the effect of the drugs or the loss of his brother that drove him to madness. "Then let me ask you. He swung the already broken arm at the figure in midair, but it was completely shattered again. The mysterious person had no intention of wasting words. His identity did not allow him to reveal himself in this place. "Who are you? Why are you harming my brother?" Margali shouted angrily, and the surrounding radio signals seemed to be affected, showing some fluctuations. There was no need for a dying person to know too much. This was only to fulfill a friend's request. A look of sorrow appeared on the mysterious person's face. Despite having only one eye, it was still evident that he felt somewhat downcast. Another shockwave shot out from the mysterious person's palm, striking Margali in the chest, and his massive body collapsed with a loud crash, crushing the building. You can't." Without giving Margali a chance to speak, a series of strikes landed directly, and this giant, who had just vowed to dominate the world, died at his own doorstep. After doing all this, the mysterious person tore open a glowing rift and dove in without looking back, leaving behind the shattered corpse of the giant, lying quietly in the city center of D-City. The city had not been completely destroyed. Fortunately, the mysterious person did not have time to reach more places. D-City Hero Association Branch. Several administrators were excitedly watching the footage captured by the drone. Although it had just been affected by some interference, making the image unclear, it was still vaguely visible that a person had appeared and defeated this giant monster. King. This man, whose hero name had been decided in advance, was perhaps tired. King was now lying at the foot of the monster's remains, covered in the monster's blood, looking like he had just gone through a fierce battle. As expected of Mr. King, hurry and notify Sitch. The S-Class certification can be issued early. The staff all stared at the screen, marveling at the immense power this terrifying man possessed. That afternoon, the Hero Association's M-City branch held a small meeting. Several high-ranking officials, including Sitch, were in the conference room, and King was naturally among them. The sound of a heartbeat, loud like thunder, echoed in the spacious conference room. This had been discussed in advance. It was deemed by several high-ranking officials as a sign that King was preparing for battle, and that sound was referred to as the Emperor Engine. King sat in an outer seat, and it was obvious that his mood could no longer be described simply as nervous. He was most aware of his own strength, having never even fought as a child. How could he be as powerful as these guys claimed? However, hearing that all his living expenses would be covered by the association, along with an additional monthly subsidy of several thousand, this man who often stayed at home felt tempted. He touched the scar on his face, thinking it was better not to mention it, since it wasn't really a bad thing. So, King, do you have any thoughts on your treatment? Sitch asked, but King, facing him, dared not say anything. He was afraid of being exposed. After all, who knew what would happen to someone who lied like this? I have no objections. The so-called treatment is just a boring thing. The extremely oppressive voice that matches appearance rang out, successfully intimidating those present with language formed from long-term comic reading. Both sides were eager to end this tedious meeting, fearing that the other might back out first. If that's the case, King, you can go home. As for the other procedures, we will handle them. Saying this, Sitch personally handed a communicator to King. King's heartbeat grew louder, and Sitch felt a bit scared. What does this mean? Is there something you're not satisfied with? Escaping like a fugitive from the branch, this scruffy man with yellow hair dashed out. King, a code name that signifies the pinnacle of heroes, the strongest of all beings, was quite fitting for him. Sitch stood at the entrance of the M-City branch, watching the man who had just been awarded the honor of second place in S-Class leave unsteadily. Listening to the gradually fading sound of the Emperor Engine, Sitch couldn't help but start to look forward to the future of the Hero Association. With Mr. King around, even the most troublesome monsters would likely not be a problem. Aha! The branch head beside him looked delighted, grateful that there was such a powerful hero in the area he managed. Perhaps in the near future, M-City's law enforcement would be better than Q-City's. King quickly returned home, pressed the button for 22 in the elevator, and felt his blood flow seemed to quicken. Like Qin Feng, King was quite skilled in gaming, but he was far stronger than Qin Feng, having won awards in many competitions. Naturally, his life was much more comfortable than Qin Feng's. But with the added salary of an S-Class hero, this man who once lived as an ordinary person could now be considered wealthy. What a terrifying bunch. King entered his home and skillfully took out some juice to drink. Looking at the setting sun outside, he felt that he might have to spend his entire life to maintain this lie. But even if he didn't lie, what could he do? Ever since the vaccine incident in a city, he had been entangled with those from the Hero Association, and even the certificate was ready, just waiting for King's approval. Let's play games. On a sunny morning, a silver-haired boy emerged from a hidden residence, and he had fully recovered to the best state of his body. The hunt for heroes had begun. With a low growl to boost his spirits, he quickly noticed something approaching him rapidly. Who? The hungry wolf suddenly crouched down. Dodging an attack, Sonic had already smashed a tree with his knee about 10 meters ahead, looking unwilling after missing his target. Did you barely dodge my sneak attack? You won't escape this time. Threatening the distant hungry wolf, Sonic drew out his blade, the sharp edge glinting. This short knife that could cut through iron like mud could undoubtedly kill anyone with a single strike, provided he could hit them. Hey, are you annoying? This is the third time this month. The hungry wolf was somewhat displeased. This guy clearly couldn't beat him, yet always found various excuses to cause trouble. Phrases like "you saw through my moves," and "I won't allow anyone stronger than me to exist" always hung on his lips. Hungry wolf, you pride yourself as a hero hunter, but can you only see the weak heroes and not the more powerful ones? As he spoke, Sonic leaped forward, not using his knife, but throwing a punch, knowing full well that the guy in front of him had the ability to dodge his slashes. The hungry wolf saw the opponent's figure vanish and realized that the other party was pretending to circle behind him, but was actually right in front. He pretended to turn around, and just as Sonic uttered the words, "You fell for it," the hungry wolf directly twisted his body, one hand disarming Sonic's strength while the other aimed for his throat. In an instant, he pinned Sonic to the ground and stepped on his knife, claiming victory once again. Did your master not teach you to adapt your moves based on your opponent's changes? The hungry wolf mocked. Having successfully kept his promise of not using the flowing rock-shattering fist for almost 4 months since his last battle with the spring mustache. However, The kind face of the Silver Feng lingered in his mind. I'm not convinced. Sonic, pinned to the ground, felt his arm being firmly trapped, knowing that if the hungry wolf exerted just a bit more force, it would snap, but the hungry wolf did not do so. This guy in front of him had provided him with some combat techniques, after all. In other words, if Sonic hadn't seized the opportunity during their first fight, he would have never been able to defeat the hungry wolf. Oh, weak ninja, what era are we in now? These outdated moves should be discarded. The hungry wolf taunted Sonic, whom he had pinned down, and seized his knife. The insulted Sonic did not cry like a child. Instead, he quickly reflected on his recent battle, mentally planning how to avoid failing again next time. Get lost, or the next time I see you, I'll take your arms. He plunged the knife into the ground and released Sonic's hands. He felt he no longer feared any ninja. After all, most ninja techniques were the same, and Sonic was considered one of the best among existing ninjas. Sonic did not resort to underhanded tactics. He knew he had lost, awkwardly retrieving his soiled beloved knife, feeling the derisive expression emanating mockery, and stubbornly uttering threats. Next time, I definitely won't let you survive until then. While threatening, he hurriedly fled, unaware that the other party did not see him as an enemy, but rather as a mischievous child. Watching Sonic completely disappear from sight, the hungry wolf moved his body and headed into town, hoping to find a few heroes to practice against. Holding the latest hero roster he had swiped from the newspaper office, the hungry wolf began searching for targets. S-Class. Let's talk about that later. He decisively skipped the S-Class heroes, including King, and began looking for targets at the end of the A-Class. What a hassle. Looking at the A-Class heroes with varying locations and rankings, the hungry wolf started to feel a headache. If he wanted to defeat these heroes in order, he would have to travel between various cities, which was very time-consuming. His only thought was to quickly realize his grand plan. He had seen a few so-called heroes, all of whom became heroes just for the sake of being heroes, and some even deliberately created chaos only to personally resolve it in front of the crowd. In his eyes, these heroes acted no differently from monsters. The only reason they were not punished was that they weren't monsters. Many people committed crimes without facing consequences, and no one in this world stipulated that only humans could restrain monsters. Some monsters deserved to be killed simply for being monsters, which was fundamentally unfair. Long ago, the idea of absolute evil had taken root in the hungry wolf's heart. He wanted to become stronger to correct this distorted world in his own way because, compared to monsters, humans were not innocent. He wanted to become the absolute rule, the absolute evil that upholds fairness, to become a true monster. Counting the days, it was now the time for the Hero Association's Hero Evaluation exam. If he caused a scene under such circumstances, he would surely attract many heroes to hunt him down. After all, who wouldn't want to show off? This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. City A. Inside the testing venue, resembling a gymnasium, multiple spaces have been divided, clearly making things much more convenient compared to previous management. Shichi, as usual, personally watched the hero evaluation exams, maintaining his enthusiasm for this job without being diminished by any reason. Although since the third evaluation, no one had requested exceptions to become heroes, and the number of heroes hired had decreased each time. He was not discouraged. On the contrary, Shichi thought the situation was perfectly normal. After all, recruiting heroes was not like harvesting crops. Not everyone could become a hero, and those who could had already become heroes. If nothing unexpected happened, the physical quality of applicants would continue to decline, leading to fewer heroes passing the evaluation. Don't be so serious, Shichi. A high-ranking association member, standing on the platform, noticed Shichi's frown and offered comfort. After all, with such occurrences today, they could leave work early and earn a bonus, Mr. Ardney's regulations were truly humanized. The other high-ranking members cheered, seemingly thinking that the most important thing now was to take a vacation. Shichi said nothing, watching the applicants below, reminiscing about the previous recruitment scenes. Best power holder, super alloy blacklight. Fastest speed holder, flash fleece. Best contributor, metal knight. And the most heroic believer, Wujing knight. Sigh. It seems the association's hero roster has basically solidified. Shichi leaned against the railing, watching the applicants below who couldn't even run 1,500 meters, feeling that there was no need to continue, including the A-Class heroes responsible for security below. A-Class rank 10, Heavy Tank Crotch Cloth. A-Class rank 13, Magic Hand. A-Class rank 17, Azure Flame. These heroes, varying in size and attire, could be considered standard A-Class heroes, each capable of individually confronting Tiger-level monsters. Especially Heavy Tank Crotch Cloth. who had once achieved the feat of killing 2 tiger-level monsters and 4 wolf-level monsters alone, upheld the belief to kill all those who create chaos, especially monsters. Hey, these people don't seem to have much of a chance. Qin Yin chatted with the nearby magic hand, his gaze falling on a guy who couldn't even lift a barbell without any weights. How could someone who hasn't trained and is only attracted by high salaries possibly stand with us? Heavy Tank looked disdainfully at the people below. In his eyes, these pitiful individuals were not just physically weak, but lacked any conviction. He thought this job would be as boring as the last one, but soon, it seemed there was a commotion over at the boxing test machine. Oh, looks like there's something to do today. Heavy Tank cracked his knuckles and took a big step forward, wanting to see which blind fool dared to cause trouble here. Hey, the other party might just be an ordinary person. Don't go too far. Magic Hand hurriedly followed, fearing it would lead to a bigger mess. They arrived at the area that had been turned upside down, with many job seekers keeping their distance, afraid they would be the next to get beaten. The Hungry Wolf, under the assault of a few people, took down the burly men one by one, and under Heavy Tank's loud reprimand, he twisted one person's arm. Finally ready to show himself? Like seeing prey, the Hungry Wolf's pupils seemed to emit a terrifying glow. He longed to fight these powerful heroes and defeat them, as it was an essential part of his growth journey. Casually kicking aside the guy who had been beaten to a pulp, the Hungry Wolf was ready to take down the 2 heroes in front of him. How reckless! Do you know this will lead to suffering? Heavy Tank was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. The other party still hadn't stopped attacking despite his attempts to intervene, which was a blatant provocation. Now get out of here. The Hero Association won't recruit scoundrels like you. Huh? Is this your attitude towards guests? Self-proclaimed righteous heroes? The Hungry Wolf took a few steps forward, directly in front of Heavy Tank, provocatively staring at him. Everyone here will face punishment for your cowardice. No one can escape. Insolent, Heavy Tank raised his right hand. After a brief build-up, unleashed a punch that could crush a tiger-level monster. But instead of driving the opponent into the floor, the punch shattered the floor, sending up a cloud of dust. With such a weak attack, how will you protect the parasites behind you? Heavy Tank finally realized. A sharp pain coursed through his arm as he lifted the arm that had just struck down. The bone seemed to be deformed from an inexplicable attack, about to pierce the reddened skin. What are you? Duelindometa. A simple uppercut sent Heavy Tank flying, his mountain-like body crashing into the boxing test machine, knocking him out. From a distance, Qin Yin watched in shock. He never expected this situation to be so severe that even the powerful Heavy Tank couldn't handle it. Rushing over as fast as he could, pushing through the crowd, blocking his way, he was met with a despairing sight. Heavy Tank had completely lost consciousness, and Magic Hand's staff had fallen to the ground, while he himself was being choked by the destructive guy, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Don't underestimate us. We're about to become heroes too. Seeing the hero defeated, the surrounding people began to rally in spirit. It wasn't out of overflowing justice. They simply wanted to take down the guy who had defeated an A-class hero, as that could lead to an exceptional recruitment. Magic Hand was thrown aside by the Hungry Wolf, and a few brave enough to step forward were knocked out with a single blow. Want to rise above and become an exceptional hero? The Hungry Wolf had already guessed these guys' thoughts and was mocking those still contemplating action. For now, let's consider you lot as heroes. But heroes always appear last, while monsters can seize the initiative, appearing suddenly without reason or warning. Saying this, the Hungry Wolf pointed at one of the job seekers who looked like he was about to charge in. Remember, you are on the side of humanity, while I am on the side of monsters. The people around dared to be angry, but not speak. They all knew that even a formidable A-class hero had been defeated. If they stepped up, they would only end up getting beaten. But as a hero, Qin Yin would not allow such a disgraceful thing to happen. He glared fiercely at the Hungry Wolf, seemingly wanting to kill this bizarre human in front of him. As a human, how dare you identify yourself with monsters, foolish scum? The Hungry Wolf turned to look at the source of the voice, and there was Qin Yin standing not far away, his hands making some inexplicable gestures. I'm here to incinerate you. With that, a blue fire serpent shot out from Qin Yin's palms, rushing towards the Hungry Wolf. The fast-moving fire dragon bore down on the Hungry Wolf, but his speed was clearly faster. He vanished almost in an instant, Qin Yin's sleeve being torn open as the severed fuel line was pulled out by the Hungry Wolf. These little tricks may be enticing, but once they are seen through, it becomes embarrassing. Qin Yin, having lost his means of attack, was terrified, but this act of provocation ultimately incited everyone to attack him. Led by one person's shout, in an instant, everyone in the venue was in a melee. Hundreds of job seekers surged towards the Hungry Wolf, not believing that he could take on so many alone. Behind the railing above, several high-ranking officials of the association had fled the venue early. Shichi squatting behind the railing, trying to hide as much as possible. As for why he didn't escape, it was because he was calling for backup with a communicator. Yes, that's right. Right here in the recruitment hall. Hurry and gather all the heroes at headquarters. Heroes in the surrounding area need to come too. Boom! With the sound of equipment exploding, the noise ceased and Shichi peered out, witnessing a scene he would never forget in his life. A mountain of unconscious bodies. Two powerful heroes had also been knocked out, and Qin Yan leaned against the wall, completely incapacitated, seemingly speaking intentionally for Shichi to hear. The Hungry Wolf made a weak gesture towards Shichi's location. Now, I really might struggle to hold off several S-class, but that's okay. The first appearance of the monster Hungry Wolf has been very successful. He casually tossed away the severed arm he had been holding. Remember, I'm here to declare war today. In a short time, I will become even stronger than I am now. As he spoke, the Hungry Wolf walked towards the exit. When the time comes, I won't just be causing trouble for these minions. I'll be looking at the headquarters next door. The light outside illuminated the Hungry Wolf, leaving a dark silhouette, not knowing whether it was the light failing to illuminate the Hungry Wolf or the Hungry Wolf blocking the light. Goodbye, everyone. After the Hungry Wolf left, the only job seeker who hid away peeked out. What a terrifying guy. Fubuki clenched her fists, trying to muster courage. But that guy she had met once before seemed incredibly strong. I must earn my sister's approval. Mr. Sitch. Mr. Sitch. Soon, several heroes burst in through the door. Fubuki recognized that the one leading them was the A-class rank 21, Chain Toad, and the one behind him, who looked like a weirdo, was B-class rank 9, Butterfly DX. The others behind them were some lesser-known heroes. As Chain Toad entered, he shouted loudly, searching for Sitch. I'm Fina. Quickly contact a doctor. Sitch peeked out from behind the railing. He was now planning to have a certain S-class hero stationed at headquarters. Tornado quickly flew in from the entrance, hovering in mid-air, anxiously looking around. Qin Feng, quickly find my sister. She must be here. Qin Feng rushed in behind, panting heavily. He hurried to headquarters as soon as he received the notification. Tornado even sensed her sister's presence here through some telepathic connection. Sister. Fubuki ran out from behind the smashed punching test machine, running towards her sister like a child. Tornado lowered her height to match her sister's line of sight. She reached out and hugged the frightened Fubuki, relieved that she wasn't hurt. What has happened? How did it end up like this? Looking at the people on the ground, some were unconscious, while others couldn't move and were writhing in pain. Qin Feng couldn't believe that there were people in the world who could be this powerful. Shichi looked at the scene where people had already started to clean up, feeling quite furious. This behavior was clearly a provocation against the Hero Association. Immediately issue a wanted notice for that Hungry Wolf. Judge him by the standards of a vicious monster. Commanding through the communicator, Shichi hurriedly left. Hungry Wolf? After a year, Qin Feng heard this name again, almost forgetting the existence of this guy. What? Do you know him? Seeing Qin Feng's somewhat frozen expression, Tornado landed and curiously asked. That's right, when I was at Master Bongu's dojo, Hungry Wolf was once my senior brother. Later, it was precisely because he wanted to cause a ruckus at the dojo that I was effectively driven out. Qin Feng spread his hands. This incident left a deep impression on him. The usually taciturn Hungry Wolf suddenly did such a thing. If one were to find a somewhat forced reason, it could be justified, but today, this incident was simply unacceptable. Huh? Is this guy insane? Does he really see himself as a weirdo like Shichi said? Truly overestimating himself. Tornado was very displeased and scolded Hungry Wolf's behavior. She was itching to drag him out immediately to give Qin Feng and her sister an explanation. Sister, that guy is very dangerous, but he's just not as good as you. Fubuki was quite confident in her sister's strength, after all. She was well aware of her sister's capabilities, which were unmatched by any powerful weirdo. Tornado was still very angry, stomping her feet in frustration. But without the enhancement of her superpowers, she appeared so cute, and her angry expression looked more like a pout. Don't be so angry. If it weren't for Senior Hungry Wolf, the two of us might not have met. As he spoke, Qin Feng placed his hand on Tornado's head, instantly calming the flames of her anger. Oh no, so many people are watching, don't be so casual. After brushing off Qin Feng's hand, Tornado still didn't intend to let the matter rest. But what could she do? If she really wanted to deal with that guy properly, it would make things very awkward for Qin Feng. Forget it. As long as there isn't a next time, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Saying this, Tornado once again adopted an older sister tone, pulling Fubuki aside. I've said it many times, stop trying to be a hero. These things aren't for you to handle. Qin Feng took advantage of the moment when the two sisters were reunited to step outside alone. At the entrance of the headquarters, he found Shichi, who was currently angrily reprimanding the security personnel at the door. The guy just walked in so blatantly. Don't you all know to verify the identity of the registrants? A few security guards stood in a row, facing Shichi's scolding, too afraid to show their anger or speak. Retort? What a joke. Such a job is something many people aspire to but cannot reach, and not just anyone can do it. At the very least, one must have the level of a C-class hero to apply. Shichi, Qin Feng shouted from a distance. When Shichi saw a familiar face, he waved his hand to send away the group of subordinates who were only half listening. Qin Feng, did you also receive the summons? You got here pretty quickly. Looking at the young man in front of him with a face full of appreciation, Shichi couldn't help but admire him even more. So, that guy who attacked the recruitment site, what's his name? Wolf? He is a guy who calls himself a freak, and he looks quite young. Young people these days. It really is him. I think this matter is a bit complicated. I suggest you contact Silver Fong first. He will handle this. Listening to Qin Feng's unclear statement, Shichi didn't know what this guy was up to. Isn't this kind of thing supposed to be handled by a hero? Is this kid trying to take on work for his master? No need for that. Silver Fong is already at the S-class 3rd position and doesn't lack in achievements. Okay, I understand. I will take your advice. After saying that, Shichi walked away. Qin Feng, how did you end up here? Tornado flew over, grabbing Qin Feng's arm and shaking it. At times like this, Qin Feng would summarize certain experiences based on previous encounters. When Tornado acted like this, it was either seeking a kiss or a hug, or there was something she wanted from him. Clearly, in this situation, the former was unexpectedly ruled out. Just say what you need directly. There is no need for all this roundabout talk between us. Qin Feng leaned down and rubbed his other hand on Tornado's cheek, feeling the silky smoothness, which somewhat improved his previously bad mood. Hey, that's annoying. Tornado closed her eyes, trying to avoid the feeling that could potentially make her lose her composure. But Qin Feng's caress had already brought a slight blush to her face. She still had several commissions to complete today and wouldn't be going home, so there was no need to worry about her. Shaking off Qin Feng's touch, Tornado glanced at her communicator, flew into the distance, waved her hand, and then completely disappeared into the horizon. Oh no, this recruitment meeting is ruined. We were just one step away. Fubuki lowered her head. She was quite satisfied with her test results, but the appearance of the hungry wolf complicated things. Fubuki, if you have nothing to do, come with me to accomplish something big. Qin Feng pretended to be serious and extended an invitation to Shueishui. When Shueishui looked up, she saw Qin Feng staring at her. Out of respect for this future elder, she did not mind his somewhat inappropriate gaze. Well, today's plans are all ruined. Qin Feng, do you have any heroic activities that you need my help with? Of course not. I haven't accepted any commissions today. Qin Feng waved his hand. The A and B level hero commissions from the association had long been snatched up, and he didn't like collaborating with other heroes. Otherwise, absorbing souls would be inconvenient. Shueishui was frightened and took 2 steps back, covering her chest with her hands. Even in front of the headquarters of the Hero Association, she was still startled. After all, Qin Feng might not be good at other things, but he was the #1 in committing crimes, right? Huh. So what do you want to do? I warn you, don't even think about being unfaithful to my sister. What are you thinking? I wouldn't do something like that. Qin Feng once again put on a surprised expression. Then you still, ahem. Qin Feng interrupted Shueishui's speech. That hungry wolf was my former senior brother. I can't just ignore him. Besides, he must have some unspoken difficulties behind his actions. Oh, I thought. Shueishui tried to calm down, but couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng's repulsive face, feeling a strange impulse. I remember. He seems to be against the Hero Association and might cause trouble for the heroes. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. That's enough. Qin Feng slapped his thigh. As long as I find a powerful hero to follow, the hungry wolf will definitely show up. When that happens, we'll rush in and take him down. Shueishui interjected in her understanding. Only someone with enough strength could win her sister's favor, and the hungry wolf, who could take on 100 opponents, would probably be no match for her future brother-in-law. We'll try to persuade him. I believe he won't lay a hand on me out of respect for master. Huh? In Shueishui's mind, Qin Feng's image suddenly diminished, especially with such an aimless statement. She stared at the chattering Qin Feng, her expression darkening. Hey, don't look at me like that. After all, he's my senior brother. I can't just disregard him, can I? In the monitoring room of the association headquarters, Shichi stood in front of the screen, watching Shueishui and Qin Feng chatter for a long time, then playfully leave, ultimately issuing orders to the subordinates behind him. An A-level wanted order was issued for the monster Hungry Wolf. There was no need to consider him human anymore, as he had completely fallen into monstrosity. It wasn't that he didn't adhere to the promise with Qin Feng. As for the connection with Silver Fang, Shichi certainly thought of that. But the world is so vast that it cannot solely rely on Silver Fang to run around. Mobilizing most heroes might increase efficiency. B City in a dark alley. A-level hero, the Vest Vegetarian, was beaten bloody by the recently escaped Hungry Wolf. Stumbling to get up, he still didn't forget to threaten. "Who are you? Do you know I'm an A-level hero?" The Hungry Wolf stood at the alley entrance. The scant light outside illuminating the dark alley, but the beam that should have shone on the Vest Vegetarian was blocked by the Hungry Wolf. A-level rank 19th. I used to think A-level heroes had some skills, but encountering you has really shocked me. Disdainfully shaking the blood off his fists, the Hungry Wolf slowly approached the already exhausted hero in front of him. "You wait. I will make you understand the consequences of going against heroes." After knocking the opponent unconscious with a punch, the Hungry Wolf shoved his hands into his pockets. The recent battle yielded no rewards for him. Only once again dashed hopes of facing a strong opponent. "All right, I eagerly anticipate a real fight with a stronger hero." Z City, in Silver Fang's dojo. While tutoring Kalanzi one-on-one, Silver Fang received a new commission notification but did not take any action, not even glancing at it. "Master, your communicator just beeped." Kalanzi, on the verge of collapsing, quickly seized the opportunity to take a moment's rest under the pretext of reminding. However, Silver Fang was not swayed by this tactic, but still symbolically picked up the communicator to check. "Oh dear, I've grown old and can't understand these new gadgets. Back in my day, what?" Suddenly seeing a commission targeting the Hungry Wolf, and it's a high-level A-class one. Silver Fang immediately sensed something was wrong and lost interest in supervising Kalanzi's laziness, quickly browsing through the information. "Master Bongu, is there something serious?" Noticing his master's unusual expression, Kalanzi immediately stopped training and leaned closer to see what was happening. "All right, Kalanzi, let's start practical training now." Saying this, Bongu glared at Kalanzi, a dangerous aura instantly spreading. The usually timid Kalanzi had never seen such a scene, especially when the terrifying figure was his usually gentle master. He took 2 steps back, trying to calm himself. "Master, are you joking? How could I possibly withstand your moves?" Before he could finish his sentence, Silver Fang's fist came crashing down, striking Kalanzi squarely in the face. Ugh! A bruise instantly appeared, and Kalanzi looked at his master in disbelief, fully aware that if he didn't do something, he might actually get beaten to death. "I've taught you the flowing rock-shattering fist, Kalanzi, so give it your all." Flowing rock-shattering fist. Bang! Kalanzi's punches, which resembled more of a dance compared to Silver Fang's, posed no threat at all to the master, and he was instead kicked in the abdomen by Silver Fang, flying back and crashing to the ground. Feeling the pain in his body, Kalanzi struggled to stand up. He was unwilling to accept defeat and didn't want to disappoint his master. But what use was that? The vast disparity in strength couldn't be compensated by mere willpower. Under Bongu's attacks, Kalanzi was beaten to a pulp, lying on the ground, unable to resist any longer. Bongu stood with his hands behind his back, his hunched back perfectly aligning with the sunlight's trajectory outside the dojo, as the setting sun illuminated the dojo's largest sign, flowing rock-shattering fist, making the solemn occasion seem somewhat tragic. "What's wrong? Can't you get up?" Bongu stared at the fallen Kalanzi, certain that the latter could hear him speaking. "Answer me, Kalanzi. What have you been busy with all these years? You remember what I said, right? As my disciple, you must have the determination to fight to the death in your training." Looking at the face that was once kind, but now beaten to a pulp, Silver Fang showed no mercy with his words. "Look at you now. You're truly a decayed wood that cannot be carved, lacking any talent for martial arts. From today on, you are expelled from my dojo." Slowly walking to the corridor, Silver Fang took one last look at Kalanzi, who was still lying on the ground, and closed his eyes. "No need to come back." After a long time, the beaten Kalanzi woke up, the moonlight outside indicating it was already evening, and a gentle breeze blew in through the door crack. Kalanzi didn't understand why his master had to do this. After quickly tending to his wounds in the hospital, fortunately, they were not serious. Carrying his backpack, he walked along the nighttime path, not even having changed his clothes, as he was too preoccupied to care. "Master Bongu, why did you do this?" He couldn't fathom why Bongu would expel his only remaining student. Was it because of the Hungry Wolf's rebellion that he had become self-destructive? While lost in thought, Kalanzi unknowingly wandered into the woods, off the path. What bad luck. As he tried to feel his way to the streetlight, he noticed movement ahead on the road. Hey, kid! Under the dim streetlight, a hero wearing a green helmet and goggles was stopped. You're a hero, right? The hungry wolf blocked the hero's path, seemingly waiting for this moment. That's right, I'm the unlicensed knight. The unlicensed knight steadied his bicycle and looked at the figure in front of him that seemed human. Sea Level's first unlicensed knight? I'm going to hunt you. Hunt me? What do you mean by that? I'm pretty sure we haven't met before. Although the hungry wolf did not intend to eat the other or rob him, he still showed a look of desire, his mouth involuntarily curling up in a strange manner, his expression sickly. He raised his palm, feeling the power flowing within him, as if it was about to burst forth and strike the person in front of him. To make me a more complete monster, you will obediently become my meal. Before the unlicensed knight could say anything, a noisy sound came from behind the hungry wolf. Hey, finally found you. A group of muscle-bound men in vests swayed towards them, and without exception, some of them were heroes. Is that him? No doubt about it. It's this guy, no mistake. They calculated, confirming the identity of the person in front of them. Soon, under the lights, the ill-level hero, the vest vegetarian's wrapped-up face appeared, and he no longer bore the fear from before. After all, he had brought backup. Hey, thanks for last time. Initially planning to rely on their numerical advantage, the hungry wolf dared not act recklessly, but the vest vegetarian did not expect the hungry wolf to land another punch on his wound in this situation. This heavy punch directly knocked him to the ground, causing the bandages on his face to fall off, and the nosebleed that had just stopped gushed out again, making the already missing teeth from a previous beating seem even fewer. Come and take revenge? Vest vegetarian? Are you going to rely on these gorillas behind you to deal with me? How ridiculous, finally managing to get back a little life, and you dare to come back. The hungry wolf raised both hands, his astonishing killing intent no longer concealed, revealing itself. Today, these guys, one and all, none will leave here alive. Saying this, the hungry wolf leaped forward, just about to raise his hand when he was struck by an unknown force, sending him flying backward, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a steady stop. My little brother has been taken care of by you. As expected, the vest vegetarian appeared at a critical moment, repelling the hungry wolf. As an S-level hero, he already had his own little group, the Vest Gang. Upon learning that his little brother had been beaten, the Vest Vegetarian, as the leader, was naturally very angry because hitting his little brother was equivalent to slapping his own face. The arm that the vegetarian had just swung trembled, a sign that adrenaline was kicking in. Looking at the seemingly weak, hungry wolf in front of him, the vegetarian began to feel confused. How did this guy defeat my little brother? After stabilizing, the hungry wolf used the light from the street lamp to clearly see the other S appearance. Yes, blue vest, yellow hair, and strong muscles. This person was indeed the one recorded in the hero roster, S-level 15th, the Vest Vegetarian. Seeing an S-level hero attacking him, the hungry wolf suddenly became excited. He had heard before that S-level heroes were known for their high combat power, and this S-level hero in front of him looked powerful. Incredibly powerful. S-level? Huh, caught a big fish. How thrilling. Before he could finish his thought, the Vest Vegetarian raised his hand to gather power. A strike that pierced through the concrete pavement, with cracks extending more than 10 meters behind the hungry wolf to the feet of the unlicensed knight. The sudden change underfoot caught the hungry wolf off guard, just as he had adjusted his center of gravity. He looked up to see the Vest Vegetarian crossing his arms and rushing towards him. Vest Bear Hug. Accompanied by the vegetarian's roar, his little brothers gasped in amazement. It's here. The vegetarian's Vest Bear Hug. So many monsters have perished under this move. No wonder he asked the vegetarian. This guy won to be able to. Before he could finish his thought, the hungry wolf, knocked into the air, began to spin, dissipating most of the damage he had just taken, and then landed steadily on the ground. Although it looked cool, and he seemed unharmed, only the hungry wolf knew how much it hurt. This strike had at least broken 2 of his ribs, and he could taste blood in his throat. Big brother, this guy hasn't fallen. All right. Little brother, get ready to run. Ignoring the embarrassing exchange, the Vest Vegetarian fixed his gaze on the hungry wolf, who also wore a look of disdain. Is this guy really human? From the previous strike, the Vest Vegetarian was sure he had acted impulsively and harbored murderous intent. If it were a normal person, even if they didn't die, they would be disabled for life. Yet this kid in front of him actually took it and could still stand. Kid, try this. Another Vest Iron Fist struck the hungry wolf, sending him retreating several meters, but his stance remained stable. At this moment, the hungry wolf could no longer hold on. spitting out a mouthful of blood. The previous battle had indeed been strenuous for him, but he had gained much from it. The little brothers behind the vest vegetarian cheered him on, as if victory was already certain. I thought the next move would be the vegetarian's vest bear hug. I thought it would be so powerful. Turns out it's just these few moves. This guy is definitely human. That's beyond doubt. But my instincts tell me that if I don't eliminate this guy, he will surely become a major problem in the future. The vest vegetarian once again felt murderous intent rising. Although he had never killed anyone, the guy in front of him could no longer be considered human. I'm sorry. The vest vegetarian's iron fist was about to fall. In front of the hungry wolf, a gigantic death character seemed to appear, and he tightly closed his eyes, waiting for death, as if resigned to his fate. Wait, the unlicensed knight shouted, wanting to block the punch for the hungry wolf. But it seemed someone was faster than him. Wind blade kick. In almost an instant, a shadow appeared, kicking away the vest vegetarian's iron fist that was about to fall, and striking the ground, creating another pit. I'll only help you this once. You can only be killed by me. Who are you? The vest vegetarian took 2 steps back, alarmed, searching for the one who had changed the direction of his attack. But the hungry wolf seized the opportunity, grabbing his head and smashing it against the wall. The solid wall instantly shattered. At that moment, the vest vegetarian's brain short-circuited, leading to the hungry wolf landing a series of hits. The unsteady vest vegetarian was brought to one knee, each punch landing with the intent to kill. Wow, an S-level hero is kneeling before me. Looking at the terrifying expression of the hungry wolf, how could the vest vegetarian not be afraid? However, his identity and responsibilities dulled his fear, and he still tried to hold his ground. Don't underestimate me. I was just careless. He wanted to force himself to stand, but found his limbs unable to muster strength, only able to watch the arrogant, hungry wolf continuously provoke him. Just kneel here and watch. Watch how the monster hungry wolf takes down your companions one by one, with his back to the moonlight. The dry blood at the corner of the hungry wolf's mouth seemed to reignite his killing intent, his gaze filled with a thirst for battle. The vest-wearing elder, hearing the key terms, sensed that something was amiss. He vaguely recalled the commission that Shichi had issued that afternoon. You are that hero hunter, a humanoid monster. The vest-wearing elder's eyes widened, wanting to intervene and stop the hungry wolf from attacking his subordinates. But the unlicensed knight was quicker, riding his justice and launching an attack against this enemy he knew was far stronger than himself. Just a strike, but to the hungry wolf, this attack was no more than a trick. Even a sneak attack from behind was the same. He twisted his body, pressing down on the unlicensed knight's head and slamming it into the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The helmet shattered. Blood gushed from the unlicensed knight, who had clearly lost consciousness. Yet the hungry wolf did not stop. Soon, seeming to find it boring, he looked up at the vest-wearing elder's subordinates in the distance. What are you all waiting for? Come at me together. The vest-wearing elder struggled to rise, wanting to muster his last strength to urge his subordinates to escape quickly. But those people were already scared stiff. It was the first time they had seen the invincible vest-wearing elder at a disadvantage. Even when the vest-wearing elder, desperately trying to block the hungry wolf, was knocked unconscious, they still didn't react. The fortress-like body fell heavily to the ground, and the vest-wearing elder was defeated in front of his subordinates. I have figured out your attack patterns. The current S-class hero, the vest-wearing elder, has no more value. The hungry wolf turned arrogantly to look at the vest-wearing elder's subordinates. Although these people did not satisfy him, they were still somewhat helpful. As for Sonic's earlier assistance, the hungry wolf didn't take it seriously. He had sensed this guy following him for quite some time. Now, it's time to clean up. You think you can win against so many of us? The camera zoomed out, revealing Kalanzi covering his ears, crouched in the bushes, unable to believe that those powerful heroes had all been defeated by the hungry wolf. The scariest part was that he couldn't do anything. Listening to the hero's screams, Kalanzi's mind flashed with the image of his master, and he realized that he might have been driven away by Silver Fong because of the hungry wolf. To avoid being implicated, Master Bongu, I can't let Master Bongu down. As Kalanzi whispered to himself, the hungry wolf had already taken down the last person. The tide of battle had turned, and the hungry wolf looked arrogantly at those he had beaten into submission, feeling his own strength. It ends here. Hungry wolf, you disgrace of dojo. Take this. Flowing rock-shattering fist. Kalanzi suddenly jumped out, charging towards the hungry wolf without hesitation. But in almost a second, he was knocked away, crashing into a tree. Tisich, it's just Kalanzi. Since we were once comrades, I'll go easy on you. Just as he was about to turn and leave, there seemed to be movement from the other side of the road again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several barely perceptible hidden weapons flew by, and the hungry wolf dodged just in time. But this time, the speed was so fast that it left a cut on his cheek. Sonic, get out here. The hungry wolf quickly guessed it was Sonic causing trouble, looking around, always on guard against ambushes from every direction. After their previous encounters, the hungry wolf had figured out Sonic's techniques, but he had just been through a battle. If he faced this somewhat skilled ninja head-on, the outcome was uncertain. I told you, only I can kill you. A hoarse voice echoed from the surroundings, a figure appearing faintly in the distance. The hungry wolf pushed off with his left leg, launching himself like a slingshot, all the while keeping his gaze fixed on that figure, certain that this guy was Sonic. Qin Feng, when the distance was less than 10 meters, the hungry wolf finally saw the person's face. It was his long-lost junior brother, Qin Feng. Hungry wolf. Xue behind Qin Feng hurriedly mobilized her powers, doing her utmost to minimize the damage Qin Feng had sustained. Bang! As expected, Qin Feng was knocked unconscious by a powerful punch from Hungry Wolf that he couldn't hold back, while Hungry Wolf stood there, unsure of what to say. Before he had planned to hunt heroes, he hadn't intended to trouble Qin Feng. After all, this guy should also be considered a weirdo. Yes, a weirdo. So as a hero hunter, Hungry Wolf didn't want to hunt Qin Feng, but now. Xue was terrified. Although Qin Feng was not in any life-threatening danger, just briefly unconscious, this scene was indeed horrifying. Wait a minute. Hungry Wolf wanted to explain, but a premonition told him that standing still would be very dangerous. He quickly dodged, and the next moment, several shurikens loaded with explosives exploded at the spot he had just been standing. What are you waiting for? You don't plan to attack this woman, but instead want to explain? Sonic appeared on a tree by the roadside at some point, just staring at Hungry Wolf. Can you get lost a bit further away? I don't have time to deal with you right now. Hungry Wolf clenched his fists, glaring at Sonic. This guy really was a nuisance, even during meals. He would find ways to disturb him. Even when eating a portion of fries, Sonic would find an opportunity to steal the longest one. Xue could no longer hear anything at this point. Seeing someone come to rescue her, she immediately bent down and started slapping Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng, wake up. After just taking a punch, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes and saw Xue slapping him repeatedly. Shaking his head, Qin Feng sat up and saw Hungry Wolf confronting a guy dressed like a ninja. I've decided, this time I'm going to break your arms and legs, so you can't cause trouble anymore. Hungry Wolf raised his hand, wary of the hidden weapons that might appear in the next second. Sonic, standing opposite him, couldn't help but sneer at Hungry Wolf's trembling body. You don't have the strength anymore, do you? Using useless guys to wear down the opponent's stamina is also part of my plan. Saying this, he raised a knife in his hand and began to attack Hungry Wolf. With his stamina depleted, Hungry Wolf couldn't withstand these moves. Forced to defend, he could only gradually retreat with each of Sonic's attacks. And the proud boxing techniques he had were now unusable after the previous fight. Soon, Hungry Wolf was cornered. He tried to catch the opponent's knife with his hand, but this method was very risky. One careless move could add another wound. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Hungry Wolf, I have never lost to you. Today, I will take your. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng's flying kick interrupted Sonic's attack, and Sonic, who had just been confident of victory, was kicked to the side of a bike belonging to an unlicensed rider. However, thanks to his extraordinary physical condition, Qin Feng's kick didn't cause Sonic much trouble. Just as Sonic quickly regained his balance, the situation suddenly became complicated. On one side was someone who believed his senior had completely fallen, even not sparing his junior, yet couldn't bear to see his senior killed by some inexplicable guy. On the other side was someone who thought his junior was fulfilling those boring heroic duties. But the previous misunderstanding should have made the other party regard him as an enemy. And on another side, no, he is the weirdo Hungry Wolf, the one that those heroes said, recognized as a hero hunter by your ridiculous association. The situation became awkward. None of the three parties dared to guarantee they wouldn't be attacked by anyone, nor did they dare to initiate an attack, as it could easily lead to a joint assault. Xue, watching from a distance, couldn't understand the situation. She only knew that Hungry Wolf was not a good person. And the one Qin Feng had just kicked was also not good, but that ninja seemed to be attacking Hungry Wolf, and this. So chaotic. Everyone stop. Xue activated her superpower. Although she couldn't freeze all three of them in place at once, she could limit their movements to some extent. A mere trick at this level. Can't possibly trap me, Sonic. Sonic gathered strength under his feet, breaking free from the invisible light green glow, and jumped onto a tree. Hungry Wolf, I will keep following you until I defeat you. After saying this, his figure disappeared into the night sky. Hey, I admit defeat. Don't come looking for me again. Hungry Wolf shouted in despair. This guy always appeared and disappeared mysteriously, although he could easily toy with him. Today's situation clearly represented that this guy would slow down his progress in hunting heroes. Qin Feng, your boxing skills have nothing for me to learn from. Hurry and get lost. I can pretend I never met you. Hungry Wolf put on a fierce expression, intimidating the junior who was about to counterattack him with a flowing rock fist. Senior, you can't just fall like this. Don't you know Master misses you a lot? Qin Feng tried to awaken the conscience of the Hungry Wolf, even though he was unsure if the Hungry Wolf still had a conscience. The Hungry Wolf, backed against the wall, desperately wanted to knock out Qin Feng and that guy who looked like his girlfriend, and then quickly leave this bloody place. However, his injured body weakened his mental strength, causing those previously insignificant pale green lights to miraculously control him. What does it matter to you? That old guy Bongu is the same. No one can change my will. Qin Feng took a step back in shock, looking at the once taciturn senior brother in front of him. Fear crossed his mind once again. But why? Why can't we discuss this properly? After all, we could be considered friends. Putting Qin Feng's words into a typical touching villain scenario might successfully sway the other party. But just when the Hungry Wolf was wavering, an unexpected event occurred. The Hungry Wolf, standing right in front of him, suddenly appeared dazed, as if he had lost his soul in an instant, his pupils dilating and not uttering a word. The next moment, almost in the blink of an eye, this powerful and young martial artist seemed to have his soul return, his hair turning bright red. His right eye was the same, with the white part turning red. Not quite red eyes, but the white part. Anyway, it was like that. His mind also seemed to become resolute as he glared at Qin Feng and shouted, "Who are you to be my friend? You're just a freak. You don't understand my grand ambitions at all. As a freak, do you want to pretend to be a hero to cover up the fact that you're a freak?" These words deeply pierced Qin Feng's pride. He couldn't understand what was happening to the Hungry Wolf. It seemed his temperament had changed drastically. Could it be related to his appearance? Before Qin Feng could think too much, the red-haired Hungry Wolf broke free from his restraints and, in an instant, executed one of the few attack techniques from the flowing rock-shattering fist, launching an assault on Qin Feng. Barely managing to fend off the attack. Qin Feng once again realized the strength of both himself and the Hungry Wolf. Even after absorbing so many souls, including that of the vaccine man, he still couldn't gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation with the Hungry Wolf, even while the other was severely injured. "Hey, Hungry Wolf, get a grip." Qin Feng shouted loudly, but the other party ignored him, instead increasing their speed and strength time and again. The blowing snow behind could hardly see the movements of the two, and there was no way to use her superpower to restrain them. She could only attempt to pull the Hungry Wolf back a bit to relieve some of Qin Feng's pressure. Meanwhile, inside the Silver Feng dojo, in front of the plaque in the dojo, Silver Feng stood with his hands behind his back, staring blankly at the words flowing rock-shattering fist on the plaque. He was well aware that he had raised a monster and that this monster was now committing evil deeds. As a master, it was naturally his responsibility to solve the problem. "Have you taken care of everything behind you?" A loud voice rang out. Silver Feng turned around and found an old man with white hair standing at the door, looking at him. "Anyway, I'm just a lonely old man, just like you." The visitor was none other than Silver Feng's brother, the first-generation master of the Whirlwind Iron/Fist, Bung Pu. "TCH, stop talking nonsense. Who's like you? I just said goodbye to several hundred disciples." Bung Pu was not exaggerating. As a powerful martial artist, he not only had skills, but also a considerable reputation. Many disciples came to seek him out for guidance. After all, no one wanted to encounter a monster and be defenseless against it. With the establishment of the Hero Association, people's respect for martial arts diminished, which is part of the reason many martial artists look down on the profession of heroes. "For my lovely younger brother, I can abandon everything and come to help. You're the best, brother." When this 80-year-old white-haired man was acting cute towards another older man, the scene became a bit inappropriate. Bung Pu ignored Silver Feng's childish remarks and seriously analyzed the situation. "If I let that Hungry Wolf continue to develop, he will eventually come to smash my dojo sign." Bung Pu turned around, looking for a grand excuse. To be honest, even though there had been past conflicts, he still took good care of his younger brother. And having such a disciple under his wing was not something anyone would take lightly. Clapping his hands together, Bung Pu simply loosened the muscles and joints that were seriously out of sync with his age, and he was ready for a big fight. "All right, let's go." This kind of thing must be dealt with promptly. Silver Fong followed behind Beng Pu, pondering something, and eventually voiced his concerns. You need to be careful, brother. I can't even imagine how strong he is now. As if he had anticipated this response, Beng Pu replied matter-of-factly, if he weren't strong, you wouldn't have asked me to step in. Indeed, the only person who could make his own brother feel apprehensive was someone from the Sword Saint Association. Beng Pu really couldn't think of anyone else. The moment they stepped out of the mountain gate, it meant that two elderly martial artists with a combined age approaching 170 were about to chase after a 17-year-old boy. On the small path, Qin Feng was being beaten back repeatedly, but fortunately, the protection of his scales prevented him from getting seriously injured. The hungry wolf in front of him felt unfamiliar. Although they hadn't been well acquainted before, the attacks now were merciless, each punch carrying a killing intent. Suddenly, a punch landed on Qin Feng's face, blurring his vision, while his body continued to defend against the hungry wolf's attacks. Why? Why do you want to stop me too? The hungry wolf roared, looking quite deranged. After receiving another punch, Qin Feng attempted to counterattack, only to have his efforts easily neutralized by the opponent. Qin Feng has already determined that the hungry wolf in front of him is no longer the familiar one he knew, so, flowing rock-shattering fist, he grabbed the opponent's wrist and delivered a knee strike, hitting the hungry wolf's chin directly. Then he once again caught the hungry wolf's attack, blocking and counterattacking. Qin Feng jumped out from his blind spot, ready to knock the opponent unconscious. This guy actually held back his strength out of reluctance to strike. Bu Xue was already sweating profusely, unable to hold back the hungry wolf despite giving it her all, and now she was at a disadvantage in Qin Feng's hands. Qin Feng, go for it. The hungry wolf had realized that he was no match for Qin Feng. How could this be? In the past, Qin Feng couldn't last more than 5 seconds against him. The hungry wolf finally stopped hiding his strength and used the flowing rock-shattering fist. At that moment, the two disciples were exchanging blows with the same martial art, making it hard to tell who had the upper hand. Every joint pain, every inch of torn skin, every muscle tremor represented that the hungry wolf could no longer continue fighting. However, he couldn't escape now. Qin Feng was right in front of him, relentlessly pursuing him. Retreating would only put him at an even greater disadvantage in this battle. If you really plan to do this, then I will clear the way for my master. Thinking of the bitter bug forced to work, the senior brothers who were beaten and expelled from the sect, the master whose lifelong efforts were destroyed, and the sight of Kalanzi lying by the roadside, beaten to a pulp, Qin Feng began to lose his composure. He started to reconsider the hungry wolf's actions, which were almost the opposite of his own. What the hungry wolf was doing was hardly different from that of a monster. The only difference being that his body was not classified as a monster. Seizing the opportunity while the hungry wolf was retreating, Qin Feng struck fiercely at the opponent's lower abdomen, sending the hungry wolf flying into a tree. A mouthful of blood spurted out as the hungry wolf felt his internal organs and bones being shattered, a wave of excruciating pain immediately engulfing his entire body. If you don't cherish your own life, then let me put an end to it for you. Qin Feng rushed forward, intending to deliver the final blow to the hungry wolf, but the opponent seemed unwilling to give up. Just then, the hungry wolf grabbed a handful of dirt and, at the moment Qin Feng was about to bring his fist down, threw it into the air while tilting its head to evade the deadly strike. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng's line of sight was restricted, and his full-force strike landed on the tree behind the hungry wolf, directly breaking the trunk. When he opened his eyes again, there was no trace of the hungry wolf in front of him. All that remained were the fallen heroes and the terrified blowing snow. Phew, blowing snow, are you hurt? Qin Feng twisted his ankle, feeling the adrenaline that had just surged through him. He was now confident that he could strike down that damned lizard with a single blow. The sky was gradually brightening, and Qin Feng himself didn't know how long he had been fighting. He only felt that every punch he threw was filled with power. Perhaps it was seeing the hungry wolf that once again clarified his beliefs. Su Shui anxiously grabbed Qin Feng's sleeve, which had burst open from his excessive force, tightly holding onto his arm. Qin Feng was puzzled. What does this mean? After seeing his own impressive display, has he become worshipful of himself? Shui didn't say much. He seriously examined Qin Feng's body and, after realizing there was nothing seriously wrong, he finally let go. How tragic it is. Qin Feng suddenly turned around and saw an old man with white hair standing next to him, hands behind his back, looking at the heavily injured heroes on the ground. Who are you? Qin Feng appeared very alert. He could sense that the old man in front of him had unfathomable strength. However, the old man, facing his nervous questioning, didn't take it seriously at all. He simply walked naturally to Qin Feng's side and began to observe the scales on his body. He looked like a strange person. "Little girl, you can leave. I'll handle this," he said to Qin. But both Qin Feng and the girl hadn't reacted yet when Beng Pu struck directly at Qin Feng's heart. It was a truly lethal blow. Qin Feng raised his hand directly, although he used the flowing rock-shattering fist to block most of the damage. The strike still left him feeling like he wanted to spit blood. He really couldn't understand why he was still considered a freak. Just as he was about to launch another attack, Qin Feng saw a familiar figure standing behind the old man. It was Cha Lanzi. The Silver Fang stood beside the unconscious Cha Lanzi, looking at his big disciple who had been beaten to a pulp, feeling a twinge of pain in his heart. To avoid this situation, he had even specifically sent Cha Lanzi away before setting off, and now the latter appeared here, clearly wanting to help his master. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Bangpo also had no intention of attacking anymore, because based on Qin Feng's recent moves, he concluded that this freak in front of him, the human, was the disciple mentioned in the letter by his younger brother. "Master!" Qin Feng shouted excitedly, although it had been a long time since they last met. The face of Silver Fang was still very familiar to him. When the other party heard someone calling him, he looked up and saw Qin Feng standing not far away. "Oh, Qin Feng, have you also fought with the Hungry Wolf? How is his strength now?" Silver Fang was very happy. After all, he had more than just the Hungry Wolf as a promising disciple. "Oh, I just had a fight with the Hungry Wolf, and I almost won." Qin Feng is not humble at all, nor is there anything to be humble about. If he continues fighting, he is very likely to be able to control the Hungry Wolf and escort him to the Hero Association. It seems that kid has regressed quite a bit. Silver Fang rested his chin on his hand, appearing contemplative. This statement amused both Qin Feng and Blowing Snow, while Bump felt it was not funny at all. "Come on, Bongu, this young man has some skills. Don't be so lacking in confidence in your disciple." After patting Qin Feng on the shoulder, Bump took out his phone and began contacting the emergency center. After all, chatting can happen anytime, but these injured people can become more at risk with every passing second. In the hospital, for people of different ages gathered around a small table, Blowing Snow did not like this atmosphere. In her perception, old guys like Silver Fang are quite rigid. However, the battle between Qin Feng and the Hungry Wolf was truly terrifying. If she hadn't been present, no one would have known that Qin Feng and the Hungry Wolf had been in a standoff for 3 hours. It seems that obsession can really change a person. Perhaps his kid really has his struggles. Silver Fang stroked his beard. He did not want to see the Hungry Wolf suffer any longer. He just wanted to find that guy quickly, whether to punish him or to kill him. It didn't matter, he just wanted it done as soon as possible. At this point, Silver Fang firmly believed that it was his failure in teaching, not the Hungry Wolf's own issue. In that case, the old man must quickly put an end to his actions. Silver Fang stood up and looked at the still unconscious Cha Lanzi on the hospital bed. "Let us go. Bongu, I don't want more children to end up like this." "Master, I'll take you." Qin Feng followed the Silver Fangs to the door. Shuiwa watched from a distance as the kind-looking old man patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, said a few words, and then left. Soon, Qin Feng returned with a joyful expression, looking as if he had some very happy news. That commission was accepted by his master, and I won't get involved in the subsequent matters. Qin Feng walked straight in, and Shui followed him. She originally wanted to catch the Hungry Wolf with Qin Feng as a way to prove herself and become a hero, but Qin Feng, "Since you're not going to look for the Hungry Wolf, then I'm leaving. The Hero Association has issued a notice that they will retest in 2 days." "Oh, I see. Good luck. I believe in you." Shui turned to leave. After experiencing last night's battle, she realized her own weakness and understood that she needed to become stronger. The activities of heroes are indeed very dangerous, and she could see what her sister had to go through regularly. Thinking of this, Shui smiled in relief. "Sister, I will catch up to you soon." On the other side, Qin Feng entered the hospital room. The vestige master was already sitting up in bed, and his eyes lacked the previous brilliance and confidence. Uncle, are you okay?" Qin Feng casually put down the bananas he had just bought from Banggu and inquired about the situation of the S-class hero in front of him. After all, compared to himself, this hero was facing the fully powered Hungry Wolf, and their combat experience must be more comprehensive than his own. "As you can see, silver-armored warrior, I shouldn't even be called an S-class hero compared to you." The vest master had a look of disappointment on his face. He was not afraid of failure. It was just that his opponent, who had toyed with him, ended up losing to a C-class hero. "Don't say that. Hungry Wolf is indeed powerful, and there's no doubt about it. Before I arrived on the scene, you had already dealt significant damage to him and helped a lot." Qin Feng tried to comfort the vestment master, saying that as a hero, once you lose faith and confidence, you can no longer be a hero. In fact, this is all my fault. If I had arrived a little earlier, perhaps you wouldn't have needed to go to the hospital, especially this brother here. As he spoke, Qin Feng looked over at the neighboring bed, and the vestment master also glanced over. The very special hero, the unlicensed knight, was lying there, although he had already regained consciousness. His injuries prevented him from even turning his head. "Well, you can just mock me directly," the unlicensed knight said, appearing even more desolate. During the battle last night, when a vestment master was about to deliver the final blow, he had tried to rush and stop it, although he wasn't the one blocking it. He felt that he indirectly caused the hungry wolf to remain undefeated. At least, that's what he thought. Oh, don't be so pessimistic. No one will blame you. We're all ordinary people. Becoming heroes is just icing on the cake. Not everything can be 100% successful. After saying this, he realized both of them were looking at him, and the words he was about to say were abruptly swallowed back. "Well, at least you two are considered human, right?" That's beyond doubt. The unlicensed knight agreed with Qin Feng's viewpoint, but the fear of the hungry wolf still lingered in his heart. That guy knew a lot of exquisite martial arts. Those silver fangs had truly cultivated a formidable monster. The vestment master began to reflect on the reasons for his failure. He recalled the unpredictable moves and techniques he faced when fighting the hungry wolf, which had caused him, who initially had the upper hand, a great deal of headache. My attacks were either dodged by him or neutralized. What was most fatal was that he could also predict my movements and launch corresponding counterattacks or throws. As he spoke, almost as if in fear, the vestment master extended his fist, imagining the hungry wolf right in front of him. Using force against force, the power that shouldn't have been unleashed by him erupted. And those jabs, specifically targeting joints and vital points, caught me completely off guard because once hit, my physical functions would significantly decline. The vestment master understood very well that the combat style of the hungry wolf was different from those previous ordinary monsters who relied solely on brute force. Martial arts, when used against humans, could become particularly potent. After all, martial arts were created based on how to defeat humans. I have a bit of understanding of martial arts too. The level of the hungry wolf is far from that of the silver fang. Don't worry. The hungry wolf won't be bouncing around for long. I hope so. After bidding farewell to the vestment master, Qin Feng walked out of the ward, feeling conflicted. If others found out that he was the disciple of the hungry wolf, would he be treated as an outlier or a hostage? He searched the patient list for Kalanzi's name and quickly found it. Carrying some fruit, he walked into the intensive care unit, where Kalanzi had already regained consciousness and was resting. Upon seeing Qin Feng enter, Kalanzi instinctively wanted to sit up, but the plaster cast and the suspended broken leg made him feel like he was about to break again. "Senior brother, long time no see." Qin Feng sat by the bed, placing the fruit on the cabinet and greeting warmly. "Yes, Qin Feng, it's been a long time since we last met." "Ever since last time? Oh, that's all in the past. Now, Master only has you as a disciple left. You must work hard after you get out of the hospital." Upon hearing this, the previously excited expression on Kalanzi's face suddenly faded. Qin Feng sensed that things were not that simple. "What's wrong? The hungry wolf didn't defeat you in the dojo, did it? You weren't expelled from the sect, were you?" Qin Feng tentatively asked, but Kalanzi looked even more dejected. "Don't mention it. Master must be afraid that I would get involved. So he conducted some practical training with me in advance and used that as an excuse to send me away. Is that right? It seems that Master is worried about your safety. His good intentions must be reasonable." Qin Feng tried to comfort Kalanzi, but seemed to have little effect. Now, all that was on Kalanzi's mind was, Master Bongu sees me as a burden. Sigh, who would have thought that that hungry wolf would be so ruthless? Leaving no way out. Who knows, maybe he really has some mental illness. The next time I see him, he might become even stronger. I can feel it. After saying that, Qin Feng lingered for a moment, planning to get up and leave. "Hey, Qin Feng, wait a minute." Kalanzi called out to him as he was about to leave. He stretched out his uninjured arm and took out something that looked like a ticket from the backpack by the bed. "What is this? For me?" Taking the item that Kalanzi handed over, Qin Feng took a glance at it. "It's really embarrassing to say, but I was so hot-blooded back then that I signed up for some mixed martial arts competition, and now, with this condition, there's no way I can participate." Qin Feng didn't pay attention to what Kalanzi was saying. His gaze remained fixed on that registration ticket. 150,000, that's really generous. "Hey, are you even listening to me? Don't even think about impersonating someone else. The consequences will be serious." Qin Feng readily agreed without paying attention to what Kalanzi said again, as if he had lost his mind and ran out. 15,000 yuan, not too little, but also a bit much. Although thanks to Sai Jinger's care, as an A-level hero, Qin Feng could save up this amount in just 6 months. But money that can be earned in a day should not be missed. Roar. Qin Feng, haven't seen you for a day. Did you secretly drop any little pearls? Tornado flew in directly from the 3rd floor window of the hospital, playfully ruffling Qin Feng's hair. TCH, who would think about you, running around all day? Don't you feel tired? Qin Feng hugged the other person tightly, feeling their body temperature and the soft touch of their arm, which instantly made him feel happy. What do you have in your hand? You were staring and laughing at that thing for a long time. Tornado snatched the registration voucher from Qin Feng's hand, her smile turning into shock and then transforming into laughter. Ha ha, what are you doing with this kind of child's play? Don't tell me. Suddenly, her smile stopped, and she seriously patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Maybe you've already found what you should be doing, go to find those strong ones, battling them, sharpening your will, and also earning back the 150,000 prize, right? Ha, that's right, hubby, you can definitely do it. Saying this, Tornado flew up in front of everyone and kissed Qin Feng on the cheek, making him smile awkwardly. Over here, I want that too. I really can't do anything with you. The competition starts the day after tomorrow. Should I follow my master to find trouble with the hungry wolf now? After casually killing a monster on the roadside and absorbing its soul, Qin Feng didn't feel any increase in power. Ever since he absorbed the vaccine man's soul last time, he didn't experienced that painful sensation of power expansion. Not even for a moment. Silver Armor Warrior, sir. Wow, it's the Silver Armor Warrior. A powerful hero. Hearing the praise from passers-by, Qin Feng forced himself to suppress a smile, trying to maintain a cool persona. The benefits of becoming a hero were evident at this moment. Not only was there a high salary, but various activities would also offer discounts, and with increased fame, some powerful heroes even had their own fan clubs. When he reached the square in City B, the central electronic screen was broadcasting news, and the people around Qin Feng hastily quickened their pace to leave the scene. It's shooting TB because of me, right? With a doubtful attitude, Qin Feng listened to the expert on the news program. Mosquitoes are appearing in large numbers, spreading out from City B. City Z is also affected. Citizens should take protective measures. Reduce outdoor activities. Soon, a cloud of black mist floated over. When Qin Feng looked closely, he realized that the annoying, buzzing black mist was actually swarming mosquitoes. Damn! Quickly find a shop to hide. Qin Feng knew very well that this was not something he could handle. Fighting these things was like punching a cotton ball, having strength but unable to exert it all. After a little while, the mosquitoes outside seemed to leave, probably because they couldn't find anything to eat. Something feels off, very off, like something is 5 points wrong. Qin Feng looked towards the direction where the black mist had disappeared. These mindless creatures could not have left so organized and disciplined. Not a single one remaining. Based on Qin Feng's experience, either something was attracting them, or these creatures were not ordinary mosquitoes, or rather, this chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The mother body. I remembered. All of it. Thinking of this, Qin Feng pushed the door open, glanced at the few unfortunate souls on the roadside who had been drained, and without time to save them, quickly jumped onto the eaves and ran towards the north. Soon, he caught up with the black mist, merging with the black mist from other directions, and together they coalesced above City Z. A black wall appeared, seemingly wrapping something in the middle. The entire swarm of mosquitoes suddenly dove down, followed by a burst of flames shooting into the sky. No! Qin Feng jumped to the highest rooftop in an instant, looking down at the streets filled with scorching flames, and couldn't help but marvel at the strength of this strange person. When the flames subsided, a creature entirely crimson, resembling a mosquito that had turned into a spirit, appeared in the sky not far away. Qin Feng didn't think much of it. This guy must be a weirdo, and someone was confronting him. Ha ha! So stupid. I no longer need those kids. Before he could finish his sentence, the weirdo noticed Qin Feng's presence and directly swung his claws, shattering the building beneath Qin Feng's feet. Qin Feng avoided it completely as the building collapsed down. I am no longer comparable to those ordinary monsters. After saying this, it raised the sword on its head and swooped down towards the cyborgs on the ground. Qin Feng has arrived at the scene, and he is eager to kill this monster. Based on his experience, this monster can be rated at least as a ghost-level monster, and a quite powerful one at that. But the monster is currently mercilessly torturing a blonde cyborg, looking quite relaxed while doing so. Is another monster coming? I have no chance of winning anymore. A blue mechanical core in Genos' abdomen lights up, ready to explode the moment the monster approaches. But in the next moment, Qin Feng leaps into the air and punches the mosquito woman back just as she is about to strike Genos. This blow landed on the mosquito woman's handsome face, and the blood bags trailing behind her crashed into a streetlight, bursting open. Qin Feng fell to the ground, and the already disabled Genos dropped beside him. At this moment, Genos had his mouth wide open, unable to believe Qin Feng's recent strike. Why help him? You are truly a disgrace to the freaks. Feeling the loss of power within her, Mosquito Girl dared not continue fighting and hurriedly flew away, flapping her wings. Hey, don't run. Stop. Qin Feng ran with all his might, but how could 2 legs possibly outrun 4 legs plus a pair of wings? Back at the previous spot, Qin Feng planned to check if that cyborg was dead. After all, cyborgs also have souls. Damn, still alive? Qin Feng walked up to Genos, who was staring at him. This cyborg clearly did not belong to the category of monsters, but why was he always fixated on him? Is he scanning me? Go ahead. Make your move. I've already lost. What? Qin Feng was very confused. Could it be that this guy can read minds? But even though Qin Feng really needed to absorb some powerful souls, this was a living life, how could he possibly bring himself to do it? You're not a hero, are you? I haven't seen you on the roster. Qin Feng helped Genos up, and he also struggled to stand. Even so, Genos did not feel embarrassed about mistaking him for a monster. Instead, he earnestly spoke the truth. Are you a hero? But my system tells me you are a monster. Genos candidly expressed thoughts that left Qin Feng speechless. You're so strong. Please be sure to tell me your name. Finding a street light by the roadside to use as a cane, Genos stared seriously at Qin Feng. Although his mechanical skin and eyes should not show expressions, those details were not worth worrying about. My name is Qin Feng. I am a hero and have been tracking this monster for a long time. Qin Feng responded lightly, feeling a bit awkward as he wanted to leave quickly. He thought communicating with the robot in front of him was somewhat strange. I hope you can take me as your disciple. Genos shouted loudly. Qin Feng turned back to look, noticing the determination on the face of the other party, which was missing an eye. Since Qin Feng's ears had just been rattled by Genos' incineration cannon, and the distance between them was quite far, he didn't hear clearly what the other was saying. He simply nodded perfunctorily and left. Genos, left standing in place, watched Qin Feng leave, and then glanced at the half-blood bag hanging from the street lamp, marveling at Qin Feng's strength. If only I could have such power, perhaps. He contacted Dr. Casino via signal and limped over to the street lamp to pull down the half-blood bag, scanning the material of this object. It seemed to be something of very high strength, capable of shattering it in one hit. Power was essential, and this new discovery led Genos to believe that Qin Feng's strength had reached an unfathomable level in his eyes. Evolution House 8th floor, Dr. Genos was sitting in his office, nervously talking to himself. He heard that Mosquito Girl was defeated and was even hit almost to death in one blow. Well, she was just a test subject anyway. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. On the computer screen in front of Dr. Genos, photos of several S-class heroes, including a metal baseball bat, were displayed. What plan could this be? Only Dr. Genos himself probably knew. He randomly pressed a few keys, and several more photos appeared on the screen, showing Qin Feng narrowly dodging Mosquito Girl's claw strike, jumping 20 meters high in one bound, and punching Mosquito Girl into a state of incapacitation. A monster? No, wait, I remember seeing. After rummaging through the drawer, Dr. Genos found a brand new hero handbook beneath some Mosquito Girl figurines. Flipping through a few pages, he found what he was looking for. Looking at the photos and the lines of introduction, his previously furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. The ranking was extremely unstable, fluctuating greatly, but it was moving upward, with hope of joining the S-class ranks. Reading this jokingly written introduction, Dr. Genos once again felt the disadvantages of being older. How could this serious reading material be like those unnutritious variety shows on the internet? I must investigate his body, even if I have to force it. After finishing his self-talk, Dr. Genos issued an order to clone body number 28, sending some messengers to invite him to come to our evolution house. Inside the Cyborg Research Institute, Dr. Casino was searching through a pile of parts for suitable ones for Genos, who lay quietly on the mechanical operating table, waiting for the repair work to begin. Genos, you were hurt very badly this time. It seems the Qin Feng you mentioned must be very strong. After finding the tools, Dr. Casino started to remove the damaged parts from Genos and replace them with better ones. Indeed, Teacher Qin Feng's strength is beyond doubt. I briefly analyzed his body data, and his physical strength is even higher than the armor I have on. Genos recalled the scene when he was about to self-destruct, and Qin Feng suddenly appeared to save him. Once on the ground, Genos immediately scanned Qin Feng's body. But that powerful physique led Genos to mistakenly believe he was another monster. If you want to become a disciple, you need to show some sincerity and change your straightforward nature. Understood? Don't move around. You've twisted all the screws. A few days later, at Qin Feng's doorstep, Genos, having returned to his original state, took a deep breath, carefully recalling the words taught by Dr. Casino, and resolutely knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher. Creak. The door opened, and Tatsumaki, brushing her teeth, stood behind the door, looking calmly at the suddenly visiting cyborg. Who are you? Tatsumaki held her toothbrush, and the foam in her mouth made her voice somewhat unclear. Is Mr. Qin Feng living here? I'm here to become his disciple. Tatsumaki frowned slightly, opened the door, and let Genos in. Qin Feng was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, completely unaware that someone had entered. Teacher Qin Feng. Good morning. The tone, as if declaring, echoed at the kitchen door, startling Qin Feng so that the flour in his hands fell to the ground. Don't be so surprised. Huh, you're really here? Seeing the cyborg he had saved actually follow him, Qin Feng was quite surprised. He hurriedly invited Genos to sit down, and the two sat face to face at the low table in the living room. My name is Genos. Teacher. Qin Feng looked at Genos in front of him, and from the exaggerated voice, he could tell that this guy was too nervous. Have your injuries healed so quickly? Of course, Teacher Qin Feng. Most of my body is made of machinery, and as long as there are suitable parts, I can be repaired immediately. Tornado brought over 2 cups of freshly brewed tea, smiling like a true, virtuous wife as she placed them on the table. Seeing the pretentious Tornado, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Hey, don't call me teacher just yet. Master. Master won't do either. Qin Feng looked helplessly at Genos in front of him. The first impression this cyborg gave him was a bit foolish. Teacher Qin, are you already married? Of course not. I'm only 19. But your daughter is already so grown up. That's my girlfriend. Genos suddenly froze, which could also be interpreted as him searching for information in his brain's Baidu encyclopedia. Teacher, it's illegal to lure elementary school students, even if they are willing. Qin Feng had a dark expression. What is wrong with people these days? It was one thing to be treated as a weirdo before, but now that he finally found a girlfriend, others surprisingly thought he was a bad guy trying to lure elementary school students. In fact, she wasn't an elementary school student. You might not believe it, but she was older than both of them. Genos was slightly surprised, then looked for a new topic. Teacher, what kind of parts did you use? Why is your strength so powerful? Me? Qin Feng tilted his head forward, his eyes wide, raising his left wrist to point at himself, his face full of disbelief. What was this question based on? It's about the silver armor on your body. Is it some kind of biotechnology? My brain tells me that these grow on your body. But these are just the scales that I have naturally. Genos was shocked once again. He slightly lowered his head and stroked his chin. Even though he didn't have a tactile sense in this regard, he still expressed his astonishment. If that's the case, doesn't that make the teacher a weirdo? Genos was shocked, Tornado chuckled, and Qin Feng was exasperated. I'm a weirdo. What do you want from me? Me? Teacher, are you really willing to listen? Genos didn't understand what Qin Feng meant, and instead began to explain his own background. For details, see Chapter 9. So this has been your motivation all along? Qin Feng scratched his ear, which had just started to form a cocoon. He had no doubts about Genos' background. After all, the person in front of him looked younger than himself and was a cyborg, and not everyone was like Tornado. Unfortunately, it seems I won't be able to entertain you today. I need to go participate in a competition. Qin Feng looked at the time. It was almost time to enter. He quickly got up, intending to leave. Teacher, are you still interested in martial arts? Genos also stood up, looking as if he wanted to go along. Of course. After all, I am considered a martial artist myself. After saying that, Qin Feng walked straight out the door. Tornado was tidying up the room while complaining about Qin Feng casually agreeing to take on a disciple. Seriously, what can you teach by taking a cyborg as a disciple? City C, Qin Feng and Genos caught the latest tram and arrived outside the venue. On the tram, Genos showed great interest in Qin Feng's flowing rock-shattering fist and claimed he would observe it closely in the upcoming competition. As soon as they got off the tram, Qin Feng encountered some people who looked like martial artists. These individuals either had very peculiar outfits or unusual appearances. In short, normal people were in the minority. Teacher, I heard there are many martial arts masters here, so you must be careful, Genos said seriously, analyzing the people on site, who were all relatively strong, but still slightly inferior compared to Qin Feng. It's fine, everyone is here to make friends through martial arts. There's no need to be so tense. Qin Feng signed Kalanzi on the registration form and then followed the staff to the lounge, with Genos closely behind. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. But halfway there, he was blocked by a big guy. Seriously, has the martial art world really declined? Even such a little brat can come to compete. Baoshan mocked Qin Feng's appearance, thinking that this tall and thin young man was so easy to defeat. You guy, show me some respect. Qin Feng hadn't said anything yet when Genos kicked Baoshan away, his head directly hitting the ceiling. Oh, Genos, run. Hurting a contestant is a foul. Yes. The two of them grabbed the guide and quickly dashed into the lounge. Qin Feng sat down in a chair and glanced at Genos, who was sitting opposite him, disapproving of his disciple's actions. If it were up to Qin Feng to handle that situation, he definitely wouldn't have used such methods because no matter what, that big guy was still a competitor. It was fine to fight on stage, but once they were off stage, the nature of the situation changed. Genos, I am listening. His straightforward and decisive response always gave Qin Feng a feeling that Genos was someone to be feared, which was quite unsettling. For ordinary people, it's best to avoid using violence whenever a peaceful resolution is possible. But teacher, that guy was already insulting you. Qin Feng moved the contestant order sheet from the table beside him onto the table, glancing at his position while chatting with Genos. However, this seemingly casual exchange felt to Genos like a critical meeting aimed at him. Every word Qin Feng said, including his tone, pitch, gestures, and even his gaze, was recorded in Genos's mechanical pupils. You consider yourself a righteous cyborg, right? That's right. Teacher, since you're on the side of justice, does that make you a hero? Genos hesitated for a moment. Previously, Dr. Casino had also asked him if he wanted to become a hero to hone his will, but he had declined without hesitation. The reason was, I will not do anything outside of my responsibilities. Genos had his principles. He didn't want to become the kind of hero that drew everyone's attention, as that would only slow down his progress in completing his tasks. Rescuing people was just something he would do on the side. As for whether battles with monsters would endanger others, he would scan the surrounding life forms before a fight. Even if there were people, he would lead the monsters away, ensuring that civilians would never be harmed. I guess so. He answered somewhat ambiguously, clearly not grasping Qin Feng's meaning. The responsibility of a hero, strictly speaking, is not just to fight monsters, but to protect civilians. If someone like you, who claims to be a hero, also bullies the weak, isn't that betraying your own beliefs? Genos? Noticing that Genos had fallen silent, Qin Feng thought his words had struck a nerve. But as soon as he looked up, he saw Genos quickly jotting something down in his notebook. What are you writing? Genos didn't look up. His mechanical arm made it incredibly easy to write, almost filling a line in an instant. Recording your teachings, teacher. Seeing Genos's serious demeanor, Qin Feng just smiled and said nothing more. After taking a bite of the snacks on the table, Qin Feng realized he had been placed in a rather awkward position. It turned out to be the legendary reverse seed contestant. What? How could this happen? I'm going to contact the organizers. Genos stood up, ready to demand an explanation, but Qin Feng wasn't about to let him go like that. He grabbed Genos's mechanical arm and pulled him back with all his might. Please, don't go. It's really embarrassing. After finally persuading this stubborn mule to come back, Qin Feng glanced at the contestant order sheet again and pushed it aside to avoid dirtying his eyes. Damn organizers, how could they look down on people like this? Although Qin Feng did not intend to let Genos seek an explanation, after returning, he became increasingly angry and felt more and more unjust. He was unwilling to endure such oppression once again, unwilling to bear such grievances again. He would no longer sit idly by. That's it right now. He would use the most vicious methods he could think of in his heart to take revenge on those short-sighted guys. Qin Feng was already prepared. He had figured out what he wanted to do. He ultimately decided to eat all the snacks here, not only finishing the ones in his own lounge, but also the snacks in the lounge of that rude, big guy. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came, and Genos hurriedly got up to open the door. A staff member was standing outside, looking in. Mr. Kalanzi, you can prepare to enter. Who is Kalanzi? You must have the wrong person. Qin Feng covered Genos' mouth and quickly put on a smile. Here he comes. I'm really sorry. As the staff turned around, Qin Feng made exaggerated facial expressions at Genos, signaling him not to mention this matter. Although Genos still didn't understand Qin Feng's intention, he didn't say anything further. After exiting the passage, Genos went directly to the audience seats, while Qin Feng walked onto the stage accompanied by the host's introduction. This is the eldest disciple of the Flowing Rock Shattered Fist sect, Cha Lanzi. Unlike the other contestants' entrances that Qin Feng heard in the passage when he stepped onto the stage, there was hardly any cheering or clapping, only Genos in the front row clapping at lightning speed. Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It will get even more exciting. This is not their fault, after all. Neither Qin Feng himself, nor the renowned Cha Lanzi had appeared before this crowd, nor had they showcased their strength. Next up, making a comeback after 2 competitions. The young legend who once achieved 4 consecutive championships. Dark Body Fist. Water Dragon. As soon as the words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted in the arena. As if this guy was really impressive. Qin Feng looked over and saw a tall man with long hair and dark skin slowly walk onto the stage, spreading his arms to greet the audience around him. After a brief analysis, Qin Feng quickly reached a conclusion. This guy is very strong. The referee continued with the introduction. The appearance of this man allowed the referee to reserve extra space for his introduction. During the year, he disappeared. He traveled around, and his purpose for returning this time is to win the prize money. However, this time, there is the addition of explosive mountain fighters, who will ultimately win the championship. Based on this, the host rambled on, and Qin Feng, feeling bored, started to fiddle with the newly grown scales on his arm. In any case, the 18th super fighting competition has officially begun. Immediately after, the contestants were sent back, and Genos did not follow Qin Feng, but sat near the audience area. Teacher, he will definitely win. This boring competition is just a way for the teacher to pass the time, Genos muttered to himself. He had just observed the body of the water dragon, and the fighting power of that physique should not be underestimated. Genos himself didn't dare to guarantee that he could definitely defeat the water dragon. He didn't know if Qin Feng could do it. In the lounge, Qin Feng looked at the order list. His first opponent was another underdog seed player. Under the premise of winning every battle, he found that in the second round, he would face a fighter named Dark Hell Killing Technique, known as Baoshan. Oh no, I hope I don't get discovered. If being an imposter is found out, I might end up in jail. Thinking of jail, Qin Feng couldn't help but remember that S-class hero, the tender prisoner. If he was sent to the same prison as him, Qin Feng's illustrious reputation would be ruined. Knock, knock, knock. Contestant Kalanzi. It's your turn for the next match. Easily defeating his opponent, Qin Feng began to observe Baoshan's battle, hoping to learn something from it. However, after watching for more than 10 minutes, Baoshan's performance was truly disappointing. What's this? He's just relying on his strong physique to bully those who focus on technique. I thought he would be impressive. Watching the martial artist, whose hands and feet were broken by Baoshan, being carried away on a stretcher by medical staff, Qin Feng felt quite confident. After all, he was also an A-class hero. This hairy brute shouldn't be more difficult to deal with than those weirdos, right? Hey, kid. Just as Qin Feng raised his head, he saw Baoshan, who had just been dominating the stage, standing right in front of him, clearly unhappy about their earlier friction. Don't think you can act tough just because you have a bodyguard. Once you're on stage, you're in my hands, Baoshan. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Feng to respond, Baoshan quickly left, as Genos had already looked over this way. The second match is about to start. Contestant Kalanzi versus Lingling, the only female contestant in this competition. The host's voice echoed in Qin Feng's ears as he looked at his opponent in the distance. She looks very young. It shouldn't take much effort to deal with her. Start. Following the referee's command, Lingling shouted as she leaped into the air, launching a series of attacks toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng struck first after starting later, sidestepping the opponent's kick and grabbing their wrist, directly throwing them off the stage. A brilliant tactic. Player Lingling is out of bounds. The winner of this round is player Cha Lanzi. Lingling seemed dissatisfied with the result, gritting her teeth and wanting to say something, but held back since Qin Feng's victory was well-deserved. Qin Feng turned his head away. Try not to look at the other person. So cute, but Genos is watching. That kid can't keep his mouth shut. If Tornado finds out, it'll be a disaster. Can't look. Player Kalanzi is very likely to be the dark horse of this competition. But with players like Water Dragon and Explosion Mountain participating, what a pity. Ignoring the host's commercial hype, Qin Feng went straight back to the lounge. He had no interest in watching the upcoming rounds because, in his view, the most suspenseful player, Water Dragon, had directly advanced to the second round. It's really unfair, isn't it? Does having strength mean you can receive special treatment? Qin Feng muttered to himself, venting his dissatisfaction, but then thought again that there was nothing wrong with it. If one had the strength, the outcome would be the same regardless of how many matches were played. On the contrary, a player without strength, even if they only played the first round in the semifinals, would still be unable to win the championship. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking at the door came at an opportune time, just as Qin Feng was about to get up to open the door. He felt something was off. I just came in. It definitely isn't the staff. Could it be someone looking for trouble? With this thought, Qin Feng stretched his arms and tiptoed to the back of the door. Just as he put his hand on the doorknob, a voice came from outside. Who are you? The teacher is resting. What do you want to say to me? And who are you? I'm here to see player Chaolanzi about something. Just tell me. Keep it under 20 words, or I'll throw you out. Qin Feng knew very well that this was Genos' voice, and it seemed like a fight was about to break out in the next second. Don't make a move. Qin Feng hurriedly pushed the door open, only to see Genos blocking the way, and behind him stood the once glorious genius contestant, Shui Long Ha. Brother Chaolanzi, I didn't expect you to take on a cyborg disciple. Shui Long spoke casually, directly bypassing Genos and walking in, completely disregarding Qin Feng. Hey, you. Genos wanted to say something, but Qin Feng gestured for him to be quiet. What are you here for? Aren't you going to watch the match? Seeing the unexpected guest already seated and starting to sneakily eat his snacks, Qin Feng was not fond of this guy's behavior. Seriously, I should be the one doing these things. After all, I have no manners, but how can you act like this? Those casual battles have nothing for me to learn from. If learning such things were useful, what would be the point of having a genius like me? Shui Long leaned back with his legs crossed, looking at Qin Feng, and for a moment, Qin Feng couldn't even figure out what this guy was up to. I just want to see what the first disciple of Silver Feng is like. After saying that, Shui Long took out his phone from his pocket and started searching for something. At this moment, Qin Feng felt a bit flustered. Could it be that his impersonation had been discovered? No, that shouldn't be the case. He had covered everything so thoroughly, even prepared gloves, and all the scales were concealed. It shouldn't have happened. The S-rank hero of the Hero Association, Silver Feng, was once a king-like presence in this arena. Water Dragon held up his phone to show Qin Feng, displaying a photo of Silver Feng from the official Hero Association website. Upon realizing that he hadn't been exposed, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. As long as his identity wasn't discovered, they could cause trouble as they wished. He had always wanted to see if these strong individuals truly had the ability to confront him, but unfortunately, those he had encountered before were just small fries. Water Dragon put away his phone and changed the subject. Actually, I have two purposes for coming this time. First, it's regarding the incident that occurred during the last tournament. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more exciting. Qin Feng had completely relaxed at this moment. He casually took the last piece from a plate.